Reborn into Naruto World with Tenseigan Chapter 359 to Chapter 428. In a dark room with almost no light, Hyojin slowly withdrew his hand from the wooden cart. At the same time, on the place where Hyojin's hand was pressed, a black sealing technique spread out. These sealing techniques seemed to have a mind of their own as they quickly spread to the surroundings. Sitting on the wooden cart was the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato. He has red hair that symbolizes the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, but his body looks very thin. It can even be said that he is as thin as a stick, like a starving person who was displaced during the war. In the face of Hyojin's sneak attack, Nagato did not panic. He first looked down at the four-symbol seal that spread from the wooden cart to his body, then turned his head with disdain to look at Hyojin, who had activated the Tenseigan chakra mode and was wrapped in a sky-blue Tenseigan chakra, wearing Amatsukamizuyama attire, and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Amatsukamizuyama?" Hyojin ignored Nagato. Instead, he urged the Tenseigan chakra all over his body to condense the truth-seeking ball. Before, when Jiraiya, Jisue, Kakashi, and the others were knocked to the ground, hanging on the line between life and death, Hyojin sighed helplessly. He understood that he couldn't wait any longer. Although it wasn't the best time, and he couldn't filter out the real hiding place of Nagato, but for the sake of the lives of his classmates, he had to take the risk and gamble. Fortunately, his luck was good, he guessed the real hiding place of Nagato. But on that day, when Kuroto quietly approached the hiding place of Nagato's main body, he accidentally discovered that with Nagato's main body as a dot, there was a dense and imperceptible chakra network. This chakra network radiated out in all directions, forming a huge circular chakra sensing circle. The closer one got to the region where Nagato's main body was, the denser the chakra network became. Hyojin speculated that this was the range where Nagato's black rod could transmit and sense chakra. After realizing this, he gave up on using the Golden Will reincarnation explosion to launch a surprise attack on Nagato. This was because no matter if it was condensing the truth-seeking jade or activating the truth-seeking jade to perform the Golden Will reincarnation explosion, it was inevitable that there would be violent chakra waves. Once the chakra fluctuations were too intense, Nagato would be able to detect them in advance through the chakra network that was densely packed around him. At that time, let alone launching a surprise attack, it was unknown whether or not he could even get close to Nagato's main body. Therefore, Hyojin decisively chose to launch a surprise attack with the four-symbol seal. The reason why he chose to launch a surprise attack with the four-symbol seal was not only to avoid being detected by Nagato in advance, but more importantly, to cut off the connection between Nagato's main body and the 6 paths of pain outside and save Jiraiya and his colleagues who were on the verge of death. Of course, Hyojin didn't expect that the four-symbol seal would be able to completely subdue Nagato. In his mind, as long as the four-symbol seal could control Nagato for 30 seconds, it would be enough for him to condense more than 4 truth-seeking jade and activate the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. Looking at the truth-seeking jade flashing out from between Hyojin's eyebrows, the disdainful expression on Nagato's face gradually solidified. A long-lost sense of crisis suddenly welled up in his heart. He quickly raised his hands and shouted at Hyojin, "Shinra Tensei!" Bang! Hyojin also raised his hands, Rain Will manipulation. Bang! 2 huge repulsive forces instantly collided with each other, and at the moment of impact, the space seemed to be slightly distorted and deformed. Nagato was taken aback, and his face became more and more dignified. Under the mask, Hyojin's expression became more gloomy. Because he found that his Rain Will manipulation with the support of the Tenseigan chakra mode was actually on par with Nagato's casual Shinra Tensei. This was obviously not a good sign. On the battlefield outside, looking at the 6 paths of pain who suddenly lost consciousness and fell to the ground, Jiraiya, Jisue, Kakashi, and Guy looked at each other. Just a second ago, they were still standing in front of the gates of hell, waiting for death to descend upon them. Then, in the next second, a powerful enemy that they could not contend against had fallen to the ground for no reason. This sudden change was truly unbelievable to them. Among them, only Jisue vaguely guessed something, but at the same time, he also had a trace of worry. He was worried that because of saving him, Hyojin's plan will be disrupted. Konan, who originally had a cold face in the air, changed her expression greatly, and for the first time, she showed a look of panic. She was the only one present who knew the details of Pain's six paths. Seeing this scene, she understood that Nagato's main body was probably in trouble, so she immediately flew in the air, her body turned into pieces of paper, and flew towards the hiding place of Nagato's main body. At this time, Guy jumped up from the ground and went forward to check the Azura closest to him. The sturdy Azura was covered with black sticks of different sizes all over his body. The surface of his body was cold and pale, giving people the feeling that he was a corpse that had long lost its body temperature. After turning over the Azura, Guy hurriedly said to everyone, "There are no external injuries on the surface." The others also climbed up from the ground at this moment. While checking the six paths of Pain who fell to the ground, they were vigilant of the several Pain's large spiritual beasts around them. But these giant spiritual beasts seemed to have been affected by something. They all stood still where they were, as if they were puppets that had lost their souls. And after a few breaths of time, they disappeared in puffs of white smoke without a trace. Without the giant split dogs to contain them, the Cloud team finally arrived at the battlefield. At the same time, Uchiha, Shinichi, and Pipa Juzo, who had been fighting with the Cloud team in the distance, also rushed over. The two sides didn't fight again, instead, they looked at the battlefield while confronting each other. After a quick glance at the battlefield, a Cloud Umbu member asked Jiraiya, "Where is our Cloud Village's Chilabai-sama, where is he?" Jiraiya pointed to the giant sphere that was still suspended in the sky and said, "He was sealed in that stone sphere by the Akatsuki organization's leader." A group of Cloud ninjas exclaimed, "What?" On the other side, Uchiha Shinichi and Pipa Juzo were also shocked as they looked at the six paths of Pain clones lying on the ground. They were wearing the Akatsuki red Cloud suit. Shinichi curled his lips and said, "No way, the leader was killed?" Although it is not clear which of the six bodies lying on the ground is the leader's body, but this scene undoubtedly shows that Mai, Cloud, and Sand Crypsis coalition army won. Pipa Juzo placed his sword horizontally in front of him and whispered to Shinichi, "We have to find a way to get out." The Akatsuki organization is a loose organization, completely deterred by the tyrannical Pain. If even Pain died, Pipa Juzo naturally won't fight here and die in vain. Boom! Suddenly, not far from the battlefield, came a violent rumble that shook the earth and mountains. Immediately afterward, a dazzling golden light flashed, illuminating the gloomy gray sky like noon in midsummer, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Roar! Before the people present could adapt to the sudden appearance of the dazzling golden light, a loud roar that shocked the soul and made people feel fear came. Accompanied by this soul-shaking roar, an incomparably huge black shadow appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked closely and saw that the shadow was a huge giant with 9 eyes, and its skin was like a tree, showing a withered grayish-brown color, and there were many protrusions on its back. Outer Path Demon Statue? Uchiha, Shinichi, and Pipa Juzo were shocked. As the secret place of every Akatsuki gathering, Uchiha, Shinichi, and Pipa Juzo were no strangers to the Outer Path Demon Statue, but both of them thought that the Outer Path Demon Statue was just an ordinary giant statue. After all, the Akatsuki organization hasn't officially launched the Tailed Beast capture plan, so they didn't know the true identity of the Outer Path Demon Statue. Soon, everyone noticed that the dazzling golden light turned out to be a golden sword about 100 meters long. The dazzling golden sword danced again, flashing a dreamy halo, and fiercely slashed towards the Outer Path Demon Statue. The Outer Path Demon Statue roared and waved its arms to meet the dazzling golden sword. Boom! Boom! As the gigantic heretic Tao Devil statue waved its arms, the surrounding steel towers were easily swept to the ground by the heretic Tao Devil statue like withered branches. The huge tremors were accompanied by smoke and dust, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, the people present had no time to care about the giant statue and the golden sword that were fighting not far away. This was because the earth-shaking tremors alone, as well as the shockwaves that were mixed with countless fragments and flying rocks, had already caused them to be covered in dirt and grime. Even some unlucky people were directly hit by the huge steel fragments in the shockwave and died without knowing what happened. After retreating far away, several people on Mai's side jumped to a tower, the survivors on Kumo's side jumped to another tower, while Uchiha, Shinichi, and Pipa Juzo of the Akatsuki organization jumped to the third tower far away from Mai's side and Kumo's side. Neither side had any intention to make a move, but all of them looked at the distance in horror, looking at the giant and the golden sword that were fighting. Due to the distance and the smoke and dust, all the people present, including Jishui, Shinichi, and Kakashi, who have Manjikyu Sharingan, couldn't see the details of the battle in the distance. Everyone could only vaguely see the huge body of the Outer Path demon statue raging in the Rain Village, and wherever it went, it was unstoppable, leaving only a mess. As for the dazzling golden sword that was several hundred meters long, it was extremely ferocious. Every time it slashed down, it would cause the heretic demon statue to let out a shrill howl. If the sword ray hit the surrounding towers, the sturdy towers made of steel would be easily sliced in half like tofu. The edges of the cuts were so smooth that they seemed to have been meticulously polished. Looking at this scene, the people on several towers couldn't help but show a look of horror. What happened? Jiraiya, who was still absorbing the natural energy with his hands clasped together, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was a little confused at this moment, completely unable to figure out what happened. The two totem mortals standing on his shoulders were also dumbfounded. Whether it is the power of the Outer Path demon statue as the body of the Jubi, or the overbearingness of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion, both made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Who was fighting who? Kakashi and Guy, who were supporting each other, had a dull look in their eyes. The confrontation in the distance is obviously beyond their understanding of ninja battles, and what makes them even more helpless is that they don't even know who the two sides are. Jishui, who was standing on the side, secretly clenched his fist and prayed in his heart, "Senpai, you must win." Unlike others, as a member of Amatsukami, Jishui naturally understood that the person who just saved him is none other than the leader of Amatsukami, Hyojin. On the other tower, Shinichi grinned and said, "So that's how it is." Shinichi, who was defeated by Hyojin's Tenseigan chakra mode, immediately recognized the dazzling golden sword that easily cut his Susanoo. As Nagato used the magic lamp body technique to transmit the news that he was fighting with the leader of Amatsukami, in Shinichi's mind, the figures of Hyojin and the leader of Amatsukami gradually overlapped. At this time, Shinichi figured out everything. He understood that the leader of Amatsukami that the Akatsukami was extremely afraid of was none other than Hyojin, who ordered him to lurk inside the Akatsukami. Bipajuzo, who was next to Shinichi, muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the leader of Amatsukami to be so strong." Shinichi smiled and said, "Now we have a good show to watch." Bipajuzo glanced around and reminded Shinichi, "Since the leader of Amatsukami has made a move, then their members should also be nearby, whether it is Suijin Homasubi, or that ninja using magnet release, all of them are extremely difficult to deal with." At this time, Konan also flew into the air with a gloomy face. Just now, she wanted to help Nagato, but she didn't expect that the battle between Hyojin and Nagato would suddenly escalate to the point of life and death, and even Nagato was forced to summon the Outer Path demon statue in the village. Konan was the first to bear the brunt and was affected. Fortunately, her paper release was good at dealing with such a situation, and the paper clone allowed her to avoid the fierce shockwave just now. Flying high in the sky, Konan looked at Suijin with an embarrassed expression and muttered, "How can he have such a tyrannical chakra? How can he have such tyrannical chakra? The strength of this chakra is almost comparable to Nagato's Rinnegan chakra. No, it is not inferior to Nagato's Rinnegan chakra. How is this possible?" Outside the hidden rain village, Lei Ying and Hirako, who were panting from the battle, looked in the direction of the hidden rain village. The roar of the Outer Path demon statue and the dazzling golden light that flashed from time to time disturbed their minds. On the other side, Obsidian, who was covered in blood, stood on the big tree he created with wood release, looking in the direction of the hidden rain village and said, "What happened? Why did he suddenly use the Outer Path demon statue?" Below, the 3 generations Naruto looked at the dead and injured Mai Umbu on the ground and said bitterly, "I didn't expect that our Mai Umbu would be attacked by wood release one day." Looking at the tree with twisted roots and twining branches, the 3rd generation King Yanlua's face was filled with shock and amazement. It is no exaggeration to say that my village was built on the wood release Kekii limit. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama relied on his unparalleled wood release Kekii to quell the chaos and establish Konoha, the head of the 5 great shinobi villages. In the past few decades since the establishment of Konoha, the wood release Kekii limit has completely integrated with Konoha village, becoming the symbol of Konoha. After the first generation passed away, the entire village, from top to bottom, was unable to accept the fact that the would escape blood limit boundary had been lost. Thus, the higher-ups of the village began a long and drawn-out experiment of the first-generation cell transplantation in an attempt to recreate the would-escape blood limit boundary. However, the results of the experiment were disappointing. The village invested countless people and resources in this first-generation cell transplant experiment, but what they obtained was only a few broken corpses that were devoured by the first-generation cells. In the face of failure and a large number of casualties, the village had to choose to compromise and accept the cruel fact that my village lost the would-release Kekii limit. But under the temptation of the powerful power of the would-release Kekii limit, Danzo and Orochimaru secretly continued the Hashirama cell transplantation experiment behind the back of the village, and fortunately obtained a child who successfully fused with the Hashirama cell transplantation Kekii limit. But for this, the 3 generations didn't know. In the hearts of the 3 generations, the would-release Kekii limit, like many legends in the ancient books, has become history, a legend that people will occasionally talk about after a meal. One can imagine how shocked he was when he saw the mysterious person wearing the Akatsuki red cloud suit and the one-eyed whirlpool mask in front of him could use the would-release Kekii limit. The eyes of the 3 generations were deep. Who are you? Why can you use the would-release Kekii limit? The obsidian standing on the tree looked at the hidden rain village and looked at the old Naruto of the 3 generations and said, "Defeat me, and you will know my identity." 3 generations frowned. Damn it. Although their understanding of space-time ninjutsu is not as good as the 4 generations, but after the previous battles, the 3 generations have roughly figured out the principle of obsidian's kamui. It was also because of this that the 3 generations understood that as long as the obsidian had no desire to attack, no one would be able to hit the obsidian. Obsidian, who was able to use would-release, did not need to be in close contact at all. He could use would-release to reap lives from afar. At this time, the corpses of the Umbu lying on the ground were the best proof. Pitter-patter at this time, the rain in the sky gradually became heavier, and there was even a mist rising from the curtain of rain. The heavy rain washed away the bloodstains on the ground, quickly forming light red puddles. Suddenly, on the tree that obsidian created with would-release, half a body stretched out. This body was a strange man with 2 aloe leaves on his shoulders, half black and half white. He was Zetsu of Akatsuki. Obsidian asked in a deep voice, "What happened in the village?" Zetsu replied, "The leader of Amatsukami raided the village." The leader of Amatsukami. Obsidian's face sank when he heard this. He has already grasped most of the details of the 5 great shinobi villages, so although he is not willing to fall out with the 5 great shinobi villages in advance, he is not afraid of them in his heart. However, the mysterious and powerful God's organization was a different story. He was still very wary of God's organization. Zetsu said with a lingering fear, "Well, it was an exaggeratedly strong guy." On this point, Obsidian is not surprised, as there are only a few strong enemies in the entire shinobi world that can force Pain to summon the outer path golem in the village. Listening to the conversation between Obsidian and Zetsu, the 3 generations also turned their heads to look at the hidden rain village at the other end and thought to themselves, Amatsukami also appeared? Is it the leader of Akatsuki and the leader of Amatsukami who are fighting in the hidden rain village? Outside the hidden rain village, on a high ground at the other end, 2 figures wearing raincoats stood quietly in the rain. If someone came forward to observe, they would be able to see that these 2 are none other than Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, and Uchiha. Orochimaru licked his lips and said in a hoarse voice, "I didn't expect this old man to have such courage to launch a surprise attack on the Akatsuki." Hearing the faint roar of the heretic demon statue, as well as the faint dazzling golden light above the hidden rain village, Orochimaru licked his lips and said in a hoarse voice, "I didn't expect this old man to have such courage to launch a surprise attack on the Akatsuki." Uchiha also laughed and said, "Naruto-sama's plan for this surprise attack on the Akatsuki has helped us a lot. The Akatsuki has never given up on the pursuit of Orochimaru, it's just that Orochimaru is well aware of the principle that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so the Akatsuki's pursuit failed several times. However, evading the Akatsuki's pursuit time and time again is not a small burden for Orochimaru, so when he received the secret information and learned that Mai is about to launch a surprise attack on the Akatsuki, he also came to the hidden rain village, wanting to know the result of this battle as soon as possible. Feeling the violent chakra fluctuation in the hidden rain village, even surpassing the tailed beast class, as well as the strong chakra reaction around the hidden rain village, Orochimaru's face gradually darkened, and he said, I didn't expect the Akatsuki to have so many secrets. My, Cloud, and Sand Crypsis joined forces, but still fell into a bitter battle. Uchiha Maru asked with some curiosity, Orochimaru-sama, do you know who is fighting in the hidden rain village? A trace of fear flashed in Orochimaru's snake-like vertical pupils, and he said in a low voice, one of them should be the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, who has the Rinnegan. As for the other party, Uchiha Maru asked, who is the other party? After thinking for a while, Orochimaru shook his head, I can't guess who it could be. Hidden Rain Village. Hyojin, who was in the Tenseigan chakra mode, had a look of bad luck on his face at the moment. He really didn't expect that Nagato's chakra was completely connected to the outer path demon statue, so the 4-symbol seal he used during the sneak attack could isolate the 6 paths of pain that Nagato controlled through the black stick, but it couldn't cut off the connection between Nagato and the outer path demon statue. Therefore, when he condensed 4 truth-seeking balls in less than 10 seconds and activated Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion to kill Nagato once and for all, Nagato, who was still bound by the 4-symbol seal, directly used an outer path demon statue on his face. Others may not know the details of the outer path demon statue, but Hyojin was well aware of it. This outer path demon statue was the body of Jubi, which could also be said to be another form of the divine tree. Its appearance was extremely hard, and it was immune to almost any ninjutsu. Although the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion that Hyojin activated with the truth-seeking balls could barely break through the defense and cut into the outer path demon statue, it felt like a sharp knife cutting into old cowhide. It was extremely sluggish, and after a certain extent, it was difficult to continue. Once the golden sword was pulled out, the body of the outer path demon statue would quickly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even a 10-meter cut could be restored to its original state in a short period of a few breaths. Hyojin, who knew the details of the outer path demon statue, was not surprised by this. If the truth-seeking balls could completely destroy the outer path demon statue, then Sage Hagoromo wouldn't have to waste time and effort to seal the outer path demon statue in the moon, and Hagoromo's younger brother, Hamura, wouldn't have to personally guard the moon. Boom! Boom! At this time, the outer path demon statue once again waved its arms and attacked Hyojin. Wherever it passed, it left behind a mess. Buildings were swept down by the arms of the outer path demon statue, making a series of rumbling sounds. Tisk! Looking at the 2 huge arms of the outer path demon statue, as well as the shockwave mixed with countless gravel, iron, and smoke, Hyojin spat lightly. Under the mask, with the insight of the bright Tenseigan, in just a short moment, he judged that he couldn't avoid this large-scale attack that had no blind spots at all. Therefore, he didn't deactivate the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion in his hand. Instead, he used the 5th truth-seeking ball that he condensed not long ago to activate the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. Whoosh! In an instant, a hurricane was triggered from Hyojin's hand, and it met the arms of the outer path demon statue, as well as the huge shock wave that followed closely behind. Boom! The 2 huge storms intertwined, and suddenly formed a sharp whistling wind. The whistling wind formed by the compression of the 2 storms was extremely fierce. Even in the Tenseigan chakra mode, Hyojin was easily sent flying and smashed to the ground like a meteor. The huge outer path demon statue was directly overturned to the ground, and it looked extremely miserable. After using the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion to cut off the gravel and debris that fell on his body, Hyojin got up from the ruins. Because of the protection of the Tenseigan chakra, he didn't suffer any injuries, but chakra consumed a lot of energy, and he faintly felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. It's not a good idea to continue like this. Thinking of this, Hyojin fully activated the Tenseigan, and in the rain and smoke, he looked for the figure of Nagato's main body. At this time, with a slight tremor, the huge outer path demon statue also stood up, and Hyojin noticed that the wooden cart that Nagato was riding on was under the outer path demon statue. Hyojin's eyes turned cold, and immediately turned into a blue light and rushed towards Nagato. During the fight, Hyojin noticed that the villagers of the Hidden Rain Village had all gathered in the underground shelter in the southwest corner of the village. Although he has tried his best to avoid spreading the battlefield to the southwest corner of the village, the scope of this level of confrontation is not something he can decide. If this confrontation continues, sooner or later, the entire Rain Village will be affected. Therefore, he must end the battle as soon as possible. Staring at the approaching Hyojin, Nagato clapped his hands together, and roared with a distorted face, Shinra Tensei. In an instant, an extremely violent repulsive force, with the wooden cart where Nagato was as the center, spread out in all directions, sweeping away all the rubble and gravel near Nagato. Hyojin, who was flying in the air, seemed to have been hit head-on by a heavy hammer. Without any leverage, he was immediately sent flying and hit a broken wall. Hyojin, who was leaning against the broken wall, immediately looked grim, and stretched out his hand towards Nagato. Rain Wheel Manipulation. Since he can't rush over, then he will directly pull Nagato over. Under the suction of Rain Wheel Manipulation, Nagato and the wooden cart under him floated up and flew towards Hyojin. 10,000 Mammoth Tensei. Nagato was taken aback. He has always used Shinra Tensei and 10,000 Mammoth Tensei to destroy the enemy. This is the first time he has been attacked by a similar ability. Ah! In his shock, Nagato shouted. Following Nagato's shout, the Outer Path Demon statue immediately grabbed Nagato, who was flying towards Hyojin, with one hand, and punched at Hyojin, who was lying on the broken wall, with the other. This was the moment that Hyojin was waiting for. He suddenly turned over and barely dodged the attack of the Outer Path Demon statue. Using the smoke and dust raised by this attack, he activated the teleportation technique and pounced towards Nagato, who was caught by the Outer Path Demon statue. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Nagato, Hyojin no longer cared if he would destroy the samsara eyes in Nagato's eye sockets. He swung the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion in his hand with all his strength and stabbed towards Nagato, but at this moment, Hyojin suddenly realized that the corner of Nagato's mouth was slightly raised, and a smile was about to appear on his face. In an instant, a huge sense of danger descended on Hyojin's heart. But at this time, he was already unable to stop himself from pouncing at full force. So he could only secretly be on guard, ready to use the fifth truth-seeking ball to defend himself at any time. And at the same time that Hyojin felt a sense of danger, the Outer Path Demon statue opened its mouth, and a dragon-shaped shadow shot out from its mouth, spiraling towards Hyojin. Both of them were extremely fast, so they collided in the blink of an eye. Hyojin didn't even have time to activate the truth-seeking ball to defend himself, and the dragon-shaped shadow passed through his body. Not only that, but when the dragon-shaped shadow passed through his body, it even grabbed his spiritual body and tried to pull it out of his body. Hyojin's body stagnated, and a dull expression appeared on his face. But soon, this dullness dissipated, and he regained his consciousness again. Although his expression was solemn, there was no panic. Unlike ordinary ninjas, Hyojin, who has the Tenseigan, is familiar with the spiritual body, and is not inferior to Nagato, who has the Rinnegan. So after being attacked by the soul, he only froze for a moment, and then recovered, and fully activated the Tenseigan chakra into the spiritual body, and wrestled with the dragon-shaped shadow. Nagato, who was caught by the Outer Path Demon statue, froze before the smile on his face could fully spread. He never thought that someone could actually reach the Phantom Dragon 9 seals that he launched with the help of the Outer Path Demon statue, and he unconsciously muttered, This, how is this possible? After a short period of shock, Nagato roared with a ferocious expression, Go to hell. In an instant, Nagato frantically injected his Rinnegan chakra into the Outer Path Demon statue, and urged the dragon-shaped shadow to tear Hyojin's spiritual body with all its might. Hyojin also went all out, patting the gourd artifact on his waist, and removed the seal on the artifact. Using his own chakra, he is indeed no match for Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, but he still has the dragon vein. As the seal on the gourd was lifted, the amount of chakra's amount injected into Hyojin's body by the dragon vein increased by more than 10 times. In just a short moment, the nearly depleted chakra in Hyojin's body was once again replenished. At this time, Hyojin carefully observed the dragon-shaped shadow that was trying to pull his spirit out of his body. Is this some kind of sealing technique of the Outer Path Demon statue? In his deep Tenseigan eyes, Hyojin quickly saw through the details of the dragon-shaped shadow. There was no doubt that this dragon-shaped shadow was a sealing technique that used high-intensity chakra as a medium. Its operating principle should be extraction or absorption. In an instant, a technique flashed in Hyojin's mind. That was the sealing technique that Pain used with the help of the Outer Path Demon statue after the Akatsuki organization captured the tailed beast in the body of the Akatsuki organization in the original spacetime. It's too disadvantageous to fight the sealing technique of the Outer Path Demon statue. After thinking to himself, Hyojin gritted his teeth and forced his arms to move and began to slowly form hand seals. Nagato, who was protected by the Outer Path Demon statue, was once again shocked when he saw this scene. In the past, no matter what kind of enemy, when faced with the sole attack of the 9 seals of the Phantom Dragon, there was no room for resistance at all. As long as they were touched by the dragon-shaped shadow, there was no doubt that they would die, but this mysterious leader of Amatsukami in front of him could not only use his spirit to resist the sole attack of the 9 seals of the Phantom Dragon, but he could even control his body and use his hands to form hand seals. This was unbelievable to Nagato, because when the spirit was attacked, almost everyone would lose control of their body. Soon, Hyojin completed the hand seals and pressed his hands on the dragon-shaped shadow that penetrated his body. He shouted in a low voice, "For symbol seal." As soon as his voice fell, ink-colored seals like chains extended from Hyojin's palm and spread around the body of the dragon-shaped shadow. It was as if ink-colored chains entangled the dragon-shaped shadow. Using his own spirit to resist the opponent's sealing technique is undoubtedly disadvantageous. Although Hyojin's Tenseigan chakra is very strong, the opponent is not an ordinary ninja. He has the Rinnegan chakra, which is the same level as the Tenseigan chakra, so if Hyojin uses pure chakra to fight Nagato's sealing technique, then the exchange ratio between him and Nagato chakra is likely to be 2-to-1, or even 3-to-1. Therefore, Hyojin chose to use sealing technique against sealing technique. In this way, the consumption of chakra can barely be balanced. With the appearance of the sealing technique, the dragon-shaped shadow's pulling force on Hyojin's spirit body was obviously reduced a lot. The situation began to slowly tilt towards Hyojin's side. Nagato's face stiffened. Immediately, he shouted with a distorted face, "Mortal, you want to fight against God? Well, I will let you see what the power of God is." After saying that, Nagato on the wooden carriage put his hands together, and the lines on the Rinnegan in his eye sockets suddenly shrank. The circular lines on the Rinnegan seemed to be activated, and the whole thing woke up, emitting a strange and indescribable power. The Outer Path Demon statue seemed to be resonating with this strange power. The power of the 9 seals of the Phantom Dragon immediately increased several times. The original dragon-shaped shadow suddenly increased from 1 to 9, and each of them was a lot thicker. They fiercely rushed towards Hyojin from different directions. God? Tisk, it's just SOSO. Hyojin spat lightly, and the pair of Tenseigan under the mask bloomed with a dazzling light, as if there were countless stars in his eyes. With the full stimulation of the Tenseigan, the 4-symbol seal that was infused with a large amount of Tenseigan chakra also seemed to come to life, producing new ink-colored seals one after another. At first glance, it looked like countless ink-colored hair, entangling the 9 dragon-shaped shadows that the Outer Path Demon statue spat out. In an instant, the two sides were in a deadlock. "Ah!" Nagato shouted, and the circular lines on the Rinnegan shrank violently. His pupil power surged out, causing the space in front of him to slightly distort. Hyojin also gritted his teeth, and the light of the Tenseigan became more and more dazzling, faintly penetrating the demon mask that was covered with sealing techniques, making the mask that was originally able to isolate all chakra become crystal clear, like a piece of transparent jade. The contest of pupil power between Hyojin and Nagato quickly entered the climax. Both sides were surprised to find that the other's pupil power was far above their expectations, but the situation fell into a deadlock. Whether it was Hyojin or Nagato, neither dared to withdraw their pupil power rashly. Because in a confrontation of this level, even a little bit of carelessness may lead to eternal damnation, in a deadlock. Nagato stared at Hyojin, but in his heart, there was a storm. For a long time, he has been convinced that his Rinnegan is supreme, that it is the weapon that the era gave him to change the shinobi world, and that it is the most precious treasure that can make him transcend mortals and become the god of the shinobi world. And this pair of Rinnegan has never let him down. No matter who it is, even if it is Hanzo who has the title of demigod in the shinobi world, in front of his Rinnegan, all of them are nothing but ordinary ants. But today, at this moment, he discovered that his Rinnegan is not unparalleled. The eyes of the leader of Amatsukami are not inferior to his Rinnegan. Hyojin was also staring at Nagato at this moment. After this fight, a question that has been troubling him for a long time has finally been answered. Before this, Hyojin has been very puzzled, with Nagato's Uzumaki clan's undying body, as well as the various mysterious abilities of the Rinnegan. How could he not be able to heal such a trivial leg injury, not to mention the injury caused by the detonation talisman, even if his entire leg is gone, with the various techniques that the Akatsuki has mastered? It is absolutely a piece of cake to restore a pair of broken legs. It doesn't even need to involve any forbidden techniques. It is completely within the scope of medical ninjutsu. But Nagato is paralyzed, and has to rely on a wooden cart to move. This is really difficult for Hyojin to understand. And after this battle, Hyojin discovered that it is not that Nagato is unable to heal such a trivial leg injury, but that he is using himself as nourishment to continuously supply chakra to the outer Michinoku. This also made Hyojin understand why the Akatsuki in the original space-time waited for more than 10 years, waiting for Naruto's generation to fully mature before starting to collect tailed beasts. It is not that they don't want to collect tailed beasts in advance, but they can't. The outer Michinoku has not fully recovered yet. Obviously, the Akatsuki has waited for so many years for the outer Michinoku to completely recover, waiting for the outer Michinoku to fully recover, waiting for the outer Michinoku to regain the ability to absorb the 9-tailed beasts and resurrect the 10-tailed beasts. And the heavy responsibility of restoring the outer Michinoku is undoubtedly on the shoulders of Nagato alone. This is also why even if Nagato gradually adapted to the Rinnegan and has the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he still can't recover from his injuries. Oh no! After understanding this, Hyojin suddenly had a bad feeling. Because Nagato wants to restore the outer Michinoku, he is constantly supplying chakra to the outer Michinoku. This is also the reason why the seal of the 4 symbols that Hyojin used before couldn't cut off the connection between Nagato and the outer Michinoku. And because of this, the outer Michinoku has stored a large amount of chakra that Nagato has been instilling for a long time. In other words, the outer Michinoku is now a giant battery, storing a large amount of Nagato's own chakra. If the situation is bad, and Nagato's life is in danger, then Nagato will definitely transfer chakra from the outer Michinoku. After all, if he lost his life, the resurrection of the 10 tails would be meaningless and would be like the moon in the water. Hyojin thought to himself, I have to think of something. After feeling the huge amount of chakras on Hyojin, Nagato is not willing to continue fighting Hyojin with chakra. Although he still has a trump card, and can transfer chakra from the outer Michinoku, that is the result of his hard work over the years. Once it is transferred, it is equivalent to the nourishment of the outer Michinoku. All these years is wasted, and the plan to collect tailed beasts and resurrect the 10 tailed beasts will be greatly delayed. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Nagato will not take that step. Therefore, both of them are thinking of other ways to deal with each other. The first thing that came to Hyojin's mind was naturally his trump card, the truth-seeking ball. Because he has to deal with Nagato's 9 seals of the Phantom Dragon, 3 of the 5 truth-seeking balls were removed by Hyojin, and he only kept 2 for emergencies. Because the dragon-shaped shadow of the 9 seals of the Phantom Dragon has already penetrated his body and is entangled with his spiritual body, he does not dare to use the truth-seeking ball to attack the dragon-shaped shadow, afraid that it will affect his spiritual body. Therefore, the 2 truth-seeking balls are temporarily idle. Just when Hyojin is struggling to move the 2 truth-seeking balls and want to use them to attack Nagato, he suddenly found that the black rods that are stuck in Nagato's back are radiating a network of chakra again. On the battlefield in the distance, the 6 paths of pain who were buried in the ruins all regained consciousness in an instant. Among them, Tendo Pain raised his hands and shouted, Shinra Tensei. Boom, along with a loud noise, the ruins covering the 6 paths of pain were all repelled by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. On a few towers not far away, whether it is Mai, Cloud Village, or the Akatsuki, all of them noticed this change. Kakashi said with a solemn expression, did they resurrect? Jiraiya, who was more experienced, quickly noticed the clues and said in a deep voice, no, they should not be the real body. Standing on Jiraiya's shoulder, Sage Fukasaku nodded and said, little Jiraiya is right, they seem to be puppets controlled by chakra. On the side, Jishui had a worried look on her face as she thought, Senpai is right, these are puppets of the Akatsuki's leader, but why did they suddenly move? Could it be that something went wrong on Senpai's side? Since the beginning of the battle, the outer path demon statue didn't roar, and the dazzling golden light didn't appear again, so Jishui couldn't help but worry. I'll deal with them, Jiraiya said while loosening his clasped hands. At this time, red marks appeared on his face, and a lot of bumps appeared on his nose, like the bumps on the back of a frog. These small changes on his body were the characteristics of practicing Mount Miyaboku's immortal technique, and it was also the manifestation of Jiraiya successfully entering Sage Mode. Just as Jiraiya in Sage Mode was preparing to fight Pain's 6 paths, the 6 paths of Pain turned a blind eye to Jiraiya and the others. Azura, the strongest of the 6 paths of Pain, carried the animal path on his shoulder, and then threw the animal path towards the battlefield between Hyojin and Nagato. As the animal path was thrown into the distance, it didn't take long for the rest of the 5 paths of Pain to disappear in a puff of white smoke. On Suijin's side, he immediately noticed the animal path descending from the sky, and then watched helplessly as the animal path used psychic jutsu to summon the other pentapaths of Pain. Looking at the 6 paths of Pain appearing in front of him, Hyojin smiled bitterly. At this time, the sleeves of the 6 paths of Pain shook in unison, and a black stick appeared in each of their hands, and they quickly rushed towards Hyojin, who was controlled by the 9 seals of the Phantom Dragon. Hyojin could only move his hands slightly at this moment, but it was enough. He urged a truth-seeking jade to turn into an arc-shaped black shield in front of him, and used his fingers that could move to command the other truth-seeking jade to face the 6 paths of Pain. Although Nagato sensed that the black truth-seeking ball was very dangerous, he didn't control the 6 paths of Pain to deliberately avoid Suijin's truth-seeking ball. Instead, he urged the 6 paths of Pain to attack Suijin with all his strength. Although Nagato sensed that the truth-seeking ball was very dangerous, he didn't control the 6 paths of Pain to deliberately avoid Suijin's truth-seeking ball. Therefore, even though the speed wasn't fast, the truth-seeking jade easily hit the animal path and directly cut him in half. Then, under Hyojin's control, the attacking truth-seeking jade turned into a long spear, expanded its attack range, and flew up, directly scraping the Azura path and the human path, cutting them into pieces. Nagato's expression changed. Although he guessed that Hyojin's truth-seeking jade wasn't simple, the power of the truth-seeking jade and its ability to injure upon contact still surprised Nagato. Therefore, he immediately controlled the hungry ghost path to go forward and wanted to absorb the truth-seeking jade. However, the truth-seeking jade that turned into a long spear directly ignored the hungry ghost path's sealing seal, and from top to bottom, it cut the hungry ghost path in half from the middle. Greatly surprised, Nagato immediately controlled the heaven path and the Naraka path to retreat far away. Hyojin didn't want to expose the secret that the truth-seeking jade's maximum control range was less than 70 meters, so he immediately withdrew the attacking truth-seeking jade. Taking advantage of this gap, Pain immediately used the 10,000 nature summoning to absorb the remains of the 4 paths of Pain that were destroyed by Hyojin's truth-seeking jade. Then, he threw them into the mouth of the Hades summoned by the Naraka path in an attempt to resurrect the destroyed 4 paths of Pain. But after waiting for a long time, the 4 paths of Pain still didn't come out from the mouth of the Hades. Seeing that the phantasm of the King of Hell gradually dissipated, the 4 destroyed Pain did not come out. Nagato was startled and showed a surprised expression. At this time, the people of Konoha, Kumo, and Akatsuki also arrived. Jiraiya, who was in Sage Mode, was the fastest. Almost as soon as the 6 paths of Pain arrived, Jiraiya followed. Then, Jishui, Kakashi, and Guy arrived one after another, followed by Uchiha, Shinichi, and Bipajuzo of Akatsuki. Finally, the Umbu of Cloud arrived. After the 3 parties arrived, they didn't blindly attack because of the power of the Akatsuki leader and Amatsukami leader. Instead, they quietly stood in the distance and carefully observed the situation on the battlefield. Seeing that the 6 paths of Pain couldn't even hold on for a while in the hands of Amatsukami's leader, Jiraiya was speechless. Of course, the main reason why Hyojin could kill 4 paths of Pain was because the current situation was a bit special. In fact, because he used the Tenseigan chakra mode to condense the truth-seeking ball, whether it is maintaining the truth-seeking ball or controlling it, it is very strenuous for him, far less than a normal 6-path level powerhouse. Because of this, the speed of the truth-seeking ball controlled by Hyojin wasn't very fast. If it wasn't for Nagato being too eager to kill him and ignoring the threat of the truth-seeking ball, it would be almost impossible for the 6 paths of pain to be hit by the truth-seeking ball under normal circumstances. What's more, the maximum range of control of Hyojin's truth-seeking ball was only 60 meters, less than 70 meters, and the longer the distance, the more difficult it was to control. Therefore, as a defensive method, the truth-seeking ball was a trump card in Hyojin's hand, but as an offensive method, the truth-seeking ball was far inferior to the golden wheel reincarnation explosion and the silver wheel reincarnation explosion. However, Jiraiya didn't know these objective reasons. What he saw was that Hyojin easily killed the 4 paths of pain, so he was also very afraid of Amatsukami. Nagato. Then, Jiraiya recognized Nagato, who was protected by the heretic demon statue, and a look of realization appeared on his face. After realizing that the 6 paths of pain were actually 6 puppets, Jiraiya guessed that there must be someone secretly controlling the 6 paths of pain, and now that he saw Nagato, it was self-evident who was controlling the 6 paths of pain. Fukasaku looked at Nagato, who was protected by the outer path demon statue, and then looked at Hyojin, who was being torn apart by the 9 seals of the phantom dragon, and said in a deep voice, "These 2 people are very strong, the chakra reaction on them is not any weaker than the tailed beast." Fukasaku asked, "Little Jiraiya, who are they?" Jiraiya explained, "The red-haired one is called Nagato, the disciple with the Rinnegan that I mentioned before. He should also be the real leader of Akatsuki. Judging from the clothes and the mask, the one fighting with him should be the leader of Amatsukami, Yamato." On the side, Guy sighed with emotion, "I didn't expect that Amatsukami would suddenly attack Akatsuki." Kakashi said with some fear, "Fortunately, they are on opposite sides, otherwise, if these 2 organizations join hands." Kakashi didn't finish his words, but everyone present understood that if these 2 people join hands, the ruling position of the 5 great shinobi villages in the shinobi world would be in jeopardy. Everyone's attention was attracted by the fierce battle between the leaders of Amatsukami and Akatsuki, and they didn't notice the worried look on Jishui's face at the moment. Even a layman can see at a glance that the battle between Hyojin and Nagato has fallen into a stalemate, and in contrast, Hyojin, whose chakra's chakra is tied down by the 9 seals of the phantom dragon, is in a more passive position. On the other side, Shinichi's eyes flashed as he watched the battle intently. He was wondering if he should step forward and help Hyojin at this time and completely eliminate Nagato, but looking at the outer daimon golem protecting Nagato, he hesitated for a while. He can't say why, but his intuition tells him that the outer daimon golem in front of him is not something he can easily deal with. Bipajuzo, on the other hand, was secretly on guard against Jiraiya and the others, and had no intention of stepping forward to help Nagato, because he knows very well that this level of battle is not something he can easily intervene in. On the battlefield. Is it his chakra that interfered with my technique? Nagato suspected that it was Suijin's chakra that interfered with him, causing the failure of the Hyuga technique. The resurrection failed, and the 4 paths of pain were destroyed. Therefore, he once again used the Hyuga technique. In an instant, under the control of the Black Rod, the path of hell followed Nagato's will, and once again summoned King Yama. As the phantom of King Yama rose from the ground, everyone in the field looked over. However, the bloody mouth of the phantom of King Yama opened for a long time, but the destroyed 4 paths of pain still didn't come out. No, it's because of that black ball. Nagato quickly realized that it was not his technique that had gone wrong, but the black ball that destroyed the 4 paths of pain was strange. The truth-seeking jade, which contains the 7 attributes of yin-yang, 5 elements, and chakra, can directly and completely decompose objects on the material level, whether it is the physical body or the spiritual body, there is no exception. Only the chakra of the 6 paths of pain, or the mastery of immortal techniques, can compete with it. Therefore, the 4 paths of pain were completely destroyed by truth-seeking, and even the technique of the path of hell could not repair them. On Hyojin's side, after noticing the appearance of Jiraiya and the others, he understood that he had to find a way to escape. After all, he was now the leader of Amatsukami, and Amatsukami was one of the urgent targets of the village, so it was difficult for him to judge whether Jiraiya would attack him or not. In addition, the numbness in his body was getting worse. This numbness was not caused by his spiritual body being torn apart by Nagato's 9 seals of the phantom dragon, but because he had absorbed too much chakra of the dragon vein. This was because the dragon vein chakra contained a large proportion of nature energy. It was fine to absorb a small amount, but once he absorbed too much, it would cause the nature energy to continuously accumulate in his body. For Hyojin, who had yet to master immortal techniques, the nature energy accumulated in his body not only could not help him, but it was also a poison that would kill him. If the nature energy accumulated in his body exceeded the limit that his body could withstand, his body would become one with nature due to the excessive absorption of the nature energy, and he would fall into a state of petrification. In other words, if Hyojin mastered immortal techniques, then the dragon vein would be the strongest tailed beast, and it would be able to leave 9 tails behind. This was because the dragon vein chakra itself contained nature energy, which allowed Hyojin to skip the process of absorbing nature energy and instantly enter immortal mode. Moreover, he could maintain this state for a long time. However, if Hyojin did not master immortal techniques, then the dragon vein would be of less help to him than all the tailed beasts. Just as Hyojin was secretly thinking of countermeasures, Jiraiya, who had already entered immortal mode, made his move. After some careful observation, Jiraiya noticed that Hyojin and Nagato were in a stalemate. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. This was the best time for him to deal with the Akatsuki and Amatsukami in one fell swoop. If he missed this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to deal with these two godlike experts again. Therefore, Jiraiya suddenly jumped to a high ground and said in a low voice, "Immortals, please." Croak croak croak. The two immortals immediately nodded. Immediately, their abdomens bulged, and a wave of breathtaking frog croaks came from their mouths. Seeing this, Hyojin secretly said, "Oh no." Jiraiya's Genjutsu in immortal mode left a deep impression on Hyojin. Although he can't remember the specific name of this technique, he knows that this Genjutsu is launched through sound as a medium. In other words, whether it is his Tenseigan or Nagato's Rinnegan, they are not immune to this non-pupil type of Genjutsu. After a moment of daze, when Hyojin came back to his senses, he found himself in an illusory space similar to the esophagus of a toad. Glancing around slightly, Hyojin's face sank. At this time, he was surrounded by 4 big toads, one holding a sword and the other hand outstretched. The outstretched hands of these 4 big toads intersected, forming a barrier, trapping Hyojin inside. Of course, Hyojin is not the only one trapped. Nagato is also next to Hyojin at the moment, in the same situation as him, also under the Genjutsu, and his consciousness fell into this illusory space controlled by Jiraiya. Trapped in this narrow space, Hyojin and Nagato looked at each other. The scene was a bit awkward for a while. At this time, Jiraiya's voice came from all directions. "Nagato, as long as you are willing to turn back, I can guarantee your safety and persuade the village to accept you." Until now, Jiraiya has not given up on Nagato. Nagato, who was trapped in the illusion, did not panic. He looked around indifferently. "Teacher Jiraiya, you should know very well that this is impossible." Jiraiya sighed softly. For Jiraiya, a master and disciple killing each other is too cruel, but if he has to make a choice between Maya and Nagato, Jiraiya can only give up on Nagato. Then, Jiraiya said to Hyojin, "Yama, you are a wanted criminal in the village, and your Amatsukami organization has committed many crimes. I have to kill you here." Hyojin also has a calm face, and said lightly, "If you can do it, you can try." In the real world, Jiraiya took out a scroll, from which he summoned 2 huge stone swords, and slowly walked towards Hyojin and Nagato. Because both of them are under the illusion, Nagato's 9 seals of Phantom Dragon and Hyojin's 4 symbols seal were unknowingly lifted. Then, Hyojin unconsciously exited the Tenseigan chakra mode, and the 2 truth-seeking balls around him also dissipated, and the outer Tao demon statue that was protecting Nagato also disappeared in a burst of white smoke. It can be said that Hyojin and Nagato are in a state of defenseless at the moment. Even a genin who just graduated from a ninja school can easily kill them at this moment. But at this time, Jiraiya is not the only one present. Almost after he successfully used the illusion to attack Hyojin and Nagato, Jishui and Shinichi, as well as Konan in the air, attacked at the same time. Konan, who has been paying attention to Nagato, was the fastest. She fell from the sky like an angel, directly wrapped Nagato and Tendo Pain, who lost control and fell to the ground with a paper release. While lifting them into the air, she controlled the paper to attack Jiraiya. Countless pieces of paper fluttered about like snowflakes, causing the battlefield to descend into chaos. Jiraiya had to stop, temporarily inserted the two giant stone swords in his hands into the ground, then made a hand seal and used immortal technique Great Flame Bomb. In the flames, Jishui and Shinichi rushed towards Hyojin at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and guessed that the other had the intention of rescuing Hyojin, so while pretending to resist, they advanced to Hyojin's side. After getting close to a certain range of Hyojin, Jishui and Shinichi secretly tried to dispel the illusion on Hyojin one after another, but found that ordinary methods can't dispel Jiraiya's illusion at all. Jishui frowned. Is Jiraiya-sama's illusion so powerful? Shinichi thought to himself, strange, it can't be dispelled? Knowing that the opportunity is limited and can't be delayed any longer, Jishui made up his mind and activated the Manjikyu Sharingan, and then took advantage of the short gap when his back was facing everyone. He directly used the Manjikyu Genjutsu on Hyojin. There are many ways to dispel Genjutsu, and covering one Genjutsu with another Genjutsu is a very high-end method to dispel Genjutsu, but the requirement of the caster's mastery of Genjutsu is extremely high. Looking at the entire shinobi world, I'm afraid that only two Manjikyu Uchiha can use their own Genjutsu to cover Jiraiya's Genjutsu. In an instant, with the rapid rotation of the Manjikyu Sharingan, Jishui's Sharingan Genjutsu finally covered Jiraiya's Genjutsu, barely taking the control of Jiraiya's Genjutsu from Jiraiya's hands. At the same time, in the Genjutsu space, Jiraiya said to Hyojin, no one can dispel this Genjutsu, you can't escape. Before Jiraiya's voice fell, Hyojin's figure gradually blurred. Jiraiya was taken aback, what's going on? Hyojin naturally understood what happened, so the corner of his mouth curled up, and said to Jiraiya and Nagato, excuse me, you too. In addition to Jishui and Shinichi, Hyojin actually has a backup plan, and that is the Ryumyaku that lives in the gourd artifact around his waist, so he is not too worried about falling into Jiraiya's Genjutsu. As long as he can delay enough time, the Ryumyaku will be able to drag his consciousness out of Jiraiya's Genjutsu space. In contrast, Nagato is very passive in this aspect. Outer Path Golem is just a body without a soul, so although Outer Path Golem has the function of a tailed beast in many aspects, it can't awaken Nagato who is trapped in the Genjutsu. With Jiraiya in Sage Mode taking the lead to attack, followed by Konan, Jishui, and Shinichi, the onlookers also attacked one after another, and a melee immediately broke out. In order to rescue Nagato, Konan directly confronted Jiraiya. The two Manjikyu Sharingan possessors in the field, Uchiha Jishui and Uchiha Shinichi were fighting next to Hyojin. It seemed like they were fighting, but in fact, they were guarding Hyojin at a close range. Bipa. Juzo, the only remaining member of the Akatsuki, was suffering. Kakashi, Guy, and a large number of Cloud Umbu members stared at him, surrounded him, and started beating him up. Unlike the previous confrontation between Hyojin and Nagato, the current battlefield has a bit of the appearance of a shinobi war. All kinds of kunai and shuriken, fire release, wind release, water release, and other ninjutsu emerged one after another. In just a short time, the whole battlefield has become a mess. There is no doubt that Jiraiya in Sage Mode is the strongest person present besides Hyojin and Nagato, coupled with the two-toed sages on his shoulders. In terms of combat power alone, whether it is Konan who has mastered paper release, or Jishui and Shinichi who have Manjikyu Sharingan, none of them are his opponents in a melee. After turning over and barely dodging Konan's paper release attack, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Konan, who has mastered paper release, has unparalleled mobility, even in Sage Mode. It is not so easy for Jiraiya to hurt her, so Jiraiya deliberately exposed a flaw, and immediately looked for an opportunity. Toad Oil Bomb. Fiercely opening his mouth, Jiraiya sprayed a large amount of toad oil. The sticky toad oil, like a flying arrow, instantly hit Konan in the air, drenching her whole body. Konan's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. This sticky toad oil is very effective against paper release. Once she is stained with toad oil, her paper release can no longer be used as before. After succeeding, Jiraiya did not continue to attack, but stopped and shouted, Konan, I know you are not a madman who is eager for war. Turn back. If you continue like this, you will drag the whole shinobi world into hell. Konan said coldly, Jiraiya-sensei, you have not experienced pain, you will not understand. After saying that, Konan spread her wings and rushed straight towards Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya knew that something was wrong, and quickly dodged. Boom! Boom, just as Jiraiya dodged, little Nan's body fiercely slammed into his previous position. Soon after, his entire body exploded, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust with a loud bang. Paper clone. Jiraiya frowned, only now did he realize that Conan, who was drenched by his toad oil, was just a paper clone. At this time, Conan's body has already flown into the air and met up with Nagato, who was previously held in the air by him using paper release. From the beginning to the end, Conan didn't have any intention to fight with Jiraiya. Because Conan is very clear that Nagato is the key to everything, as long as Nagato is awakened, whether it is Jiraiya or the leader of Amatsukami, there is nothing to fear. Therefore, she deliberately revealed a flaw to attract Jiraiya's attention, just to find an opportunity to rescue Nagato and dispel the genjutsu for Nagato. However, after some attempts, Conan quickly fell into the same embarrassment as Jishui and Shinichi. Ordinary means of dispelling genjutsu simply can't dispel the genjutsu cast by Jiraiya and the two sage, and Conan doesn't have the same attainments in genjutsu as Jishui, so she can't dispel Nagato's genjutsu through genjutsu. On the other side, after getting rid of Jiraiya's genjutsu, Hyojin once again entered the Tenseigan chakra mode without hesitation. In an instant, the sky-blue Tenseigan chakra once again wrapped around his body, and his whole body slowly floated in the air, overlooking the battlefield like a god. Either to cover Hyojin's identity, or to protect his undercover identity from being exposed. At this time, both Jishui and Shinichi stopped fighting and tacitly retreated far away. At first glance, it seems that the two of them were frightened by Hyojin's power and didn't even have the courage to fight. Both Jishui and Shinichi are the possessors of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and both of them are well-known figures in the shinobi world. But such a strong person didn't even have the courage to fight with the leader of Amatsukami, and retreated in panic. This undoubtedly affected the others, causing everyone in the melee to tacitly stay away from Hyojin's position. Seeing that a vacuum zone has inexplicably formed around him, so no one dared to approach him, Hyojin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he is actually holding on, his entire left arm is numb, and the numbness is spreading to his shoulder, and the feeling in his legs is gradually fading. There is no doubt that his body has become petrified after absorbing too much Ryumyaku chakra. But Hyojin can't escape now, nor can he show his fear, he can only grit his teeth and hold on. Because this is the last and best opportunity to deal with Nagato. After all, Nagato, who has fallen into Jiraiya's genjutsu, no longer has the protection of the Geto Golem, and only Conan is by his side. If he misses this opportunity, then the whole raid will become meaningless, and the combat information of his Tenseigan will also be leaked in vain. Just a little bit more. Hyojin locked on Nagato, who is held in the air by a piece of paper in the distance, while silently mobilizing the Tenseigan chakra in his body, trying to condense the truth-seeking ball again. With his current physical condition, he knows very well that it is very dangerous for him to maintain the Tenseigan chakra mode, let alone condensing the truth-seeking ball. Because his own chakra has long dried up, and using the Ryumyaku chakra will only further aggravate the petrification of his body. Therefore, even if he is already risking his body, the speed of condensing the truth-seeking ball is far less than before. At this time, the battlefield has fallen into a strange state. Conan, who is in the air, can't dispel Nagato's genjutsu, so she can only vigilantly guard against Hyojin and Jiraiya. Of course, she is more vigilant against Hyojin. After all, Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode can also fly like her, and can easily attack Nagato's body in the air. And because he is afraid of Hyojin's terrifying strength, Jiraiya, who is in the sage mode, doesn't dare to act rashly, so he can only pay attention to Conan and Hyojin. Because Hyojin has to condense the truth-seeking ball, and at the same time, he also has to fight against the petrification of his body, so on the surface, he seems to be calm, as if victory is in his grasp, but in fact, he is very nervous. At this moment, if there is a Jonin who is not afraid of death coming to fight him, he may not be able to deal with it. And so, the three representatives of Amatsukami, Akatsuki, and the allied forces are facing each other. Time passed, and after a while, Hyojin finally finished condensing the truth-seeking ball, and a black truth-seeking ball slowly flew out from between his eyebrows. If one observes carefully, they can see that there is a big difference between this truth-seeking ball and Hyojin's previous truth-seeking ball. Compared to the previous truth-seeking ball, this truth-seeking ball is obviously smaller, and there is a slight fluctuation on its surface. Others may not understand what this means, but Hyojin himself knows that the surface of a perfect truth-seeking ball should be smooth and calm, and the phenomenon of fluctuation can only mean one thing, and that is, the nature of this truth-seeking ball is not stable, and there is a possibility that it will collapse at any time. Staring at the truth-seeking ball in front of him, Hyojin said to himself, "Big brother, you must hold on." Unlike Hyojin, who is trembling in fear and afraid that the truth-seeking ball will collapse on its own, seeing the truth-seeking ball fly out from between Hyojin's eyebrows, whether it is Conan in the air or Jiraiya on the ground, everyone's expression changed. Both of them saw how the truth-seeking ball killed the quadruple path of pain in an instant, and they know that this seemingly ordinary black ball actually contains a terrifying power. Not to mention resisting it. They can't even touch it. Immortal Fukasaku shouted, "Little Jiraiya, be careful." Jiraiya nodded, but he has a feeling that the other party's target might not be him, but Nagato in the air. At this time, Hyojin slowly raised his right hand that is not petrified, and with a light clench, the truth-seeking ball turned into a shining golden sword and landed in his right hand. With the activation of the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, the chakra in his body was instantly sucked out, and a large amount of Dragon Vein chakra surged into his body again, causing a large area of his right hand to be petrified. Am I courting death a little too much? Hyojin's heart was trembling with fear, but he still maintained a calm expression on his face. He collected his thoughts and said calmly to everyone present, "It's time to end this farce." After saying that, he did not dare to waste a moment. He immediately waved the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion in his right hand and slashed at Nagato in the distance. He no longer cared about the Eye of Reincarnation. If he could not completely eliminate Nagato, he might not even be able to escape, let alone collect the spoils of war. Swoosh! As Hyojin's sword slashed down, the dazzling golden light from the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion was like sunlight piercing through layers of dark clouds, falling from the sky and sprinkling on the ground. In an instant, before Conan could even react, the golden sword slashed at Nagato, who was wrapped in paper, behind her. Boom! With a loud bang, the paper and the sawdust exploded into a ball. Conan's paper couldn't resist the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion at all. It was no different from an ordinary piece of paper. Although the wooden cart under Nagato was specially made, it was also broken into pieces in an instant. Conan turned her head stiffly in disbelief. Elder Nagato, when the smoke and dust dispersed, half of Nagato's body fell from the sky. Conan immediately flapped her wings and flew up, catching Nagato in midair. At this time, because of the severe external injuries, Nagato had already broken free from the control of Jiraiya's illusion through his own ability and regained consciousness. While coughing up blood, he said weakly to Conan, "Don't worry about me. Take my eyes and leave." Conan didn't hear what Nagato said at all. She was concentrating on checking Nagato's injuries. She found that Nagato had been cut in half from the base of his thigh. Everything below the base of his thigh was gone. His organs are not damaged. He can still be saved. Conan was overjoyed. She hurriedly used the paper to cover Nagato's wounds and barely stopped the bleeding for Nagato. Many injuries that were fatal to ordinary people could be saved for the Maelstrom clansmen. Nagato glanced at Hyojin out of the corner of his eye and immediately said to Conan, "It's useless. You are no match for him. Take my eyes and run." It was not that Nagato didn't have the slightest combat power at the moment. He was just confused by Hyojin's calm appearance. He felt that he was no match for Hyojin. Conan shook her head. Yahiko was dead. Nagato was the last pillar of her life. If even Nagato died, then she would lose the meaning of living. So she looked at Hyojin with a murderous look and said, "At worst, we will die together." In fact, Conan still had a trick up her sleeve. But this preparation was not for outsiders, but specifically for Obsidian. Since Obsidian intervened in the Akatsuki organization, she had begun to prepare. Once it was launched, she could guarantee that no one present would be spared, on the ground. Looking at the golden sword flying across the sky, Jiraiya's face was dull. He murmured, "What ninjutsu is this?" Immortal Fukasaku, who was on his shoulder, pondered for a moment and said, "The aura of nature on that Yama seems to be getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid he has also mastered some kind of immortal technique." On the other side, Immortal Shuriken nodded and said, "The child's father is right. This level of aura of nature can't be wrong." It must be an immortal technique. But I don't know what kind of immortal technique it is. It doesn't look like it's from the Ryuchi cave or the Shikatsu forest. Listening to the conversation between the two immortals, Jiraiya's forehead was sweating. The leader of Amatsukami was already a god in his normal state. If he also mastered immortal techniques, then Jiraiya really didn't have the confidence to defeat him. Just when Jiraiya was becoming more and more afraid of Hyojin's face was gloomy. It's a bit off. Fortunately, he had the mask to cover it. Otherwise, everyone present would be able to see the exasperated expression on Hyojin's face. Because of the sudden petrification of a large area of his right hand that was wielding the sword, there was a slight deviation when he controlled the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. Although he still managed to hit Nagato, he didn't manage to hit his vital parts, leaving Nagato alive. As the sword slashed down, his Golden Will reincarnation explosion instantly disappeared, and the truth-seeking ball also collapsed. He no longer had the strength to make a second slash. At this time, Konan slowly landed on the ground with the injured Nagato in her arms. She was ready to launch the final attack without hesitation. But at this moment, Zetsu poked his body out of the ground and said, "Leave Nagato to me." Konan frowned and immediately looked at Nagato. Nagato didn't hesitate and nodded. Soon, a white Ju clone emerged from the ground and wrapped Nagato's injured body like a coat. Nagato, who had lost both his legs, actually stood up by relying on this white Ju clone. At the same time, a twisted whirlpool suddenly appeared beside Nagato. Then, a masked man covered in blood walked out of the whirlpool. With the strange appearance of Obsidian and Zetsu, as well as Nagato standing up again with the help of Zetsu's doppelganger, the melee in the field gradually stopped, and the three forces gathered together. On the Akatsuki's side, Zetsu, Konan, Shinichi, and Bippa surrounded the two core members of Nagato and Obsidian. On the coalition army's side, Jiraiya in Sage mode was the leader, while Mai's Team 11 and the rest of the Cloud Umbu stood behind Jiraiya. On the Amatsukami's side, there was only Hyojin, but even so, no one dared to underestimate him. He stood there alone, and his aura was even stronger than the other two forces. There is no doubt that with the sudden appearance of Obsidian and Zetsu, the situation in the field has been reversed. Nagato, who has not completely lost his combat power, and Obsidian, who has strange and unpredictable abilities, made the Akatsuki's side become the strongest force in the field. Hyojin didn't make any unnecessary movements and still stood quietly in the same place. In fact, the Golden Will reincarnation explosion just now failed to completely kill Nagato. He has already lost the last chance to kill Nagato. Regardless of whether Obsidian comes or not, he can't kill Nagato. Therefore, at this moment, he is no longer thinking about killing Nagato and seizing the Rinnegan, but how to get out of here. Under the mask, Kuroto glanced at Nagato, Obsidian, Zetsu, and Konan, who are a threat to him, while thinking about how to get out of this situation. Nagato is injured, and even with the protection of Zetsu's doppelganger, Nagato's mobility should be greatly affected. But Obsidian, Zetsu, and Konan are the top few in the shinobi world in terms of mobility. Once they perceive Hyojin's current situation, it will be difficult for Hyojin to escape. Feeling the paralysis spreading in his limbs, Hyojin's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, with the coalition army on the side, they probably won't want to fight me to the death. Hyojin is very clear that he must maintain his image as the leader of Amatsukami in order to have a chance to escape. Otherwise, with most of his body paralyzed and unable to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, he will definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of Obsidian and Konan. After making up his mind, Kuroto took the initiative to break the silence and said lightly to Nagato, "You should be very clear that you are not my opponent, and these subordinates around you will not be able to save your life." Nagato, whose body was wrapped by Zetsu's doppelganger, gradually regained some color on his face. He stared at Hyojin with a solemn expression and asked, "Why did you attack our Akatsuki? What is your purpose?" Listening to Nagato's question, Obsidian was surprised. According to his understanding of Nagato, who claims to be a god, would never ask such a question to show weakness. Nagato's style of doing things is only one, and that is, those who obey will prosper, and those who resist will perish. In surprise, Obsidian gradually narrowed his eyes, staring at Hyojin while secretly thinking, who is this leader of Amatsukami? How can he make Nagato so afraid of him? Because of the distance before, Obsidian could only sense that there were two powerful chakra forces fighting in the Hidden Rain village, but he didn't know the specific situation. Therefore, he knows that the leader of Amatsukami must be a powerful enemy, but how powerful is he doesn't have an accurate judgment in his mind. Hyojin's mouth curved into a smile, but he didn't answer Nagato's question. He understands that the more ambiguous his attitude is, the more it will confuse and mislead everyone's judgment, and he also hopes that the allied forces can take advantage of the gap between him and the Akatsuki to quickly rescue the Hachibi's Jinchuriki. Looking at Hyojin's calm appearance, whether it's Nagato or Obsidian, they all frowned at the same time. A powerful, unfathomable enemy with unknown intentions is undoubtedly the biggest headache for everyone. On the allied forces' side, Jiraiya's face was gloomy. The Akatsuki's reinforcements actually arrived one step ahead of their own, which made Jiraiya feel extremely absurd. According to the original plan, the main force of this raid should be 3 generations of Naruto, 4 generations of Lei Ying, and 4 generations of Kazekage, these 3 strong people who carry the name of Kage. But until now, these 3 Kage haven't shown up. Comparatively speaking, Mai and Kumo's forces are still passable, at least they have the combat power to enter the Hidden Rain village, but on the Sand Crypsis' side, not a single person has been seen so far, the entire Sand Crypsis team seems to have disappeared into thin air. At this time, Kakashi came behind Jiraiya and whispered, "Jiraiya-sama, what should we do now?" From the corner of his eyes, Jiraiya glanced at the giant sphere in the sky where the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and Toad Jien were sealed, and said in a low voice, "We have to find a way to rescue Chillabai first." Rescuing the powerful Hachibi's Jinchuriki is undoubtedly the top priority for the allied forces right now. Kakashi frowned, but Kakashi also understands that while the Akatsuki and Amatsukami are in a stalemate, it is the best time for them to break the earth-shattering heavenly star and rescue the Hachibi's Jinchuriki and Toad Jien. But the giant sphere is high in the sky, no one present, including Jiraiya, has the ability to fly, so there is no way to break the earth-shattering heavenly star in the sky. Whoosh, right at this moment, following a sharp whistling sound of wind breaking, 2 unbelievably fast figures appeared on the battlefield one after the other. The figure in front is Hirako, who is wrapped in bandages from head to toe, but at this time, he looks a little embarrassed. The bandages on his body are stained with blood, and a large area of his back is burnt, as if he was struck by lightning. Following closely behind Hirako is 4 generations Lei Ying. Yondaime Reikage was also injured at this moment, and he was panting, and his chest was heaving like a bellows. His physical strength was obviously overused, but the fierce look on his face didn't diminish at all. He glanced at the battlefield and immediately asked, "Where is Chalabi?" The Kumoanbu members immediately crowded around him, and one of them stepped forward and replied, "Lei Ying-sama, Chalabi-sama was sealed in that giant boulder by the Akatsuki's leader." Lei Ying looked at the giant sphere in the sky. "No wonder I can sense Chalabi's chakra from that giant boulder." Seeing Lei Ying has arrived, Jiraiya's face lit up with joy. He stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency Lei Ying, you finally arrived." Lei Ying glared at Jiraiya and roared, "What are you waiting for? Kill all these bastards." Jiraiya quickly stopped the angry Lei Ying and said, "Your Excellency Lei Ying, please calm down." The Kumoanbu members who have seen the strength of Hyojin and Nagato also came forward and whispered to Lei Ying about the current situation, emphasizing the strength of Hyojin and Nagato. Although Lei Ying's character is a bit reckless, he also sensed the confrontation between Tenseigan chakra and Rinnegan chakra in the Hidden Rain village, and understood that whether it is Amatsukami's leader or Akatsuki's leader, they are both stronger than him. Akatsuki's side. Hirako, who has the nether release Kekkei Genkai, quickly distinguished Nagato's identity through Chakra's detection, and understood that this is the true face of the organization's leader, Pain. He stepped forward and looked at Nagato, saying, "I thought something happened to you." Nagato's eyes were still fixed on Hyojin, completely ignoring Hirako. Following Nagato's gaze, Hirako looked at Hyojin, and his killing intent burst out. For Hirako, Nagato has given him the support and attention he needs the most, and this is precisely what he longs for the most, so within the Akatsuki, he is a die-hard supporter of Nagato. Seeing Hirako's intention to attack, Hyojin's heart trembled. What he is most afraid of now is meeting a hothead who is not afraid of death. Shinichi, who is not far from Hirako, and Ji Shuei, who is not far from Hirako, also focused their attention, preparing to intervene at any time. Although they don't think that Hirako can threaten Hyojin, but if Hirako makes a move, it is likely to completely ignite the melee, and among the three forces, only Hyojin is alone, so there is a possibility that he will suffer a loss in the melee. Stop. But just as Hirako was about to make a move, Nagato called out to him. Hirako turned around and looked at Nagato in confusion. Nagato staggered a few steps, and as he walked, he said, "Retreat, you are not his opponent, I will deal with him, you go and deal with the others." Conan followed up and said worriedly, "Nagato, your body," Nagato said decisively, "only I can compete with him, none of you are his opponent." Bang! At this time another figure descended from the sky and landed on the battlefield. He is the Three Generations Naruto, who was previously delayed by Obsidian outside the Rain Village. Because of the lack of Obsidian's convenient spacetime ninjutsu, the speed of the Three Generations is naturally much slower, and after him, several surviving My Umbu members arrived one after another. Although the strength of the Three Generations has fallen from its peak, as the head of the 5 great shinobi villages, Naruto's reputation is still unique in the shinobi world. Therefore, with his arrival, everyone's eyes were cast towards him, even Nagato stopped his footsteps, no one dares to ignore the ninja who carries the name Naruto. After a little understanding of the situation on the battlefield, the Three Generations immediately judged that this is the best opportunity to rescue Hachibi's Jinchuriki, so almost without thinking, he said to Jiraiya, "I will send you up." After saying that, without waiting for Jiraiya to agree, the Three Generations decisively threw out the Vajra wishful staff in his hand. As a disciple, Jiraiya tacitly jumped to the upper end of the Vajra wishful staff, and then with the extension of the Vajra wishful staff, he quickly flew to the sky. The plan of the Three Generations and Jiraiya was seen through by Nagato at a glance, but because of Hyojin standing quietly opposite him, he did not dare to be distracted to stop them, and in his eyes, a mere Hachibi's Jinchuriki is nothing. As long as he wants to, he can reseal the Hachibi's Jinchuriki at any time. After reaching the sky with the Vajra wishful staff, Jiraiya jumped to the surface of the giant sphere created by Chibaku Tensei and immediately shouted, "Sage Art, Super Jiraiya Rasengan." In an instant, a huge Rasengan appeared in Jiraiya's hand. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the Super Jiraiya Rasengan, which was integrated with the Sage Art Chakra, smashed a huge hole in the giant sphere. However, although a big hole was broken, Kairabi and Toad Jian were still buried deep in it, and the giant sphere showed no signs of disintegration, still quietly suspended in the sky. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya frowned. Only now did he deeply understand that the giant sphere created by Chibaku Tensei was so difficult to destroy. At the same time, he was also secretly shocked that Jishui could break the sphere in a moment and make it show signs of collapse. Immortal Fukasaku, who was worried about Toad Jian, said, "Little Jiraiya, let us do it." Jiraiya nodded, "Please." Croak croak in an instant, the two Toad Immortals on Jiraiya's shoulders took a deep breath and let out a burst of cry towards the huge hole created by the Super Jiraiya Rasengan. With the cry of the two Toad Immortals, a sound wave almost visible to the naked eye surged and poured into the hole. Crack! Not long after, cracks appeared on the giant sphere amidst the vibrations of the sound waves. As the cracks continued to intensify, the giant sphere could no longer hold on and directly disintegrated in the sky, breaking into countless pieces. Kairabi and Toad Jian, who were sealed inside, also showed their figures and fell along with the countless pieces. Noticing that Kairabi and Toad Jian had already fallen into a coma due to being sealed for too long, Jiraiya grabbed the falling Kairabi and removed Toad Jian's psychic connection. Bang! In the white smoke, the huge Toad Jian directly disappeared, avoiding the misfortune of falling into a coma and dying. As for Jiraiya, he protected Kairabi, and with the help of the falling stones, with just a few jumps, he relied on the extraordinary physical quality of the Sage Mode to safely land on the ground. After receiving the unconscious Kairabi, the 4 Generations Laying looked away, lowered his head and said, "Thank you very much." Seeing the always tough Laying bowed his head and thanked him, Jiraiya said, "Thanks to Kairabi, I was able to get out of trouble, so Mr. Laying, you don't have to thank me, I'm just returning the favor." Because of the existence of Hyojin, Jiraiya's rescue operation was not disturbed by the Akatsuki. Even if Hyojin didn't do anything and just stood there quietly, the Akatsuki didn't dare to be distracted. With the arrival of Laying and Naruto, as well as the rescue of Kairabi, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the morale of the allied forces also rose, and they were no longer in a panic. Seeing this, Obsidian said to Nagato, "Retreat for the time being." Nagato weighed the pros and cons for a while and nodded. After learning that Mai, Kumo, and Sand Crypsis are going to launch a joint raid on the Akatsuki has made preparations to temporarily abandon the Rain Village, and some of their core personnel and materials have already been transferred. Therefore, for the Akatsuki, if they retreat at this time, the only thing they will lose is the Rain Village. Soon, Konan protected Nagato and flew into the air. Obsidian and Zetsu hid separately, and Hirako, Shinichi, and Biwa Juzo also retreated together, calmly withdrawing from the battlefield. On the Allied forces' side, Liang still wanted to pursue, but was persuaded by the three generations. In this raid, the three villages suffered heavy losses, but the overall combat power of the Akatsuki organization was not significantly reduced, so the raid was a complete failure. The retreat of the Akatsuki organization was very straightforward and without any hesitation. While Hyojin was still thinking about how to deal with the retreat of the Akatsuki organization, all the members of the Akatsuki organization fled in the blink of an eye. As a result, only Hyojin and the coalition army were left staring at each other. In the face of 3 generations Naruto, 4 generations Liang, and Jiraiya in sage mode, Hyojin's heart is naturally very weak. At this moment, he has actually lost his combat effectiveness. The newborn Tenseigan chakra that he managed to squeeze out of his body with great difficulty has been used to resist the invasion of nature energy. Therefore, once the coalition army is aware of his current situation, even if Jishui betrays them on the spot, he may not be able to protect him from Naruto, Liang, and Jiraiya. What's more, in order to save Jiraiya from Nagato's Chibaku Tensei, Jishui has overdrawn the power of his Manjikyu Sharingan. At this time, Jishui can't estimate how much combat power Jishui has left. Seeing that the leader of Amatsukami is still standing in the same place, neither pursuing the Akatsuki organization nor retreating, the coalition army, who had just breathed a sigh of relief because of the retreat of the Akatsuki organization, became worried again. Sandaime, who was holding the golden staff, frowned and stared at Suijin. This time, the joint raid was a huge failure. In addition to self-blame, the 3 generations are also thinking about the strategy to deal with the Akatsuki organization in the future. In his vision, the strength of the Akatsuki organization is not something that 1 or 2 shinobi villages can deal with. Therefore, using Amatsukami to restrain the Akatsuki organization and let these 2 mysterious organizations confront each other is the only choice for the 3 generations. Because of this, even if there is only the leader of Amatsukami on the other side, the 3 generations have no intention of taking the initiative to attack, because if the coalition army fights with Amatsukami at this time, it will only benefit the Akatsuki organization. At this time, Reikage took a step forward and shouted at Kuroto, "What, do you want to fight with us? Do you still want to fight us? Well, let's see what you have." Unlike the 3 generations Naruto, 4 generations Liang obviously didn't think so much. The Akatsuki had already retreated, but Nibi's Jinchuriki was still nowhere to be seen, which made him extremely anxious. Coupled with the fact that he was restrained by Hirako just now, he had a belly full of anger, and now he wanted to vent it out. Jiraiya quickly stopped 4 generations Liang and whispered, "Liang-sama, please don't be impulsive, the natural energy of the opponent is very strong, it is likely that he is in some kind of sage mode. With my experience, ordinary ninjutsu and taijutsu won't have much effect on him at this time." Sage Fukasaku on Jiraiya's shoulder gently nodded and said with a solemn expression, "Well, little Jiraiya-sama is right, the opponent can use sage jutsu on his own, and he can control such a large amount of natural energy. If I remember correctly, the last person who can do this is the Hashirama Senju of my village, Naruto Senju." Jishui, who was on the side, felt that something was wrong. Knowing the details and personality of Kuroto, he knows that there is no need for Kuroto to stay on the battlefield at this time. The fact that Kuroto is still on the battlefield at this time can only mean one thing, that something is wrong with Kuroto's body. Facing the coalition army, Hyojin didn't panic. He knew that at this time, he needed to be calm. After a little hesitation, he said, "Everyone, I want to talk to you on behalf of Amatsukami about a deal." He needed to find a reason for himself to stay on the battlefield, so he casually proposed a deal. He didn't think about whether this deal was feasible or not, he just wanted to delay for a while because he already felt a familiar chakra. When the three generations heard this, a trace of surprise flashed on their faces, but it was fleeting, and they asked in a deep voice, "What deal?" Hyojin smiled. "It seems that your raid on the Akatsuki has failed, which means that you don't have the ability to annihilate the Akatsuki, so the deal I want to discuss with you is very simple. As long as you can afford it, Amatsukami will accept your request and assist you in annihilating the Akatsuki." The coalition army was puzzled when they heard this. They obviously didn't expect the leader of Amatsukami to throw out such a proposal. The three generations didn't agree, nor did they refuse. This kind of decision related to Mai's life and death is not something that can be decided by him alone. At this time, two figures descended from the sky and stood on both sides of Hyojin. It was Uchiha Itachi, who was wearing a black cloak and a flame pattern mask, and Sandame Kazakage Puppet, who was also wearing a black cloak and a gale pattern mask. Amatsukami's Homasubi and the mysterious magnetic release Kekkei Genkai? The eyes of the three generations narrowed, and they were secretly on guard. The other people on the coalition army side also had a solemn expression. Even the arrogant four generations Liang was no exception. Because four generations Liang had fought against this combination of Amatsukami before, at that time, he and Chalabi used the Bija beast to sneak attack them, but they didn't gain the slightest advantage, so Liang is very clear about the strength of these two members of Amatsukami. Hyojin smiled calmly and said, "The deal I just proposed, you can consider it carefully." After saying that, Hyojin waved his hand. Following Hyojin's signal, the Kazakage puppets of the three generations immediately urged the iron sand, which turned into a pair of huge black sand wings on their back, carrying Hyojin and Itachi into the air. Watching the three members of Amatsukami gradually disappear in the air, everyone on the ground including the three generations Naruto secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Check the battlefield, search and rescue the survivors." The three generations quickly issued orders to the Mai ninjas around them. Following the order of the three generations, the Mai ninjas immediately dispersed, checking the battlefield, collecting information that may have been left by the Akatsuki organization, searching for survivors and rescuing the wounded. At this time, for generations Liang also ordered the Kumo ninjas around him, search carefully, even if you have to dig out the entire rain village, find the Yujito ni. Listening to the roar of the four generations Liang, Jiraiya sighed softly. Kumo, who has always been tyrannical in the shinobi world, suffered a big loss this time. If they can't rescue the Yujito ni in the end, then Kumo will lose more than just a perfect Jinchuriki. In fact, the loss of a Jinchuriki won't hurt the village too much. After all, it's not too difficult to select a barely qualified Jinchuriki for the village. But the loss of the tailed beast is really a big blow. Even a strong shinobi village like Kumo can't bear it. From Jiraiya's point of view, since the Akatsuki knew about the Allied forces' raid in advance, it's very likely that they have already transferred the captured Yujito ni in advance. Therefore, Kumo's hope of finding the Yujito ni in the rain village is very slim. Coming to the side of the three generations, Jiraiya asked, "Sensei, where are the others?" The Mayambu who followed the three generations previously had more than 10 squads and more than 40 people, but now, including the three members of the Team 11, there are only a dozen people in the field. Therefore, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. The three generations shook their heads sadly. Jiraiya was startled for a moment, and then asked in doubt, "How could the loss be so big with you here?" At this time, the three generations' face suddenly turned red, and they coughed a few times. Seeing three generations' fingers covering their mouths, Jiraiya hurriedly asked, "Sensei, are you injured? Don't make a sound." After a pause, the three generations calmed their breathing and said in a low voice, "Do you remember the Akatsuki member wearing the one-eyed vortex mask just now?" Jiraiya nodded again and again. The strange way in which obsidian appeared was still fresh in his memory. The three generations said with a gloomy face, "He not only mastered a strange spacetime ninjutsu, but he also has the Hashirama Kekkei Genkai." What? Jiraiya was really shocked, as he was influenced by the heroic deeds of Hashirama Kekkei since he was a child. Wood release is a very sacred thing in his eyes. It can almost be regarded as the symbol of the Mai village's Kekkei Genkai. It's really hard for him to imagine that a member of the Akatsuki, who is bent on subverting the order of the shinobi world, would have this kind of Kekkei Genkai. After recovering from the shock, Jiraiya asked the three generations, "Who is he?" The three generations shook his head and said, when we fought, I tried to probe him several times, but he was obviously aware of my intentions, and deliberately used the taijutsu and throwing skills of the Uchiha clan. As a renowned ninjutsu doctor in the shinobi world, the three generations can see a lot of important information that others can't pay attention to. However, because Obsidian kidnapped Naruto and framed Jishui with the intention of provoking internal strife between the village and the Uchiha clan, the three generations subconsciously ruled out the possibility that Obsidian is a member of the Uchiha clan, so when he fought with Obsidian, the Uchiha style that Obsidian showed in the battle was all misunderstood by the three generations as Obsidian's intentional action. Jiraiya guessed, is he a member of the Senju clan? The three generations said solemnly, it is also possible that he transplanted the cells of Hashirama. Didn't the previous transplantation experiments of the Konoha clan all fail? After a pause, Jiraiya said to himself, even my clan can't do it, how can they? Halfway through his words, Jiraiya also stopped, because he remembered that Hiriko's face had changed beyond recognition, and that Hiriko didn't even greet him. Hiriko even developed the Chimera technique, a forbidden technique that can devour the Kekkei Genkai, so successful transplantation of the cells of Hashirama clan doesn't seem to be impossible. Jiraiya said, we must inform Tsunade Kagura of this matter. The three generations also nodded. As the descendant of the bloodline of Hashirama clan, Tsunade Kagura is indeed qualified to know about the reappearance of Wood Release in the shinobi world, and perhaps she can use this matter to persuade Tsunade Kagura to return to the Mai clan. On the other side, Kakashi pressed his hands on the ground and shouted, summoning technique. Bang! After a burst of white smoke, 8 shinobi of different sizes appeared in front of him. At this time, Kakashi said to the shinobi, please help me look for Kuin, he is probably buried under these ruins. Hyojin? Puck stuck out his tongue and said with some embarrassment. That guy always likes to hide his smell, even if it's us, it will be very difficult to find him. Kakashi had no choice but to say, please. Parker looked around and said, there are ruins everywhere. Which ruins is he under exactly? Hearing this, Kakashi looked at Jishui on the side. Jishui had no choice but to vaguely point at the ruins of the tower where Hyojin was before and said, it seems to be over there. Just when the members of Team 11 were trying to search for Hyojin in the ruins, in the sky, Hyojin said to Itachi, it's not appropriate for me to show up now, you disguise yourself as me and sneak into the Hidden Rain village to meet up with Jishui. Itachi asked with some concern, Kuroto-san, is your body okay? Although the Sharingan doesn't have the ability to overdraw, Itachi can sense that there is a big problem with Hyojin's body just by feeling it. Hyojin said calmly, it's not a big problem, I can solve it myself, but I need you to pretend to be me for a while. Shapeshifting jutsu is indeed the foundation of a ninja, and most ninjas can use it, but if you want to hide from strong people like Naruto and Jiraiya of the three generations, it's not something that can be done by just anyone. In the village, those who can use shapeshifting jutsu to disguise as Hyojin and hide from Naruto of the three generations are probably only a few people like Jishui and Itachi who have the Manjikyu Sharingan and can see through all the details. Itachi no longer said anything and immediately jumped down from the Kazekage puppets of the three generations. Itachi can't fly at high altitudes, but it's not difficult for him to land from high altitudes, so there's no need for the Kazekage puppets of the three generations to risk landing. After Itachi left, Hyojin pondered for a while and immediately ordered the Kazekage puppets of the three generations to slightly change their direction. Like Jiraiya and others, Hyojin is also very curious about what is going on with the Sand Crypsis. How can there be no trace of a ninja from the Sand Crypsis after such a big battle? Following Hyojin's orders, the Kazekage puppets of the three generations flew towards the attack area that the Sand Crypsis is responsible for. At high altitude, Hyojin barely opened his Byakugan and scanned the ground. He saw that the ground was full of potholes, corpses were scattered everywhere, blood and rain intertwined, dyeing the puddles on the ground into a light red color. It seems that the Sand Crypsis has also been blocked. As soon as he finished sighing, Hyojin found a familiar figure. That person was none other than the 4 generations of Kazekage of the Sand Crypsis, but at the moment, the 4 generations of Kazekage was very miserable, his left arm was missing, lying in the puddle, whether he was alive or dead was unknown. Not far from Yondaime Kazekage, there was another sturdy fat man lying on the ground. The fat man was dressed as a mist ninja. He was also lying on the ground covered in blood, and beside him was a large sword that seemed to be made out of shark skin. Opening his field of vision, Hyojin then found that there was a mist ninja who was limping further away, as if he was seriously injured and was slowly moving away from the distance. Hyojin's expression changed. Is it the Jinchuriki of the Mist Village? The mist ninja who is limping and trying to leave the battlefield obviously has a huge chakra in his body. This is something that Hyojin's Byakugan only needs to glance at. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, the Mist Village has a total of 2 Jinchuriki, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki Yagura and the 6-tailed Jinchuriki Yagura. The Mist Ninja in Hyojin's vision is obviously not the Mist Village's 4 generations Mizuki Yagura, which means that his identity is undoubtedly the other Jinchuriki of the Mist Village, Yagura. The one who blocked the Sand Crypsis Brigade outside the Rain Village turned out to be a Mist Ninja, and the Mist Village even sent out their Jinchuriki. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the 3 generations Kazekage puppet, Hyojin's face gradually became gloomy. He guessed that the Sand Crypsis Brigade must have been blocked, which is why they couldn't break into the Rain Village in time, but he didn't expect that the one who blocked the Sand Crypsis Brigade would be a Mist Ninja. According to common sense, the Mist Village, which has just quelled the rebellion of the Kekiai clan, has many things to do, and it is impossible for them to take the risk of offending the 3 great shinobi villages of Mai, Cloud, and Sand Crypsis at the same time to assist the Akatsuki organization. Unless, rubbing his chin, Hyojin thought of a possibility. In the original story, after the Mist Village's 4 generations Mizuki Jigura was defeated by Itachi's Amaterasu, he fell into the hands of Obsidian and became a puppet controlled by Obsidian's Genjutsu. In this story, although Itachi did not join the Akatsuki organization, but with the infiltration of the Mist Village by Uchiha Madara for more than 10 years, and the strength of the Akatsuki organization, it is not impossible for Obsidian to secretly attack the 4 generations Mizukage and turn him into a plaything in his hands. At this thought, Hyojin lightly spat on the ground. TSK, I forgot about the Mist Village card. Hyojin didn't expect that the Akatsuki would use the Mist Village's power so blatantly, nor did he expect that the Mist Village would be able to stop the Sand Crypsis Brigade and even seriously injure the 4 generations of Kazekage of the Sand Crypsis. In fact, the foundation of the Mist Village isn't something an ordinary shinobi village can compare to. After being infiltrated by Madara Uchiha for more than 10 years, and after more than 10 years of internal strife, they experienced the largest rebellion of the Kekiai clan in the history of the Mist Village. The powerful Kekiai clan in the village were exterminated one after another, and the village's combat power was reduced by 70 to 80%. But even so, the temporary transfer of some of the manpower by the Obsidian was able to block the Sand Crypsis Brigade, which shows the depth of the Mist Village. After shifting his gaze to the great swordsman muscle that was left on the battlefield, Hyojin pondered for a while, and finally shook his head. At this time, Hyojin has completely lost his combat power, and more than half of his body has fallen into numbness, and the battlefield below is full of unpredictable dangers. At this time, it is not a wise thing to take risks for a mere great swordsman muscle. What's more, a great swordsman muscle like the great swordsman muscle doesn't match his combat style, and even if he gets his hands on it, he will most likely focus on studying it. As for the 6-tailed Jinchuriki Uchiha who fled the battlefield, Hyojin didn't pay attention to him. Although this is the best time to subdue Uchiha, but judging from the strength of Uchiha who defeated the 4 generations of Kazekage, the 3 generations Kazekage puppets around him may not be the opponent of the 6-tailed Jinchuriki. After restraining his greed, Hyojin no longer hesitated and immediately ordered the 3 generations Kazekage puppets to leave the battlefield. At the same time, on the battlefield, a figure was galloping in the rain. This person is none other than the ghost man Zabuza of the Mist 4. In the previous fight, Zabuza was facing the captain of the Sand Crypsis team, Burning Release Kekiai Genkai, Pakura. In the environment of the Hidden Rain Village, the Burning Release Kekiai Genkai is greatly restrained, and both Zabuza and Ghostman are elites who are proficient in the Mist Assassination Jutsu, so when the Burning Release meets the Water Release Ninjutsu, it becomes their natural home field, so the two of them easily blocked Pakura. However, Zabuza's mind is not on the Sand Crypsis team, so he looked for an opportunity to leave the battlefield alone. After a while, Zabuza arrived at the place where Watermelon Mountain and Uchiha joined hands to deal with the 4 generations of Kazekage. Squatting beside the seriously injured and unconscious Watermelon Mountain, Zabuza grinned and said, "Humph, to actually fight with the Kazekage to this point, what a complete idiot." After saying that, he stabbed Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon's neck with his sword, ending the unconscious boss. Then he came to the great swordsman, picked it up and played with it for a while, and said with a smile, "From now on, this great swordsman belongs to me, Ghost Man Zabuza." Then, he glanced at the dead Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost, and Jabu Zhan's eyes burned with ambition. The abnormality of the Mizukage in the village has been noticed by many mist ninjas, and Zabuza is no exception, so in his view, this is the best time to overthrow the 4 generations of Kazekage and seize the Mizukage throne. Therefore, he didn't care about the Mizukage's task at all. After tying the great swordsman to his back, Zabuza didn't even look at the injured and unconscious 4 generations of Kazekage, and quickly disappeared from the battlefield. On the other side, Jiraiya was ordered by the 3 generations of Kazekage to lead the Rain Village with a team of Myumbu to meet the Sand Crypsis Brigade outside the village. But when Jiraiya arrived at the battlefield, there were broken corpses of the Sand Crypsis ninjas everywhere. After finding a few injured people, Jiraiya quickly asked, "Where are your Kazekage and Elder Chiyo?" The injured Sand Crypsis ninja pointed to the distance. "Elder Chiyo and Sasori are fighting in that direction, Kazekage and Umbu are intercepted by the Mist ninjas." Mist Village. Jiraiya frowned and asked again, "Then who is fighting with you?" The Sand Crypsis ninja slowly said, "Kakuzu of the Takunan village, he is a monster." Mist Village, Sasori, Kakuzu. Jiraiya shook his head and said with emotion, "No wonder the Sand Crypsis Brigade couldn't break into the Rain Village." After sighing with emotion, Jiraiya didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed to the area where Chiyo and Sasori were fighting. After arriving, Jiraiya and the several Myumbu beside him sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Everywhere they looked were full of potholes from the explosion. The scale was so large and the scope was so wide that it was as if 2 ninjas of more than 100 people had fought fiercely. Walking among the countless puppet wreckage, Jiraiya was amazed. "I didn't expect the confrontation between puppet masters to be so fierce." At this time, Senran Fukasaku, who was on Jiraiya's shoulder, pointed to a pothole in the distance and said, "Little Jiraiya, go and have a look, there seems to be a life aura over there." Jiraiya nodded and immediately came to the side of the pothole with a vigilant look. He found that the one lying in this pothole was the advisory elder of the Sand Crypsis Brigade, Chiyo. After checking Chiyo's injury, Jiraiya found that although Chiyo didn't suffer any fatal injuries, her body was poisoned by a very strange poison, which is the reason why she was unconscious. Just when Jiraiya found Chiyo, Pakura, who barely repelled the ghost mermaid, also found the injured 4 generations of Kazekage. Not long after, the Sand Crypsis Brigade gathered together and followed Jiraiya into the hidden Rain Village. Before they entered the temporary command center, they heard Lei Ying's angry roar from the command center. Jiraiya explained to the 4 generations of Kazekage on the side, "The raid failed, the Akatsuki organization all retreated, there is no news of Yuki ni, so Mr. Lei Ying is inevitably a little." Without waiting for Jiraiya to finish his words, the injured 4 generations of Kazekage said gloomily, "I can understand. For a ninja who needs to make hand seals to use ninjutsu, a broken arm can be said to be a fatal blow, so the mood of the 4 generations of Kazekage is actually worse than that of the 4 generations Lei Ying." When Yondaime Kazekage fought against Watermelon Mountain and Yugao of the Mist Village, Yondaime Kazekage's victory was already in his grasp, but he didn't expect Yugao's speed to be so fast after transforming into a tailed beast. In just an instant, Yugao broke through his golden sand defense, and he didn't even have time to react before Yugao easily tore off his left arm. Soon, several high-level leaders of the Sand Crypsis Brigade entered the temporary command center. Seeing that the 4 generations of Kazekage lost his arm, the 3 generations and 4 generations Lei Ying were also quite surprised. After learning that the Mist Village actually intervened and worked for the Akatsuki organization, Lei Ying was furious and immediately threatened to attack the country of water. The 3 generations of Kazekage sighed and persuaded the 4 generations Lei Ying, "The Akatsuki organization may return at any time, it is too dangerous for us to stay here, let's leave here first." Lei Ying angrily said, "What about Yuki ni? I will never leave until I find Yuki ni." The 3 generations of Kazekage said, "Judging from the current situation, Yuki ni should not be in the Rain Village." There are many ninjas in the Alliance who are good at perception. During this period of time, they have searched the entire Rain Village, but they didn't find any trace of Yuki Ni. The Sand Crypsis suffered heavy losses this time, and they also lost a lot of face, so the 4 generations of Kazekage also didn't want to stay here for a long time, so he agreed, yes, even if we take the risk to stay here, it is meaningless, it is better to wait until we collect enough information in the future, and then formulate the corresponding rescue operation. Pakura, who was next to the 4 generations of Kazekage, also said, our operation this time is too reckless, the strength of the Akatsuki organization is far stronger than what the intelligence described, and they also have the Mist Village as a strong support, these are all things we didn't know before. The 4 generations of Kazekage heard the accusation in the other party's words, so he said, this operation was proposed by Armai, and Armai will give a certain degree of compensation for your losses. At this time, it is even more important to firmly win over Cloud and Sand Crypsis, so the 3 generations of Kazekage is very decisive and directly proposed compensation. Moreover, Cloud and Sand Crypsis have indeed suffered heavy losses. Cloud lost their Jinchuriki and Tailed Beast, even the leader of Sand Crypsis, Kazekage lost an arm, and Chiyo was poisoned and unconscious. With that said, the 3 generations of Kazekage said to Jiraiya, find Tsunade as soon as possible. I am afraid that only she can remove the poison from Chiyo's body. On Hyojin's side. After a few hours of flying at full speed regardless of the consumption of chakra, Hyojin and the 3 generations Kazekage puppets finally returned to the sky fortress located in the desert of the Land of Wind. Inside the fortress, Gaara and Xianlin hurriedly came up to greet Suijin. Looking at the pale and staggering Suijin, they asked anxiously, Sama, what happened to you? Hyojin shook his head and said with a slight smile, it's nothing, you go back to your room first, don't worry about me. After sending away Gaara and Xianlin, Hyojin went to his lounge while leaning on the wall. Tearing off his robe, Kuroto checked his body slightly and found that the petrification of his body this time is much more serious than the last time, but because of the previous experience, he basically controlled the petrification area in his limbs, so the organs of his body were not affected, and it did not hinder his body's continuous recovery of Tenseigan chakra. It seems that it will take at least a month to completely remove the accumulated nature energy in my body. After a pause, Hyojin sighed with emotion, it's a pity that I don't have a way to learn Senjutsu, it's obviously a good thing, but it has become a disaster for me. Although he can't use this nature energy, Hyojin clearly knows the value of this nature energy. After all, even the divine tree absorbed the nature energy in the earth vein to give birth to the chakra fruit that was swallowed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, allowing him to break through to Kekii Genkai in one fell swoop. After calming his mind, Hyojin sat on the bed and sorted out the gains and losses of this raid. In fact, the harvest of this raid is not much, but the biggest harvest is that the strength of the Akatsuki has been completely exposed, making everyone in the shinobi world understand that the Akatsuki is not just a traitorous shinobi organization, but a terrorist organization that is strong enough to suppress the 3 great shinobi villages of Mai, Kumo, and Sand Crypsis. As for the losses of this operation, it's quite a lot. Even if we don't mention the losses of the 3 great shinobi villages, just the losses of Hyojin's own forces are not small, the biggest of which is the leakage of his Tenseigan combat information, as well as the excessive exhaustion of Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan. Do not underestimate the leakage of information, unless you have the strength to crush the shinobi world, otherwise, once your combat information is leaked, you will inevitably be targeted in various ways. And Hyojin knows that his true strength is far from being able to crush the shinobi world. Fortunately, Hyojin's true identity has not been exposed, so there is no need to worry about the Obsidian Sharingan attacking Yuki and his friends and family. As for the exhaustion of Jishui's pupil power, Hyojin clearly saw it at the time, and although he can't accurately predict to what extent Jishui's eyesight has declined, he knows that Jishui's Sharingan is not far from losing his sight. In addition, there is another thing that makes Hyojin very concerned, that is, Nagato actually accepted White Zetsu's proposal and stood up again with the help of White Zetsu's clone. One must know that Nagato has always maintained a high level of vigilance against Obsidian Sharingan. This can be seen from the 600 billion detonation talismans prepared by Conan for Obsidian Sharingan, and this time, Nagato accepted Sharingan's help, which made Hyojin realize a possibility, that is, if Nagato absorbs the cells of Hashirama, what kind of changes will he undergo? Whether it is in the original universe or this universe, the Akatsuki organization is not a monolithic organization. There is a great estrangement between the two cores of the organization, Nagato and Obsidian. They are always on guard against each other, which makes the Akatsuki organization divided into Nagato faction and Obsidian faction. It is precisely because of this estrangement that Nagato has been controlling the external path golem, preferring to provide himself as a sacrifice to the external path golem rather than letting Obsidian intervene in the matter of the external path golem. Similarly, Obsidian has been hiding many powerful forbidden techniques, secret techniques, and various biotechnology related to the Hashirama that he inherited from Uchiha Madara and did not share them with Nagato. In the original time and space, this barrier continued until Nagato died in Konoha village, and it didn't disappear. Because both Nagato and Obsidian are arrogant and disregard others as nothing. One of them claims to be a deity and tries to suppress the entire shinobi world with his own strength and establish a perpetual and peaceful shinobi world, while the other is self-centered and ignores the will of others, trying to create a brand new dream world with the Eye of the Moon project and seek peace in that illusory dream. Without strong external pressure, it was impossible for these two people to compromise with each other. However, this time, the raid of my village, Kumo village, and Sand Crypsis village, as well as the strong intervention of Hyojin on behalf of Amatsukami, made the Akatsuki organization feel an unprecedented sense of crisis, which forced Nagato and Obsidian to put down their estrangement. Can Nagato successfully absorb the Hashirama cells? This question lingered in Hyojin's mind. Kuroto carefully analyzed the few people in the shinobi world who have successfully transplanted Hashirama cells, and found an objective rule. Except for Yamato, who had a small probability of success in the Orochimaru experiment, all the other people who have successfully transplanted Hashirama cells seem to be related to Uchiha's Sharingan. For example, the first Uchiha Madara who successfully transplanted the first generation of cells is an Uchiha with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. After successfully transplanting the Hashirama cells, Uchiha Madara not only obtained the unique Hashirama Kekkei Genkai, but also successfully evolved his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into Rinnegan when he was old and dying. The second person who successfully transplanted the primary generation cells is also an Uchiha clansman. He is the Uchiha Obsidian of the Akatsuki organization. Perhaps because Obsidian's Sharingan is only a Manjikyu Sharingan, or because Obsidian only has one Sharingan, or because Obsidian's pupil power is not enough, and he lacks Ender's chakra. In short, after the successful transplanting of the Hashirama cells, although Obsidian also gained a strong vitality, inexhaustible pupil power, and even the unique Hashirama Kekkei Genkai, the harvest is not as big as Uchiha Madara, and the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket has no sign of evolving into Rinnegan. The third person who successfully transplanted the Hashirama cells is Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Mai clan. Although he is not an Uchiha clansman, the key to his body being able to control the Hashirama cells is still the Sharingan, but because he is not an Uchiha clansman, he needs more Sharingan to balance the erosion of the Hashirama cells on his body. This is also the reason why when he used the Izanagi forbidden technique to fight with Sasuke in the original time and space, after consuming the Sharingan on his arm, the Hashirama cells immediately backfired and almost turned his body into a tree. If it weren't for the fact that he still has Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket, allowing him to barely suppress the backfire of the Hashirama cells, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to use the four symbols seal. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato has a sage body that is not inferior to the Senjutsu clan, plus he transplanted the Rinnegan which is far more powerful than the Manjikyu Sharingan. Thinking of this, Hyojin came to a conclusion: if there is anyone in the shinobi world who transplanted the Hashirama cells with the least risk, I am afraid that it is Nagato without a doubt. After all, the Rinnegan contains both Indra chakra and Ajura chakra, suppressing the Hashirama cells is simply a matter of course. Hyojin curled his lips. It's a pity that I couldn't kill Nagato before. The Uzumaki clan and the Senjutsu clan are distant relatives, and the two clans share the same origin. If traced back to the source, it can be traced back to the Sage of Six Paths in the mythological era, there is no doubt about this. Because of this, when the Senjutsu clan didn't have a suitable candidate to possess, the reincarnation of Ajura chose to possess the body of Uzumaki Naruto of the Uzumaki clan. The body of the Uzumaki clan has a strong vitality, huge chakra, and all kinds of miraculous natural seals, so they are the best candidates for Jinchuriki in the shinobi world. The previous generations of Jinchuriki of my village were all members of the Uzumaki clan. The body of the Senjutsu clan also has a strong vitality, huge chakra, and a special affinity with the divine tree. If a ninja of the Senjutsu clan can simultaneously complete the Yang chakra, water chakra, and earth chakra, then the fusion of these three attributes of chakra, they will have the ability to use the would-release Kekkei Genkai. And without the Yang chakra of the Senjutsu clan, even if others can achieve the fusion of water chakra and earth chakra, the Kekkei Genkai obtained will be the lava-release Kekkei Genkai, not the wood-release Kekkei Genkai. In other words, if one wants to use the wood-release Kekkei Genkai, one either has the bloodline of the Senjutsu clan, or transplants the Hashirama cells. If one wants to rely solely on the fusion of water chakra and earth chakra, then it is impossible to master the wood-release Kekkei Genkai under normal circumstances. Therefore, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, if Nagato transplants the Hashirama cells and obtains the body of the Senjutsu clan and fuses the Yang chakra of the Senjutsu clan, then he will have the ability to suppress the tailed beasts and have an affinity with the divine tree. In this way, not only will he be able to use the wood-release Kekkei Genkai to restrain the tailed beasts, but he will also be able to control the outer path golem, which is another form of the divine tree. Therefore, if the Senjutsu clan and the Uzumaki clan's Senjutsu body are fused together, the result will be the Senjutsu body that is closest to the Sage of the Six Paths, almost comparable to the Otsutsuki Azura who directly inherited the Sage of the Six Paths. After collecting his thoughts, Hyojin no longer thought about Nagato. No matter what kind of Senjutsu body Nagato will eventually obtain, under Hyojin's blood chain net plan, there is not much meaning. As long as Hyojin can successfully complete his blood chain net plan and fuse the yin-yang 5 elements chakra with the 7 attributes, then even if it is Otsutsuki Kagaya, he will still have the power to fight, so there is no need to be too afraid of Nagato. Right now, Hyojin's only enemy is nothing else but time, but after the previous analysis, he had an idea. If Jishui's eyesight really declines seriously to the point of blindness, then trying to let Jishui transplant the cells of the first generation is also an option. After all, if Uchiha Madara can do it, Uchiha Obsidian can do it, even Danzo can do it, there is no reason why Jishui, who has the blood of Uchiha and a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, can't do it. Of course, Hyojin will not hide the risks from Jishui, and the final choice depends on Jishui's own attitude. In the Rain Village. While the coalition forces were busy evacuating, Itachi, who turned into Hyojin, quietly sneaked in and hid under a ruin. As members of Amatsukami, Jishui and Itachi have a lot of private communication. From Jishui, Itachi learned that most of the tasks Jishui performs in the organization are not assassinations, raids, and the like, but to disguise as Hyojin and cover for Hyojin. Therefore, Itachi also asked Jishui for advice on how to disguise and the various precautions when disguising. Because of these private basic skills, Itachi easily completed the disguise task, deliberately being found by Class 11 from under the ruins, and under the cover of Jishui, he smoothly integrated into Class 11. But what Itachi didn't expect was that when they evacuated, 3 generations Naruto called him to his side and asked him if he had seen a member of the Akatsuki wearing a one-eyed vortex mask. Obviously, 3 generations hoped to use Hyojin's Byakugan to learn the true identity of Obsidian. Itachi, who didn't know anything, could only shake his head. 3 generations was a little disappointed, but he didn't blame Itachi for pretending to be Hyojin, because the strength of the Akatsuki is far beyond his expectations. In his opinion, it's already praiseworthy that Hyojin was able to keep his life. It didn't take long for the coalition forces to evacuate the Land of Rain. After returning to the Land of Fire, the 3 Kage discussed in secret for a long time, and then 4 generations Lei-ing and 4 generations of Kazekage left the Land of Fire with their remaining subordinates and returned to their respective villages. Jiraiya took the poisoned Elder Chiyo and several Sand Crypsis ninjas and once again embarked on the journey to find Tsunade. As the 3 Kage returned to their respective villages, the joint operation of Mai, Kumo, and Sand Crypsis against the Akatsuki was announced to the public. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the 3 great shinobi villages of Mai, Kumo, and Sand Crypsis. When they learned that 3 generations led the elite Umbu Umbu to join forces with Kumo and Sand Crypsis to launch a surprise attack against the Akatsuki, Mai's Council of Elders expressed strong protests, and Danzo angrily questioned 3 generations why the raid was hidden from them. Facing the anger of the Council of Elders, 3 generations was speechless. The heavy losses of the Umbu caused 3 generations' control over the village to fall to the lowest point, coupled with the loss of prestige brought about by the failure of the raid. It made it impossible for him to face the Council of Elders. Fortunately, the Council of Elders, Xianxia and Mitokiman Hamura are old acquaintances of 3 generations, and after experiencing the initial anger, they didn't continue to pressure the 3 generations. Under Danzo's butt, there is also a pile of shit. The fact that he and Hanzo joined hands to plot against the former leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, can't stand up to investigation. The current state of the Akatsuki is directly related to him, so after venting his anger, he also restrained himself. Taking a deep breath from his pipe, 3 generations said with a tired expression, "I underestimated the enemy too much this time." Xianxia frowned. "Hizen, you, Lei Ying, and Kazakage joined hands, and yet you still couldn't deal with the Akatsuki? Can a mere renegade shinobi organization stop the 3 of you?" With the establishment of the shinobi village system in the past few decades, the top 5 shinobi villages have developed the habit of only treating each other as equal enemies, and not putting other small shinobi villages or organizations in their eyes. Therefore, when Xianxia learned that the joint raid of Mai, Kumo, and Sand Crypsis failed, his first reaction was to feel that it was ridiculous. 3 generations nodded and explained the process of the raid in detail. Only omitting obsidians would release Kekkei Genkai. Danzo's eyes flickered after listening to the story, and he asked, "Hiriko was able to defeat Lei Ying by himself?" 3 generations nodded. Yes, in fact, Hiriko had the upper hand. Hiriko's Sharingan, Hakushin, Steel Release, and so on are all Kekkei Genkai. After he successfully fused with these Kekkei Genkai, he can easily use them without putting too much burden on his body. On the contrary, for generations Lei Ying's lightning release chakra mode is a high-level method of using lightning release, more like a secret technique. And if 4 generations Lei Ying wants to keep up with the strange speed of Hiriko's Hakushin and resist the absorption of Hiriko's hell release chakra mode, he would have to use the lightning release chakra mode with all his strength, and bear a great burden on his body. Therefore, as long as 4 generations Lei Ying can't quickly deal with Hiriko, then the longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for 4 generations Lei Ying. Hamura pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a deep voice, "Since we can't defeat Hiriko, then perhaps we can take advantage of the conflict between Amatsukami and Akatsuki." 3 generations nodded in agreement. He is currently thinking about how to use Amatsukami to deal with Akatsuki. At this time, Danzo also suggested, "We can no longer treat Akatsuki as an ordinary traitorous organization. We should gather the strength of the entire village and strike them with a thunderous blow." 3 generations said, "I've already notified everyone, a Jonin council meeting will be held soon." Danzo sneered and said, "After the end of the Third Shinobi World War, many ninjas from noble families in the village chose to retire, leaving us with a shortage of manpower. Hizen, this time, you should be more forceful and let these retired ninjas come out and continue to serve the village." "Yes." Xianxia and Hamura also agreed in unison. As the advisory elders, they can naturally see what Danzo is planning, but weakening the noble families in the village and supporting the civilian ninjas has always been the stance of the Naruto faction, and both of them are happy to see it happen. Moreover, the village is indeed short of manpower at the moment. This is a fact, not a random excuse. After a moment of silence, 3 generations also nodded. Just when Danzo was secretly feeling proud of himself, 3 generations suddenly looked at him and asked with a cold expression, "What are you hiding from me about the first gen cell transplantation experiment?" The guilty Danzo avoided the sharp eyes of 3 generations. Danzo has been hiding the Hashirama cell transplantation experiment from Sandaime-sama and the entire village. Even after Orochimaru's defection, the experiment was not stopped. Therefore, in the face of 3 generations' sudden questioning, Danzo found it difficult to resist. Xianxia on the side asked, "Hizen, what happened?" 3 generations said with a dignified look, "In this raid, I met a mysterious ninja who can use the would release Kekkei limit." 3 generations had a lot of speculations about the identity of Obsidian. In his opinion, the possibility of Obsidian being a ninja who successfully transplanted the first generation cell is the highest. The possibility of him being a member of the Senju clan is very low. Because even among the Senju clan, only the first-generation Naruto Hashirama can master the would-release Kekkei limit. Even the second-generation Naruto Hashirama can't use the would-release Kekkei limit. It can be seen that the would-release Kekkei limit is not an ordinary bloodline inheritance. Would-release Kekkei limit? In the next moment, Koharu and Homura were taken aback, and their thoughts flashed. Danzo said with a gloomy face, "I failed to supervise," and Orochimaru took advantage of the loophole. 3 generations didn't speak, and their eyes were still staring at Danzo. Seeing that Sandaime wouldn't let go, Danzo had no choice but to say, before Orochimaru defected, he had been carrying out the Hashirama cell transplantation experiment behind my back, and he had successfully fused with the Hashirama cells. What? Xianxia and Homura were shocked and directly stood up from the sofa. Sandaime-sama's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. 3 generations were just a little suspicious, because the root of Danzo is completely independent of his control. Many of the actions of the root, as Naruto, he didn't know, so he was worried that the mysterious obsidian may have gotten the first-generation cell from the village, or the technology related to the first-generation cell transplant from the village. He never thought that when he asked, Danzo actually hid it from him and secretly carried out the Hashirama cell transplantation experiment, and even got a child who successfully fused with the Hashirama cell. After suppressing the anger, 3 generations took a deep breath and asked, "Where is the child?" Danzo shook his head. "He was taken away by Orochimaru." 3 generations immediately said, "I want all the information about that child." There is no doubt that 3 generations mistakenly thought that the child taken away by Orochimaru is Obsidian. After all, Orochimaru was also a member of the Akatsuki, and the allied forces didn't know that Orochimaru had already betrayed the Akatsuki, so it is very reasonable that the child taken away by Orochimaru became a member of the Akatsuki. Seeing that the matter has been exposed, Danzo no longer concealed, and directly handed over the information about Yamato to 3 generations. After receiving the relevant information, 3 generations indifferently said, "Danzo, you violated the rules of the village, and secretly carried out the forbidden experiment. I punish you in the name of Naruto." From now on, the root is completely disbanded, and all the root members are under the unified command of the Umbu. Danzo angrily said, "Hizen, that is Orochimaru." Not waiting for Danzo to finish his words, 3 generations waved his hand, "Put away these tricks." Shifting all the blame to Orochimaru, who has long since defected, Shimura Danzo obviously won't be able to fool Sandaime, who has already made up his mind. Xianxia and Mito Homura glanced at each other, and finally chose to remain silent. If it was any other time, Koharu and Homura would have objected, but now that the village is facing a great threat, and Shimura Danzo has committed a serious crime, and Sandaime has taken back his power, they have nothing to say. After leaving Naruto's office with a cold face, Danzo immediately returned to the root base. In a secret laboratory in the deepest part of the base, Danzo eagerly asked a researcher who was working, "How is the experiment going?" The researcher replied, "Danzo-sama, after our experiments, we found that the Sharingan does have the ability to suppress the Hashirama cells. As long as there are enough Sharingan, the success rate of Hashirama cell transplantation will be greatly improved, but what?" Danzo's face became cold, and his chakra broke out. Facing the pressure of Danzo, the researcher wiped the sweat on his forehead, "But the balance between the two needs to be further tested. The data we have is far from enough." Bang! Danzo slammed the cane in his hand on the floor and said, "There is no time. If you can't complete the transplantation experiment within a week, you and your family will all disappear." After saying that, Danzo left the secret laboratory without looking back. After the figure of Danzo disappeared from the laboratory, the researcher fell to the ground with a pale face. For a transplant experiment of this level, a week is simply not enough time. After leaving the laboratory, Danzo walked around the root base with a strange smile on his face. "Hizen, you are getting old." As the closest comrade in arms of the 3 generations, Danzo has become more and more aware of the physical weakness of the 3 generations, and this is especially obvious when it comes to the chakra's amount. Therefore, Danzo pinned his hopes on the Hashirama cells, because only by successfully transplanting the Hashirama cells can he maintain his peak state and replace the 3 generations to become the next Naruto. And only by successfully transplanting the Hashirama cells, the Sharingan that he hastily transplanted before can really come in handy, unlike now where they are sealed most of the time. As for the dissolution of the root base, Danzo is not too worried about it. The root base has been in Danzo's hands for so many years, and it has long been under his control. Although the 3 generations want to take back the power, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to relinquish it, just the problem of accepting it can make the 2 sides struggle for a long time. And during this time, Danzo will have enough time to transfer the core secrets and elite personnel of the root base to rebuild the root base. After resting in the Sky Fortress for 2 days, barely containing the invasion of natural energy, Hyojin left the Sky Fortress and quietly returned to the village. Using the Ninja Crow communication device, Hyojin contacted Itachi, who was disguised as him. Then he and Itachi went to my hospital together. Because he wanted to disguise himself as Hyojin, Itachi pretended to injure himself in the Rain Village. Therefore, on the surface, Hyojin who returned from the Rain Village should be injured, and Hyojin whose body was partially petrified should also be injured. Therefore, he can go to the hospital, complete the registration in the hospital, confirm his injury, and then apply for a period of leave from the 3 generations to recuperate. Coming to a single room, Hyojin glanced at the medical ninja in front of him and immediately removed the bandages wrapped around his arms. As the bandages were removed one by one, Suijin's petrified arms were gradually revealed. There was no color of flesh on them, but he didn't care too much about it and said to the medical ninja in front of him, "My arms and legs are injured and bleeding non-stop, I need to bandage them." At this moment, Itachi's ink-black eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and the 3 Magatama began to slowly revolve. "Yes, your arm is injured, bleeding, I will bandage it for you immediately." Suijin's exposed arm was obviously gray and there was no trace of blood on it, but the medic ninja with dull eyes was still repeating Suijin's words while recording them in the medical book. Hyojin continued to smile and said, "My injury needs at least 3 weeks of vacation." The medical ninja nodded and said, "Your injury needs 3 weeks of vacation." Kuroto said lightly, "Let's start bandaging." The medical ninja stopped writing and immediately rebandaged Hyojin's limbs. After Kuroto left with Itachi's help, the medical ninja who sat back to his original position was startled, his eyes regained their spirit, and then he muttered to himself with a puzzled look on his face, "How did I get distracted just now? Did I not rest well last night?" After leaving the hospital, Itachi asked Hyojin, "Senpai, how is your body?" "It's okay, I will be fine after resting for a while." After smiling, Hyojin said, "Your Uchiha's Genjutsu is really useful. If it weren't for you, I would really have a headache on how to ask for leave." Itachi shook his head, "Senpai, you must be joking." Although he didn't directly participate in the previous raid, Itachi learned from Jishuei, as well as Kakashi and Guy of Team 11 that Hyojin defeated the leader of the Akatsuki organization and forced them to flee. At this time, Itachi is convinced that Hyojin, as the leader of Amatsukami, has already surpassed the Kage level and is approaching the level of the first generation Naruto. At this time, Hyojin asked, after Naruto-sama returned to the village, did he make any arrangements? Itachi quickly replied, Naruto-sama immediately held a Jonin meeting and announced the raid on the Akatsuki organization, causing a great sensation in the village. Hyojin nodded. This is within his expectations. The raid led by the 3 Kage failed, it would be strange if it didn't cause a sensation. Itachi continued, it is said that Naruto-sama then sent 2 more envoys, one to the land of water and the other to the land of earth, but I haven't found out the specific mission of these 2 envoys. Hyojin chuckled lightly, that's quite fast. Internally, Hokage-sama has also issued several orders in succession. After a pause, Itachi continued, the first order was to gather all the participants of the raid and conduct a large-scale intelligence gathering. I participated in this gathering on your behalf. Hyojin nodded again. For a great shinobi village like Mai, many actions have already formed corresponding systems. For example, this raid, although the operation failed, almost all of the main forces of the Akatsuki organization participated in it, so it is natural for Mai to collect and summarize the information and formulate corresponding countermeasures for the next battle. Itachi pondered for a moment and said, the second order of Naruto-sama is to order the retired shinobi of the noble shinobi clans to reapply for a ninja certificate, or to register a ninja certificate and restore their ninja identity. Hyojin was stunned for a moment, and then immediately nodded, at present, there are only a few thousand shinobi in my village. Hyojin's own ninja number is 010012, which means he is officially the 1012th ninja in my village. The shinobi before him have experienced 3 unprecedented shinobi wars, and more than half of them have been killed or injured. In other words, the number of shinobi in my village is probably only about 6,000 to 7,000 shinobi. Even during the period of Naruto's ninja certificate number was only 012607. However, during the 4th Shinobi War in the original story, the coalition forces dispatched a total of 80,000 shinobi. Excluding the samurai of the Land of Iron, the coalition forces had a total of 70,000 shinobi. On average, each of the 5 great shinobi villages dispatched about 14,000 shinobi. However, the strength of the 5 great shinobi villages is not completely balanced. For example, the Sand Crypsis and the Mist Village are obviously weak, so it is difficult for them to gather more than 14,000 shinobi. Therefore, the average number of shinobi dispatched by the 3 villages of Mai, Cloud, and Rock should be more than 14,000 shinobi. There are only about 6,000 to 7,000 shinobi in total, but after the total mobilization, Mai can dispatch more than 14,000 shinobi. The difference between the number of shinobi is the retired shinobi of the noble shinobi clans and the retired shinobi of the common shinobi. Therefore, one shouldn't underestimate the number of retired shinobi of the noble shinobi clans. This is a very powerful force. For example, in the Hyuga clan where Hyojin is from, the strongest one is the Hyuga clan. However, the members of the Hyuga clan rarely go to the battlefield, and most of them have not registered their ninja certificates. Only in the genealogy of the Hyuga clan can one find their existence. Usually, almost all of them are in a state of retirement and have no sense of existence. And some of the members of the Hyuga clan, as the guards and attendants of the main clan, although they have received strict ninja training, and their strength is not inferior to ordinary chunin, but they have not registered a ninja certificate in the village and become a registered ninja. This is also the reason why Hyojin forged a non-existent Uchiha flame, but whether it is the Uchiha clan's Shinichi, Uchiha Obsidian, or Orochimaru outside of the Uchiha clan, none of them have too much doubt, because there are indeed many shinobi in the noble shinobi clans, but they have not registered their ninja certificates in the village. 3 generations recruiting these people obviously touches the interests of the noble shinobi clans, but in the face of the huge threat of Akatsuki and Amatsukami, 3 generations have no other choice. After a moment of hesitation, Itachi said, "Kuroto-san, Naruto-sama has once again extended an invitation to me, hoping that I can join the Umbu. What do you think?" With the large number of casualties in the Umbu this time, many young and excellent shinobi in the village have received invitations from 3 generations, and the famous Itachi is obviously one of them. Hyojin said, "This is your private matter, I shouldn't interfere, but considering your freedom of action, I suggest you refuse the invitation of Naruto-sama." Itachi said with a worried look, "Kuroto-san, I have repeatedly refused the invitation of Naruto-sama. I am worried that this will affect the relationship between the clan and the village. After all, I am the son of the patriarch. Naruto-sama is likely to think that my refusal is the intention of the clan." Hyojin patted Itachi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the village is inseparable from Uchiha now." After listening to Hyojin's words, Itachi bowed his head and pondered. Although Itachi is still young, his observation and analytical ability are far superior to his peers. He is born to be a ninja, but as a member of the Uchiha clan, he can't see clearly, and some of his judgments will be biased. Hyojin said slowly, "The 3 generations have always been hesitant on how to deal with the Uchiha clan, and now that the true strength of the Akatsuki has been completely revealed, the 3 generations will not be able to cut off their own arm and waste their strength to deal with the Uchiha clan, so you don't need to worry too much, just think of yourself as an ordinary member of a noble clan." Although Naruto's faction wants to suppress the noble clans, whether it is the 3 generations Naruto, Xuan Shaochun and Mito Hamura, they all advocate a step-by-step approach. Only the Danzo clan is eager to destroy the Uchiha clan because of their personal interests. And the current situation of the shinobi world does not allow the slightest turmoil in the village, so even if the Danzo clan wants to destroy the Uchiha clan, the elders of the village will not allow it. Itachi nodded, "I will refuse Naruto-sama." In fact, Itachi himself has not much interest in joining the Umbu, he prefers to stay at home and accompany his younger brother Sasuke. Not long after, Itachi helped Hyojin back to Hyojin's house. Itachi bowed to Hyojin and said, Kuroto-san, take care of yourself, I will take my leave first. Hyojin smiled and said, go and do your thing. Because of the mobilization order issued by the 3 generations to the noble clans, the Uchiha clan, as the strongest clan in Mai, has recently held frequent clan meetings in order to discuss countermeasures. Therefore, Hyojin knows that Itachi, as the son of the patriarch, has a lot of troubles to deal with, so he didn't invite him to the house as a guest. Itachi said, if you have any instructions, please let me know at any time. Hyojin shook his head and said, the organization hasn't taken any action recently, so you can focus on your own matters. Oh right, if you bump into Jishui, tell him to drop by my house when he's free. N. After sending Itachi off, Hyojin held onto the wall and slowly walked into the courtyard. Yu, who was cleaning Hyojin's room, quickly came out to greet him. Hyojin, how did you get injured so badly? Itachi disguised as Hyojin and returned to the village for 2 days, but during this time, he had been gathering intelligence in the secret operation base, so he did not return to Hyojin's home. Hyojin said gently, they are all superficial wounds. They will be fine after a few days of rest. Ling did not say anything else. She bit her lips and helped Hyojin into the house. Sitting on the soft chair, Hyojin picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then said with a smile, what's wrong with you? I'm really fine. I will recover in a month at most. Yu shook her head with red eyes. With the Jonin Congress held by the 3 generations, Mai, Kumo, and Sand Crypsis joined forces to attack the Akatsuki organization, but failed miserably. It is no longer a secret. Yu is not only a Chunin, but also a member of the Hyuga clan, so her knowledge is no less than that of an ordinary Jonin. She knows that in this operation, the Umbu in the village suffered heavy casualties, and the number of people who came back alive is less than half of the original number. At the thought of Hyojin fighting with the monsters of the Akatsuki organization to the death, Yu panicked. She was very worried at home that she didn't know when she would receive the notice of Hyojin's death. Looking at Yu, who was trying to hold back her tears, Hyojin said apologetically, I'm sorry for making you worry. Yu shook her head and took the teacup in Hyojin's hand, I'll go and get you a cup of hot tea. Looking at Yu, who was secretly wiping her tears with her back facing him, Hyojin sighed softly. Both Yuki and Hinata are the same kind of people. Such a weak temperament is actually not suitable to be a ninja, but being in the Hyuga clan, regardless of whether one has the talent to become a ninja or not, whether one has the tenacity of a ninja or not, one can still obtain the Byakugan that others dream of. Therefore, there are many people in the Hyuga clan who are not suitable to be a ninja but still become one. And the Uchiha clan, which is also a Dojutsu Kekkai Genkai, doesn't have this problem. Because of the lack of talent, the Uchiha clan can't even awaken their Sharingan, making them no different from ordinary people. But those who can awaken their Sharingan are almost all qualified ninjas. Hyojin secretly thought, I have to find a way to improve Yu's strength. Hyojin doesn't expect you to be strong, he just hopes that you can have more power to protect herself, so that he can feel more at ease. After all, once his true identity is exposed, then everything around him will become the target of attack. And with Yu's current strength as an ordinary Chunin, no matter which force, any Jonin sent by them is enough to threaten Yu. But how to improve Yu's strength, Hyojin has no clue for a while. The most effective way is undoubtedly the Geno serum that Hyojin once used. As long as you can survive the genetic recombination, then you with the Tenseigan will be able to reach the peak of the shinobi world within a year or two, from Hyojin's biggest weakness to Hyojin's biggest help. But with the in-depth research of various biological experiments and the development of his own Tenseigan, Hyojin's understanding of Geno serum has also become more and more profound. At this time, he already knows how reckless he was at the beginning. With his weak body at the beginning, trying to activate all the special genes in his body, the degree of risk is even greater than ordinary people trying to transplant Hashirama cells. The reason why he was able to survive the genetic recombination is not because of how magical the Geno serum he synthesized is, but purely because he was just like Yamato, the lucky guy. If he re-evaluates the success rate of the Geno serum, he feels that with Yu's current strength, the probability of surviving the genetic recombination should be less than 1%. Even if he spares no effort to use the Tenseigan chakra to protect Yu's body, the probability will only increase to about 5% at most. If he wants to further improve the probability, he can either improve Yu's basic strength, let you reach the level of a Jonin, or even an elite Jonin, or be like Otsutsuki Samurai, with the support of the giant Tenseigan that is fused with countless Byakugan. Thinking of this, Hyojin's face suddenly darkened. Although there is no factual basis, Hyojin has a feeling that as he activates the Tenseigan, it will become more difficult for others to obtain the Tenseigan no matter what method they use. In other words, the number of Tenseigan cannot be increased indefinitely. Is it because of the total amount of chakra? Lightly tapping on the table, Hyojin's thoughts gradually dispersed. In the shinobi world, the total amount of chakra is actually fixed. Although the total amount of chakra will slowly increase over time due to the increase in the number of ninjas who can extract chakra, as well as the integration of natural energy, etc., but the total amount of chakra is undoubtedly fixed in a relatively short period of time. Therefore, anything that contains a huge amount of chakra is also fixed to a certain extent. For example, there are only 9-tailed beasts in the real sense. As for the others, whether it is Hyojin's Ryumyaku or the demon Morio swallowed by Shino, they are not really immortal tailed beasts in the real sense. In the same way, whether it is Rinnegan or Tenseigan, the number of chakra is also limited by the total amount of chakra. Hyojin activated the Tenseigan, occupying a part of the total amount of chakra, so it will undoubtedly be much more difficult for others to obtain the Tenseigan. Hyojin guessed that it is for this reason that the Otsutsuki clan plunder everywhere in the universe. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin thought to himself, if Otsutsuki Samurai is allowed to have the Tenseigan, then I'm afraid it will be even more difficult for Bell to have the Tenseigan. Otsutsuki Samurai's talent is extremely high. Even without the Tenseigan, he reached the strength above the Kage level at a young age, plus he has the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon behind him. As long as he is willing to put down his pride and use some tricks, it will be difficult for Hyojin to stop him from obtaining the Tenseigan. And if Otsutsuki Samurai is allowed to activate the Tenseigan first, then the probability of others obtaining the Tenseigan will be even lower. Therefore, with Bell's talent far inferior to that of Otsutsuki Samurai, if she wants to activate the Tenseigan, she must get it before Otsutsuki Samurai. Bell's current situation is the same as that of Hyojin before he was injected with the Geno serum. Limited by her own talent, her strength growth is very slow. Unless she has the careful guidance of a Kage-level powerhouse, it is impossible to improve her strength quickly. But Hyojin himself is walking the path of biological experiments, so he can't mechanically apply it to Bell, and Jishui and Itachi are all relying on their talent and bloodline. They are still in a state of exploration, so they can't give too much guidance to Bell. Tsunade. After thinking about it, Hyojin felt that only Tsunade, who is good at medical ninjutsu and developed the Yin seal, may be able to give enough guidance to Bell, so that Bell's strength can improve quickly. At this time, Bell came over with a cup of hot tea and said, "Since you are not at home these days, Ziyuan will move to my house." Hyojin took the teacup and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Bell said, "Ziyuan is very well behaved, everyone in my family likes her very much." After pondering for a moment, Hyojin said, "I need to recuperate during this time, so it is not convenient to take care of her. Let her stay at your house for a few more days." Bell nodded gently, "Well, I will take good care of her." Hyojin tentatively asked, "Bell, are you interested in learning medical ninjutsu?" Medical ninjutsu. Bell was startled, and asked curiously, "Why do you suddenly ask this?" "I heard that medical ninjutsu is very difficult to master, and people without talent can't learn it. If you don't try, how will you know that you don't have talent?" Bell lowered her head without confidence, "I'm worried." Hyojin pursed his lips and said deliberately, "If you learn medical ninjutsu, I won't have to worry about no one treating my injuries in the future." Bell's eyes lit up, "Okay, I will apply to join the medical class tomorrow." Hyojin smiled and said, "Don't worry, you won't be able to learn any real skills in the village's medical class." Bell was confused and asked, "Then how can I learn medical ninjutsu?" Hyojin replied, "I will find you the best teacher." In Hyojin's opinion, facing the possible retaliation of the Akatsuki organization at any time, the 3 generations of the Akatsuki have already made a move on the noble families in the village, so there is no reason for them to not use a powerful disciple like Tsunade. Therefore, it is inevitable that Tsunade will return to the village. After all, no matter what Tsunade says, deep in her heart, she still loves the village of Mai that her grandfather founded. Time flew, and soon night fell. Just as the street lights in the village lit up one by one, Jishui rushed to Hyojin's house. As soon as he sat down, Jishui asked eagerly, "Kuroto-san, is your injury okay?" Hyojin shook his head and said, "It's nothing serious, you don't have to worry about it." Jishui said with a remorseful look, "This time, it's all because of me that everyone suffered heavy casualties. I should have listened to you and temporarily concealed the information about the Akatsuki organization from the village." Hyojin waved his hand, "It's all in the past, don't mention it again." Ai. Sighing deeply, Jishui said, "I didn't expect the Akatsuki organization to be so strong. The Rinnegan is really worthy of being called the Immortal's Eye." After saying that, Jishui got up and bowed to Hyojin. "Kuroto-san, I am sorry for dragging you down, otherwise, you would have been able to defeat the Akatsuki organization's leader." After signaling Jishui to sit down, Hyojin said in a deep voice, "This raid was too hasty. On the other hand, I really don't have the ability to kill the Akatsuki organization's leader, so I don't blame you." Hyojin won't shirk his responsibility. When Nagato's 6 paths of pain distracted Nagato, he still failed to kill Nagato, which means that his strength is slightly inferior to Nagato, at least in terms of endurance. Hyojin thought to himself, if the one who attacked was Nagato, and he was the one who was attacked, then he would have been dead. Jishui quickly said, "No, everyone has seen your strength. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the allied forces would have suffered even more losses." Hyojin smiled bitterly. On the battlefield, he indeed has the upper hand, but only he knows that he has played all the cards in his hand, and on the Akatsuki organization's side, whether it is Nagato, Conan, or Obsidian who came later, they still have a lot of cards to play. "Let's not talk about this anymore." Hyojin took the initiative to change the topic and asked, "How is your eyesight? You were too reckless in the previous battle. I should have reminded you that you can't use Susanoo too much with the Manjikyu Sharingan." Jishui covered his eyes and whispered, "My eyesight has indeed deteriorated a lot." Hyojin frowned, "Don't tell me you are already seeing double?" Shursui silently nodded his head. Hyojin immediately said, "Don't use your Sharingan anymore, otherwise, you will really go blind." But the current situation, Jishui wanted to say something but hesitated. He felt that the danger that Konoha is facing right now is all caused by him, and asking him to recuperate at this time is really a bit shameful for him. Hyojin said lightly, "I already have a way, maybe it can restore your eyesight." Hyojin didn't talk nonsense, nor did he deliberately mystify her. He directly explained the benefits and the corresponding risks of transplanting the first-generation cells to Jishui. Jishui was a little surprised. "Can transplanting the first-generation cells really restore my Manjikyu Sharingan's pupillary power?" "In theory, it is indeed so." Hyojin didn't say anything too absolute. After pondering for a while, Jishui asked, "Kuroto-san, how high is the success rate?" After understanding the benefits and risks of transplanting the first-generation cells, Jishui is most concerned about the success rate. Hyojin replied slowly, "As far as I know, the bloodline of your Uchiha clan seems to have some kind of ability to balance the first-generation cells, so in transplanting the first-generation cells, your Uchiha clan has a unique advantage." Jishui's face showed a little bit of hope when she heard this. No one is willing to become a blind person who has lost the light, let alone Jishui, who is one of the pillars of the Uchiha clan and bears a lot of responsibilities. Hyojin continued, "Moreover, this advantage is related to the Sharingan's pupillary power. The stronger the pupillary power of the Uchiha clan, the higher the success rate of transplanting the first-generation cells. And you opened the Manjikyu Sharingan by relying on your own ability at the age of 10, whether it is talent or pupillary power, you are outstanding in the Uchiha clan, so if you are willing to transplant the first-generation cells, the success rate should not be too low. There should be no Uchiha clansmen among the volunteers for the first-generation cell transplant experiment before the village. After all, with the pride of the Uchiha clan, they will certainly not throw away their face and covet the power of their old enemy, the Senju clan. What's more, most of the Uchiha clan have not even figured out their own Sharingan. There is no need to risk their lives to covet the illusory would-release Kekkei Genkai." Without much hesitation, Jishui nodded. "Elder, I'm willing to give it a try." Hyojin shook his head and said, "Although the success rate of the transplant is not low, it is not 100% guaranteed. This is a matter of life and death. You don't have to rush to give me an answer. Think about it for a few more days. No, I've already decided. After a resolute answer, Jishui looked out of the window. The current situation of the village is caused by me. I can't lose my fighting strength at this time and push the responsibility to others. Obviously, the deterioration of Jishui's eyesight had severely affected his combat strength. Given his personality, he would never give up, so he had no other choice. Hyojin looked at Jishui and sighed, okay, but before the cell transplant, there is a very cumbersome verification process, especially the first-generation cell transplant, so I need some time to carry out the pre-transplant experiment. During this time, try not to use your Sharingan, don't consume your pupil powers. Jishui said with some embarrassment, but the village is practicing special tactics against the members of the Akatsuki, and there are some parts that require my cooperation. Hyojin's eyes narrowed, special tactics practice? The reason why Jishui arrived at Hyojin's house so late is because the village is practicing special tactics against the members of the Akatsuki. Although the previous raid failed, they obtained a lot of information about the members of the Akatsuki. After summarizing the information, the village immediately summoned the Umbu, intelligence, sealing, and a large number of elite jonin to start the special tactics practice. For example, Hirako, a member of the Akatsuki. Based on the information collected about Hirako, Konoha designed a set of special tactics specifically to deal with Hirako. This tactical team has a total of 4 people, namely Metke from Team 11, a jonin from the Root, and 2 shinobi from the Seal class. Among them, Guy, a body technique expert who has mastered the 8 inner hidden gates, is the main force. Using the 8 inner hidden gates secret technique, he is able to fight head-on against Hirako who has mastered the rapid release Kekiai limit. As for the Root ninja in the group, he has a moth that can spit mucus. Not only was the mucus the moth spat out extremely sticky, making it impossible to get rid of once it came into contact with one's body, but the mucus did not contain any chakra at all. It was a natural substance produced within the moth's body, so it would not be countered by Hirako's nether evasion Kekiai limit. The remaining 2 seal class ninjas in the group can complete a partial seal within a minute and complete a complete seal within 5 minutes. As long as Guy and the Root ninja succeed, they can easily seal Hirako. Another example is the special tactics used against the obsidian. According to the characteristics of the obsidian space-time ninjutsu, the seal class designed a large net made of special steel wire. This large net is covered with special sealing techniques and nimble bells. Once the net is opened, any enemy chakra fluctuation within the area covered by the net will instantly activate the sealing techniques and bells. The sealing techniques on the net can instantly activate a B-class lightning release ninjutsu electric light, causing the invader's body to be paralyzed, and the bells will ring in an instant to act as a warning. In addition, there is a very special kind of parasitic plague in the Otomo clan. Once this parasitic plague is attacked by other chakra, its body will immediately explode. If these parasitic plague are spread around the area like mines, it can also effectively contain the obsidian space-time ninjutsu. As for the other members of the Akatsuki organization, such as Shinichi, Kakuzu, Bipajuzo, etc., the village has also designed corresponding special tactics, but whether these tactics will work or not will only be known after actual practice. However, there are not many ninjas in the village who can imitate the members of the Akatsuki organization, especially Hirako who has 5 Kekiai, and Shinichi who has Manjikyu Sharingan. In the village, except for Shurshui who has the name Blink, there is no one else in the village who can imitate the members of the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, Shurshui has been imitating Hirako all day today, cooperating with the village to practice the special tactics designed to deal with Hirako. After learning the details, Hyojin grinned, "How is the effect?" Shurshui thought for a moment and said, "Hirako's combat experience and adaptability are only at the level of an ordinary jonin. Although he also has Sharingan, as long as Guy can contain him, the chances of success are still very high. However, the requirements for Kai-senpai are very high. Not only does Kai-senpai need to be able to keep up with Hirako's speed, but he also needs to be able to resist Hirako's genjutsu." Hyojin laughed, "It's not that easy. In terms of speed alone, Hirako was even faster than the 4 generations Liang. After all, the 4 generations Liang had to fully activate the lightning release chakra mode in order to catch up to Hiriko, who had the rapid blood limit release. The speed of the 6 gates Kai should not be able to reach this level. It would need to be at least 7 gates. But, Guy didn't have any fancy secret techniques, nor did he have any messy body transformation techniques. His body and cultivation were all slowly tempered by him, so his foundation was solid. It wasn't something that Shino's inferior 8 inner hidden gates could compare with. But at the same time, his progress was relatively slow. At the very least, he had just touched upon the threshold of opening the 7th gate of wonder. There was still a long way to go before he could completely grasp it. Thinking of this, Hyojin suddenly smiled and said, "Has the village come up with a strategy specifically to deal with me?" Jishui shook his head and said, "Not yet, the village doesn't have much information about you, so they can't formulate an effective strategy in a short time." Hyojin put away the smile on his face and said seriously, "But I'm afraid that the Akatsuki organization has already begun to formulate a strategy." In the previous raid, Hyojin used all his means. Not only did he expose the Tenseigan chakra mode, but he also exposed the Rain Pull, Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, and other means, so the Akatsuki organization must be formulating a special strategy to deal with him. Hyojin's eyes flickered as he secretly pondered, "I hope that Shinichi will be able to find some useful information this time." This is also the reason why Hyojin hinted to Shinichi not to act recklessly after discovering that he can't kill Nagato. As Hyojin's influence on the shinobi world grows larger and larger, his advantage of foresight is getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, the importance of Shinichi as an undercover agent is highlighted. Whether Nagato really transplanted the Hashirama cells, what will the Obsidian clan do, and how will the Akatsuki organization deal with Mai, Kumo, and Sand Crypsis alliance? Hyojin needs Shinichi's information. If he loses Shinichi as an undercover agent, then Hyojin will really be in the dark about the Akatsuki organization. Just when Hyojin was distracted, Jishui said, "Senpai, I heard that Naruto-sama specifically selected a few young ninjas to try to practice the Flying Thunder God Jutsu of 4 generations, hoping to use space-time ninjutsu to restrain space-time ninjutsu." After the death of 4 generations, although the Flying Thunder God Jutsu has not been lost in the village, as long as they don't know about the Fire Genjutsu, the 3 of them can jointly use the Flying Thunder formation to teleport people and materials over long distances. But no one in the village can use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu in actual combat. Oh. Hyojin's interest was piqued and he asked, "Who did you pick?" Jishui replied, "I only know that Kakashi-senpai is one of them, I don't know about the others." Hyojin murmured, "Kakashi?" In terms of talent, there is no doubt that Kakashi is the strongest ninja of the same generation, completely crushing Hyojin and Obsidian, plus he is the disciple of 4 generations, so he is not unfamiliar with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, so the 3 generations chose him to try to practice the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, hoping that Kakashi can restrain Obsidian, which is obviously a good move. As for whether Kakashi can master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Hyojin is also difficult to judge. After all, the difficulty of mastering space-time ninjutsu is too high. Even the 3 generations, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, failed to master the essentials of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, therefore, even the talented Kakashi may not be able to completely master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. This is also the reason why Hyojin doesn't covet the Flying Thunder God Jutsu too much. He has a deep understanding of his own talent. His talent in sealing techniques is the highest, followed by taijutsu, and then ninjutsu. As for genjutsu, his talent is a complete mess. Even if he uses the fire release clone and has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, his genjutsu is still very crude. The difficulty of practicing space-time ninjutsu is far higher than taijutsu, genjutsu, and genjutsu. Throughout the history of Mai, among the tens of thousands of ninjas, only the 2nd generation Naruto and the 4th generation Naruto can master space-time ninjutsu alone. As for Obsidian and Kakashi, they rely on the unique pupil technique of the Manjikyu Sharingan to master space-time ninjutsu. Moreover, Hyojin's own Kekkei Net project is too busy, he really doesn't have enough energy to be distracted by the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Once his Kekkei Net project succeeds, he will be able to master space-time ninjutsu as soon as he reaches the 6th path level. At this time, Jishui asked, "Kuroto-san, do you need Itachi to protect you while you are recuperating? Hyojin shook his head and said, no need. Jishui hesitated for a moment and said, according to the analysis of the intelligence team, the Akatsuki organization is likely to launch a fierce retaliation against our Mai in order to deter the 5 great shinobi villages. If the Akatsuki organization decides to retaliate while you are recuperating, I'm afraid that your safety will be difficult to guarantee. Hyojin said lightly, don't worry, I have already made arrangements. Seeing that Hyojin has already made arrangements, Jishui no longer said anything and left. After Jishui left, Hyojin returned to his bedroom on the 2nd floor and took out a storage scroll from the ninja bag on his waist and gently pressed it with his palm. Bang, with a burst of white smoke, a human body appeared in Hyojin's bedroom. This human body is none other than Hyojin's fire clone, Uchiha Inferno, who possesses the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Hyojin has long taken into account the safety issues during his recuperation period, so he brought the fire clone with him to prevent any accidents. However, putting a living body into a storage scroll is fine for a short period of time, but if it is kept for a long time, it will endanger the cell activity of the living body. Therefore, Kuroto decided to take the fire clone out of the storage scroll. Glancing at the fire clone, Hyojin looked around the bedroom again and finally decided to hide the fire clone under his bed. The bedroom is a private space, and no one will enter Hyojin's bedroom it will except for you, and you won't check under Hyojin's bed for no reason. Pushing the fire clone under the bed, Hyojin arranged a seal around it that is enough to isolate the Byakugan. In this way, there shouldn't be any risk of exposure in just a few weeks. During this time, if the Akatsuki organization really retaliates against Mai and affects Hyojin, he can immediately change his body and use the fire clone to deal with the enemy. After settling the fire release clone, Suijin took out a storage scroll, from which he took out some experimental equipment and a small mass of white substance. This white substance is nothing but a small part of the body tissue of the white Zetsu clone that Hyojin captured on the battlefield a long time ago. The cell tissue of the white Zetsu clone can't be completely equated with the Hashirama cells. Although the white Zetsu was created by Uchiha Madara using the divine tree and the Hashirama cells, there are many types of white Zetsu, including the main body of the white Zetsu, and a small number of special types. For example, Hoodlum, who helped Obsidian, is a special type. And the tens of thousands of mass-produced white Zetsu clones that participated in the 4th Shinobi War. The only ones that can barely be equated with the Hashirama cells are the main body and a small number of special types. As for the tens of thousands of mass-produced white Zetsu clones that participated in the 4th Shinobi War, they are all degraded white Zetsu clones. Although there are some remnants of the Hashirama cells in their bodies, the power of the Hashirama cells is very weak and no longer has the value of research and transplantation. The white Zetsu clone in Hyojin's hands was originally sent by the Akatsuki to monitor Shinichi. At that time, Shinichi had already awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, and his strength surpassed the level of an elite Jonin. Looking at the entire shinobi world, he is a very rare combat power. Therefore, with the importance that Obsidian attaches to Shinichi, the white Zetsu clone that was responsible for monitoring Shinichi is a tribute. Before the establishment of the Kusanagi village, the Land of Grass was the strongest country in the shinobi world for a period of time. Rumor has it that the Land of Grass hides the strongest war weapon that can destroy the entire shinobi world, so Naruto-sama speculates that the radicals of the Kusanagi village should have the confidence in this aspect, that's why they dared to cooperate with the Akatsuki. Guy frowned when he heard this. If this is the case, then we must not let the radicals of the Kusanagi village succeed. The Akatsuki organization is already very difficult to deal with. If the Kusanagi village is involved, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? Kakashi said, don't worry, Naruto-sama has already made arrangements, and the radicals of the Kusanagi village are not idiots. They won't risk offending the 3 great shinobi villages of Mai, Cloud, and Sand Crypsis at the same time by openly cooperating with the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, once this matter is exposed by the conservatives of the Kusanagi village, the radicals' plan will have already failed. Hyojin didn't answer. He rubbed his chin, his thoughts already scattered. In his impression, the secret of the Kusanagi village seemed to be something called the Box of Bliss. But what exactly was that thing, and who made it, Hyojin didn't know. He only vaguely remembered that if the box absorbed enough chakra, it could release a monster named Satoshi. The land of grass seemed to have almost ruled the entire shinobi world by controlling the monster named Satoshi, which is why the Kusanagi village wanted to revive the glory of their ancestors. It's just that the opening of the box of bliss requires a large amount of chakra, and there are very few in the entire shinobi world that can satisfy such a huge amount of chakra's amount. Except for a few, there are only the 9-tailed beasts. Coincidentally, the Kusanagi village doesn't have any tailed beasts, so even though they tried their best, they still couldn't open the box of bliss. According to the impression of his previous life, Hyojin knows that the Kusanagi village is indeed in control of the box of bliss, but at the same time, he also knows that the Kusanagi village has long lost the method to control the monster named Satoshi, so once the box of bliss is opened and the monster named Satoshi is released, the first one to suffer will definitely be the Kusanagi village itself. Hyojin secretly sighed, these guys don't even know what's inside the box of bliss, yet they still dare to act so recklessly. It's only a matter of time before they die. After chatting for a while, because of their busy work, Kakashi and Guy took their leave. Shortly after Kakashi and Guy left, Yu came to deliver food to Hyojin as usual. While eating the food carefully prepared by Yu, Hyojin said, Yu, Tsunade-sama has returned to the village, and I want her to accept you as her disciple, what do you think? Yu, who was happily watching Hyojin eat, was taken aback, what? Hyojin glanced at Yu, don't you want to be Tsunade-sama's disciple? Yu quickly said, of course I want to. Becoming Tsunade-sama's disciple is the dream of all the female shinobi in the village, but Tsunade-sama is so strict, how could she choose me as her disciple? Hyojin grinned, as long as I want to, nothing is impossible, you just wait at home, I will handle this matter. Yu said with some worry, Tsunade-sama is the granddaughter of Hashirama, I am afraid that the reputation of the Hyuga clan will be useless in front of her. Hyojin smiled, I have my own way. For the next 2 weeks, the shinobi world was calm. The Akatsuki organization didn't take any action to retaliate, it was as if they disappeared from the world overnight, but the 3 great shinobi villages didn't take this lightly. Everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm. As for why the Akatsuki organization didn't immediately retaliate, Hyojin doesn't know the specific reason, because during this period of time, his contact with Shinichi has been completely cut off. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation, either Shinichi's current environment makes it inconvenient for him to send messages, or Shinichi's identity as an undercover agent was exposed and eliminated by the Akatsuki organization. In contrast, Hyojin is more inclined to the former. Because Shinichi only contacted him one way, apart from him, only Jishui has seen some signs of Shinichi's identity. Therefore, as long as Shinichi doesn't seek death himself, the possibility of him being exposed is extremely small. Therefore, Hyojin boldly speculates that all the members of the Akatsuki organization are currently gathered together, hiding in a secret stronghold, and under the surveillance of Obsidian and Zetsu. As for why the Akatsuki organization didn't immediately retaliate, Hyojin suspects that it may be related to Nagato's physical condition. If Nagato transplanted the Hashirama cells, even with his Rinnegan and the physique of the Uzumaki clan, it would still take a long time for him to adapt to the Hashirama cells and master the would-release Kekkei limit. And if he didn't have the Hashirama cells transplanted, he would probably be lying in bed recuperating, and wouldn't have the time to plan revenge. After 3 weeks of recuperation, the petrification in Hyojin's body finally subsided, and he arrived at the Umbu base as scheduled and cancelled his injury leave. After that, Hyojin received a new appointment, he was promoted. The large number of members of the Black Ops caused more and more novices to be added. Hyojin, a newcomer who had only been in the Black Ops for a few years, quickly became a veteran in the Black Ops. It has always been the tradition of Mai's Black Operation to use the old to lead the new, so in the case of a shortage of manpower, Class 11 was split up by 3 generations. Captain Kakashi was transferred to the 1st Special Tactics Team and became the captain of the 1st Special Tactics Team. Kai was transferred to the 4th Tactics Team and became the vice-captain of the 4th Tactics Team. Hyojin was transferred out of Class 11 and became the captain of the newly formed Class 7. Only Jishui remained in Class 11 and replaced Kakashi's position as the new captain of Class 11. Being promoted from an ordinary member of the Black Ops to a squad leader of the Black Ops, this seemed to be only a small promotion, but in fact, Hyojin's status had undergone earth-shaking changes. For the vast majority of Umbu members, their identity will not change for the rest of their life, even if they quit the Black Ops, because the Umbu squad leader is already a high-level member of the Black Ops directly under Naruto. When he was promoted to the Umbu squad leader, Hyojin was actually promoted from a Tokubetsu Jonin to a Jonin. At the same time, he also has the qualifications to be the captain of the Black Ops, the captain of the Shadow Guards, and the candidate for the leader of the Jonin class. In theory, as long as Hyojin doesn't die on the battlefield, doesn't defect, and doesn't lose his qualification as a ninja due to injury, then it is natural for him to become a candidate for the advisory elder of the village, or even a candidate for the position of Naruto. Therefore, the Umbu squad leader is the most critical step for an ordinary ninja to take to the top of the village. If you can't take this step, then you can only be an ordinary ninja forever, and once you take this step, you can squeeze into the top circle of the village. Wouch, Hyojin, who activated the body flicker technique, landed in a practice field in the village, and this is the gathering place of the newly formed Class 7. Seeing that the captain has arrived, the three people who rushed to the practice field hurriedly greeted him. All three of them are dressed in my Umbu attire, and they also wear masks on their faces. Two of them have a graceful figure, one has fiery red hair, and the other has long purple hair like satin. Judging from their figures, these two should be young female ninjas. The remaining one is a man, of medium build, with a long sword on his back. Tokubetsu Jonin, Kurenai, reporting to you. Tokubetsu Jonin, Yuki Shien, reporting to you. Tokubetsu Jonin, Moonlight Gale, reporting to you. The three of them took off their masks while quietly looking at Hyojin. Because Hyojin is also dressed in Umbu attire and wearing a mask, the three of them only know that Hyojin is their captain, but they don't know the identity of Hyojin. Hyojin chuckled and immediately removed the mask on his face. I am the new captain of Class 7, Hyojin. Kuroto? Kurenai was taken aback, she obviously didn't expect that her captain would be Hyojin. Yuki Gale and Yuki Shien were also a little surprised, but both of them are considered to be Hyojin's juniors, so they quickly calmed down. Kuroto crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against a tree. He said lightly, from now on, I am your captain. During the mission, you must unconditionally listen to my command. Do you understand? Kurenai, Gale, and Shien nodded together. The rules of the Umbu are far stricter than ordinary ninja squads. When performing secret missions, Hyojin even has the power to execute members who violate orders. Hyojin smiled and said, introduce yourselves, such as what you are good at, what are your strengths, and so on. I can perceive chakra, can temporarily act as a perceptual ninja, can perform ninjutsu, and is best at the secret jinjutsu of my family, as well as jinjutsu. Perhaps remembering the scene where she was beaten by Hyojin during the Tokubetsu Jonin exam, Kurenai's voice became smaller and smaller. The Yuri clan is also one of the secret shinobi clans of Mai, but because of the heavy casualties of the clan in the war, their reputation is not as good as the other clans like Ino Shikacho. However, the secret jinjutsu of the Yuri clan, as well as the combination of jinjutsu and taijutsu, are still very powerful. In the original story, although Kurenai is not as strong as Kakashi and Guy, but with her extraordinary attainments in jinjutsu, she can be regarded as one of the best jonin in the village. At this time, Moonlight Gale took a step forward and introduced himself. I am an expert in my style kenjutsu, and can perform a variety of my style kenjutsu, cough cough. I have also mastered the keketsu, which can be used to sneak in for investigation or assassination. After a few words, Moonlight Gale coughed twice out of habit. Shien, who was next to him, asked with concern, didn't you just drink your medicine before going out? Why are you coughing again? Moonlight Gale shook his head, I'm fine. Since Tsunade-sama has returned to the village, you better go and let Tsunade-sama check your body. Even if you are a taijutsu ninja, your physique is still very important. After a short pause, Hyojin turned to Shien and said, Shien, it's your turn. Shien said, I am also an expert in my style kenjutsu, and can perform a variety of my style kenjutsu. I have also mastered stealth and assassination skills, and have carried out many assassination missions. Hyojin nodded and immediately fell into thought. Including Kuroto, who has the Byakugan and has the ability to investigate from a distance, the newly formed Team 7 is obviously biased towards investigation and assassination from the personnel configuration alone. At present, although the village hasn't issued any mission, but Hyojin speculates that the three generations want this newly formed 7th squad to carry out some kind of difficult investigation or assassination mission. Glancing at the faces of Kurenai, Moonlight Gale, and Xian, Hyojin's face gradually became gloomy. When he was in Team 11, because Jishui was there, he could skip work at any time. It seemed that he was busy with work, but in fact, he could do whatever he wanted. But now that he has become the captain of the 7th squad, and the members are all newcomers, it's not easy for him to skip work. Just when Kuroto was wondering if he should let Itachi become his shadow man and act as the captain of Team 7 when he is busy, Kurenai came over and asked curiously, "Kuroto, is the Akatsuki really as powerful as the village says?" Hyojin deliberately said with a straight face, "Call me captain." Kurenai pouted, "Humph." Hyojin immediately said, "In the propaganda, the village did not tell the truth." Kurenai smiled and said, "I knew it, how strong can an organization composed of traitorous ninjas be?" Shaking his head, Hyojin slowly said, "What I mean is, in order to avoid any negative impact, the village deliberately weakened the threat of the Akatsuki organization in the propaganda, but the actual situation is that the Akatsuki organization can destroy any shinobi village, including our Mai." Kurenai's smile immediately froze, and Gale and Sia on the side also slightly opened their mouths, their faces full of shock. Suijin continued, "The only reason I am able to become your captain is because all the members of the previous Team 7 died in battle, so don't underestimate the enemy. If you encounter any Akatsuki members, and if you don't have a mission to complete, keep your life first." Under normal circumstances, Hyojin would have to endure for at least another 5 or 6 years before he can become an Umbu squad captain, so his promotion this time is entirely due to the serious loss of members in the Umbu. Many Umbu squads even died in battle, and the 7th squad is one of them. After officially taking over the 7th squad, Hyojin came to the Naruto building, ready to report the situation of the 7th squad to the three generations. In the past, this kind of thing was handled by Captain Kakashi, but now that Hyojin is also the captain, this kind of thing has fallen to his head, and he can't escape. Just as Hyojin stepped into the main entrance of the Naruto building, a group of ninjas dressed as grass ninjas happened to walk out of the Naruto building. The leader of this group is none other than Hyojin's acquaintance, Tatsuya of the Kuzunobi village. In order to quickly find the descendants of Queen Rorin, Hyojin once went to the Kuzunobi village to issue a commission mission. At that time, the Kuzunobi who accepted Hyojin's commission mission was Tatsuya. After glancing at Tatsuya, Hyojin quickly withdrew his gaze and closed the Tenseigan under the mask. With the growth of his pupil power and the enrichment of his knowledge, Hyojin is no longer the same as before, so with just a quick glance, he can see that this Tatsuya is very strong. In terms of chakra's amount alone, it has reached the level of an elite jonin, and the nature of the chakra in his body is very special. It is a kind of yang attribute similar to the Uzumaki clan's physique. The Kuzunobi village still has some foundation. After thinking secretly in his heart, Hyojin passed the Kuzunobi and entered the Naruto building. After coming to Naruto's office, Hyojin said, "Naruto-sama, Umbu 7th Squad Hyojin reporting to you." Three generations, who was dealing with the pile of documents on the table, didn't look up, he just responded and asked, "Yes, Kyudo, how is your injury?" Hyojin replied, "I have recovered." "Very good." Three generations closed the documents in his hand, then took out a file from the drawer and handed it to Hyojin. "I suspect that the Mist Village has been infiltrated by the Akatsuki organization. This is the information about the Mist Village. Study it carefully and set off as soon as possible. I need to understand the real situation of the Mist Village." Hyojin tentatively said, "Our 7th squad has just been formed, and the members are not familiar with each other. I am afraid it will take some time to prepare for a mission like sneaking into the Mist Village." Three generations shook his head, "We don't have much time left. I can only give you a week to prepare. After a week, you must immediately lead the 7th squad to set off." "Yes." Hyojin didn't say anything more, took the file and left Naruto's office. Kuroto had already expected the mission that three generations assigned to him. If it's not sneaking into the Mist Village, then it's sneaking into the Rain Village. After all, Kurenai, who is proficient in Jinjutsu, and Moonlight Gale, who are proficient in assassination, are all excellent candidates for this kind of mission. The purpose of 3 generations gathering so many excellent candidates in one class is self-evident. After returning home, Hyojin immediately looked through the information in the file. There are many spies planted in each of the 5 great shinobi villages, and Mai naturally has a source of information in the Mist Village. According to the information sent back by the spies planted in the Mist Village is currently surging with undercurrents. For generations Mizukage sent an elite squad to assist the Akatsuki organization, but only the demon mermaid returned to the Mist Village. Among them, except for Kujimaru, who died in the battle, Zabuza and Kyubi's Jinchuriki all disappeared. The disappearance of Jinchuriki naturally caused an uproar in the Mist Village, but the 4 generations Mizukage didn't seem to care and didn't take any action. This also caused the dissatisfaction of the Mist Village towards the 4 generations Mizukage. Hyojin shook his head and sighed. It seems that the Mizukage is really under the control of Obsidian. The Kage of the Mist Village has become a puppet of someone else. This is definitely a great shame for the Mist Village as one of the 5 great shinobi villages. At the same time, because the Mist Village is one of the 5 great shinobi villages, the Mist Village has a deep foundation and countless elites, so the abnormality of the 4 generations Mizukage has been noticed by many people in the Mist Village. The intelligence even shows that there is a possibility of a coup in the Mist Village in the near future. Is it Zabuza? Or Mei Xiaoming? Kuroto doesn't remember how Mei Xiaomin got her position, but he does remember that Zabuza launched a failed coup, and then became a stray dog, reduced to the point of being a hired thug for someone else. After carefully studying the information given to him by the 3 generations, Hyojin's face gradually sank. There is no doubt that the Mist Village is no different from a powder keg at this time. No matter who it is, as long as a little spark is thrown into it, it will immediately ignite a monstrous fire. Hyojin thinks that with his current strength, sneaking into the Mist Village to gather information is not a difficult task, but if he brings the newly formed Team 7 with him, it will be hard to say. Although Kurenai, Hayashi, and Suiyen are the best of the new generation in the village, but after all, they only have the strength of a Tokubetsu Jonin. Once their whereabouts are exposed in the Mist Village, it will be very difficult for them to escape the siege of the Mist Ninjas. The 3 generations really gave me a difficult problem. After putting away the document bag, Hyojin sighed softly. Early the next morning, the newly formed Class 7 gathered in a training field. Hyojin's eyes swept from Kurenai, Hayashi, and Suiyen one by one, and immediately said, Naruto-sama assigned a task to our Team 7, but this task is very difficult, so before carrying out the task, I need to conduct an assessment on you. Kurenai asked anxiously, what task? Hayashi and Suiyen asked in unison, what assessment? We will talk about the task later, today we will conduct the assessment. After a pause, Hyojin slowly said, the content of the assessment is very simple. The 3 of you join forces to fight against me. I want to see your true strength. Kurenai snorted lightly, humph, even if you are stronger than me, it is impossible for you to fight against the 3 of us, right? Ahem. After coughing twice, Hayashi also said, Captain, this kind of competition is not fair to you. Suiyen put her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist, you underestimate us too much, we are all qualified Umbu ninjas. Hyojin glanced at them and said lightly, you know nothing about power, it seems that it is necessary to wake you up. In the great shinobi village, the young shinobi of the noble shinobi clan or secret technique family often have a kind of self-confidence. In the original timeline, Hong knew that the Uchiha clan was proficient in illusions, and Itachi was an S-class wanted criminal who wiped out the entire clan, but she still chose to duel with Itachi in illusions. After discovering the conspiracy of Sand Crypsis and Orochimaru, Height did not decisively choose to retreat and report the information, but after being exposed, he chose to confront the elite Jonin of Sand Crypsis head-on, and as a result, he lost his life in his village. Confidence and arrogance were only separated by a single thought. In order for these guys to be more disciplined when carrying out missions in the future, Hyojin had to let them understand that there was always someone better out there. Seeing that Kuroto didn't change his mind and insisted on fighting the 3 of them alone, Kurenai, Kage, and Shien didn't say anything and immediately retreated in a fan-shaped formation. Each of them occupied an advantageous position and surrounded Kuroto in the center. At this time, the 3 of them all had an eager expression on their faces. Red's gorgeous eyes stared at Hyojin. Her previous defeat has always been on her mind. Even in her dreams, she wants to defeat Hyojin once and restore the prestige of the Shimura clan's genjutsu. Gale and Xian both drew their swords and took the stance of my flow sword technique. Both of them are extremely talented in swordsmanship, and they have mastered many high-level sword techniques at a young age. Moreover, the two of them are childhood sweethearts and have been practicing together since childhood. Their cooperation with each other is extremely tacit, and the two of them can exert the power of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. You must have the determination to kill me, don't hesitate, I don't have time to play with you. Hyojin stood quietly in the same place, his expression was calm, and his tone was flat. The three of them looked at each other when they heard Kuroto's words, and a touch of anger appeared on their faces. Red said angrily, alright, anyway, Lady Tsunade is also in the village. Even if you are injured by us, you won't die so easily, right? The corners of Hyojin's lips curled up slightly, forming an arc. If you can really injure me, I'll give you the position of leader. After being provoked by Hyojin, Red immediately replied, alright. After saying that, Red pounced towards Hyojin, took out a few kunai from the storage bag at her waist, and threw them at Hyojin. At the same time, Gale and Xian leaped up high and shouted in unison, Dance of the Three Suns and Moons. In an instant, a few afterimages appeared on their bodies, as if they were clones. One was divided into 3, and the two of them transformed into 6 figures, slashing at Hyojin from different directions and angles. With just a glance, Hyojin could tell that the My Flow sword technique that Gale and Xian used was a kind of ninja technique that contained ninjutsu. There was no distinction between real and fake. No matter which of the 6 figures hit him, he would be injured all the same. However, the two's swordsmanship was still not beyond the scope of sword attack, and it could be blocked by hard objects. In the original spacetime, the elite superior ninja Maki of the Sand Crypsis had forcefully resisted Gale's sword, and then easily killed Gale. Swish, naturally, Hyojin would not resist forcefully. He immediately performed the teleportation technique, and in the sharp sound of wind breaking, he disappeared into thin air. Red was shocked. This, so fast. Gale and Xian, who had missed their attacks, were also shocked when they landed. At this moment, Hyojin's figure flashed, and he appeared behind Gale. He held a short sword in a reverse grip, and with the back of the short sword, he slashed at the back of Gale's neck. Xian, who was at the side, was shocked. She could not care less, and quickly swung her sword at Hyojin, wanting to save Gale. Bang, with a flash of sword light, Hyojin's figure, which was penetrated by the sword light, exploded into a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone. Oh no. Just as this thought appeared in her mind, Xian's vision went black, and she was knocked out from behind. At this moment, Red and Gale finally reacted, and they retreated in a flustered manner. They had originally planned to use Red as bait to lure Hyojin to attack, and then Gale and Xian would join forces to perform the My Flow sword technique to defeat Hyojin in one blow. However, they did not expect that not only did Hyojin not fall for the trick, but he also pretended to attack Gale, causing Xian to reveal an opening. In front of the two of them, he easily subdued Xian, who was not weak. Red reminded Gale with a serious expression, be careful, his teleportation technique is very fast. Swish, before she finished speaking, Red felt darkness in front of her, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. As a qualified Tokubetsu ninja, she instinctively wanted to retreat, but before her body could react, she was hit by several palms. The meridians in her body were blocked by chakra, and she instantly lost the ability to refine and use chakra. At this moment, a long sword struck, slashing at the figure who had attacked Red. The person holding the sword was naturally Gale. The angle of his long sword was very tricky, and it was extremely fast. As long as the figure hesitated for a moment, the long sword would definitely hit him. However, in the face of the sudden long sword, the figure only took half a step back. As if he had foresight, he narrowly dodged the long sword that was slashing at him. Then, he turned around and sent Gale flying with a kick. Clapping his hands, Hyojin said emotionlessly, you have failed the test, and I am very disappointed with your performance. We will continue the test tomorrow, and I hope you can perform a little better. After saying this, Hyojin's figure flashed, and he disappeared from the training field. Red and Gale, who had fallen to the ground, looked at each other, and saw shock and shame in each other's eyes. There is no doubt that Kurenai, Gale, and Xian didn't show their full strength, especially Kurenai, because her Jinjutsu was restrained by Suijin. She didn't have much to show and was easily defeated. Bang, Red punched the ground heavily, and said unwillingly, "Damn it, why didn't the gap between me and him shrink? Instead, it's getting bigger." Gale stood up and said, "Ahem. Captain's strength is more powerful than we thought. It seems that we have to study our tactics, or else tomorrow's test." After leaving the training field, Hyojin did not stop to rest. He activated his teleportation technique and rushed to an izakaya in the village. Arriving at a single room on the second floor, Hyojin smiled, "You're here so early. I'm not late, am I?" In the single room, a female ninja with short black hair stood up and said, "Why did you ask me out?" "I have a lot of things to do." This female ninja with short black hair was Hyojin's contemporaries and also the disciple of Tsunade, Mute. Hyojin and Tsunade had nothing to do with each other, so he had to ask Tsunade's disciple, Mute, out first. He wanted to test Tsunade's attitude through Mute and see if Tsunade was willing to accept her as a disciple. After sitting down, Hyojin immediately said, "We are contemporaries. Do I need any reason to ask you out?" Mute stared at Hyojin suspiciously. "You don't like to talk to people in the ninja school. Why are you so enthusiastic all of a sudden? Tell me, you must have something to ask of me." Hyojin smiled, "You are indeed the disciple of Tsunade. I do have something to ask of you." "What is it?" Kuroto said, "Yui wants to become a disciple of Tsunade-sama and learn medical ninjutsu, but I don't know if Tsunade-sama has any plans to accept apprentices in the near future, so I want to ask you." Ling. After thinking for a moment, Mute said, "I'm afraid Ling will be disappointed. Tsunade has no plans to accept disciples. Although she has returned to the village, she doesn't want to manage the affairs of the village at all." Hyojin's face darkened. "Is there no way at all?" Mute shook his head. "No one can force Tsunade to do something she doesn't want." Kuroto said indifferently, "Even if it is Tsunade-sama, there will always be things she wants or things she wants to do but can't do, right?" Mute smiled and said, "If even Tsunade can't do it, what can you do?" Hyojin stretched out his finger and shook it in front of Mute. "Just because Tsunade can't do it doesn't mean that the Hyuga clan can't do it. I heard that Tsunade owes a lot of debts outside." Mute waved his hand again and again. You, don't talk nonsense. How can Tsunade owe debts?" Seeing Mute like this, Hyojin's face darkened. "Hey, Tsunade didn't really return to the village to avoid debts this time, did she?" Haha. After laughing awkwardly, Mute said, "You really like to joke more and more. Tsunade is a famous sannin in the ninja world. Avoiding debts? That's impossible." Hyojin rubbed his chin and murmured, "Is the legend of Fat Sheep true?" Mute said helplessly, Okay, I'll help you ask, but medical ninjutsu is not so easy to learn. I've been with Tsunade-sama for so many years, but I've only learned a little bit." Mute is telling the truth. In terms of learning difficulty, medical ninjutsu is on the same level as sealing jutsu. And the most important thing is that medical ninjutsu is very demanding on the control of chakra. It requires at least the control of Jonin level chakra. Although Mute is Tsunade's first disciple, compared to Haruno chakra who has better control of chakra, Mute didn't learn much from Tsunade. For example, In Seal and Monster Strength, which are Tsunade's specialty. On the contrary, Sakura, who became Tsunade's disciple later, has mastered all of them. Although this is due to personality, it's more because Mute's control of chakra is obviously inferior to Sakura. Hyojin doesn't want you to only learn a little bit from Tsunade, so he tapped his fingers on the table and whispered, "Name a price?" Mute asked, "What?" Hyojin said, "Yu has the Byakugan Kekiai limit. Her talent may not be excellent, but she can see through the meridians of the human body. She can constantly correct mistakes in the control of chakra, so I believe that as long as she is willing to work hard, the problem of talent should not be an obstacle. But I don't want her to only learn a little bit from Tsunade-sama. She can also learn a little bit of medical ninjutsu in the medical class, so name a price." Mute asked curiously, "Is your Hyuga family very rich?" Hyojin leaned on the sofa and asked, "Is the Hyuga family rich?" How can you ask such a stupid question? You can go outside and ask about the price of a byakugan in the black market. Hyojin is naturally talking nonsense, but it is also a fact that byakugan is priceless in the black market. Mute secretly took out a small book. While he was carrying Hyojin, he wrote and drew in the small book as if he was calculating something. Hyojin glanced at the small book in Mute's hand and thought to himself, is this an account book used to record debts? How much money does Tsunade owe outside? Does she need such a thick book to record debts? Looking at Mute's posture, Hyojin was already convinced that Tsunade came back this time to avoid debts. Moreover, it was said that it was Jiraiya who persuaded Tsunade to come back this time, so Hyojin suspected that Jiraiya's method of persuading Tsunade to come back might also be related to money. Hyojin was secretly delighted. It seems that as long as I take the right medicine, it won't be as difficult as I thought. After carefully calculating the accounts, Mute patted his chest and said to Hyojin with a smile on his face, Hyojin, I will talk to Tsunade-sama about Yu's apprenticeship, you can rest assured, I don't think it will be a big problem. Kuroto is originally a Konoha shinobi, whether it is age or family background, both are impeccable. If not for this, Tsunade wouldn't accept a person with unknown background as an apprentice no matter how high the price is. Hyojin nodded, well, then I'll leave it to you. After saying goodbye to Mute, Hyojin pondered a little, and then walked slowly towards the Hyuga clan mansion. Because the murderer who murdered the elder of the Hyuga clan has not been caught, and Hyojin has publicly questioned the traditions of the Hyuga clan, many members of the Hyuga clan are very dissatisfied, so in order to avoid intensifying the conflict between the Hyuga clan and the Branch clan, during the period of Hyojin's injury, the Hyuga clan did not send anyone to visit him in a high-profile manner. But in private, whether it is Patriarch Hayashi or Richa, both conveyed their concern to Hyojin through you. Originally, at this juncture, Hyojin didn't want to get involved in the troubles of the Hyuga clan. After all, it is not the best time to reorganize the Hyuga clan and clean up the diehards. But considering that Yu's apprenticeship with Tsunade is also a good thing for the Hyuga clan, so Hyojin feels that the Hyuga clan should bear some of the expenses of apprenticeship. Of course, the most important reason is that Hyojin really has no money in his hands. As soon as he entered the Hyuga clan, Hyojin's brows slightly twisted, and a trace of doubt flashed on his face. Because he found that the people in the Hyuga clan, although they behaved very respectfully and politely after seeing him, they seemed to always keep a certain distance under this respectful and polite appearance. When he arrived at the ancestral residence, the guard hurriedly greeted him. Miss Jing, the patriarch is waiting for you in the side hall. Please follow me. There is no doubt that as soon as Hyojin stepped into the clan land, some clansmen reported the news to Hayashi, but this is also normal. After all, Hyojin is already the captain of the Umbu squad at this time, and in the elite Umbu, he is also one of the high level, and he has the potential to compete for the position of Umbu minister, Shadow Guard captain, and the leader of the Jonin class. Hyojin didn't say anything and just nodded silently. Soon, Hyojin arrived at the side hall and saw Hayashi. Hayashi looked at Suijin up and down and said with a smile, it seems that your body is recovering well. Hyojin nodded and said, yes, it was just a superficial wound. After pondering for a moment, Hayashi said, Kuroto, this time you were injured, and the family didn't send anyone to visit you. I hope you don't mind. Hyojin smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Hayashi explained again, the previous murderer hasn't been caught, and there is some misunderstanding between you and some people in the ancestral family, so I suppressed Richa and didn't let him visit you on behalf of the ancestral family. I don't want you to enter the eyes of some people during this sensitive period. Hyojin said lightly, Patriarch, I really don't care. Hyojin doesn't care about what the ancestral family thinks of him at all, otherwise, he wouldn't have openly questioned the tradition of the ancestral family. It must be known that for the conservative Hyuga clan, tradition is the foundation of the ancestral family to rule the branch family. This is not just a matter of soft fist, but also the legitimacy of the existence of the ancestral family. Therefore, questioning the tradition is almost equivalent to questioning the ancestral family. This is also the reason why the ancestral family is very dissatisfied with Hyojin. Individual extremists even suspect that Hyojin murdered the ancestral family elder, but because there is no evidence, and Hyojin's status is no longer what it used to be, so even if there is suspicion, the ancestral family can't do anything to Hyojin. Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you can understand. For Hyojin, Hayashi values him very much. This is not only because Hyojin's strength is good, and he is the pillar of the new generation of the Hyuga clan, but also because Hyojin took the risk last time to solve the Watanabe incident for the Hyuga clan, so that the Hyuga clan escaped a disaster. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kuroto stated his purpose of coming here. Learning that Hyojin wants you to become Tsunade's disciple, Hayashi nodded thoughtfully. Well, this is indeed a good idea. 4 generations died early, 3 generations are old, and the most promising to become the next Naruto are the 2 disciples of the 3 generations, Jiraiya and Tsunade. At this time, if a member of the Hyuga clan is arranged to become Tsunade's disciple, then in the future, if Tsunade succeeds as the 5th generation Naruto, the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Naruto clan will be even closer. Seeing Hayashi nodding, Hyojin smiled and said, I have probed Mute's intentions. If he wants to become a disciple, I am afraid it will take a lot of money as a gift. Hayashi immediately laughed and said, I finally know why you came to see me. Well, the matter of you becoming a disciple is of great benefit to both herself and the Hyuga clan. As the patriarch, I naturally can't be stingy. So, I will personally pay 30 million, no, 35 million, as a gift for you becoming a disciple of Tsunade. Hyojin was not too happy, but secretly thought, it seems that the patriarch has not heard of Tsunade's nickname Fat Sheep. 35 million is actually a huge amount of money, but for Tsunade who owes a lot of debt, Hyojin estimates that 35 million is not enough to fill her big hole. Seeing that Hyojin was silent, Hayashi asked doubtfully, what's wrong? Nothing. Shaking his head, Hyojin smiled and said, on behalf of you, I thank the clan for their support. One should not push one's luck. Hayashi suddenly took out a huge amount of 35 million, if Hyojin was still not satisfied, he would be a little ungrateful. After sealing the box full of money into the storage scroll, Hyojin left the Zone clan's mansion with a smile on his face. When he returned home, he found an inconspicuous small bamboo tube in the yard. He rolled his eyes and glanced at the bamboo tube, only to see a note inside. Heh, with a chuckle, Hyojin grabbed the bamboo tube in his hand and took out the note inside. There are a few lines on the note, the content is all the little tricks the Zone clan has secretly done to Hyojin. For example, the Zone clan is secretly investigating Hyojin. Another example is that the Zone clan is recently training another talented branch family member, wanting to let that obedient branch family member replace Hyojin's position in the Black Ops. Keeping the note, Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth and said, interesting. The person who sent this note obviously wants to use Hyojin to deal with the Zone clan. Perhaps in the eyes of that person, Hyojin, who is suspected and hostile by the Zone clan, must be full of resentment at the moment, holding a grudge against the Zone clan. However, the other party did not expect that the Zone clan is nothing in Hyojin's eyes. His vision is no longer limited to a clan and a village. Along with the improvement of his strength, Kuroto's tolerance had also unknowingly increased by a lot. For the current him, the suspicion and hostility of some members of the clan couldn't affect his state of mind. It was like a crayfish that was about to enter the pot. No matter how it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, the diners wouldn't care. I didn't have time to look for you, but you jumped out yourself. Hyojin crushed the note and walked into the house. If Hyojin didn't guess wrong, the person who sent him the note is likely to be the guy who killed the Zone clan elder and sneaked into the Zone clan's secret vault. Perhaps in the other party's heart, Hyojin, who is also a branch family member, is a target that can be won over and used, so he sent this note. On the one hand, it is to provoke the relationship between Hyojin and the Zone clan, and on the other hand, it is to show goodwill to Hyojin. If some of the members of the Zone clan are just conservative and ignorant, then this guy is full of evil intentions. The next day, Hyojin came to the training ground as usual. Perhaps because of yesterday's lesson, this time, Red, Gale, and Xian's tactics are much more conservative. All kinds of shadow clone techniques, substitution techniques, and traps are endless. Without using the ability of the Tenseigan, Hyojin took some effort to defeat them one by one. Glancing at the 3 people on the ground, Hyojin said indifferently, with your strength, if you encounter a member of the Akatsuki, you will die without a doubt, so work hard and continue the assessment tomorrow. I hope you can have a better performance. After saying that, Hyojin left the training ground just like yesterday. Red said with some annoyance, it's really too hateful. Gale coughed lightly while silently staring at the long sword in his hand, seemingly thinking about something. Xian struggled to stand up. It seems that as Captain said, we must have the determination to kill him to have a chance of defeating him. Among the three, only Xian, who has the biggest age difference with Hyojin and is the least familiar with Hyojin, was the first to wake up. Red frowned slightly. You mean to say that this assessment should be regarded as a real battle of life and death, not an ordinary contest? Xian nodded lightly. I think that's what Captain means. Gale also stood up at this time. From now on, we will treat Captain as a real enemy. When he was defeated today, Gale faintly felt that something was wrong. After listening to Xian's words, he understood what was wrong. Although my flow sword technique is not a bloodthirsty technique that focuses on killing, but if the wielder does not have the slightest killing intent, then the power of my flow sword technique will inevitably be greatly reduced. While the members of Class 7 were discussing tomorrow's assessment, Hyojin once again came to the second floor of the izakaya. Because today's assessment was not as straightforward as yesterday, Hyojin was a little late, but Mute obviously didn't care about this, smiled and said to Hyojin, I mentioned to Tsunade-sama that you wants to become an apprentice. What did Tsunade-sama say? Mute said, Tsunade-sama originally didn't intend to accept an apprentice, but she heard that you wants to practice medical ninjutsu with her, so she has a faint idea of accepting an apprentice, but... Halfway through the words, Mute smiled embarrassedly. After all, he was too thin-skinned, and some words really couldn't be said. Naturally, Hyojin wouldn't laugh at Mute's joke, so he took the initiative to say, you don't have to worry about the gift of apprenticeship, our Hyuga clan can afford it. Once you becomes an apprentice of Tsunade, not only her own strength will be improved, but her status in the family and village will also be improved. It should be known that 4 generations is the apprentice of the Sannin, and becoming a disciple of the Sannin basically means that she has integrated into the Naruto faction. Moreover, you will be protected by Tsunade. Staying by Tsunade's side, ordinary people won't be able to do anything to her at all. Hearing Hyojin take the initiative to mention the gift, Mute breathed a sigh of relief, then said with a smile, don't get me wrong, Tsunade-sama didn't accept an apprentice because of the gift. Tsunade-sama has always liked you. Last time when choosing apprentices in the ninja school, she almost chose you. I know, Hyojin showed an expression that said I know. Mute nodded, well, it's good that you know. Kuroto asked, what's the amount of the gift? Mute turned over the small book, looked at it, lowered his head and said with some embarrassment, if possible, Tsunade-sama hopes. No, I hope it's 50 million. At the end of the sentence, Mute's voice was almost inaudible. If it wasn't for Hyojin's good hearing, he might not be able to hear the specific amount that Mute said, 50 million. Hyojin tapped his fingers on the table and thought. The amount of the gift that Tsunade offered was actually less than Hyojin expected. 50 million may be a huge amount for others, but for the Hyuga clan, it may be a huge amount of money. However, Hyojin only had 40 million in his hand, which was 10 million short of 50 million. Seeing that Hyojin was silent, Mute quickly said, if you think the amount is too big, we can discuss it. 50 million was undoubtedly a huge amount of money in Mute's eyes. Even if ordinary ninjas worked hard for decades, they would never be able to save so much money, so she was very guilty at the moment. Hyojin waved his hand, no, I'll give you 70 million. Mute was startled for a long time before she reacted and said in surprise, what? Hyojin said, but this is not without conditions. I hope that Tsunade-sama won't hide anything, and don't have any prejudice against you, and see her as a real disciple. Instead of bargaining, it's better to increase the investment so that Tsunade will owe you a favor and guide you more attentively. As for the problem of money, 10 million is one thing, 30 million is also one thing. Anyway, he will go to the Mist Village soon. Mute nodded again and again, don't worry, what I said just now is not a lie, Tsunade-sama really likes you. Tsunade-sama actually told me in private that the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan that can see through the meridians, blood vessels, muscles, and bones of the human body is the best candidate to practice medical ninjutsu, so she has been planning to choose a disciple from the Hyuga clan. After you becomes a disciple, she will treat everyone equally and won't have any prejudice against you. Hyojin nodded with satisfaction, I'm relieved. After negotiating the amount of the gift money, Hyojin said, please don't let you know about the gift money. If you knew that Hyojin had spent a total of 70 million to become her disciple, Hyojin was worried that she would feel pressured, and he was even more worried that she would feel uncomfortable around Tsunade. Mute nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Muin was too ashamed to show her face in such a transaction, so she naturally wouldn't announce it to the public. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin continued, the amount of the gift money is not small, I need some time to raise it, but you can rest assured that I will definitely give the full amount to Tsunade within a month at the latest. Mute waved her hand awkwardly and said, we are not in a hurry, there is no hurry. Hyojin nodded and immediately walked downstairs. Mirror. Mute suddenly stopped Hyojin. Hyojin looked back and asked, is there anything else? Mute sighed and said, I didn't expect you to have such a gentle side. For a moment or two, I really envy you. After saying that, she, who had successfully completed this private transaction, breathed a sigh of relief, and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. Hyojin smiled and shook his head. Without saying anything, he turned around and left the izakaya. After saying goodbye to Mute and returning home, Hyojin did not stay idle. He continued to carry out the self-fusion experiment of Jishui and White Zetsu's clone. During the days of recuperation, Hyojin carried out as many as hundreds of self-fusion experiments. After repeated experiments, the results of the experiment confirmed his previous guess that the Uchiha clan's bloodline could indeed effectively improve the success rate of transplanting the first-generation cells. As for Jishui and the White Zetsu clone in his hand, 39 of the hundreds of self-fusion experiments were successful, and the success rate was as high as 30%. Because it is a self-fusion experiment, it only involves the strength of chakra. Therefore, during the actual transplantation, the Manjikyu Sharingan has to be taken into account to balance the power of Shursui's Sharingan. If the role of Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan is also taken into account, then the success rate of transplantation is estimated to increase by another 10% to about 15%. In other words, Hyojin estimated that the success rate of Jishui's first-generation cell transplantation was more than 40%. Although the success rate wasn't more than half, it was already very impressive. In the field of biological experiments, there was no experiment that was 100% safe. Even the most basic transplantation fusion could lead to unknown mutations and unexpected intense rejection, which would lead to the failure of the experiment. Therefore, a success rate of 40% was already a success rate worth betting on. One must know that the success rate of the first-generation cell transplantation experiment in the village had always been 0%, but there were still many volunteers who resolutely chose to gamble on that elusive and rare luck. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Hyojin came to the training ground as usual, but he didn't see the members of Class 7 in the field. Those guys couldn't have given up, right? Suddenly, Hyojin felt a slight murderous intent. He frowned and instinctively dodged to the side. Screech, just as Hyojin dodged to the side, a sharp blade almost brushed past the forehead protector on his forehead, leaving a shallow mark on his forehead protector. Byakugan, open! Hyojin didn't panic at all. As he retreated, he activated Byakugan. In an instant, a blurry figure of chakra appeared in his field of vision. Hyojin was deep in thought. Penetrating escape, although the penetrating escape blood limit that Moonlight Gale mastered was also passed down through the bloodline, even in his family, there were only a few people who could master this blood limit. In this generation, he was the only one. Therefore, in my village, where there were many blood inheritance families and secret skill families, his family wasn't well known. However, he shouldn't underestimate the penetrating escape blood limit because the penetrating escape not only could make him invisible, but it could also completely eliminate his aura. It was a sharp weapon for stealth and assassination. Just now, Hyojin almost fell into Gale's trap. Hiss, hiss, before Kuroto could launch a counterattack, the sound of detonation talismans igniting sounded under his feet. Boom, soon, the roar of the explosion resounded throughout the whole training ground. Huge dust and shockwaves swept the surrounding trees, causing the thick trees to shake back and forth. The moment before the explosion, Hyojin, who had used the teleportation skill to escape, landed firmly on the ground in the distance. The corner of his mouth twitched. You even predicted my dodging? Looks like you put some effort into it. Obviously, the three of them had expected that Gale's surprise attack would not succeed, so they predicted the area where Hyojin would dodge in advance and set up a trap in this area. However, with Hyojin's Byakugan activated, the three of them could be seen at a glance, no longer hiding. After all, Byakugan was the nemesis of all stealth. At this time, Red directly jumped down from the big tree where she was hiding, her hands quickly formed a seal, and she shouted in a low voice, "Magic, Sakura dance!" Whoosh, the moment Red's illusion was activated, a cool breeze blew through the training ground. Under the cool breeze, the green grass and leaves made a soft sound, making people feel calm and peaceful. At the same time, Red's body seemed to be blown away by this cool breeze, turning into a group of pink cherry blossom petals. These petals gathered and scattered, vaguely maintaining a human shape. Illusion. Hyojin's eyes were cold at first, but he soon relaxed his brows. The cherry blossom petals that are gathering and scattering in my eyes, but vaguely maintaining a human shape, are actually Red's body, but her illusion interferes with my vision. No, I smell the fragrance of cherry blossoms, and my sense of smell is also interfered. Kuroto knows very well that he didn't completely fall into Kuroto's Genjutsu, or rather, Kuroto's Genjutsu isn't an ordinary Genjutsu, this Genjutsu is different from the Genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Compared to the Genjutsu of the Uchiha clan, Kuroto's Genjutsu is more inclined towards visual confusion and olfactory interference. Therefore, as long as the cherry blossom petals were regarded as Red's body and were not confused, Red's illusion would be mostly broken. However, Hyojin felt that things would not be so simple, so he did not rush forward rashly. Instead, he slowly pulled out the Kusanagi pill from his waist and said calmly, "If this is all, it will be useless against me." Red shouted, and the cherry blossom petals all over the sky rushed towards Hyojin. In the face of this situation, Hyojin only needed to use rain pull to repel everything, and he could easily break it. However, he was also a little curious about what kind of tactics Red and the others had figured out, so he placed the Kusanagi pill in front of him. Countless cherry blossom petals flew up and down, constantly interfering with Hyojin's vision. Although Hyojin knew that these cherry blossom petals were all fake, and the main part was actually Red's body, the interference on his vision made his Byakugan's vision full of Chakra's reactions, and he could not clearly distinguish the specific location of Gale and Xian. Hyojin thought to himself, Red's illusion is quite good. No wonder she is a secret ninja clan that specializes in illusion. At this time, the cherry blossom petals all over the sky swept towards Hyojin under the breeze, and in an instant, they wrapped Hyojin inside. In the gap between the petals, an inconspicuous long sword quietly stabbed out, aiming at the blind spot of Byakugan behind Hyojin. She even considered the blind spot of Byakugan. While smiling, Hyojin suddenly turned around with the Kusanagi pill in his hand, clang. With a crisp sound, the long sword that stabbed at Hyojin's back was broken into two the moment it collided with the Kusanagi pill. This? In the sky full of cherry blossom petals, there was a surprised female voice. It seemed to be Xian's voice. At this time, Hyojin casually intercepted the broken half of the blade. His eyes narrowed, and he confirmed the direction of the voice. With a flick of his finger, the broken blade shot out. Ah! With a soft groan, Xian was shot by the broken blade and fell out of the sky full of cherry blossom petals. As Xian fell out of the sky with an injury, the cherry blossom petals around Hyojin also became a little messy. Hyojin did not let go of this opportunity. He immediately activated the soft fist secret technique reversal. In a breath, the spinning chakra ball crushed all the cherry blossom petals. While the reversal crushed the cherry blossom petals, Hyojin also keenly sensed the location of Red's real body. Using the secret technique reversal, he injected his own chakra into Red's body. Bang, 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 with a series of muffled sounds of fists hitting flesh, Red was hit and sent flying. Red, who fell on the ground, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, her face was still resolute. She gritted her teeth and did not groan because of the pain. At this time, Gale, who was not far away, exited the penetrating technique state and revealed himself. He shook his head and said, "Captain, we lost again." Without Red and Xian restraining him, Gale knew that he had no chance of winning. If he continued to fight, he would only be humiliating himself. This was not because Gale lacked the will to fight. It was because Hyojin's Byakugan was a great counter to the penetrating technique. Without the cover of Red's illusion, the penetrating technique was meaningless in front of the Byakugan. Red struggled to stand up and shouted, "Kuroto, you cheated. How dare you compete with us with a famous weapon?" Hyojin put away the Kusanagi pill and said with a smile, "Can you ask your enemies not to use divine weapons when you meet them? You should have taken this into consideration when you launched a surprise attack." Xian put her hand on her shoulder and nodded. "I was careless just now." The collapse of Red and the other two's tactics did not start with the broken sword, but when Xian could not suppress her surprise and let out a sound. However, she could not be blamed for this. The long sword in her hand was also extraordinary. It was a long sword forged with fine steel. In front of ordinary ninja tools, it could be considered a sharp weapon. Therefore, when she saw her long sword was broken by the Kusanagi pill, she could not help but let out a sound. Hyojin glanced at Xian's shoulder and asked, "Is your injury okay?" Xian shook her head and then said, "Thank you for showing mercy, Captain." Hyojin glanced at the three of them and said, "Today, you were able to force me to use Revolving Heaven. You did very well. Tomorrow, we will rest for a day. The day after tomorrow, our 7th squad will officially start carrying out the mission." Swish, as soon as Hyojin's voice fell, a figure landed on the training ground. The person who came was dressed in the Mayumbu uniform. When he saw Hyojin, he bowed respectfully and said, "Naruto-sama urgently needs you. Please go to the Naruto building immediately." Hyojin nodded and then said to the members of the 7th squad, "Dismiss." Looking at Hyojin, who disappeared in place with the body flicker technique, Red bit her lip and said unwillingly, "Why are our efforts so useless in front of the Jutsu Kekkei Genkai ninja?" Xian advised, "Red senpai, even in the Hyuga clan, Captain is also one of the best. It is not shameful to lose to him." Ahem. Gale, who coughed lightly, also echoed, "Yes, didn't Shinichi Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization also lose to Captain? What's more, except for a few traitorous ninjas, the Jutsu Kekkei ninjas are all companions of the same village. There is no need to worry too much about being restrained on the battlefield." Red glared at Xian and Gale and said, "You two are echoing each other. What, are you going to get married tomorrow?" In Naruto's office. 3 Generations handed a piece of information to Hyojin and said, "The intelligence team has found another piece of news. It has been confirmed that someone in the Mist Village is planning a coup." When Hyojin heard this, he suddenly wanted to laugh. The news of the coup was even found out by the Mai clan. It would be strange if the coup succeeded. Before, Hyojin still had some doubts. He didn't know whether this possible coup was launched by the future Mizukage main or by Zabuza. Now it seems that the possibility of Zabuza's coup is higher. 3 Generations took a puff of his pipe and said, "You don't have time to prepare. You must go to the Mist Village as soon as possible. I want to know the specific situation of the 4 Generations Mizukage. If the 4 Generations Mizukage really colluded with the Akatsuki organization, then this coup will be a good opportunity to deal with the 4 Generations Mizukage." Hyojin asked, "What do you mean?" 3 Generations said with a stern face, "If the 4 Generations Mizukage is colluding with the Akatsuki organization, then the mission of the 7th squad is to eliminate the 4 Generations Mizukage by all means possible." Hyojin nodded and said, "Understood." After pondering for a moment, 3 Generations said, "You may encounter members of the Akatsuki organization during this operation. At present, the village can't transfer any extra manpower, so you have to be careful." Hyojin nodded silently. 3 Generations waved his hand and said, "Go and prepare, we will leave tomorrow." After leaving Naruto's mouth, Hyojin thought to himself, if this coup is really launched by Zabuza, then failure is almost inevitable. What benefits can I get from this matter? Thinking of this, an idea flashed in Hyojin's mind, that is, can he use Zabuza as a puppet and help him to the throne of the Mizukage? Regarding the Mist Village, Hyojin's attitude is similar to that of Madara and Obsidian. Although the country of water is isolated on the sea, its area is not small, and its size is not inferior to that of other major countries. In addition, the country of water is surrounded by the sea, which is full of water vapor and dense fog all year round, making the territory of the country of water a natural home field for the mist ninjas who are good at water release and are proficient in mist assassination techniques. Around the country of water, the mist ninjas can often take advantage of the environment to defeat many enemies. In the original timeline, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza in the country of waves near the sea is a good example. At that time, as the first technician of Mai, Kakashi was already a veritable elite jonin in my village. Even looking at the entire shinobi world, there are not many jonin who can beat him. His real strength is definitely above Zabuza. But when fighting with Zabuza in an environment suitable for mist assassination techniques, Kakashi was obviously in a passive position and almost lost his life. It can be seen that the mist ninjas who are good at water release and are proficient in mist assassination techniques have a significant increase in combat effectiveness in an environment with abundant water vapor. This point, Hyojin, who is water release clone, also has a deep understanding of this. When controlling water release clone, fighting near a water source and fighting in a place without water source are two completely different concepts. Therefore, even if they had twice the number of soldiers, it would still be extremely difficult to invade the country of water, which was isolated in the sea. And the number of bloodline Genkai and secret technique families in the Mist Village is no less than that of my village. It can be said that the Mist Village is second only to my village among the 5 great shinobi villages. In the past, the country of Uzumaki where the Uzumaki clan was located was adjacent to the country of water, and it may become a springboard for Mai to invade the country of water. The Mist Village gathered several ninja villages who coveted the seal technique of the Uzumaki clan and jointly destroyed it in just a few days. One must know that the Uzumaki clan is not inferior to the sage body of the Senju clan, and has mastered the sealing technique that can even seal tailed beasts, so they are by no means a pushover in the shinobi world. With the mist as the main force, the allied forces were able to quickly break through the land of whirlpools, so fast that Mai didn't even have the chance to help, which shows how powerful the mist ninjas are in the coastal area. Therefore, even if Mai went all out, he might not be able to defeat the mist village in a one-on-one. Moreover, the forces on the shinobi continent are very complicated, and the 4 great shinobi villages keep each other in check, so no one really dares to put all their forces into the land of water. Uchiha didn't choose the cloud, rock, or sand crypsis, but chose the mist village to infiltrate. It is precisely because of the unique terrain of the mist village that they can spy on the shinobi continent and defend the land of water. Once the shinobi war breaks out on the shinobi continent and the 4 great shinobi villages start fighting each other, they can wait for the opportunity to select the target. As long as the Mist Village's leaders can maintain their rationality, then the Mist Village will slowly grow bigger and bigger, which is almost inevitable. In fact, even if the 2 generations of Madara and Obsidian continue to infiltrate and destroy the Mist Village for more than 20 years, the Mist Village's bloodline was almost wiped out, the secret technique family suffered heavy casualties, the elite 7 swordsmen either died or betrayed the village, and recently even the 6-tailed Jinchuriki Yutaka betrayed the village. But the strength of the Mist Village cannot be underestimated. Even if the 4 generations of Mizukichi Goji and Yugura who became Obsidian's puppets are not counted, there are still a number of elite shinobi in the village, such as Mei and Blue. Especially Mei, who has mastered the double blood limit of lava release and boiling release, has the real strength of a Kage, and she had a good performance in the 4th shinobi war in the original time and space. If there is no further interference from others, it may have to wait for the 6th generation Mizukichi Jojuro to come to power decades later before the Mist Village's foundation is completely exhausted. In Hyojin's view, it is very correct for Madara and Obsidian to create chaos in the Mist Village through infiltration and use civil strife to consume the Mist Village's foundation and war potential. Therefore, in this operation, even if he eliminates the 4 generations of Mizukichi controlled by Obsidian, he will use other ways to further weaken the Mist Village, just like how he abducted Ailer and weakened the Sand Crypsis. Hyojin thought about it as he returned home. This mission to the Mist Village will inevitably be accompanied by a lot of battles, and he may even fight with the Jinchuriki, so using the Fire Release clone is the best choice. First, he can run the Fire Release clone through fierce battles, so that his spirit body and the Fire Release clone can quickly reach a perfect fit. Second, the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan on the Fire Release clone has a certain restraining effect on the Jinchuriki, so it will be more easy to deal with the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, if the main body fights, he will inevitably use the Tenseigan Chakra mode, and the Tenseigan Chakra mode is too eye-catching, using it easily has the risk of exposing his identity. After packing up, Hyojin came to the Uchiha clan. Ji Shui, who became the captain of the Umbu Team 11, is not in the village at the moment because of the mission, so Hyojin came to the Uchiha clan to find Itachi. In the practice field on the edge of the Uchiha clan, Hyojin saw Itachi who was practicing shuriken with his brother Sasuke. Swish swish swish, Itachi flipped over and landed steadily on the ground. In the center of each of the 8 targets around him, there was a slightly trembling shuriken nailed to the ground. Sasuke looked around at the 8 targets in a daze, and his eyes were full of stars as he looked at Itachi. Brother, I also want to learn this trick, teach me quickly. Itachi gently rubbed Sasuke's head and said with a smile, the throwing technique just now needs to be coordinated with the Sharingan, so after you awaken your Sharingan, I will teach you. Sasuke suddenly pouted, it needs Sharingan again, is there no advanced throwing technique that doesn't need Sharingan? Itachi's talent was only comparable to Jishui's among his peers. Ordinary Uchiha clansmen who had awakened their Sharingan were all mediocre compared to him, so when Sasuke, who had not even awakened his Sharingan, faced Itachi, his heart was filled with admiration and frustration. This feeling, Hyojin had also felt when he faced Kakashi in the ninja school. The feeling of being able to master a skill that you could not master even if you racked your brains, but others casually learned it and mastered it was really uncomfortable. Looking at Sasuke with pity, Kuroto, who was on the sidelines, secretly lamented, this kid is really unlucky, anyone placed together with Itachi would look extremely mediocre. Sasuke's talent was not bad, but because he had Itachi as his brother, he looked mediocre and not very valued by his father Fuyue. At this time, Itachi led Sasuke to the front of Hyojin and asked, Senpai, why are you here? Hyojin smiled, I didn't disturb your practice. Itachi shook his head, and Sasuke was a little depressed, he lowered his head and kicked the stones at his feet. Hyojin gave Itachi a look and immediately walked toward the small woods on the side. After Itachi said something to Sasuke, he quickly followed. In the woods, after confirming that no one was spying around, Hyojin told Itachi about the task given to him by 3 generations in detail. For Hyojin, since this task may involve the assassination of Yonde Mizukage, then it is appropriate to find Itachi who had defeated Yonde Mizukage in the original time and space. And considering the problem of Jinjutsu, Hyojin is afraid that his attainments in Jinjutsu may not be able to control a Jonin ninja, so he must let either Itachi or Jishui go with him. After listening to Hyojin's story, Itachi said thoughtfully, in private, I also analyzed with Jishui brother that the possibility of the mist being infiltrated by the Akatsuki organization is very high. If the mist really becomes an accomplice of the Akatsuki organization, then our Mai will be attacked from all sides, so Naruto-sama's arrangement is very correct. Hyojin said, I need your assistance in this operation. No problem. Itachi responded without hesitation, as long as it is related to the safety of the village, for him and Jishui, it is the highest priority. Hyojin whispered a few words in Itachi's ear, and immediately said, this matter, can you do it? After pondering for a moment, Itachi gently nodded, well, if I set off now, there should be no problem in time. Patting Itachi on the shoulder, Hyojin said, pay attention to your safety, the Akatsuki organization's current movements are unknown, so we can't rule out the possibility that they are in the Mist Village, so take care of your own safety first. After assigning a task to Itachi, Hyojin informed the members of Team 7 about the task, and then returned home. Early the next morning, Hyojin's Team 7 left the village through a small door. The 4 of them are all rookies, and the weakest among them is a Tokubetsu Jonin, so their speed is very fast, and it took them less than 3 days to reach the eastern sea of the Land of Fire. Pointing to the map spread on the ground, Hyojin said to the members of Team 7, we are now in the old site of the Land of Whirlpools, and the rest of the journey will require the help of a ship. Xian asked, Captain, how do we board the ship? Hyojin said, all passenger and merchant. Ships going to the Land of Water will be inspected by the Mist Ninjas, so it will be very difficult for us to sneak through, so my plan is to sneak into a fishing boat that is close to the waters of the Land of Water, and when the fishing boat is close to the waters of the Land of Water, we will abandon the boat and secretly sneak into the territory of the Land of Water. Kurenai's eyebrows wrinkled, even if the fishing boat is close to the waters of the Land of Water, I am afraid there is still a long way to go before we reach the shore. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for us to cross the sea like this? Hyojin nodded, there is bound to be danger, but only in this way can we secretly sneak into the Land of Water. After listening to Hyojin's explanation, Gale and Xian nodded. As long as the weather is not extremely bad, it is not too dangerous to sneak into the Land of Water by crossing the sea near the waters of the Land of Water. Hyojin put away the map and said, "We have now entered the territory of the mist, everyone be careful. We will set up camp here tonight, and tomorrow we will find a fishing boat to cross the sea." Following Hyojin's order, Kurenai, Gale, and Xian immediately got busy. All of them are trained members of the Umbu, setting up traps, observation posts, and other common sense. There is no need for Captain Suijin to say anything and everything is done in an orderly manner. Not long after, the night gradually darkened, and the moon climbed up the sky. Caw-caw, suddenly, in the quiet night, there was a crow's caw. After hearing the crow's caw, Hyojin, who was leaning against a broken wall and pretending to take a nap, did not move, but slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Kurenai, who happened to be in charge of the night watch, immediately became alert when she heard the caw. Although it was just an ordinary crow's caw, for a ninja, any sound may be a warning before an accident, so she carefully observed the surroundings from the observation post. "Hey, why is there suddenly fog?" Kurenai, who was observing the movement around, suddenly found that the fog around was getting thicker and thicker. No. Realizing that something was wrong, she quickly returned to the camp, woke up Gale and Xian, and reported to Hyojin, "Kuroto, something seems to be wrong." Hyojin didn't talk nonsense, immediately activated the Byakugan to observe the surroundings, and said, "Prepare to fight, we are being watched by the mist ninjas." What? Kurenai and the other two were taken aback when they heard this. The infiltration mission has not yet begun, but their whereabouts have already been exposed. This is a big blow for the three of them who are performing this kind of S-level mission for the first time. While they were talking, the fog outside was getting thicker and thicker, and soon it reached the point where they couldn't even see their fingers. At this time, Gale activated the transparent release and entered the invisible state, while Kurenai and Xian also went into stealth. The members of the 7th class were carefully selected by the 3 generations, and their stealth and assassination skills were not inferior to the Mist Village's assassination techniques, so in the face of such a situation, no one panicked too much. Clang, it didn't take long for a crisp metal collision sound to suddenly come from the camp. In the quiet night, the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing was like the signal of the outbreak of war. In an instant, the sound of shurikens being thrown, the sound of ninjutsu being launched, and the roar of detonation runes sounded one after another in the thick fog. At this time, Hyojin has jumped to a big tree in the distance, and with a black shadow beside him, he silently watched the battle in the thick fog. The whole battle lasted about 40 minutes, and finally ended with the victory of the 7th class, but the members of the 7th class were not unscathed. Among them, Kurenai was the most seriously injured. Not only was her ribs injured by the Mist Ninja, but she was also poisoned by the Mist Ninja, basically losing her combat effectiveness. Xian was also seriously injured. There were many knife wounds on her legs and body. The one with the lightest injury was Gale, who had mastered the penetrating escape. However, due to the intense battle just now, Gale's body was weak to begin with. Therefore, even though he was not injured, he coughed non-stop due to exhaustion. He did not seem to have much combat power left. When the thick fog gradually dissipated, Hyojin returned to the battlefield. He killed several mist ninjas on the way, so he was carrying a blood-stained Kusanagi pill in his hand, and there were a lot of bloodstains on his body. It seems that he also experienced a life-and-death battle. Glancing at the battlefield, Suijin said, "There are a total of 3 squads and 12 mist shinobi. It seems that the mist village is already prepared. You should temporarily retreat back to the Land of Fire. I will carry out this mission myself." As soon as Hyojin's voice fell, Kurenai stood up and said, "How can we do this? Don't be so stubborn, you can't even stand properly now, how can you carry out the mission?" After a pause, Hyojin slowly said, "The Mist Village is different from other shinobi villages. It is surrounded by the sea. Once your identity is exposed, it will be very difficult to get out, and with your current physical state, even if you go, you will only drag me down." Listening to Hyojin's flat words, Kurenai unwillingly fell to the ground. Kage and Kian also looked dejected. They didn't even enter the Land of Water, but they already lost the ability to carry out the mission. This kind of frustration made them very uncomfortable. Hyojin glanced at the battlefield and said indifferently, "Although we were in a hurry to deal with the enemy, among the group of mist ninjas, only the leader is a Jonin, the rest are all Chunin and Genin. Although he didn't say it clearly, Hyojin's meaning has been expressed very clearly, that is, he is a little disappointed with the performance of Kurenai and the others just now. Kurenai was a little puzzled, is there only one Jonin among these people? Hyojin nodded, my Byakugan can see the chakras amount in their body, and judging from the chakras amount, only one person in this group has reached the standard of a Jonin. Although the long-term civil strife in the Mist Village has caused serious internal friction in the village, it has also made the Mist Ninjas unusually ruthless, and this ruthlessness sometimes has unexpected miraculous effects on the battlefield of life and death. After learning that one Jonin led more than 10 Chunin and Genin to injure them like this, Kurenai no longer insisted and said in a low mood, okay then. After Kurenai, Kage, and Kiin left the camp and retreated in the direction of the Land of Fire, a black shadow fell quietly to Hyojin's side and asked, Kuroto-san, why must you stop them from participating in this mission? This shadow is none other than Itachi Uchiha, who followed Hyojin's instructions and set off in advance to lead the Mist Ninjas to the camp. Hyojin said, do you think my Class 7 has the ability to complete this mission? After thinking about it carefully, Itachi frowned and shook his head, if we don't consider Senior's combat power, I'm afraid it will be difficult for your Class 7 to complete the task assigned by Naruto-sama. Infiltrate a great ninja village and assassinate the Kage. This kind of difficult task, even if Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, is to do it, there is a great risk, not to mention, it is a newly formed Umbu squad. Moreover, the matter of the Mist Village is also related to the Akatsuki. If the Mizukage of 4 generations is really in cahoots with the Akatsuki, then it's very likely that there are members of the Akatsuki around him. Therefore, with the strength of Class 7, it will be very difficult for them to complete this mission. Because Itachi knows the strength of Hyojin, so he didn't feel too surprised about the task assigned by Naruto, but now that he thought about it, he faintly felt that something is wrong. Seeing Itachi frowning as if thinking about something, Hyojin smiled, you don't need to think too much about it, I'm afraid that the reason why 3 generations arranged this mission is because he really can't mobilize other people, so he can only hope that we can take advantage of the internal strife of the Mist Village to complete the beheading of the 4 generations Mizukage. On one hand, they have to collect information about the Akatsuki, on the other hand, they have to guard against the retaliation of the Akatsuki. Hyojin is very clear that 3 generations doesn't have many cards to play. Itachi sighed, fortunately, you took this task, if it was any other Umbu squad, even if they succeeded, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to escape the country of water smoothly. Hyojin nodded, my subordinates are very good ninjas, I don't want them to die inexplicably in a foreign country at such a young age. Itachi asked, what should we do next? Hyojin took out a scroll from the ninja bag on his waist and threw it to Itachi, you follow the route on the scroll, sneak into the Mist Village, find a safe house in the area I've designated, and wait for my order. The safe route on the scroll was secretly passed down by my spy in the Mist Village, as long as you follow the route, you can easily avoid the patrol of the Mist Ninjas. Itachi took the scroll and said, well, I understand. Hyojin thought for a moment and said, if I don't contact you within a week, or if the situation in the Mist Village suddenly deteriorates, you should retreat by yourself. Itachi was a little curious, do you really want to carry out the mission alone? Hyojin replied, you don't have to worry too much, Hashirama will go with me. Will Yama-senpai also participate in this mission? For the last raid on the Akatsuki organization, the powerful Uchiha Hashirama did not participate, which made Jishui and Itachi feel very strange. Hyojin touched his nose and said, well, Hashirama will also participate in this mission, and she has already sneaked into the Mist Village. Well, let's talk about other things later, let's start now. Swish, Itachi didn't ask any more questions, his figure flashed, and quickly disappeared in place. Hyojin simply dealt with the battlefield, and then entered the Tenseigan chakra mode, turned into a gorgeous blue light, and flew into the air. It didn't take long for him to land on the air fortress dozens of miles away from the coast of the country of water. When 3 generations assigned him this mission, he took advantage of the time to break in with the 7th squad, and quietly moved the air fortress in the desert of the country of wind to the vicinity of the country of water. Sir. On the sky fortress, the 2 little guys saluted respectfully as soon as they saw Suijin. During this period of time on the air fortress, the 2 little guys lived a carefree life. Except for the restricted area designated by Hyojin, the whole air fortress has become their playground. In this regard, Hyojin didn't care too much. The balance between work and rest is the best way to release pressure and ease the mood. The two little guys have been living too oppressive before. If it goes on for a long time, it will cause great harm to their body and mind. So it's not a bad thing to let the two little guys relax by giving them time to recuperate. After arriving at the laboratory, Hyojin didn't delay and immediately used the soul descent technique, changed his body, and immediately controlled the fire-release doppelganger to leave the air fortress. This time, the reason why Hyojin insisted on acting alone was not only because he didn't want the 7th squad to die in vain, but also because it was inconvenient for him to bring the 7th squad with him. In the morning light, Hyojin slowly walked on the street of the Hidden Mist village in a grey cloak. Perhaps because of the continuous turmoil, the Hidden Mist village looked a little desolate, far less prosperous than Mai. There weren't many shops on the street, and there were very few customers. On the contrary, there were groups of beggars and orphans wandering the streets. After crossing a street, Hyojin keenly sensed that someone was watching him. Tisk, lightly spitting, Hyojin deliberately turned into an alley. Not long after, a few strong bullies chased into the alley with wooden sticks in their hands and said fiercely, "Hand over all your money and food." Bang bang, in a flash, Hyojin's figure flashed, and in an instant, he knocked the bullies to the ground, and then quietly left the alley. How dare they rob in the street in the village? Has the public order collapsed? While thinking, Hyojin walked into an izakaya that was open. After ordering some side dishes, Hyojin came to the 2nd floor of the izakaya. This izakaya was not far from the Mizukage building in the Hidden Mist village, and the outline of the Mizukage building could be seen from the 2nd floor. Looking at the Mizukage building outside the window, Hyojin narrowed his eyes. According to the information sent back to the village by the spy, the coup in the Mist village was already on the verge of breaking out at any time. But through observation, Hyojin found that the security near the Mizukage building was very lax, and it seemed that there was no arrangement to deal with the coup at all. Our spy has found the news of the coup. How could the Obsidian who controls the 4 generations Mizukage know nothing about it? Shaking his head, Hyojin rejected the idea and said to himself, maybe such a coup is what the Obsidian wants to see? In a large house not far from the izakaya where Hyojin was, Zabuza, who was carrying a ninja blade, glanced coldly at the group of subordinates in front of him. As the leader of the new generation of the Mist village, Zabuza also had a group of supporters after years of operation. At this time, these people were gathered together by him, more than 60 people, almost filling the entire house. Calming his restless mind, Zabuza said, "Tonight, we will change the Mist village, change history." In an instant, more than 60 Mist ninjas knelt on one knee and said, "We obey your command." Zabuza nodded with satisfaction. Today, the 4 generations Mizukage has become more and more unpopular in the Mist village, especially after the 6-tailed Jinchuriki Feigao defected. Almost all the forces that supported the 4 generations Mizukage became the opposition. This was also the reason why Zabuza dared to rebel. In his mind, as long as he could attack the Mizukage building and successfully assassinate 4 generations Mizukage, then the Mist village would be forced to accept him and let him take the Mizukage throne. After all, there weren't many people in the Mist village who could compete with him for the Mizukage position. Jibujan's mansion was located on the 2nd floor of a dilapidated shop across the street. Qing staggered a few steps, then sat down on the bench, gasping for breath. Mei Ming quickly supported him and asked, "What's wrong?" Qing shook her head. "Maybe I've been using white eye for too long. I suddenly feel a little dizzy." Although the Byakugan does not cause an unbearable burden to the transplant user like the Sharingan, but there is still a burden. Not to mention that even the Hyuga clansmen find it difficult to maintain the Byakugan in the open state for a long time. Mei Ming said, "Let's take a rest first." After catching his breath, Green said, "Including those who snuck into the mansion today, Zabuza has already gathered 60 to 70 people. His main subordinates are almost all here as well. I suspect that he will make his move either today or tomorrow." Mei Ming was lost in thought when she heard this. Although Zabuza's actions are covert, it can't be hidden from the people who have the intention. Mei Ming believes that many people in the village have already noticed it. Even if they don't know the specific actions of Zabuza, they have more or less guessed his plan. But the Mizuki's reaction is puzzling, and this is also what puzzles Mei Ming. After a while, Mei Ming asked, "Is the defense of the Mizuki building still the same as yesterday?" Qing replied, "Well, there is basically no change. There are still 3 Umbu squads on the periphery, and the guards of the Mizuki building on the surface. As for the interior, our people just sent the news that there is no change in the defense strength. There are still 2 Umbu squads and 1 enchantment squad." Mei Ming murmured, "Why? Didn't 4 generations notice it?" Qing smiled bitterly, "We haven't seen 4 generations for almost a year, right? I doubt whether the 4 generations in the Mizuki building is the real 4 generations. Because the inside and outside of the Mizuki building is covered with sealing techniques, even if Qing has a Byakugan, she can't see the details of the situation inside the Mizuki building." Mei Ming's men in the Mizuki building insisted that the 4 generations Mizuki is in the Mizuki building, but Qing always felt that there must be a reason why the 4 generations Mizuki didn't want to see anyone. Mei Ming glanced at Qing and didn't say anything. Now, all the leaders of the Mist Village are full of doubts about the 4 generations Mizuki, just like Qing, because the recent actions of the 4 generations Mizuki are too abnormal, especially this time. They sent the Jinchuriki and Elite Jonin to help the Akatsuki organization, which made the Mist Village even more confused. Knock knock. At this time, there was a slight knock on the door. Mei Ming said, "Come in." A Mist Umbu ninja walked in and respectfully handed a document to Mei Ming and said, "Sir, this is the information you asked for." Mei Ming nodded and naturally took the document. This report recorded all the strangers who entered the hidden Mist Village in the past week. Looking at the densely packed list, Mei Ming glanced at it and frowned. Damn it, there are so many people. It seems that the entire shinobi world is waiting to see our Mist Village become a joke. There is no doubt that the strangers who entered the Mist Village during this sensitive period are either intelligence dealers or spies sent by other shinobi villages. Qing said coldly, "I'm afraid this is not all, right?" The Umbu ninja said helplessly, "At present, the Umbu is divided, and the supervision of the village is not as strict as before, so there may be some fish that slipped through the net that we didn't notice. The Umbu of the Mist Village that should be loyal to the Mizuki is now in chaos. Except for a few Mizuki who are still loyal to the 4 generations Mizuki, most of the Umbu of the Mist Village have found their own backers and new targets to serve. Mei Ming has won over a lot of Umbu of the Mist Village, so there are also a lot of Umbu under Zabuza's command. This is also the reason why the Mist Village didn't plan to capture the 6-tailed Jinchuriki even though they knew that the 6-tailed Jinchuriki has defected, because the Umbu of the Mist Village has been paralyzed. As night fell, as the temperature dropped, the fog gradually appeared and became thicker and thicker. Bathed in the thick fog of the night, the entire hidden Mist Village seemed exceptionally quiet. There were almost no pedestrians on the street, and all the shops were closed. Even the lights were very rare. Only a few occasional barks of dogs and the painful groans of the street beggars due to hunger made the hidden Mist Village seem a little bit livelier. Suddenly, on the quiet street, a dark shadow appeared. These dark shadows were like ghosts, quietly passing through the thick fog, not even the slightest sound of the wind breaking. It could be seen that these people were all ninjas who were proficient in the hidden mist assassination technique. Not long after, a mournful cry came from the direction of the Mizuki building. This cry that pierced the silence of the night seemed to be the beginning of the turmoil, followed by a burst of roars, curses, and the sharp and harsh alarm sounded in the hidden Mist Village. It finally started. Hearing these noises, many people in the hidden Mist Village with evil intentions flashed in their minds at the same time. At this time, Hyojin in a house also opened the curtain. 1 spot. 2 spots. 3 spots. 4 spots. There are a total of 4 battlefields. Because he used the fire release clone, Hyojin couldn't see through the thick fog outside the window without Byakugan, but he could roughly judge the situation outside by the sound of the battle. The battle outside broke out almost at the same time. There were a total of 4 fighting points, all around the Mizuki building. There were also vague battles in other areas of the hidden Mist Village, but those battles were either people looting the shops or deliberately provoked by the rebels to contain the Umbu of the Mist Village who were still loyal to the 4 generations Mizuki so that they couldn't support the Mizuki building in time. It's time. Muttering to himself, Kuroto's figure flickered and disappeared in place. And the owner of this house turned a deaf ear to Hyojin who broke into his house, as if he didn't notice. After Hyojin left, he slowly recovered, and when he heard the sound of fighting outside, he immediately hid in the corner and trembled. This kind of turmoil often happened in the Hidden Mist village, and the residents could only grit their teeth and bear it, in the underground palace of the Mizukage building. The dried persimmon ghost mermaid pushed open a stone door and glanced at the chamber behind the door. When he saw two figures standing quietly in the chamber, his face sank, and he calmly walked in. At this moment, the two people in the secret room turned to the ghost shark and mermaid who walked in as well. But soon, they both withdrew their gazes and remained silent. The secret room returned to silence. Leaning against the wall, the ghost shark felt a bit uncomfortable. This kind of uneasiness came from the oppressive feeling that the other two people in the secret room gave him. Ghost Shark thought that there weren't many ninjas in the Mist Village who could give him a sense of oppression, so he couldn't help but guess the identities of the two people in front of him. From the hair ornaments, is it from the Splendor Knight clan? Didn't their clan go extinct? I can't tell the other guy's identity, but I always feel like I'm being seen through when I'm in front of him. Is it my illusion? Because the two people in front of him were both dressed like the Umbu of the Mist Village, and were wearing masks, even though the ghost shark was very knowledgeable, he still couldn't guess their real identities. While the ghost mermaid was pondering, a series of footsteps came from deep inside the secret chamber. Not long after that, a thin and small figure showed up in the secret room. Mizukage-sama. The three people, including the ghost shark, bowed to the thin and small figure at the same time. The thin and small figure in the secret room was none other than 4 generations Mizukage Goji Yugura, who hadn't shown up in the village for a long time. He glanced at the 3 people in front of him with a dull look, then fixed his eyes on one of them, and said coldly without any emotion, "Hey, next time, I'll dig your red eyes out myself." The Umbu of the Mist Village, named Hey, pulled out his long sword and yelled, "You're not 4 generations." Hey was the only ninja left in the Mist Village from the Red Eyes clan, who had inherited the pupil technique of the Mist Village. Because the Red Eyes clan had also participated in the rebellion caused by the Kekiai Shinobi clan, although Hey didn't participate in the rebellion, he was still affected. He had to hide his identity and join the Umbu, becoming an ordinary member of the Umbu. Just now, when he saw 4 generations Mizukage, he unconsciously activated his red eyes, and found that 4 generations' head was filled with other people's chakra. This was obviously a phenomenon that could only happen when someone was controlled by an illusion. With Hei's yell, the ghost shark and the other ninja were also on guard. "Hey!" At this moment, a light laugh came from behind 4 generations Mizukage. Then, a figure wearing a swirl mask walked out from behind 4 generations Mizukage. Hey asked, "Did you control 4 generations Mizukage with an illusion?" Obsidian, who was playing with the Mizukage, shrugged, then spread his hands and laughed, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you, what a pair of annoying eyes." "Akatsuki? So 4 generations Mizukage has been controlled by you since long ago." Seeing Obsidian, who was wearing a red cloud suit, the ghost shark was suddenly enlightened, and all his previous guesses were confirmed. Obsidian didn't deny it, instead, he threw the documents to the ground and said blandly, "Hey, if it weren't for me, you would have been executed by the Umbu long ago, as a surviving member of the Red Eyes clan. Ghost Shark, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish tried to kill you several times, but I stopped him. Lotus, if it weren't for me saving you from the prison, I'm afraid even your bones would have been rotten by now." Picking up all kinds of documents issued by the village, the Ghost Shark and the other ninjas' expressions changed. After struggling for a while, Bai dropped his hand that was holding the sword and asked, "What do you want?" Lotus also looked at Obsidian, with expectation and vigilance in her eyes. The Ghost Shark grinned like a shark and said, "You called us here in the name of 4 generations clan, you didn't want to kill us, did you?" "Of course." Pausing for a second, Obsidian continued, "You are all abandoned by the village, staying in this dark village, sooner or later, you will be cleaned out like garbage, why don't you choose another way to live?" Bai was confused, "You want us to join the Akatsuki?" Obsidian smiled and said, "That's right." Bai and Lotus glanced at each other, then nodded together. As the remaining members of the Konoha and Kagaya clans who participated in the rebellion, Bai and Lotus have no place to stay in the Mist Village, so they don't have much loyalty to the Mist Village. Coupled with the fact that the Akatsuki clan became famous after the war, defeating the joint attack of Mai, Cloud Village, and Sand Crypsis Village, joining such a powerful organization is equivalent to a rebirth for them. The ghost shark has long been tired of the endless killing of the Mist Village, so after thinking for a while, he also agreed to Obsidian's proposal. I'm glad that you all made the right decision. These 3 ninja were all selected by Obsidian after many rounds of selection, so Obsidian had already expected their decision. At this time, the ghost shark asked, "What about the rebellion outside?" "It's just a farce. When the time is right, you can go and end this farce. But remember, don't kill him before you kill him." The masked man curled his lips in disdain. "It's just a farce." Bai asked, "Why don't you kill him? Do you want to recruit him into the organization?" Obsidian smiled and said, "Amatsukami has no interest in him, we just want to keep him alive to disgust those old guys in the village. Don't you think that's a good thing?" Zabuza belongs to the kind of people whose ambition exceeds strength. Obsidian has no interest in this kind of people. In fact, in the Mist Village, the only one that Obsidian is optimistic about is the ghost shark. As for Bai and Kagaya, if it weren't for the threat that Amatsukami poses to Obsidian, he wouldn't have recruited them into the organization, because their minds are unpredictable, untrustworthy, and difficult to control. Listening to Obsidian's words, Bai and Lotus both grinned. Although the Mist Elders who had suppressed the rebellion of the bloodline inheritance families had suffered heavy casualties, there were still a few who survived. As the surviving members of the bloodline inheritance families, the 2 of them naturally didn't have a good attitude towards these old guys. Ghost Shark asked, "What about the shark muscle on his hand?" Obsidian didn't care and said, "If you can get it, the shark muscle is yours." Ghost Shark smiled and didn't say anything else. At the same time, Hyojin, who was controlling the fire release clone, went around the battle outside the Mizukage building, and quietly sneaked into the building. As soon as a mist ninja opened his mouth, Hyojin's short knife in his hand stabbed into the ninja's chest, stopping the ninja's shout before it could spread out. Pulling out the short knife, Hyojin shook off the blood stains on the knife, and thought to himself, the internal defense is so weak, it's like a child's play. He sneaked all the way, but only met 3 mist ninjas, and they were all ordinary Chunin ninjas, which was really incredible. After identifying the direction, Hyojin came to the southwest side of the Mizukage building, and thought to himself, where is the entrance? According to the information sent back by the spy, the secret technique archives and collections of the Mist Village were all in the underground palace under the Mizukage building, and the entrance to the underground palace was in the area where Hyojin was at the moment, but the village's spy in the Mist Village couldn't find out exactly where it was. After activating the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin carefully observed the surroundings. Although the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan didn't have the ability to see through things like Byakugan, but its insight was better than Byakugan, so after some observation, Hyojin immediately found a hidden door. Opening the secret door and entering the underground palace, Hyojin searched along the area with dense sealing techniques according to his own experience, and soon found a place that seemed to be the secret technique archives or collections. 2 squads, 8 ninjas, hiding in the corner, Hyojin locked the position of the 8 guards and immediately walked out slowly. Who? Stop. Looking at Hyojin who suddenly walked out, the 8 guards were alert, but seeing that there was only one person, and he was dressed as a mist ninja, the guards didn't rush to attack, but spread out and surrounded Hyojin in the center. Seeing Hyojin not saying a word, the leading guard said fiercely, "Who the hell are you? Why are you here? You'd better answer honestly, otherwise, I don't mind letting you taste the torture of our blood mist village." The corner of Hyojin's mouth raised, and the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket slowly rotated. In an instant, a golden phantom was projected from Hyojin's body, and in the blink of an eye, the golden phantom turned into a giant with 2 golden swords in his hands. Looking at the sudden appearance of the golden giant, the 8 guards fell into a short period of sluggishness. Before they could come back to their senses, the golden giant holding the 2 golden flaming swords had brutally slashed them into pieces of flesh and blood in an instant. After dealing with the guards at the door, Hyojin's eyes fell on the secret vault in front of him. The door of this secret vault was flashing with the brilliance of a sealing technique at this time. Obviously, it was engraved with a very high-level sealing technique by the mist, and Hyojin knew nothing about this kind of sealing technique. It was impossible to remove this sealing technique by normal means, so he activated Susanoo and prepared to break it by force. As for the guards just now, it was just a matter of convenience. Boom, with a bang, under the attack of Hyojin's Susanoo golden sword, the shining sealing technique only resisted for less than 3 seconds, and then completely collapsed, and the door of the secret vault also collapsed. Hyojin put away the Susanoo and walked into the secret vault. After looking around, Hyojin said with a little disappointment, "Is this the collection? As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, it stands to reason that the Kiri village's treasury should have many treasures, but considering that the Mizukage has been reduced to a plaything of the Obito, even if there were any treasures in the treasury, it would have already been looted by the Obito." Therefore, compared to the collection, Hyojin wanted to loot the secret technique archive of the Mist Village more. But since he had already come in, Hyojin naturally wanted to take a good look around. In the Mist Village's collection, the most collections were swords and swords. Rows of display shelves were filled with all kinds of swords and ninja tools, but they were not treasures, and they were far worse than Hyojin's own Kusanagi sword. Soon, Hyojin came to a display shelf deep in the collection, his eyes focused, and murmured, "The Mist 7 Ninja Sword," at the other end of the underground palace. When Hyojin used the Susanoo to cut the door of the collection, Obsidian, who felt the slight tremor of the ground, frowned and thought, someone broke into the underground palace. Although there was a fierce battle outside, the underground palace was full of all kinds of sealing techniques, and the tremor of the ground could not be transmitted to the depths of the underground palace, so it could only be that a battle had also broken out inside the underground palace. With a thought, he stepped into the whirlpool and disappeared from where he stood. A moment later, a vortex suddenly appeared in the collection, and Obsidian walked out of the vortex and stared at Hyojin, who was looking at a display shelf. Looking at Hyojin, who was dressed as a ninja and wearing the Mist Umbu mask, Obsidian was a little puzzled and thought, "Who is this woman? Is she on the Mist Elder's side, or a spy from another village?" Thinking of this, Obsidian reached out to Hyojin's back. The display shelf in front of Hyojin was very exquisite, and there were even carvings on the edges. Just by looking at the display shelf, one could tell that it was a rare work of art. There are 7 grooves of different shapes on this shelf, and with just a glance, Suijin recognized that these 7 grooves correspond to the 7 swords of the Mist Village that resounded throughout the shinobi world. However, only the leftmost groove on the shelf contained the double-blade flounder. As for the other 6 grooves, they were all empty. Hyojin supported his chin with one hand and pondered, "The beheading blade is in the hands of Bipajuzo, and the mermaid muscle was left outside of the Hidden Rain village. I don't know who got it. The thunder blade should be in the hands of the Black Ho Thunder Fong. What about the needle, flying foam, and dukkha? Were they lost, or were they taken away by Obsidian?" The 7 swords of the Mist Village were passed down from generation to generation, but because of the last ninja war, the 7 swords of the Mist Village encountered Metkai's father and suffered heavy casualties under the 8 inner hidden gates. Coupled with the continuous turmoil of the Mist Village, the inheritance was broken. The current Mist Village couldn't even spare the manpower to pursue the traitors Jinchuriki, so naturally, they didn't have the energy to recover the 7 swords. At this moment, Hyojin's body suddenly trembled, and an inexplicable tearing force came from behind. Kamui. In an instant, Hyojin's heart trembled, but then he found that his body had a strange numbness, and even his thoughts were slightly interrupted. This, the unique pupil technique of Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan Kamui, is a kind of time and space ninjutsu that can directly distort space. It is different from ordinary ninjutsu. At the moment when the target is hit, whether it is the body or the soul, because of the distortion of space, there will be a feeling of being separated from reality, as if being hit by a body-fixing technique. This is the situation Hyojin was in at this time. This is why many people who were hit by this technique were easily dealt with by Obsidian without any resistance. Because under the sudden attack, anyone would panic, and under the dual effects of panic and this sense of sluggishness, the victim will inevitably have a short period of absent-mindedness, and it is this short period of absent-mindedness that causes them to miss the last chance to escape. Therefore, to seize the last chance to escape, 2 things must be met. The first is to remain calm and to maintain a calm state of mind. The second is to master a no-second ninjutsu that can either teleport or threaten the Obito. When Yondaime Hokage was hit, he used the space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Jutsu to get rid of the Kami of Obito, so the Kami of Obito is not invincible. After collecting all kinds of scattered thoughts, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and Hyojin's eye sockets began to spin rapidly. Although Hyojin couldn't resist the Kamui's attack, his body was stripped of time and space, and he couldn't freely form hand seals or perform any ninjutsu that required hand seals, but there are some pupil techniques that don't require hand seals. Susanoo. A brilliant golden shadow was instantly projected from Hyojin's body. This time, the shadow seemed to skip the process of bones, tendons, and even muscles appearing layer by layer. Under the control of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Hyojin's eye sockets, and in the case of abandoning part of the body structure, the golden shadow instantly transformed into a thick arm holding a sword, and slashed at the obsidian who attacked Hyojin. The golden light suddenly appeared, and the obsidian was taken aback. Initially, Kuroto thought that it would be an easy sneak attack, but he didn't expect such a turn of events to occur. Even Obito, who was used to seeing storms, couldn't help but be taken aback, not to mention that his arm that was pressing on Kuroto's back is currently in the Kamui space, and while dragging the target into the Kamui space, Obito himself is also in a physical state that can be attacked. Swish, the golden sword slashed down, and immediately a flower of blood rose. Amidst the splattering blood, Baitu clutched his left arm that was severed from the shoulder in a sorry state. He hastily cancelled his divine might and retreated abruptly. At this time, Hyojin slowly turned around, and his eyes stayed on the broken arm on the ground for a moment, and then immediately moved to the obsidian not far away. At the same time, the Susanoo on his body was also constantly improving. From the previous arm, it gradually expanded into a complete half-body giant, firmly protecting him inside. Susanoo. The obsidian's face was a little embarrassed. Are you a member of Uchiha? The obsidian didn't expect that the girl in front of him, dressed as a ninja, was actually a member of Uchiha who had Manjikyu Sharingan and could activate Susanoo. Hyojin didn't answer, but he was a little relieved in his heart. Phew, that was close. The obsidian, who recovered from the surprise, suddenly frowned and said, "No, you are Homosubi of Amatsukami." The Manjikyu Sharingan was not something that could be found on the street, so it was impossible for one to appear out of nowhere, so the obsidian quickly equated the person in front of him with Homosubi of Amatsukami. After all, in the obsidian's view, Homosubi of Amatsukami is the only person who has Manjikyu Sharingan that he doesn't know the identity of. Humph. Hyojin instinctively snorted, but because she was controlling the fire clone, the girl's voice was a little crisp, so it didn't express his annoyance very well. Instead, it had a hint of provocation. I didn't expect Homosubi to be a woman. After a pause, Obsidian chuckled and said, "Very well, since you have delivered yourself to me, then I will accept your Manjikyu Sharingan." Naturally, Obsidian will not miss such an opportunity. For him, the Manjikyu Sharingan is secondary. He is more interested in digging out information about Amatsukami from Homosubi. Hyojin casually kicked the broken arm of Obsidian and said lightly, "Can you do it?" Obsidian twisted his neck and said, "You will know soon." As soon as his voice fell, Obsidian's figure flickered, and his speed was so fast that it left an afterimage, and he rushed straight towards Hyojin. Hyojin didn't dare to be careless, and quickly lowered his center of gravity, and the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets also fully activated, capturing every move of Obsidian. Although Kuroto knows the details of Obsidian's Kamui, and also roughly what trump cards Obsidian has, any small mistake can lead to a fiasco against a strong person of Obsidian's level. What's more, he is not sure whether Obsidian is the only one in the underground palace or not. If all the members of Akatsuki are here, then he will be in big trouble, so he doesn't dare to be careless. Obsidian's speed is extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Hyojin, but due to Hyojin's constant movement, he couldn't find any flaws in Hyojin's defense, so he had to go through Hyojin's body. After passing through each other, the two turned around at the same time and confronted each other again. Hyojin's face was calm, and thought to himself, "I must lure him to attack, only then can I hurt him." He didn't move at all just now. Did he see through the details of my Kamui? Or did he get some information about me from Konoha? Sure enough, the battle outside the Hidden Rain village leaked too much information. While Hyojin was thinking about countermeasures, Obsidian was also secretly thinking. Obsidian is very clear about his own advantages, so he has been paying attention to protecting his own information, but because the previous situation was too critical, he had to personally resist the 3 generations Naruto. In the face of the 3 generations Naruto, Obsidian had to use his Kamui and would release Blood Limit. Although he successfully blocked the 3 generations Naruto and killed many of Mai's elite Anbu, the leakage of his own information was inevitable. The two sides probing did not yield any results, so the two confronted each other again. Both of them were wearing masks, so they couldn't see each other's expressions, but from the subtle parts of their bodies, both sides keenly captured each other's vigilance and caution. And Hyojin, who was aware of this, immediately understood, oh, so cautious? It seems that he doesn't have any strong reinforcements nearby, at least Nagato should not be in the Mist Village. If Nagato was nearby, Obsidian wouldn't need to be so cautious, he could directly call Nagato, and Hyojin would have no choice but to flee. Obsidian also raised the corner of his mouth, hey, even if you know the ability of my Kamui, how long can your Manjikyu Sharingan support Susanoo? As the successor of Uchiha Madara, Obsidian has a far better understanding of Manjikyu Sharingan than Fuyue, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, so he knows very well that although ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan can use Susanoo, it can't be maintained for a long time, otherwise, it will overdraw the pupil power, causing the rapid decline of one's vision. Only by transplanting the Hashirama cells or fusing with a Manjikyu Sharingan to become the Eternal Eyes can one be qualified to use Susanoo as a regular pupil technique. The two of them faced each other in silence in the huge and hidden mists warehouse. They analyzed the enemy's weakness while planning their own tactics. Neither of them made a sound, maintaining their silence tacitly. It was as if they only had each other as prey in their eyes, and nothing else mattered. After a while, Hyojin decided on his strategy. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, boom boom boom. As Hyojin launched an attack with Susanoo, the Golden Giant immediately raged in the warehouse. Every time the Golden Giant waved its arm, every time it slashed, it would cause a series of rumbles, messing up the rows of shelves in the storage room. Swords and daggers fell to the ground with clanking sounds. Fool, let's vent as much as we want. In the face of Suijin Susanoo's rampage, the masked man was playing with a sneer in his mind while dodging in embarrassment. In order to make Shinichi more embarrassed and make Hyojin consume more pupil power, from time to time he would use the scattered swords on the ground and throw them at Hyojin, who was protected by Susanoo, provoking Hyojin to attack him. Clang clang, although the swords in the warehouse were rare sharp weapons, they couldn't do anything to Hyojin's Susanoo. No matter what strength Obsidian used, from what angle he threw, the final result was a sharp collision sound of sharp weapons, and he couldn't hurt Hyojin in the Susanoo at all. Tisk, do you only know how to dodge like this? Hyojin spat lightly, deliberately showing a bit of exasperation in his tone. At the same time, he deliberately didn't breathe out, but his chest was moving up and down. Under the mask, Obsidian stared at Hyojin's chest that was moving up and down, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he said to himself, hey, you're already panting? It's hard to continue your pupil power, right? That's not how you use Susanoo. Hyojin slowed down the attack frequency of Susanoo at the right time and chased Obsidian in the warehouse that had become a ruin, and his mouth gradually appeared to be panting. Hugh, how long are you going to run? At this time, Obsidian stopped running, turned around and walked towards Hyojin, and said in a tone full of superiority, how much pupil power do you have left? Is your vision starting to blur? Hyojin staggered slightly and said in surprise, you. How do you know so much about Manjikyu Sharingan? Obsidian was still approaching Hyojin, and his tone was getting lighter. Young Uchiha, your talent surprised me. It's not common for a woman to open Manjikyu Sharingan, and it's at your age. Hyojin said angrily, do you think you've won? Obsidian clenched his fist with his remaining right hand, isn't it? Go to hell. Under Hyojin's control, the Golden Giant immediately waved the golden sword at Obsidian. However, this time, not only did Obito not dodge, he didn't even activate the Kamui Tokukomi. Instead, a lot of thick and sturdy trees extended from his body and intertwined with each other, as if two giant arms of trees had transformed from trees. The arms of Susanoo were greeted by the sword-wielding arms of Hyuga Susanoo. In an instant, the Susanoo and the wooden golem entangled with each other, and like wrestling, the two of them began to wrestle. With a light shout, Hyojin put his palms together as if he was driving the pupil power of Manjikyu Sharingan with all his strength. Obsidian's face also became less relaxed, and he mobilized the chakra in his body to maintain the wood release. This stalemate lasted for less than 3 minutes. The situation gradually began to tilt in favor of Obsidian's wooden man. Hyojin's Susanoo was gradually suppressed, and even the golden giant's shadow dimmed a lot. At this time Obsidian said, "Do you know, the last time the Sharingan fought with would release, it was the Sharingan that lost." Hyojin gritted his teeth, "I won't lose. You being able to maintain Susanoo to this point is a little beyond my expectations." After a pause, Obsidian continued lightly, "But it's over." As if to confirm Obsidian's declaration, as soon as his voice fell, the wooden man tore Hyojin's Susanoo, and a big crack appeared on the golden giant's chest. Obsidian walked slowly into the crack and said with a smile, "You can still maintain it? Is your Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique related to Susanoo?" Looking at Obsidian invading the interior of Susanoo, Hyojin wanted to kneel on one knee and show his physical weakness, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was too deliberate, so he just took a slight step back, and then pulled out a kunai from the storage bag on his waist and shot it at Obsidian. Just like during the battle between the brothers of time and space, Sasuke was facing Itachi, who was approaching step by step, making a seemingly meaningless struggle. One after another, kunai and shurikens passed through Obsidian's body without causing any ripples. The Obsidian who was walking towards him was like a ghost. Although it was futile, Hyojin did not stop and continued to throw. Obsidian smiled and said, "Why can't you accept your failure with dignity? If you were willing to tell me the information about Amatsukami, I can consider sparing your life." Hyojin said coldly, "In your dreams." "Humph, very stubborn." After snorting lightly, Obsidian stretched out his only right hand and slowly reached towards Hyojin. Hyojin did not suppress his body's instinct to fight back. He directly waved the kunai in his hand and slashed towards Obsidian's right hand. Swoosh, the sound of wind breaking rang out, but the slash was still fruitless. It passed through Obsidian's body and did not cause any damage to Obsidian. At this time, Obsidian stretched out his right hand and grabbed Hyojin's wrist. In an instant, a vine extended from Obsidian's body and extended all the way to Hyojin's body through their hands. Then, it quickly became thicker and stronger. The vine that was originally as thick as a finger became as thick as a tree trunk that was as thick as an arm, tightly wrapping around Hyojin's body from top to bottom. After using would release to control Hyojin's body, Obsidian released his right hand that was grabbing Hyojin's wrist. Then, he gently patted Hyojin's shoulder and activated Holy Might while saying, "It's over." As Obsidian activated Holy Might, a spatial distortion point suddenly appeared on Hyojin's shoulder. This distortion point was like a vortex that sucked in everything around it, causing Hyojin's body to distort. The strange numbness of being stripped of reality once again filled Hyojin's body. But this time, he was prepared. The moment Obsidian activated Holy Might, his closed eyes suddenly opened. Amagami Iwato. In an instant, the Amagami Iwato in Hyojin's right eye was activated, and a faint fluorescent halo appeared on his body. With the activation of Amagami Iwato, although Obsidian's would release was still wrapped around Hyojin's body, making him unable to move, the suppression effect of would release had completely disappeared. Susanoo. After getting rid of the hindrance of would release on his chakra, Hyojin immediately activated the ocular technique in his left eye, Roar. When the ocular technique Susanoo, which had the ability to strengthen Susanoo, was activated, the golden giant who was suppressed by the wooden puppet suddenly let out a terrifying roar. In this roar, the golden giant's body shone brightly again. At the same time, an armor made of golden flames covered the golden giant's body. Moreover, the golden giant, who originally only had 2 arms, unexpectedly extended an arm from each of his ribs. Previously, he only had 2 arms holding the sword, but now he had 4 arms holding the sword. Boom, accompanied by a loud noise, the golden giant easily tore apart Obsidian's wooden puppet without the slightest hindrance. Originally, Hyojin deliberately showed weakness before. Even if he did not activate Susanoo, he was not afraid of Obsidian's wooden puppet with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's Susanoo. At this time, his Susanoo had the buff of the ocular technique Susanoo, and its power was close to the complete form of Susanoo. Naturally, it easily tore apart Obsidian's wooden puppet. How is this possible? The sudden reversal of the situation made Obito, who thought he had the victory in his grasp, pale with fright. Looking at the flying sawdust, he was dumbfounded. All of Hyojin's previous performance was for this moment. He resisted the numbness of Kamui stripping his body and urged Susanoo to slash at Obsidian with all his strength. The golden giant sword coming towards him and the Kamui attack that was about to be completed caused Obsidian to fall into a short period of hesitation. Immediately, Obsidian gritted his teeth, fight. He was confident that in less than a second, he would be able to completely complete the attack and drag Hyojin into his Kamui space, and as long as Hyojin was dragged into the Kamui space, Susanoo, which had lost the support of Hyojin's pupil power, would disappear in an instant, and the golden giant sword that was about to fall would also collapse. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Hyojin continuously injected his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power into his right eye and urged Amanawato with all his strength. Although Amanawato could not resist the space-time stripping of Obsidian's Kamui, but it could delay the time of Kamui stripping the space-time stripping. At the same time, Obito also desperately launched the Kamui space, trying to drag Suijin into the Kamui space before the golden greatsword above his head could land on him. A contest of pupil power between Sharingan and Sharingan, in this short moment, fiercely burst out. Got it. Both of them shouted this sentence almost at the same time. The only difference was that after shouting this sentence, Hyojin had a triumphant smile on his face, while Obsidian had a look of surprise on his face. Because just when Hyojin's whole body was about to be completely dragged into the Kamui space, the fluorescence of Amanawato suddenly bloomed, causing Kamui to appear a little slow. Precisely because of this, a trace of surprise flashed on Obsidian's face. Boom. However, before the surprise on Obsidian's face could be completely swept away, his whole body was completely swallowed by the golden giant sword, with the support of Susanoo's full power attack, let alone Obito. Even a first generation with a sage's body would die without a doubt if they were to take it head-on. Therefore, the Obito was directly reduced to ashes, and even with the insight of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he couldn't find any trace of the Obito. But Hyojin didn't relax his vigilance. He tore off the withered tree trunk that bound him, raised his hand and quickly made a hand seal, and shouted, "Flame release, flame dragon burst." 1. After another, golden flame dragons spurted out from Hyojin's mouth, galloping in the Mist Village's collection room. These dazzling golden flame dragons seemed to be alive, searching for enemies everywhere, and sprinkling the golden flames on their bodies all over the collection room. So, in just a few short breaths, the collection room was a sea of fire. Under the burning of the golden flames, all the display racks turned into billowing smoke, and some of the weaker weapons were also burned out of shape, turning into a mass of molten iron. Standing amidst the sea of fire, Kuroto's eyes were constantly scanning around. He was sure that the attack just now killed Obsidian, but for Uchiha's people who had mastered the Izanagi forbidden technique, a single kill didn't mean much, so after he succeeded, he immediately used the ninjutsu flame release, turning the entire collection room into a sea of fire. The dazzling golden flames lit up the gloomy underground palace vault. At this time, most of the weapons in the vault had turned into crimson molten iron, casually flowing on the floor that was reinforced by the sealing technique. A small number of sharp weapons that were made of tough materials were warped and deformed by the golden flames, losing their original sharpness. It was only a matter of time before they turned into molten iron. Only a small number of treasures were able to maintain their original appearance under the golden flames, but no one could estimate how long they could last under the scorching heat of the golden flames. Hyojin's expression was solemn as he strolled in the sea of fire. The hairband that bound his hair had broken at some point. His black hair, which should have been tied into a ponytail, was fluttering in the wind under the waves of heat caused by the golden flames. The incomparably hot golden flames that could instantly melt a sharp weapon forged from fine steel into molten iron couldn't hurt Kuroto at all. Even his hair that was fluttering in the wind wasn't affected in the slightest. The golden flames that engulfed everything were like obedient golden flowers around him. Bathing in the sea of fire, he was like a god, calmly and indifferently looking around, as if he was looking down at his own divine kingdom. Where will he be resurrected? Because he hadn't mastered the forbidden technique Izanagi, Hyojin's understanding of Izanagi came from the impression he had in his previous life. He knew that Izanagi could turn all factors that were unfavorable to him into illusions, replacing reality with reality. It was a miraculous eye technique that could use illusions to change reality. This kind of pupillary technique involves the rewriting of fate, and before he has mastered it, there is no way for him to analyze the principle of its activation, so he can only design his own tactics based on his impression of the battles where this pupillary technique has been used. In the original time and space, there were actually many people who used the forbidden technique of Izanagi. Madara, Obsidian, Danzo, and some of the Uchiha people in history had used it, but among them, Danzo, who was not of the Uchiha people, used it most frequently. According to the battle between Danzo and Sasuke, Hyojin analyzed that if Obsidian used Izanagi to change fate, he would probably be resurrected somewhere nearby like Danzo. And this was the reason why Hyojin used Flame Release to turn the entire collection into a sea of fire. Once Obsidian resurrected in this collection, he could use Flame Release to instantly hurt the newly resurrected Obsidian and create a second opportunity to kill Obsidian. However, a few minutes passed, and there was no sign of Obsidian resurrecting in the collection. Did he not use Izanagi? This thought flashed in Hyojin's mind, but he quickly denied it because he knew that Obsidian had a chance to use Izanagi before he was killed. Hyojin's face sank, and he curled his lips. Humph, at this moment, he realized where his mistake was. It was stupid to use the Izanagi launched by Danzo to speculate about the Izanagi launched by the real Uchiha people. This is like using the same B-level fire release Great Fire Annihilation. Ordinary people use the power of B-level, but Uchiha Madara use the power of S-level. The same is true for pupil techniques. Different people use pupil techniques, and the power is also different. Danzo himself did not have the blood of Uchiha, and the transplant on his body was not a fusion at the cell level, but a whole arm transplant, so the main part of his chakra was still his own body. Therefore, the Izanagi he launched should be a castrated version, which can only last for a short minute. This is particularly obvious in Madara's case, because Madara used Izanagi to fake his death, not only to deceive the first generation, but also to deceive the second generation who collected his body for experiments. It can be seen that in the hands of the real Uchiha people, Izanagi can be delayed. As for how long it can be delayed, I am afraid it varies from person to person. And what is the limit of Obsidian, Hyojin cannot judge. From the battle between Obsidian and Conan, he can use Izanagi for at least 5 minutes, or even longer. Whether he can use Izanagi for a long time, Hyojin thinks he should be able to do it, so adding the duration and delay time together, the time of his resurrection is a large range. Staggered, Hyojin half knelt on the ground. He used Susanoo, Amanoa, and Susanoo in a row, these 3 Manjikyu Sharingan level pupil techniques. Even though he has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, for a while, his pupil power was somewhat difficult to sustain. In addition, he just turned the entire collection into a golden sea of fire in order to ensure that he could seriously injure the resurrected Obsidian, which consumed too much chakra. Cough. After coughing twice, Hyojin thought, maybe only by mastering Izanami and making Obsidian fall into the cycle of fate, it is possible to kill him. Deep in the palace. Just at the moment when Hyojin killed Obsidian, for generations Mizukage Goji Yagura suddenly opened his eyes. Damn. Following that, his sluggish face gradually twisted. Embarrassment, anger, and other emotions surged into his mind, causing his young face to flush red. There is no doubt that the moment when Obsidian was killed by Hyojin, for generations Mizukage took the opportunity to get rid of Obsidian's Genjutsu control. And under the control of Obsidian's Genjutsu, although the 4 generations Mizukage was just a puppet, but what Obsidian did when he controlled him, he was trapped in the Genjutsu world. Thinking that he, as a Mizukage, became someone else's plaything, thinking that he could only watch Obsidian wreak havoc in the Mist Village, but he couldn't do anything, monstrous anger and killing intent spread in the chest of 4 generations Mizukage. I must end all this as soon as possible. Picking up his iron hook, 4 generations Mizukage quickly walked out of the secret room. He knew that a coup was breaking out outside, a coup deliberately condoned by Obsidian. Just when 4 generations Mizukage walked out of the secret room, he met Ghost Mermaid, Musashi, and Lotus, who had just been subdued by Obsidian not long ago. Seeing 4 generations Mizukage rushing over, the 3 people thought that 4 generations Mizukage was still Obsidian's puppet, so they greeted him and asked, "Are you ready to make a move?" Looking at the 3 people in front of him, 4 generations Mizukage coldly spat out 2 words, "Traitor." Musashi, who had red eyes, noticed that something was wrong and shouted, "Be careful, he got rid of the control of Genjutsu." As ninjas of the village of Blood Mist, the 3 people always maintained a high degree of vigilance, even to each other. They didn't relax their vigilance, so the moment Musashi warned them, they launched an attack. Humph. For generations Mizukage snorted coldly, the iron hook in his hand moved, and a water mirror appeared out of thin air. Immediately, two figures that looked exactly the same as Ghost Mermaid and Lotus rushed out of the water mirror, facing the attack of Ghost Mermaid and Lotus. Looking at a figure that looked exactly like them rushing towards them, Ghost Mermaid and Lotus's face changed. As elite Jonin of the Mist, both of them knew that this was the best ninjutsu of the 4 generations Mizukage, water mirror technique. As long as someone was reflected by this water mirror, the water mirror would copy them and create a water mirror clone that had almost the same power as the real one. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in the narrow passage. Ghost Mermaid and Lotus were knocked back by their own water mirror clones, and fell on the ground in embarrassment. The 4 generations Mizukage scolded angrily, "As ninjas of the mist, where is your sense of shame?" The 4 generations Mizukage, who was trapped in the illusion, saw how Obsidian subdued Ghost Mermaid and the other 2 with just a few words. He was angry at the 3's betrayal, but he was also shocked that they would so easily join the Akatsuki. Lotus said disdainfully, "This kind of village is not worth loving." Seeing the real 4 generations Mizukage, he was more or less ashamed. Ghost Mermaid said calmly, "As a Mizukage, you have become someone else's puppet. What qualifications do you have to teach us?" The 4 generations Mizukage was angry. "On behalf of the village, I am going to execute you traitors." After saying that, the 4 generations Mizukage pounced on them, on the ground. Aojirai looked at the Mizukage building not far away with a serious face, and through the Byakugan, she observed the fierce battle around the building. After a while, Aojirai withdrew her gaze and said to Mei, who was beside her, "The battle is still going on, but from the current situation, the rebels have the upper hand." Zabuza took the advantage of the preemptive strike, plus Obsidian deliberately loosened the guards around the Mizukage building, so under Zabuza's sudden attack, the Umbu of the Mist who were loyal to the 4 generations Mizukage suffered heavy casualties. Mei's face darkened, and immediately asked an old man with a cane beside her, "Elder, what are we waiting for?" The old man shook his head and said indifferently, "There's no rush." Qing also advised, "Yeah, if we don't take this opportunity to force 4 generations out, we won't be able to determine the true situation of 4 generations." Mei Ming sighed helplessly. In fact, she also knows that this is a good opportunity to confirm the true situation of 4 generations, but the ones fighting outside are all ninjas of the Mist Village. Whether it's the rebel army or the Umbu loyal to 4 generations, they are all part of the Mist Village. No matter how deep Mist Village's foundation was, it wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of endless internal friction. Seeing Mei Ming's thoughts, the old man said, "We old guys are no longer useful. The future of the Mist Village depends on you. You have to learn to think in the Mizukage way, and also learn the Mizukage's Iron Fist." The elders of the Mist Village who originally supported the Mizukage of 4 generations have already bet on Mei Ming, so this time the rebellion caused by Zabuza was actually connived by the elders of the Mist Village. Mei Ming turned to the Umbu of the Mist Village and asked, "Have you investigated the suspicious people who sneaked into the village?" The Umbu of the Mist Village respectfully bowed to Mei Ming, as if he already regarded her as the Mizukage, and replied, "Among the suspicious people who sneaked into the village, the ninjas of the Mist Village, the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis, the ninjas of the Rock Village, and the ninjas of the Takunan Village and the Grass Village can be identified." "What?" Mei Ming's beautiful face flashed with a trace of anger. "Even the Takunan Village and the Grass Village dare to blatantly send people to sneak into the Mist Village?" The Umbu of the Mist Village helplessly said, "I'm sorry, this is our dereliction of duty." Green on the side was puzzled, "Where are the people of Mai?" The Umbu of the Mist Village shook his head, "For the time being, we haven't found the infiltrators of Mai, and the people we placed in my village haven't sent back any relevant information." On the other side, in a house where the Mizukage building could be seen from afar, Itachi stood quietly by the window, observing the chaos in the fog outside. His face had an indifference that did not match his age, as if nothing outside could touch his heartstrings. After a while, Itachi left the window. Near the house where he was, he had quietly placed a few ninja crows, so he didn't need to look out the window all the time. What is Kuroto-senpai doing at this time? When will Yami-senpai contact me? After a few questions flashed in his mind, Itachi shook his head and said, "Maybe my strength is too weak, so the senpai didn't give me a real task, and let me stay here as a support." At this time, there was a sudden cry of a crow outside the window, outside the Mizukage building. Ha ha ha, Zabuza, carrying his ninja blade, laughed and kicked open the front door of the Mizukage building. This time, the coup was unexpectedly smooth. The Umbu of the Mist Village loyal to 4 generations Mizukage was completely vulnerable, and the power of the elders in the village didn't show up. Everything was moving in the best direction. Looking at the dark Mizukage building in front of him, Zabuza seemed to see the Mizukage throne waving at him. He waved his ninja blade and ordered the subordinates around him, "Whoever can kill 4 generations Mizukage, I will give him the position of consulting elder. There will be brave men under the reward." In the face of the high position of consulting elder, the mist ninjas around Zabuza seemed to be injected with chicken blood, shouting and rushing into the Mizukage building. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the Mizukage building. Then, a shock wave, accompanied by rolling smoke, rushed out of the Mizukage building. Not to mention the group of mist ninjas that rushed into the Mizukage building, even Zabuza, who was standing at the entrance of the Mizukage building, was blown away by the shock wave. After falling to the ground far away, Zabuza quickly climbed up, ignoring the subordinates around him, and focused on the Mizukage building where the smoke was billowing. At this time, 3 figures flashed out of the thick smoke. They were the Ghost Mermaid, me, and Lotus, who had fought with 4 generations Mizukage in the underground palace. But at this moment, they looked a little embarrassed, especially Lotus of the Kagaya clan. Half of his body was covered with coral-like crystals. If he hadn't used the periosteum of the corpse bone vein to isolate these coral-like crystals, he would have been swallowed by the coral-like crystals. Pooh! The Ghost Mermaid spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at the smoking door of the Mizukage building. Me gritted his teeth and pulled out half of the blade from his shoulder, and also looked at the door while panting. The 3 of them ignored Zabuza, who was not far away, making Zabuza, who felt that he was the protagonist of the night, a little confused for a moment. What's going on? Under everyone's gaze, a figure walked out of the smoking door of the Mizukage building. Zabuza took a closer look and found that the figure was actually the Mizukage of 4 generations Mizukage, who was wearing the coat of a tailed beast and had entered the tailed beast form. Roar! After stepping out of the Mizukage building, the tailed beast of 4 generations Mizukage let out a sad and angry roar. The roar echoed through the whole mist village. Roar! The roar of the 3-tailed beast went straight to the sky and echoed in the mist village. Listening to the roar of the tailed beast that seemed to contain chakra, the villagers of the mist village panicked, and lights were lit one after another. In contrast, the ninjas of the mist village were much calmer. Everyone knows that the 6-tailed Jinchuriki has defected and left the village. At this time, only the 3-tailed Jinchuriki, for generations Mizukage Yagura, is still in the village. And as everyone knows, Yagura is one of the few perfect Jinchuriki in the shinobi world. He is a powerful ninja who can completely control the 3-tailed Sando and still retain his will and consciousness under the tailed beast transformation. 4 generations personally took action? For a time, this thought flashed in the minds of all the mist ninjas. Mei and the others were no exception. Without the reminder of others, Aojirai immediately looked in the direction of the Mizukage building. While carefully observing through the Byakugan, she described to the people around her, "There are many chakra reactions at the entrance of the Mizukage building, 5 of them are the strongest, and 4 generations is among them, and he has already transformed into a tailed beast, and the chakra is almost visible to the naked eye." The tailed beast state means that the 4th Mizukage has encountered a hard battle, and the dissipated chakra indicates that the 4th Mizukage's current mood is fluctuating greatly. It seems that he is in a state of rage. "Are you sure that it is 4 generations Mizukage himself?" The old man who was calm before was now a little panicked. Although he is one of the elders with great power in the Mist Village, in the face of the extraordinary strength of 4 generations Mizukage, he was still a little afraid and asked a stupid question that he shouldn't have asked. Aojirai replied with a solemn expression, "There is no mistake, no one can imitate the 3-tailed beast's chakra." Mei looked puzzled. To deal with Zabuza, does 4 generations Mizukage need to transform into a tailed beast? Aojirai shook her head. No, Zabuza didn't intervene in the battle, it is other people who are fighting 4 generations Mizukage, huh? It was the remnants of the Huiyi clan. Dried Persimmon Ghost Mermaid and another person. Mei Ming looked at the old man. The old man pondered for a moment and nodded. Since the Mizukage of 4 generations has been forced out by Zabuza's coup, the elders should also take action. Seeing that the old man had agreed, Mei Ming no longer hesitated and waved her hand, "Let's go." With Mei's order, the ninjas of the Mist Elder, who had already assembled, rushed toward the Mizukage building. Mizukage building. Boom, accompanied by a muffled sound, the tail of the 4 generations Mizukage swept Rinpoche's body, and Rinpoche's whole body was sent flying, slamming into the outer wall of the Mizukage building. Climbing up from the rubble, Lotus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and snorted, "Humph, I thought Akatsuki was so powerful, but I didn't expect them to make such a mistake." Only the Kagaya clan, who has the corpse bone vein, can immediately climb up after being swept by the tail of the tailed beast and complain as if there was no one around. Avoiding the claw attack of the 4 generations Mizukage, the ghost mermaid said, "Bastard, don't talk nonsense, come and help." The ghost mermaid, who is good at water release ninjutsu, is completely restrained by the 4 generations Mizukage, who is also good at water release ninjutsu, and the 4 generations Mizukage, who is also good at water release ninjutsu, can't do anything to the 4 generations Mizukage, so the main force against the 4 generations Mizukage is Rinpoche of the Kagaya clan. At this time, Musashi also shouted at Zabuza, who was a little stunned, "Why are you still not doing anything? Do you think the 4 generations Mizukage will let you go?" Zabuza understood that he has no way out, so he waved the sharkskin in his hand and joined the battle. However, to everyone's surprise, when Zabuza waved the sharkskin towards the 4 generations Mizukage, the sharkskin in Zabuza's hand showed a strong resistance, and several sharp thorns appeared on the handle of the sharkskin, piercing through Zabuza's hand. How can this be? Zabuza was caught off guard, and subconsciously let go of the sharkskin and threw it away. The sharkskin, which was thrown away by Zabuza, broke the layers of bandages that wrapped around it, crawled to the side of the 4 generations Mizukage, and obediently showed its kindness to the 4 generations Mizukage. The 4 generations Mizukage immediately held the sharkskin in his hand and said in a hoarse voice, "You all have to die." At this time, Musashi said to the others, "Oh no, a large number of ninjas from the village are coming this way." The ghost mermaid said without hesitation, "Retreat." In fact, they had already planned to retreat. After all, they were all ninjas from the Mist Village, and their fighting ability was greatly suppressed by the 4 generations Mizukage. Plus, they were in the village, and were surrounded. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to do so. Within a blink of an eye, Ghost Mermaid, you, and Lotus flashed across the air and disappeared from where they were like ghosts. At this time, Zabuza also realized the gap between him and the 4 generations Mizukage, so he didn't care about his subordinates around him. He covered his injured right hand and ran away in panic with the ghost mermaid and the others. In the house where Itachi was hiding. Hearing the crows cawing outside, Itachi hurried to the window and opened it. Swish, instantly, a black shadow dashed in. This black shadow was none other than Hyojin, who just had a fierce battle with the obsidian. After dashing into the room, Hyojin sat on the ground, took off the mask on his face, and gasped for breath. Itachi was shocked. It was the first time he saw the Uchiha clan in such a difficult situation. He hurried to ask, "Yama-senpai, are you okay?" Hyojin shook his head, "I'm fine. I just met a tough guy." "Are you hurt?" "Hey, I didn't lose anything." After saying that, Kuroto took out a storage scroll from the storage pouch on his waist and pressed it on the scroll. Bang, in a puff of white smoke, more than 10 swords of different shapes appeared in the room. Itachi was confused, "What's this?" As the eldest son of the leader of the wealthy Uchiha clan, Itachi's knowledge was far beyond that of ordinary ninjas, so he could tell at a glance that these swords were one-of-a-kind weapons. He even saw one of the 7 ninja blades in the mist, the double-bladed flounder. Hyojin smiled, "Don't say that I didn't take care of you. Pick one. These are all good things that I personally tested. Each of them is the best of the best." Itachi picked a dagger of the same length as his kunai and said, "Thank you, senpai." Although Itachi was good at all kinds of ninja swords, he didn't really rely on them. He just didn't want to go against Hyojin's good intentions, so he picked a dagger that suited him. After putting away the dagger, Itachi pointed to the double-bladed flounder and asked, "This should be one of the 7 ninja blades in the mist, right? You didn't rob the mist's treasure house, did you?" "That's right." Saying so, Suijin resealed the remaining swords and swords into the storage scroll. Each of these swords is worth a lot of money, especially one of the mist's 7 ninjutsu. it's not difficult to sell it for tens of millions, so although he failed to kill the obsidian this time, Hyojin's harvest is not small. After putting away the swords, Hyojin leaned against the wall, listening to the noise outside the window while panting. Compared to the Manjikyu Sharingan, although the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can restore the lost pupil power, it will take some time to recover if the pupil power is overconsumed. In this battle with the obsidian, Hyojin didn't hold back at all. Therefore, his pupil power consumption is so huge that he had to stop the assassination of the 4 generations Mizukage and withdraw from the underground palace of the Mizukage building. While panting, Hyojin carefully listened to the movement outside the window. At this time, the Mist Village has become a mess. Many villagers rushed to the streets in order to take refuge, trying to escape the village before the war spread to them. The rebellious Mist Ninjas and the Mist Ninjas loyal to the 4th Mizukage were fighting fiercely, looting the burning house was everywhere, and the spies from other villages were not idle, taking advantage of the chaos to carry out their activities. The originally tranquil village was engulfed in a sky full of flames and clamor. The little bit of order that was left was also rapidly collapsing. What a pity, Hyojin sighed softly. Such a chaotic situation is actually convenient for him to take advantage of the chaos to kill the 4 generations Mizukage, but now his pupil power has not recovered, and his combat power is less than 10%, he is really unable to take action. Moreover, from the roar that resounded through the Mist Village, Hyojin heard the emotion of grief and indignation. This kind of strong personal emotion is not something a puppet should have, so he faintly felt that the 4 generations Mizukage may have gotten rid of the control of Obsidian's Genjutsu. After all, Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan's unique pupil technique is Kamui, which has nothing to do with Genjutsu, so the Genjutsu he cast on the 4 generations Mizukage should be some kind of high-level Genjutsu of the Uchiha clan, not the Manjikyu Sharingan's Genjutsu. In the case of Obsidian's problem, it is normal for the 4 generations Mizukage to get rid of his Genjutsu. Just when Hyojin was thinking about how to deal with this problem, Itachi saw his hair was a little messy, so he quickly took out a hair band from his pocket and handed it to him. Senpai. Hyojin subconsciously took the hairband, and then was stunned for a moment. You still carry this kind of thing with you? At this time, Itachi also tied his hair, so he nodded and asked curiously, yes, don't you carry a spare hairband? Hyojin was speechless. After tying his hair again, Hyojin said to Itachi, the situation has changed, go inform Jishui and tell him to come here as soon as possible. Itachi nodded, okay, I will inform him with the crow. Seeing that the chaos in the village was getting more and more serious, the 4 generations Mizukage had to return to the village after chasing the ghost mermaid and others for a while. Eliminating the traitors is important, but stabilizing the situation in the Mist Village and quelling the turmoil is undoubtedly more important for Yugura as the Mizukage. With the joint efforts of the 4 generations Mizukage and Mei and the others, a few hours later, the traitors who followed Zabuza were either killed or escaped, and the situation in the Mist Village gradually stabilized. At this time, a soft light appeared on the horizon. A dazzling ray of dawn penetrated the bloody mist and sprinkled on the hidden Mist Village, giving the gloomy and depressing hidden Mist Village a breath of life. After a busy night, the 4 generations Mizukage didn't have time to rest, nor did he have time to repair the Mizukage building, so he directly held a meeting in the dilapidated Mizukage building. The 4 generations Mizukage didn't hide anything and directly announced the fact that he was controlled by the Akatsuki. Instantly, the Mist Village's higher-ups who learned the truth were in an uproar. Some were ashamed and their faces were red, some were angry and cursed loudly, but after venting their emotions, the Mist Village's higher-ups fell into an awkward dilemma. If this scandal was exposed before Mai, Kumo, and Sand Crypsis joined forces to attack the Akatsuki, then the Mist Village's higher-ups would definitely attack the 4 generations Mizukage. Because even if the culprit is the Akatsuki, as the Mizukage, Yugura can't escape the blame. But after the 3 great shinobi villages joined forces to attack the Akatsuki's headquarters and suffered heavy losses, everyone in the shinobi world knows that the Akatsuki is not an ordinary traitorous shinobi organization. They are a powerful organization that can confront the 5 great shinobi villages head-on. Many people even pessimistically believe that no shinobi village can deal with the Akatsuki one-on-one. After understanding the true strength of the Akatsuki, the fact that the 4 generations Mizukage was plotted against by the Akatsuki isn't that difficult to accept. What's more, the Mist Village's high-level combat power has withered, not only are there a large number of traitorous shinobi wandering the shinobi world, even the Six Tails is out of control. Dealing with the 4 generations Mizukage at this time is tantamount to cutting off an arm. Seeing the dilemma of the Mist Village's higher-ups, Yugura stood up and bowed to the Mist Village's higher-ups, and immediately said, "I will give up my position as the Mizukage at the right time." Hearing that the 4 generations Mizukage was willing to take the initiative to step down, the Mist Village's higher-ups were relieved. This is undoubtedly the best solution. After the end of the meeting, the 4 generations Mizukage led Mei, Aojirai, and the remaining elite jonin of the Mist Village to the underground chamber of the Mizukage building. Looking at the scene in the underground chamber, Mei, Aojirai, and the others were shocked. One of the Mist jonin squatted down and touched the cooled and solidified molten iron on the ground and murmured, "This touch, the texture of this metal is very hard." Another jonin of the Mist Village looked at Mei, "Even such a hard metal was melted, is it lava release?" Aojirai, with the insight of the Byakugan, observed more carefully than the others, and without waiting for Mei to answer, he said, "This place was obviously burned by a big fire, but ordinary flames shouldn't reach this level." Mei nodded solemnly and said, "This metal was melted by flames." Although her lava release can also melt hard metal, the principle of lava release is corrosion, but the situation in the underground chamber is because of the high temperature, so the metal melted. At this time, the 4 generations Mizukage said, "I can feel the breath of the guy who controlled me from the residual chakra. He fought with someone here." Mei hurriedly asked, "Who?" The 4 generations Mizukage shook his head and said, "I don't know, it's probably not our ninja, and the guy who controlled me should have been defeated." Hearing this, the faces of the Mist ninjas became gloomy. 2 outsiders fought in the core and most secret area of the Mist Village, and none of the Mist ninjas noticed it. For a moment, everyone present felt a great sense of humiliation. Outside the Mist Village, Ghost Mermaid, Yu, and Lotus finally got rid of the pursuit of the Mist Village's Shadow Division. They stopped by a small stream, took a rest, and bandaged their wounds. Pooh, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lotus cursed, "Damn Akatsuki, they tricked us." He had just joined the Akatsuki, which controlled the Mizukage of 4 generations, but now he was chased by the Mizukage of 4 generations. It was not hard to imagine how Lotus was feeling right now. Yu's face was also gloomy. He thought that by joining hands with the Akatsuki, he would be able to break free from his fate of living in darkness. But he didn't expect that nothing had changed, and he was still a stray dog. Ghost Mermaid was quite optimistic. He smiled and said, "Not being killed by the Mizukage of 4 generations is already worth celebrating." Ghost Mermaid cooperated with the Ninja Blade. He was able to defeat the 4 Tails Jinchuriki and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki in the original space and time. His strength was infinitely close to the Kage level. But facing the Mizukage of 4 generations, who was also good at water movement, he couldn't use his full strength, so he could only run away. Lotus snorted, "If it weren't for you two, would I be in such a difficult situation?" Ghost Mermaid smiled, "Mr. Lotus, many elders of your Kagaya clan were killed by the Mizukage of 4 generations himself." Lotus, who had the bone vein, could indeed threaten the Mizukage of 4 generations, but if the fight continued, the one who would die would definitely be the Lotus. This had been proven by the Mizukage of 4 generations on many powerful warriors of the Kagaya clan. Lotus was furious, "You want to die?" Like most of the Kagaya clan's people, Lotus was also easily angered, and had a bad temper. At this moment, Yu suddenly shouted, "Who is it? Come out." Yu's shout interrupted the confrontation between the Ghost Mermaid and the Lotus. The 3 of them simultaneously turned their eyes to a bush not far away. Sha, the grass swayed, and a figure walked out from it. This figure was wearing the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki and a mask that was exactly the same as Obsidian, but his expression and behavior were completely different from Obsidian. As soon as he appeared, he said, "Hello everyone, my name is Hoodlum, and I'm your partner." Yu was a little confused. "You? What happened to you?" In Crimson Eye's vision, Hoodlum's body was an empty shell. There were no organs that a normal person should have. However, from Chakra's reaction, Hoodlum was real. Looking at Hoodlum, who was dressed very similarly to Obsidian, Lotus Flower snapped, "Hey, what's going on? Why did 4 generations suddenly regain consciousness? Are you messing with us?" This question is very difficult to explain. Anyway, you guys come with me first. When we reach the organization's base, you will understand. In a hidden cave in the country of water, a twisting whirlpool suddenly appeared, and then Obsidian walked out of it with a tired face. Just as Hyojin expected, Obsidian knew that he had been tricked, so he chose to delay the activation of his Izanagi. Therefore, when Hyojin retracted his flame release and left the underground palace, Obsidian was revived and successfully avoided Hyojin, who was about to kill him for the second time. In the cave, Akatsuki was a little surprised. "You're hurt?" Obsidian answered casually, "Yes, I ran into some trouble." Akatsuki moved closer and saw that Obsidian's entire left arm was gone. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "TSK, to be able to hurt you like this, did you meet the leader of Amatsukami?" Akatsuki remembered that the last time Obsidian suffered such a big loss was when he faced 4 generations Naruto during the Rebellion of 9 Tails. "No." After a pause, Obsidian said in an unhappy tone, "It's Homosubi from Amatsukami." Akatsuki smiled and teased, "So it's a confrontation between 2 Sharingan." At this time, Obito took off his mask, revealing the Samigatama Sharingan in his left eye socket that had completely lost its vision. Seeing this, Akatsuki was shocked. "You even used Izanagi?" Using Izanagi means that Obsidian has already died once. Because of this, Akatsuki was even more surprised, because it is difficult for him to imagine who can kill Obsidian who is Kamui. Obsidian said in a deep voice, "I was careless, I didn't expect that woman to be so good at acting, damn it." "Woman?" Akatsuki was stunned and asked, "You mean, Homosubi of Amatsukami is a woman?" Obsidian said, "Her Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu should be related to Susanoo. I suspect that the ability of her jutsu is to reduce the energy consumption of the Susanoo." Even at this time, Obsidian still didn't think about the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Because he knows very well that the secret of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has long been taken out of the Uchiha family by Madara. Except for him, the descendant of Madara, even Mai's Uchiha clan doesn't know this secret. Moreover, even if someone knows the secret of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it would still be useless, because as far as Obsidian knows, the only Uchiha clansmen who have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan are Shinichi, Jishue, Homosubi of Amatsukami, and himself. Among the 4, Obsidian himself, Shinichi, and Jishue have all lost their blood relatives, so they don't have the conditions to fuse with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Although the identity of Homosubi of Amatsukami is unknown, the probability of her blood relatives awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is very small, so it is impossible for a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to be born naturally in the current shinobi world without human intervention. Zetsu laughed and said, "Very practical ability." Obsidian nodded and said, "Increase the threat rating of Homosubi, she is not someone that ordinary people can deal with." After saying that, Obsidian's mood became gloomy. This failure is not a small blow to him. Not only was his plan in the mist completely destroyed, but it also confirmed to him that Amatsukami already knows about him. This feeling of powerlessness reminded him of the scene of Rin's death. At that time, he also felt the same powerlessness. Zetsu stopped smiling and said, "The threat of Amatsukami is too great, I am afraid that our plan will be greatly affected, it is time to make up our mind." Obsidian's expression became serious, and he coldly stared at Zetsu. "I know what to do." Zetsu shrugged, "It's just taking back what belongs to you, what is there to hesitate about?" After a moment of silence, Obsidian said lightly, "That thing is not mine. Do you want to give up the dream in your heart?" After a pause, Zetsu continued to instigate, "Take it back, and you'll have double the pupil prowess and Susanoo, the strongest Susanoo that can activate divine might." "I've never given up on the dream in my heart." The masked man's answer was resolute, without the slightest hesitation. "Is that so?" Pausing for a moment, Black Jew sneered. "But you don't have the drive to fight for your dream right now. It's no wonder. It's inevitable for you to retreat when you meet a tough opponent like God's organization. Besides, you're a complete loser." Obsidian stared at Black Jew and opened his mouth, but no words came out. Drip, the dark cave fell into an eerie silence. Only the sound of water dripping from the top of the cave echoed faintly. This was not the first time Black Jew and Obsidian had discussed this topic. After God's organization's leader attacked Nagato, Black Jew had taken the initiative to mention it to Obsidian. Black Jew did not understand why Obsidian, who had cut himself off from the past, was hesitant about this matter. From Heijun's point of view, let alone the fact that it originally belonged to Bao Tu, even if it didn't, as long as it was useful to Bao Tu should have taken it without hesitation. Black Jew, who had ulterior motives, and even White Jew, who was relatively simple, did not understand why Obsidian was so conflicted. Looking at Black Jew, who had doubts written all over his face, Obsidian could not explain himself. That eye was his gift to Kakashi. At the same time, it was also the last trace of the naive Obsidian's existence. Once he took back that eye, the naive Obsidian who once dreamed of becoming Naruto would disappear completely. Therefore, Obsidian's hesitation was not only because he did not want to face Kakashi, but also because he did not want to bury the Obsidian with his own hands. However, Black Jew did not care about Obsidian's feelings, nor did he care about the last bit of nostalgia that Obsidian had for his past self. The moment God's organization's leader appeared, Black Jew felt an unprecedented sense of danger. As the third son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu clearly noticed that the leader of Amatsukami under the Tenseigan chakra mode has a power similar to his two brothers, which is not inferior to the Rinnegan. And the nominal leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, is not the executor of the Eye of the Moon project. Nagato's idea is to collect the tailed beasts, resurrect the Ten Tails, and use the Ten Tails to deter the shinobi world and maintain the peace of the shinobi world with boundless fear. Therefore, for Zetsu, Obsidian, who agrees with the Eye of the Moon project, is the real key. If you don't want to do it yourself, I can help you. After a long time, Heiju said coldly. I will take care of my own business. After a pause, Obsidian asked coldly, is there any progress in the investigation? The previous raid on the Rain Village by Mai, Kumo, and Sand Crypsis was a big lesson for the Akatsuki organization, so after the incident, Obsidian specifically ordered Black Jew to investigate this matter. The Akatsuki organization's management of the Rain Village is almost watertight. What's more, there is still the demigod Hanzo on the surface, so after the war, the 5 great shinobi villages and the Rain Village basically did not interfere with each other. No one would easily provoke the Rain Village with the demigod Hanzo in charge. Therefore, Obsidian suspects that the information about the Akatsuki's headquarters in the Rain Village was deliberately leaked by the traitor Orochimaru or Shino. Well, there is indeed some progress in the investigation. Although he knows that Obsidian is deliberately changing the topic, but the investigation of the information leak is also a major event related to the survival of the organization, so Zetsu still answered obediently. Obsidian asked, what progress? Zetsu said slowly, my clone found one of Shino's men in an underground casino in the Land of Fire. After some interrogation, that guy revealed a piece of information. As soon as Shino defected, he was targeted by Amatsukami, and the one who attacked him was Homasubi. Homasubi. After thinking for a while, Obsidian shook his head. Shino is no match for Homasubi. I'm afraid that he has already fallen into the hands of Amatsukami, and the information should have been leaked by him. Zetsu nodded. After learning this news, his opinion is the same as Obsidian. No wonder Amatsukami also intervened in the raid of the 3 great shinobi villages against us. It seems that the raid of the 3 great shinobi villages was secretly planned by Amatsukami. Thinking of this, Obsidian's face darkened. In his opinion, this raid against Akatsuki is nothing more than a premeditated plan by Amatsukami to kill them with a borrowed knife. Both the 3 great villages and Akatsuki were ruthlessly played by Amatsukami. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Obsidian asked, can you find out who passed the information to the 3 great villages? In order to kill them with a borrowed knife, Amatsukami not only needs to pass the information about Akatsuki to the 3 great villages, but also to win the trust of the 3 great villages, so as long as we follow this clue, it won't be difficult to find traces of Amatsukami. However, Zetsu shook his head and said, I can't find this person. Obsidian's brows furrowed, what? Zetsu said, according to the information that can be found so far, this raid was initiated by Mai's 3 generations Naruto, and the level of confidentiality is extremely high. Even the elders of Mai didn't know about it until after the raid. As for who provided the information to the 3 generations Naruto, I'm afraid that only the 3 generations Naruto, 4 generations Liang, and 4 generations Kazekage know about it. Obsidian ordered, we must find this person. Zetsu was a bit embarrassed. This time, the fact that we are controlling the 4 generations Mizukage has been exposed. It will be very difficult to deal with these Kage. There are no idiots who can become a Kage. The fact that the Yonde Mizukage is being controlled by the Akatsuki will inevitably spread quickly, and at that time, everyone will become more aware of the fact that Kage-class powerhouses can't guarantee their own safety in front of the Akatsuki with their own strength, so after this incident, the Kage will definitely pay more attention to their own safety. Obsidian also knows that this matter will be difficult to investigate, so he said, "Continue to investigate, there will always be a chance." Zetsu nodded his head. As if thinking of something, Obsidian said, "Orochimaru is also a hidden danger, we must get rid of him as soon as possible. I do have information about Orochimaru's whereabouts, but, in the previous battle, although the Akatsuki organization didn't have any casualties on the surface, they retreated from the battlefield with dignity. But in fact, their leader Nagato was seriously injured and had to transplant the first-generation cells. Sasori lost a lot of puppets, and his combat power was greatly reduced. Kakuzu lost 4 hearts in a row, and Bipajuzo was also seriously injured. Hiriko even fought with the 4 generations Liang, causing the ghost sprout to bite him, and he still hasn't recovered yet. The only ones who didn't suffer any injuries were Konan and Shinichi. But Zetsu knows very well that Konan is Nagato's man and has always been on guard against Obsidian and will not listen to Obsidian's orders at all. As for Shinichi, he has obviously realized that the pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan cannot be completely recovered after consumption. Every time he uses it, he will permanently lose a part of the pupil power, so he rarely uses the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique in battle. Therefore, the Akatsuki organization, which is famous in the ninja world, actually has no good way to deal with Orochimaru in a short time. After a little hesitation, Obsidian said, "I recruited a few strong guys in the Mist Village. Tell me the whereabouts of Orochimaru, and I will let them deal with Orochimaru." Zetsu immediately threw a scroll to Obsidian. Last month, Orochimaru showed up in the land of Tian. The specific location is recorded in this scroll. I hope the people you recruited can give us a surprise. Land of Tian? Obsidian raised his eyebrows. I heard that the small country has recently formed a small ninja village. Zetsu said, well, a small ninja village called Sound Village. The name of the land of Tian has issued a statement to the surrounding countries and has officially begun to allocate funds to the Sound Village. Orochimaru. Sound Village. After a pause, Obsidian asked, will they be related? Zetsu shook his head, I don't know. Orochimaru is mysterious. No one knows what disgusting things he is thinking in his mind. Obsidian got up and said, let's go. The layout of the Land of Water has been exposed. There is no point in staying here. After saying that, the masked man stepped into the twisting whirlpool and disappeared from the cave, in the Mist Village. As the 4 generations Mizukage got rid of Obsidian's control, the order of the Mist Village was quickly restored. After stabilizing the situation in the Mist Village, the first thing that the 4 generations Mizukage presided over was to lead a group of Umbu of the Mist Village to expel all the foreign spies who had been exposed in the Mist Village. Because they were waiting for Jishui's arrival, Hyojin and Itachi didn't take any action these days. Instead, they avoided the investigation personally led by 4 generations Mizukage. Looking at the Mist Village that was gradually restoring order and vitality, Itachi sighed, I didn't expect that the Mizukage was actually controlled by the Akatsuki. Hyojin didn't mention the possibility of the Mizukage being controlled by Akatsuki to anyone. So whether it was 3 generations Naruto who issued the mission or Itachi who participated in the operation, they only thought that the 4 generations Mizukage might have colluded with the Akatsuki, but they never thought that the 4 generations Mizukage might be a puppet of the Akatsuki. After all, the fact that the village of Kage was a plaything in the hands of others was too sensational. Hyojin was lying on the bed, his eyes staring straight at the ceiling, thinking about the information he had obtained in the past few days. After the night of Zabuza's rebellion, the fact that the 4 generations Mizukage was controlled by the Akatsuki was quickly exposed, and in just a day or two, everyone knew about it. Logically speaking, such a scandal should be covered up by the Mist Village's top management. Even if the matter was too big to be completely covered up, it would still take time for the matter to be leaked and fermented. It was impossible for it to spread in such a short period of time. Even the rumor that the 4 generations Mizukage committed suicide out of shame has appeared. Hyojin smelled the smell of a conspiracy. Obviously someone is manipulating the public opinion to attack the authority of the 4 generations Mizukage, forcing the 4 generations Mizukage to step down as soon as possible. At this time, Itachi came to the bed and said, "Senpai, since the 4 generations Mizukage has broken away from the Akatsuki's control, there is no need for us to carry out the mission, right? For the 4 generations Mizukage, who hated the Akatsuki, is more useful alive than dead," so Itachi felt that the 3 generations Mizukage would not blame Hyojin for giving up the assassination mission after learning about what happened in the Mist Village. Hyojin shook his head. "No, you are oversimplifying things." Itachi was a little puzzled. "Are you worried that the 4 generations Mizukage will harm our Mai?" Hyojin curled his lips and said, "I am worried that he won't be able to hold the position of the Mizukage." Itachi suddenly nodded and said, "The current public opinion in the Mist Village is indeed very unfavorable to the 4 generations Mizukage. Because the Obsidian was worried that the 4 generations Mizukage would be exposed, the 4 generations Mizukage direct subordinates have been attacked in the past 2 years. Today, the 4 generations Mizukage only has a few direct subordinates left, and his control over the Mist Village has also been reduced to the lowest level. It is impossible to reverse the village's unfavorable public opinion." At this time, a crow landed on the windowsill. Itachi quickly opened the window and took a secret letter from the crow's leg, opened it and said, "Senpai, brother Jishue will arrive at the Mist Village tonight." Hyojin nodded. Jishue is Mai's #1 speed besides Hyojin. In terms of body flicker technique, it is comparable to Hiriko's rapid release. In addition, Hyojin arranged 3 generations Kazekage puppets to take him across the sea, so Hyojin was not surprised that Jishue can arrive so quickly. Time flew, and night fell. In the deep thick fog, Jishue quietly sneaked into the Mist Village and met with Hyojin and Itachi in the house. Soon, Hyojin told Jishue what happened in the Mist Village these days. Jishue was stunned after listening. The Mizukage has been controlled by the Genjutsu for so long, and no one in the Mist Village has discovered it? Itachi nodded. When he heard it for the first time, he also felt that it was ridiculous. Hyojin announced his idea to Jishue and Itachi. "We must control 4 generations Mizukage and ensure his position as the Mizukage." Jishue immediately asked, "Didn't 4 generations Mizukage already get rid of the Akatsuki's control?" Hyojin explained, "Now the public opinion in the Mist Village is very unfavorable to 4 generations Mizukage. I am worried that he won't be able to hold the position of the Mizukage." Itachi also echoed, "Yama-senpai is right, now the entire Mist Village is questioning 4 generations Mizukage, his situation is not good." Jishue said, "Don't forget, this is the Blood Mist Village, as long as 4 generations Mizukage doesn't step down, will the Mist Village set off another coup? If this happens to Mai, even 3 generations Naruto's prestige can only step down. But the Mist Village is different. Because of the perennial internal strife, the Mist Village with the title of Blood Mist Village has always recognized strength, and 4 generations Mizukage is undoubtedly the strongest in the Mist Village." Hyojin said, "That's why we must strengthen the determination of 4 generations Mizukage, let him hold the Mizukage throne." Jishue said with some uncertainty, "Are you worried that 4 generations Mizukage will step down?" Because he is not familiar with 4 generations Mizukage, Itachi chose to remain silent. Hyojin nodded, "This possibility is very high." Jishue asked, "Then, how do we strengthen the determination of 4 generations Mizukage to keep the Mizukage throne?" Hyojin smiled and said, "Didn't Akatsuki just show us?" You guys, looking at the 3 figures that suddenly appeared in front of him, the Umbu of the Mist Village guarding the main entrance of the Mizukage building suddenly looked serious, and vigilantly pulled out his katana, but before the blade was completely unsheathed, his movements became sluggish. Immediately afterward, the Umbu's body began to sway, and he staggered 2 steps as if drunk. Bang, accompanied by a low muffled sound, he fell to the ground, and his head tilted as he fell asleep, and the half-drawn katana slowly slid back into the scabbard. Everything returned to silence again, as if nothing had happened. At this time, Itachi retracted his gaze, and the 3 orbs gradually slowed down in his scarlet eyes. On the side, Jishue looked around and said doubtfully, "This is too abnormal. How can the guards of the Mizukage building be so weak?" The Mizukage building is the core of the Mist Village, but there are less than 3 squads guarding the periphery, and there is only one Jonin-level Umbu stationed at the main entrance, which is really difficult for Jishui to accept. Hyojin pushed the door and said lightly, this should also be a means for the Mist Village's higher-ups to put pressure on the 4 generations Mizukage. It seems that there are not many people available around the 4 generations Mizukage. The Mist Village's higher-ups obviously want to use betrayal to remind the 4 generations Mizukage to accept reality and abdicate as soon as possible. Jishui sighed with emotion. I didn't expect the situation of the 4 generations Mizukage to be so bad. Perhaps you are right. I'm afraid the 4 generations Mizukage won't be able to sit on the Mizukage's throne. Hyojin glanced at Jishui and said, this is a power struggle. The Mist Village doesn't even want the face of one of the 5 great shinobi villages to publicize the dereliction of duty of the 4 generations Mizukage. This shows that the Mist Village's higher-ups not only have a candidate to replace the 4 generations Mizukage, but also can't wait to force the 4 generations Mizukage to step down. However, unlike other shinobi villages, becoming a Mizukage does not require the approval of all the Mist shinobi. In the land of Blood Mist, which is full of blood and slaughter, as long as one's strength is strong enough, then one has the qualifications to become a Mizukage. This is also the reason why Zabuza dared to launch a coup, because he knows very well that as long as he kills the 4 generations of Mizukage, regardless of whether the Mist shinobi recognize him or not, he has great hope to ascend to the throne of the Mizukage and become the 5th Mizukage. And because the 4 generations Mizukage was strong enough, the Mist Village's higher-ups could only play these disgusting tricks. After entering the Mizukage building, the 3 of them turned a corner and encountered 2 Mist Village guards. Who are you? As soon as his voice fell, the 2 Mist shinobi looked at the previous Mist ninja and fell to the ground weakly, falling asleep. Hyojin put back the kunai that he had just pulled out from the ninja bag and looked back at Jishui and Itachi who had activated their Sharingan and muttered, just a stare and it's over. In a one-on-one situation, almost no ninja can resist the Manjikyu Sharingan's Genjutsu, and among all the Manjikyu Uchiha, Jishui and Itachi's Genjutsu is undoubtedly the best, even Obsidian and Shinichi are far inferior to them. It can be said that Jishui and Itachi are the pinnacle of Genjutsu in the world of shinobi. Itachi asked, Yami-senpai, why do I rarely see you using Genjutsu? Jishui also became interested and looked at Hyojin. For the Uchiha clan, Genjutsu can be said to be the foundation of the clan. Even in the original world, because the clan was destroyed, Sasuke, who did not receive the orthodox Uchiha Genjutsu education, would occasionally show off his Genjutsu, although most of the time he would be immediately slapped in the face. It can be said that for all the Uchiha clan members who have activated their Sharingan, Genjutsu is a compulsory course, and almost all those who have 3 Magatama Sharingan are masters of Genjutsu. Ahem. Hyojin coughed twice awkwardly and said, these small fries are not worthy of my Genjutsu. Itachi nodded seriously, so that's how it is. Shursui is very clear that the Manjikyu Sharingan in Uchiha Homasubi's eye sockets is the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan which is above the Manjikyu Sharingan, so he nodded in agreement. The reason why Jishui and Itachi did not doubt Hyojin's words is that as geniuses, it is very simple for them to think that Uchiha, who should also be a genius, is not good at Genjutsu. The 3 of them walked all the way to the entrance of the underground palace, because there were too few mist guards along the way. All of them were subdued by Jishui and Itachi's Genjutsu, so when the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the underground palace, they still did not alert the Mist Village, leaving only the sleeping mist guards. Soon, Hyojin took the lead and entered the underground palace located in the Mizukage building. Following behind Hyojin, Jishui observed the underground palace and couldn't help but ask, Yen, you. Hyojin waved his hand. At this point, even if you want to quit, it is too late. Jishui said, I want to ask you why you are so skilled. Isn't this the forbidden area of the Mist Village? Itachi leaned over to Jishui's ear and whispered, Yana-senpai sneaked in once before, and even looted the Mist Village's collection. Well, let's talk about this later. After a pause, Hyojin continued, this underground palace, in fact, there are many areas that I have not explored. We may encounter 4 generations Mizukage at any time, so Itachi, don't be distracted, be ready to fight at any time. The strength of 4 generations Mizukage is actually very strong. If they want to defeat him in a normal way, Hyojin and the other 2 can naturally do it, but that is bound to cause a war, alarming the entire Mist Village, so Hyojin and the others must deal with 4 generations Mizukage as soon as possible. and control the scope of the battle within the underground palace. In the original timeline, for generations Mizukage was easily subdued by Itachi's Amaterasu, so Hyojin has already made a plan before the action. After encountering 4 generations Mizukage, Itachi will take action, saving all the process of probing, and directly activating Amaterasu. Itachi quickly replied, "Well, I understand." In a blink of an eye, the 3 arrived outside the collection where Hyojin and the Obsidian fought fiercely before. At this time, there are several cordons outside the collection, and there are 2 mist ninjas guarding the door. Listening to the movement, there seems to be other ninjas in the collection, but it is unknown whether these ninjas are collecting information about the battle between Hyojin and the Obsidian, or repairing the messy collection. Suijin glanced at Shisui and Itachi, and the 2 of them immediately stepped forward and used Genjutsu to subdue the 2 Umbu members of the Mist Village who were guarding outside the collection warehouse. The whole process was silent and didn't even disturb the members of the Mist Village who were busy inside the collection warehouse. After some interrogation, Itachi said to Hyojin, "Yano-senpai, the 4 generations Mizukage is in the underground palace. The location is about the southeast lounge." Hyojin gently nodded, "Let's go to the lounge." In the underground palace lounge, the 4 generations Mizukage rubbed his eyebrows, his face full of fatigue. Physical fatigue is secondary, the most depressing thing is that the village is closing in on him, which makes the young Mizukage feel very depressed, and even made him fall into confusion. At this moment, a bad feeling suddenly surged in his heart, and immediately listened, and found several light footsteps coming from the passage outside the lounge. 1, 2, 3. Listening to the footsteps in the passage, for generations Mizukage immediately became alert. Before entering the lounge, he had already informed his subordinates around him. According to common sense, no one would come to the lounge to disturb him at this time. Enemies? Picking up the iron hook in his hand, for generations Mizukage stood up with a gloomy face. If it was his subordinates reporting to him about the emergency in the village, then the footsteps would not be so slow, so the 3 people in the passage were most likely enemies with bad intentions. His figure flashed, for generations Mizukage rushed out of the lounge. The grievance of being controlled by Akatsuki was still piling up in his heart, and now he wanted to find someone to vent his anger, and someone came to him. Naturally he was more than happy. Whoosh, after a moment, with a sound of breaking wind, for generations Mizukage intercepted the 3 people in the passage. He held the iron hook in his hand horizontally. Surging killing intent and monstrous anger overflowed from his body. He was like a starving and irascible beast that was looking for prey to fill its stomach. But when he saw that the 3 people in front of him were all wearing the same Amatsukami uniform, wearing the same flame pattern mask on their faces, his expression froze. Amatsukami. Almost subconsciously, for generations Mizukage entered the tailed beast state. After suffering a loss once, he was very clear that in the shinobi world, Amatsukami is as strong as Akatsuki, and a little carelessness will repeat the same mistake of being played by Akatsuki. After instantly entering the tailed beast state, for generations Mizukage roared, again. "Do you really think I am easy to bully? The Mizukage is not someone you bastards can play with." Once he put on the chakra-tailed beast coat, for generations Mizukage would be immune to most physical and ninjutsu damage, and wrapped in the thick chakra-tailed beast coat, he could resist the chakra-based genjutsu. Therefore, he was confident that this time he would be able to teach them a lesson and let everyone know that the Mizukage is not to be trifled with. However, as soon as the 4 generations Mizukage's voice fell, a black flame ignited on his body. Fire escape? The 4 generations Mizukage didn't care, the corner of his mouth raised, revealing a disdainful expression. In his opinion, using fire release ninjutsu on himself as a Mizukage is simply an unimaginably stupid behavior, and he couldn't help but mock Kuroto. But the black flame quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the black flame spread to the whole body of 4 generations Mizukage. Ah! In an instant, a painful burning sensation surged in the heart of the 4 generations Mizukage. In just a short moment, he felt as if his body was completely burnt. The chakra-tailed beast coat that had always been successful before seemed to have no effect this time. It simply couldn't resist the black flame's damage to his body. What kind of fire escape is this? How can this be? The 4 generations Mizukage gritted his teeth and propped up his body, opening his mouth to condense a tailed beast jade. In such a narrow passage, the opponent couldn't escape at all. As long as this tailed beast Jade was activated, he felt that he could at least die together with the opponent, and he could also create chaos and attract the attention of the village, but at this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. A golden shadow was projected from the body of one of the God's organization members. It quickly enlarged and turned into a golden giant within a breath's time. Susanoo. Manjikyu Sharingan again. Uchiha clan again. Mixed thoughts instantly surged in the mind of the 4 generations Mizukage. Boom, before the 4 generations Mizukage could recover, the golden giant that had just formed suddenly swung its hands and hammered at him. At this moment, the Mizukage felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. Although his body's strength and resistance had been doubled under the tailed beast transformation, he was still dizzy from the blow, and the tailed beast Jade that was condensing in his mouth was interrupted because of this. Damn Uchiha, the 4 generations Mizukage cursed and tried to get up again, but he immediately found that his body was pressed to the ground by the golden giant's hands, and he couldn't move at all. And the black flame completely engulfed him from head to toe. Damn, it didn't take long for the 4 generations Mizukage to gradually lose consciousness under the burning of the black flame, and then he passed out unwillingly. At this time, Hyojin said lightly, "Okay, extinguish the Amaterasu." Following Hyojin's order, Itachi immediately extinguished the Amaterasu on the body of the 4 generations Mizukage, and then slowly closed the Manjikyu Sharingan, and his eyes returned to normal black color. Hyojin also grinned and put away the Susanoo. The black flame that had covered the whole body of the 4 generations Mizukage burned all the way to Hyojin's Susanoo arms, and through the chakra, Hyojin also felt an unbearable burning pain. So not only the 4 generations Mizukage experienced the Amaterasu, but also Hyojin, who had activated the Susanoo to prevent the 4 generations Mizukage from using the tailed beast Jade, actually also experienced the power of the Amaterasu. Looking at the 4 generations Mizukage lying on the ground, Hyojin shook his head. "It's really miserable." Jishui covered his nose and said with a dark face, "He won't die, right?" At this moment, even the air was rippling with the smell of cooked meat. Itachi said very seriously, "It shouldn't be. I have deliberately avoided his vital parts. With the quality of his Jinchuriki, he shouldn't die." Hyojin walked over and squatted beside the 4 generations Mizukage. Although a large part of the body was burnt, as Itachi said, the vital parts of the body were not seriously damaged. His breathing and heartbeat were also normal. He just temporarily fainted. It really deserves to be called the strongest flame. Hyojin couldn't help but sigh. The power of the Amaterasu is obviously stronger than his golden flame, and it also has the characteristic of not extinguishing. It is really a good weapon for sneak attacks. Once hit, if you can't take effective measures in a very short time, then when the black flame spreads to the whole body, you can only wait for death. In the original time and space, during the final battle between Sasuke and Naruto, Naruto once used the method of removing a part of the chakra-tailed beast's coat to block the attack of Sasuke's Amaterasu. In other words, in the face of the Amaterasu attack, it is meaningless to forcefully resist it. The only way is to isolate it, be it physical isolation or the method of sealing. In short, the black flame must be separated from his body. After confirming that the 4 generations Mizukage is still alive, Hyojin turned to the side and said to Jishui, "Do it." Jishui walked over, her face was hesitant. Looking at the unconscious 4 generations Mizukage on the ground, and then looking at Hyojin on the side, Jishui hesitantly said, "If we do this, if it is exposed, I'm afraid it will cause a war, right?" Hyojin said, "That's why we can't use ordinary illusions." But after a pause, Jishui still couldn't make up her mind. But he is the Mizukage, and he represents the Mist Village. If this matter is out of our control, I'm afraid it will bring trouble to the village. Hyojin stood up and looked at Jishui. If we don't intervene, he won't live long. This is not Hyojin's exaggeration. In the original world, Aojirai used the Byakugan to see through the Obsidian's plot to control the 4 generations Mizukage and successfully removed the Genjutsu on the 4 generations Mizukage. However, the 4 generations of Mizukage died soon after, and the position of Mizukage fell to the 5th generation Mizukage, Mei. As for the cause of death of the 4 generations Mizukage, although Hyojin wasn't too clear, it was nothing more than murder or suicide. If the 4 generations Mizukage died from a murder, then it means that the Mist Village's higher-ups have reached an agreement, and the 4 generations Mizukage was either depressed or guilty, so he didn't realize this in time and was killed. However, based on Hyojin's analysis of the Hidden Mist sex situation, he felt that this was unlikely. Because in the Hidden Mist village, the only one who could threaten the 4 generations Mizukage was Mei Ming, who had mastered both lava release and boiling release double blood limit boundary. Mei was the representative of the moderate faction in the Mist village, and she was also the advocate of reforming the Blood Mist village. The probability of her participating in the murder of 4 generations Mizukage is very low, and she may not be able to kill 4 generations Mizukage. Therefore, Hyojin felt that the cause of death of 4 generations Mizukage was most likely suicide. It must be known that ninja suicide is not a rare thing. Kakashi's father, who made a name for himself as my White Fang and was even more famous than Sannin, died of suicide. As for Hitaki Schwolmo's suicide, it was only because he had failed his mission and caused the village to suffer losses. In contrast, the 4 generations Mizukage became someone else's plaything, causing chaos in the Mist village. Whether it was his own reputation or the Mist village's loss, it was far more than the failure of Hitaki Schwolmo's mission, so it was very reasonable for him to choose suicide. However, whether the 4 generations Mizukage committed suicide out of guilt or was he forced to commit suicide by public opinion, Hyojin couldn't tell. After pondering for a moment, Jishui asked, "Will Elder Jing allow us to do this?" Hyojin glanced at Itachi and said, "Itachi, you go to the front and guard, I have something to say to Jishui alone." Itachi nodded, then consciously walked to the distance and stood guard. After Itachi walked away, Suijin said to Shursui, "Kuroto-sama has told me everything about you, and this operation was also instructed by Kuroto-sama. The risk of transplanting the first-generation cells is great, and you may not survive, so this may be your only chance to use Koto Amitsukami. Do you really want to bring Koto Amitsukami into the tomb?" Jishui smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect Elder Jing to even tell you this," Hyojin said, "so you don't need to doubt that all my actions are instructed by Elder Jing." "Well, since Elder Jing has decided, let's start." Jishui no longer hesitated and immediately activated her Manjikyu Sharingan, then lifted up the unconscious Yondaime Mizukage and peeled the eyelids of the Yondaime Mizukage with her hand. The two sides looked at each other, and in an instant, the 4-blade pattern on Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan flew up. Pupil technique, Koto Amitsukami. Dong dong. At the moment when Jishui activated Koto Amitsukami, Hyojin on the side seemed to hear a heartbeat. However, he knew that this was not a real heartbeat, but a resonance of will caused by Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan pupil technique. At this moment, Jishui's will and the will of Yondaime Mizukage were connected. Koto Amitsukami is different from ordinary genjutsu. It is a pupil technique that can change the target's will. In the process of invading the opponent's brain and changing their will, it can be seen through by the Byakugan. When Danzo tried to change the will of the Iron Kingdom's Admiral Mifune at the Gakage tournament, it was seen through by Aoi, who had a Byakugan. But once the will is modified and the pupil power is withdrawn, the target controlled by Koto Amitsukami will be no different from an ordinary person, and there will be no other person's chakra entrenched in their brain, so even the Byakugan can't see through it. This is also the reason why Koto Amitsukami is known as the strongest genjutsu, because it only needs one modification, and there is no need for continuous control. Of course, if it was Jishui who used Koto Amitsukami at the Gakage tournament, then before Aoi realized that something was wrong, Jishui may have already completed the modification of Mifune's will. After all, Danzo without Uchiha's bloodline, all the forbidden techniques and pupil techniques related to the Sharingan are emasculated versions. At this time, Jishui said, "I have already invaded his brain, how can I change his will?" Hyojin pondered for a moment and said, "Be loyal to Amitsukami." Jishui thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. If 4 generations Mizukage engraved the mark of "Be loyal to my village," then his words and actions will be incompatible with his identity as a Mizukage. At that time, even if the higher-ups of the Mist village judge that he is not under the genjutsu, they will still suspect that he is under my village, and he will not be able to keep his position as the Mizukage. Jishui gently pressed his hand on 4 generations Mizukage's forehead, and slowly said, "You are a member of Amitsukami, and you will be loyal to Amitsukami until your death." 4 generations Mizukage also slowly said, "I am a member of Amitsukami, and I will be loyal to Amitsukami until my death." After completing the modification of his will, Jishui covered his eyes and gasped for breath. Before this, Jishui's eyesight had already deteriorated severely, and after activating Kotoamatsukami, the vision of his left eye has deteriorated again. Not only did he see double images, he even saw black shadows. After closing the Manjikyu Sharingan, Jishui staggered a few steps and said, "It will take at least 10 years for my left eye to be able to use Kotoamatsukami again." The sudden decline of his eyesight has also affected Jishui's sense of balance. Even the simple action of getting up is quite difficult for him. Hyojin stepped forward and supported Jishui. "After this mission is over, you can receive the Hashirama cell transplant. If everything goes well, your power will soon be restored." There are only 2 ways to restore the eyesight of the Manjikyu Sharingan. One is to transplant the Hashirama cell transplant that contains the yang attribute of chakra, and the other is to fuse with the Manjikyu Sharingan and evolve it into the Eternal Eyes. But Jishui has no blood relatives, so after he refused the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan from Hyojin's fire release clone, the only way left is to transplant the Hashirama cell transplant. Inside the Fog Secret Technique Archive, Hyojin quietly flipped through the scroll in his hand. Sometimes, he nodded slightly, and sometimes, he frowned slightly. What was recorded on the scroll was the secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan of the Hidden Fog clan, the water transformation technique. It was also the most representative water escape technique of the Ghost Lantern clan. The reason why Kuroto flipped through the water release secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan was because he discovered that due to the bottleneck in the development of the fire release Kekiai limit, he had no choice but to spend more time controlling the fire release clone, which in turn made the compatibility between his soul and the fire clone better and better, even showing signs of surpassing the water clone. According to this progress, once the fire escape clone finished developing the flame escape blood limit, the fire escape clone's development would be above the water escape clone's. If he wanted to increase the success rate of the bloodline net plan, he had to ensure the balance between each clone. Therefore, he had no choice but to collect some water escape secret techniques to further strengthen the water clone and increase the development of the water clone so that the water clone and fire clone could maintain the same level. However, the water escape secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan wasn't that easy to grasp. It vaguely involved the bloodline inheritance, and it seemed that it required the unique physique of the Ghost Lantern clan in order to cultivate it. Hyojin tried it with the current fire clone, but he couldn't grasp it at all. Just as Hyojin was deep in thought, a figure came to his side. This person was none other than the 4 generations Mizukage Goji Yagura, who was covered in healing bandages. Goji Yagura glanced at the secret technique scroll in Hyojin's hand and said coldly, "The secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan can't be cultivated by outsiders." Kotoamatsukami had only altered a portion of Yagura's will, implanting a false life experience and goal in his mind. However, it wouldn't completely distort his personality. Yagura's way of thinking and behavior were still his own. Itachi, who was affected by the Kotoamatsukami, was a classic example. Moreover, the alteration of the god of creation was permanent. Other illusions would not be able to remove or cover the god of creation. According to Hyojin's own understanding, the god of creation had a very high priority, and its authority was very high. It had to be known that the filthy earth reincarnation was a terrifying forbidden technique that could distort the boundaries between life and death. In the original spacetime, after Nagato was resurrected by the impure earth reincarnation, he was able to use the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation. But the Eye of Reincarnation on his corpse had already been removed by obsidian, and the Eye of Reincarnation was not his own. His soul did not contain the Eye of Reincarnation chakra. Logically speaking, after being resurrected by the impure earth reincarnation, he should not be able to use the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation. But the impure earth reincarnation distorted the boundary between life and death, allowing him to use the Eye of Reincarnation from when he was still alive. From this, it could be seen that the impure earth reincarnation technique had a very high priority. In the face of the living dead of the impure earth reincarnation, the ninja coalition was helpless. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu were all useless. They could only use various sealing techniques to seal the living dead. In Hyojin's impression, in addition to the overbearing sealing techniques, there are 2 other techniques that have a higher priority than the impure earth reincarnation. One is the truth-seeking ball that contains the 7 different attributes of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the other is the Kotoamatsukami. After being hit by the truth-seeking ball, even the living dead of the impure earth reincarnation cannot recover. But the Kotoama Tsukumi can cover the control of the caster of the impure earth reincarnation, allowing the living dead of the impure earth reincarnation to completely regain their freedom. In the original timeline, Itachi had used Kotoama Tsukumi to get rid of Satoshi's control and counter Satoshi. He used an illusion to control Satoshi and dispel the undead army of the Edo Tensei, which was why Yugura had his will altered by the Kotoama Tsukumi. He is already someone that Hyojin can trust. Hyojin glanced at Goji Yugura. How can you be so sure? Could it be that the Mist Village has already tried it? Goji Yugura nodded. Hyojin's brows furrowed tightly. Then, isn't the secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan the same as the Blood Limit? Goji Yugura thought for a moment and was about to open his mouth. But when the words reached his mouth, he shook his head and didn't say anything. The corner of Hyojin's mouth twitched as he smiled. There must be a way to cultivate the secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan, right? Goji Yugura crossed his arms in front of his chest and said coldly, other than the Ghost Lantern clan, the Snow clan with the ice release also has the possibility of cultivating the Ghost Lantern clan's water release secret technique. Because these two clans often have a marriage alliance, both sides have some recessive genes of the other. However, the Snow clan has already been annihilated, so it's meaningless to talk about this. The Snow clan can also cultivate the Ghost Lantern clan's water release secret technique. Hyojin supported his chin with one hand, and the corner of his mouth curved. His water release clone happened to be fused with the cells of the Snow clan's Haku. If the Snow clan had the possibility of cultivating the Ghost Lantern clan's secret technique, then his water release clone should have the same possibility as well. At this moment, Goji Yugura took down the huge blade on his back and said, "This is the mermaid muscle you wanted." As soon as Hyojin took the mermaid muscle, his expression turned cold. "It's heavy." Whoosh whoosh, after waving it a few times, Hyojin propped the mermaid muscle on the ground. The weight of the mermaid muscle had far exceeded his expectations. With the body of the fire release clone, just waving it was already very strenuous. It was difficult to use it in actual combat. Goji Yugura looked at Hyojin from head to toe and said coolly, using a large ninjato requires special training. Your body isn't suitable for the mermaid muscle. TSK, I'm taller than you, alright? Curling his lips, Hyojin cursed in his heart, even if I can't use it, can't I sell it? Goji Yugura's face darkened, and he immediately took out an account book and said, "This is the Mist Village's account book." Kuroto hurriedly put the Sharkman aside and reached out to take the account, but after a quick glance, his face became extremely ugly, and without any care for his image, he roared, 7 billion in debt. Goji Yugura turned his face to the side, avoiding Hyojin's angry gaze. Hyojin is now sure that Goji Yugura committed suicide. If he was in Goji Yugura's place, he would also have the thought of committing suicide. As he continued to look at the account book, Hyojin found that more than half of the 7 billion was the compensation for the dead ninjas. Because the Mist Village was in turmoil all year round, the death rate of the Mist ninjas was very high. Therefore, although the amount of compensation for a single person wasn't high, it couldn't be compared to the number of people who received the compensation, so it accumulated to an astronomical figure. Obsidian is too ruthless. Obsidian used all the compensation for the dead ninjas in the Mist Village, and the families of the dead ninjas in the Mist Village didn't receive a single cent. It would be strange if Goji Yugura, the Mizukage of 4 generations, didn't leave his family. This was the land of the blood mist where the strong were respected. If it was any other village, Goji Yugura would have been kicked out of power long ago. Conan's 600 billion detonation talismans were mostly Kakuzu's hard-earned money, and Obsidian's 100,000 white Zetsu army was probably the Mist's pension. Thinking of this, Hyojin felt a headache coming on. He finally understood why the Mist Village's strength didn't change much after Mei took the throne. When the news spread to the 6th Mizukage Choshiro, the Mist Village became a joke. It turned out that Obsidian had already destroyed the roots of the Mist Village before Mei took the throne. After a while, Hyojin said slowly, "Before, I thought that the Mist Village was too funny. The Bloodline clan was destroyed, and the 7 ninja swordsmen ran away, died, and even lost their Jinchuriki. But now I don't think so." Yugura said coldly, "What do you mean?" Kuroto curled his lips and said, now I feel that the Mist Village has not disbanded even after reaching this point. Frankly speaking, it's not easy at all. Haha, as expected of one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Yagura's face twitched. Throwing the account book aside, Hyojin said, with such a big deficit, the daimyo of the Land of Water will definitely not clean up your mess. You are finished. Yagura's face sank. My current situation is indeed very bad. The voice of opposition in the village is very loud, and I don't have any subordinates I can trust. In the past, Yagura didn't have anyone to talk to about his inner thoughts. After his will was changed by Jishui's Koto Amatsukami and accepted Amatsukami, he could talk to Hyojin and ask for help from Amatsukami. Hyojin put his hands behind his back and strolled around the Mist Secret Technique archive while saying, in this situation, normal methods really can't save you. Money won't appear out of thin air, and if the pension can't be paid, the people won't be able to calm down. Coupled with the dark history of being controlled by Amatsukami, even if Yagura tried to persuade them, the Mist ninjas wouldn't trust him anymore. Yagura followed closely behind Hyojin and said, you said that normal methods can't save me, so there are other methods that can be tried? Hyojin stopped in front of a secret technique scroll called Steaming Danger Explosion and said casually, you are still the strongest ninja in the Mist Village. As long as the Mist Village can't leave you, no matter how many mistakes you make, they can be tolerated in front of the survival of the entire village. This danger vaporizing explosive might secret technique was developed by the second King Yenluo. Other than the second King Yenluo himself, no one has ever successfully cultivated it. After briefly introducing the secret technique to Hyojin, Yagura asked, then how can I make the village inseparable from me? At present, the next Mizukage chosen by the elders is Mei. You may not be familiar with her, but she has both lava release and boiling release. She has no shortcomings, and her strength is very strong. She is fully qualified to replace me. Hyojin flipped through the scroll and said lightly, then start with her. Yagura was shocked. What, you want to assassinate her? Why would I assassinate her? She is a good chess piece to deal with Amatsukami. With a smile, Suijin continued, we just need to let the elders of the Mist Village know that she can't handle the situation on her own, that's enough. Yagura heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Hyojin was studying the secret technique scroll in his hand. This secret technique is the specialty of the second Mizukage. The second Mizukage finally used this secret technique to perish together with the second Sechikage. One must know that the second Sechikage has mastered the dust release, which is above the Kikiage's Kikiage. The second Mizukage was able to use the steam release secret technique to force the second Sechikage to perish together with the second Sechikage, which shows how powerful this secret technique is. Hyojin carefully studied the secret technique steam release, while Yagura, who is the Mizukage of 4 generations, stood beside him like a small follower and didn't disturb him. After a long time, Hyojin said with emotion, the second Mizukage is not simple. After sighing with emotion, Hyojin directly put the steam release secret technique scroll into the ninja bag on his waist. His action was natural as if he was taking his own things. Yagura ignored the fact that Hyojin put the secret technique scroll into the ninja bag and asked, what should we do? After pondering for a moment, Hyojin said, hunting down the 6-tailed Jinchuriki Yugao and bringing the 6-tailed back under your control is the most urgent matter in the Mist Village right now. In this matter, your village elders shouldn't hold you back, so you can send Mei to form a hunting team to hunt down the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, and then 2 days later. Mei's eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she walked out of the Mizukage building with a solemn face. Aojirai and other trusted aides immediately greeted her and asked, why did the 4 generations summon you? The 4 generations ordered me to form a hunting team to hunt down the fugitive Yugao. After a pause, Mei said, the 4 generations also said that if I can successfully complete this task, he will take the initiative to abdicate and give the position of Mizukage to me. That's great. Mei Ming's trusted subordinates immediately burst into cheers. Aojirai frowned, I'm afraid it won't be easy to hunt down Yugao. Mei nodded, well, I'm not sure that I can defeat him. Mei and Aojirai both understood that the best candidate to hunt down the 6-tailed Jinchuriki Yugao was actually the 4 generations Mizukage. But the 4 generations Mizukage took this task as a test to see if Mei was qualified to inherit the position of Mizukage. Mei couldn't refuse this task because if she refused this task, she would lose the qualification to become the Mizukage. She was the only Mizukage candidate who could replace the 4 generations Mizukage in the village. Once she lost the qualification, no one could replace the 4 generations Mizukage. Aojirai said, "We must set up a trap in advance, and also ask the elders for help from the seal class. I also heard that Yugao was seriously injured in the fight with the 4 generations of Kazekage. As long as we prepare well, it shouldn't be difficult to catch him." Mei's expression gradually became firm, and she said to Aojirai, "You go prepare, we'll leave in the afternoon." In Mei's view, the 4 generations of Kazekage didn't make things too difficult for her, because if she can't even complete this task, then she really doesn't have the qualification to inherit the position of Mizukage. In the evening fog, a group of black shadows was quietly galloping. The speed of these black shadows was extremely fast. They passed through the rugged and uneven mountain roads without making the slightest sound. They passed through mountains and ridges all the way, like a group of ghosts roaming in the night. They were none other than Mei, who was ordered by Yonde Mizukage to hunt down the 6-tailed Jinchuriki. While galloping, Mei Ming looked back at her subordinates behind her. In this operation to capture the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, she received strong support from the village elders. In addition to a team of trusted subordinates led by herself, there was also an elite team of the Mist Hidden Unit supported by the elders, as well as an elite sealing team of the Mist Hidden Unit who had experience in sealing tailed beasts. The entire hunting team consisted of 3 squads and 12 ninjas. Among them, only 3 members of the sealing class were chunin, the rest, including the leader of the sealing class, were either jonin or tokubetsu jonin. At this time Aojirai came over and said to Mei, "Don't worry, this time we have enough people to complete the task." Mei Ming nodded slightly. Although her expression was a little dignified along the way, there was not much worry in her eyes. Although Yugao is strong, he is not a perfect Jinchuriki like Yonde Mizukage, so he will not easily enter the tailed beast state before falling into a life and death situation. Because entering the tailed beast state is also a great danger for Yugao himself. If he is not careful, his will may be submerged by the will of the 6-tailed beast, and he will fall into complete loss of control. At that time, he would either become a walking corpse and become a soulless shell, or he would directly die from going berserk, allowing the 6 tails to escape from the berserk state. Therefore, as long as Mei grasps the moment of Yugao's hesitation and defeats him before he enters the tailed beast state that is difficult to deal with, she can easily complete the task. "I hope I don't need to do anything." Mei Ming looked ahead and prayed in her heart. Resolving this matter peacefully wasn't Mei Ming's wishful thinking, because she was a well-known moderate in the Mist Village. Sending her to lead the team to capture Yugao meant that the Mist Village wasn't willing to investigate Yugao's crime of defecting. After seeing Yugao, as long as she clearly explains that the Mizukage of 4 generations is controlled by the Akatsuki organization, and pardons Yugao's crime of betrayal, the probability of Yugao resisting is very low. Soon, the pursuing troops passed through many small islands and arrived at the border of the country of hot water, which was across the sea from the country of water. According to the intelligence, Yugao had been wandering around after defecting, and was very likely to be in the country of hot water. Therefore, the first stop of Mei Ming's hunting team was the country of hot water. But just as the pursuing troops entered a mountainous area, Qing, who had white eyes, suddenly stopped. Mei Ming also stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Qing stared ahead with a solemn expression and shouted, "I've found you, come out." Aojirai's shout echoed in the quiet night. All the members of the hunting team were elite ninjas with rich experience, so they immediately formed a defensive formation. At this time, a figure slowly descended from a tree. In the distance, this figure was none other than Sui Jin, who was controlling the fire release clone. He was wearing the black cloak of Amatsukami with golden edges and a mask with a flame pattern on his face as he calmly walked towards the mist pursuers. Mei Ming's face sank. "Amatsukami, Homasubi." The corner of Hyojin's mouth slightly rose, and he said with a smile, "I heard that your Mizukage has been controlled by the Akatsuki organization, is that true?" Mei Ming coldly said, "No comment." Behind her, all the mist ninjas, including Aojirai, had a look of fear on their faces. In the shinobi world, Amatsukami's reputation is not inferior to the Akatsuki organization. Hyojin didn't care, and casually said, "The mist has really declined." Mei Ming questioned, "Why did you stop us?" What do you want? Looking at your hurried appearance, I'm afraid you are going to hunt down the six-tailed Jinchuriki, right? After a pause, Hyojin said, please go back, Amatsukami will accept the six-tailed. Aojirai angrily said, are you kidding me, the six-tailed belongs to the mist. Hyojin curled his lips and said, even your Mizukage doesn't necessarily belong to the mist, why are you talking about the ownership of the tailed beast? Get out of here, don't force me to kill you. Mei Ming stopped Aojirai who wanted to argue and said, it seems that the previous incident with 4 generations made the mist look down on us. Since you are pointing your spear at the six-tailed, then there is nothing to talk about between us. After saying that, Mei Ming quickly made hand seals and shouted, lava release, flame ball. Xiao xiao xiao. In an instant, fist-sized liquid spheres were spat out of Mei Ming's mouth. These spheres were extremely fast, like cannonballs, they shot towards Hyojin with a whistling sound. Suijin tilted his head slightly and dodged Mei's lava release by a hair's breadth. Although his mouth was slightly raised, in fact, his eyes under the mask have already been equipped with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so the moment Mei Ming launched the lava release ninjutsu, his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan immediately captured the flight trajectory of the opponent's lava release ninjutsu. It seemed thrilling, but in fact, he easily avoided the opponent's attack. Puff, the flame ball that was avoided by Hyojin quickly hit a big tree not far behind him. Hiss, the thick and sturdy tree that required 2 to 3 people to stretch out their arms to hug was only slightly grazed by the flame-dissolving bullet, and a violent corroding sound was heard. The part that was grazed by the flame-dissolving bullet was quickly burned and corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large hole was instantly pierced through the tree trunk, and the whole tree fell to the ground. Hyojin was shocked when he saw this. Hiss, I can't let this thing touch me. At this time Aojirai on the side also completed hand seals, mist-hidden technique. Huff, as Aojirai spat out a thin mist, in just a few breaths, the valley that was originally filled with some night mist was soon covered by a thick fog that one couldn't see their fingers. At the same time, the mist ninjas who were good at the mist assassination technique dispersed in the thick fog, each looking for a chance to kill. Hyojin didn't dare to be careless, and immediately shouted, Susanoo. In an instant, a golden light shone in the thick fog. Even with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it was difficult for Hyojin to get an advantage in the thick fog and fight with the mist ninjas who were good at the mist assassination technique, even if he had the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. After activating Susanoo, Hyojin didn't hesitate, he stared with his left eye and shouted, Susanoo. Under the effect of the left eye, an armor made of golden flames covered the body of the golden giant, and the golden giant also changed from the previous 2 arms to 4 arms, and even a pair of huge wings spread on its back. Under the buff of the pupil technique Susanoo, the complete form Susanoo with 4 arms and 2 wings appeared in this inconspicuous little valley in the country of hot water. Hyojin, who was located in the crystal between Susanoo's eyebrows, immediately flapped his wings and flew into the air. With just a simple flap of his wings, the power of the 100-meter-tall Susanoo is already comparable to a B-level wind release ninjutsu. Therefore, when the complete Susanoo flew into the air, the thick fog that shrouded the small valley had already been blown away by the strong wind caused by the flapping of Susanoo's wings. Looking up at the golden giant flying in the air, the people of the mist hunting team looked at each other. When they encountered Hyojin, they already expected that the enemy would be very difficult to deal with, but they didn't expect it to be this difficult. Damn it! Aojirai gritted her teeth, her face was full of anger and helplessness. Compared to the other people of the Mist Village, Mei's reaction was the calmest. Although she was surprised, she began to silently think about the tactics. As an expert with dual blood succession of lava release and boiling release, Mei Ming didn't have any obvious shortcomings. Even if it was a difficult flying enemy for others, she still had many ways to deal with it. Hyojin in the air didn't enjoy the shocked eyes of the people of the Mist Village below. With the current strength of the fire release avatar, using 2 Manjikyu Sharingan level jutsu consecutively will put a great burden on his body. Although he is flying in the air majestically like a god, in fact, he already felt a little dizzy, but these abnormalities are not enough to affect the battle for the time being. Knowing that he couldn't delay any longer, Suijin immediately urged Susanoo and swung the flame sword towards the mist ninjas in the valley. Boom! Boom! Boom, the flaming sword, which was dozens of meters long, smashed into the valley, immediately causing an earth-shattering sound, as if the entire earth was trembling. Accompanied by the billowing smoke, countless golden flames scattered like petals, sprinkling all over the valley. In an instant, dazzling golden light bloomed everywhere, illuminating the valley under the night sky. In a trance, it was as if day and night were instantly replaced. The mist ninjas in the valley were all in a sorry state. Fortunately, they are all experienced ninjas. When Aojirai used the mist concealment jutsu, they had already used the water clone jutsu to replace their true bodies, and their true bodies were hidden far away in the valley, so Suijin's deliberate attack didn't cause any direct casualties to them. However, they had obviously underestimated the power of Susanu's attack. Even if they were not directly hit, the huge shock caused the blood in their chests to surge. Many unlucky ones were even touched by the golden flame and wailed in pain on the ground. A casual attack has such power? Looking at the almost deformed valley and the terrible golden flames that spread all around, Mei's face was full of bitterness. The strength of the Homusubi in front of her is completely beyond her expectations, which made her fall into despair. After all, she is only 20 years old at this time. Whether it is strength or experience, she is far less than the 5th Mizukage of the 4th Shinobi World War. The rest of the mist ninjas were even more unbearable, all of their faces were filled with fear, and several people in the seal class were even shivering. At this time, Hyojin landed on the ground from the air. The complete Susanoo also degenerated into half of its body, and the wings on its back disappeared, leaving only the upper half of its body and 4 arms. The attack just now was actually flashy. It seemed powerful enough to destroy the terrain and even ignite the entire valley, but in fact, the damage to the mist ninjas was very limited. Except for a few mist ninjas who were touched by the golden flames, although the others were very embarrassed, almost no one was injured. But that attack consumed a lot of Hyojin's pupil power and chakra, and just one attack made him gasp for breath. However, this was exactly what he wanted. What he wanted was this kind of crushing feeling that was hard to resist. Under the cover of Susanu's body, Hyojin suppressed the increasingly violent dizziness, suppressed the urge to breathe heavily, and slowly walked towards Mei in the distance, and said without any emotion, "In my eyes, you are just some ants that don't matter to the overall situation. If it weren't for you not knowing what's good for you, I wouldn't even bother to kill you with my own hands." Seeing the insufferably arrogant Homusubi approaching step by step, Mei gritted her teeth and ordered the subordinates around her, "You guys retreat, I will hold her." Blue said, "Don't be stupid, this woman will not let us go, there is no chance to retreat now." In the face of a strong enemy with the ability to fly, abandoning your companions, abandoning your dignity, and fleeing in panic is no different from courting death. The more experienced a ninja is, the more they understand that in this kind of desperate situation, once they lose the will to fight, they will completely become the prey of the hunter. "Well, let's fight her." Mei immediately summoned her chakra, and quickly made hand seals, as if she was going to use some kind of terrifying ninjutsu. Feeling the fierce chakra surging from Mei, Hyojin's face stiffened under the mask, and he cursed, "Yagura, this idiot, why hasn't he come yet?" Just now, the scene was established, and the invincible image was established, but at the same time, Hyojin's pupil power was seriously consumed, and the physical discomfort was becoming more and more obvious. After all, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets is not his own. In terms of compatibility, there is still a significant difference compared with Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, so when he used the complete Susanoo, his pupil power consumption is also greater than that of Madara and Sasuke. This is why Hyojin rarely uses the complete Susanoo. Most of the time he only uses half of his body, or even a single arm phantom. One must know that even if Sasuke has Indra's chakra and uses his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to activate the complete form of Susanoo, the burden on Sasuke's body is still enormous. The opposite Mei, who has the boiling release Kekkei Genkai, once used boiling release to melt Sasuke's Susanoo in the original space and time, so when facing Mei, the defense of Susanoo is not invulnerable. "You guys go back, I will deal with her." Just when Hyojin was in a dilemma, a cold voice echoed in the valley. March 24, 2019, this is a day worthy of my remembrance. Thank you to the editor, Wakaba-san, for sparing no effort in recommending and supporting me, so that more readers can discover this book and like it. Thank you to all my readers for your subscriptions, your tips, your recommendation votes, and your monthly votes for your support. It's all these subscriptions, reward after reward, recommendation after recommendation, monthly votes. That's why this Tenseigan has made it all the way to today. To the front page. This is an honor worthy of commemoration for a small writer, and this honor cannot go unnoticed by my readers. Here, I share this honor with my readers, and once again, thank you for your silent dedication and support. In the days to come, I will be more serious about the plot, and strive to contribute a better story for everyone, so that everyone can reap a unique joy from this Tenseigan in their spare time. Also, I have a small request. I hope that everyone can support the original version. Subscription is crucial to a web novel. It's related to the promotion and development of the book, and it's also directly related to the living expenses of a novelist like me. A chapter subscription is actually only a few cents. The cost of 10 days might not even be the price of a bottle of drink. I hope that my readers who can afford to support the original version as much as possible. That cold voice reverberated in the valley. For a moment, the gazes of both parties were attracted to it. The Mist Ninjas led by Mei looked towards the source of the voice and found that 4 generations Mizuki Jigura was standing quietly on the edge of a towering cliff in the valley with his arms crossed. His face was slightly raised and his eyes were looking down at the valley indifferently. Although his expression was dull and there was almost no expression on his face, just standing there made the Mist Ninjas feel a sense of confidence for no reason, as if they had found their backbone. Mizuki-sama. The Mist Ninjas who were used to calling Yugura as Yandame-sama unconsciously called him Mizuki-sama, which was obviously a sign of respect for him. Sui-jin, who was under the Susanoo, also heaved a sigh of relief. If Yugura was half a step late, the invincible image he had painstakingly created would have been in vain. With his current eyesight, it was difficult for him to maintain his previous attack. Once he fought with Mei, he would be exposed immediately. Although he could protect himself, Mei would find that he was not as strong as he had shown before. Everything before was just a bluff. In this way, Mei would be suspicious of Hyojin's intentions. After all, no normal ninja would waste their own chakra just to create a big scene. At this time, Yugura looked down at Hyojin in the valley and said lightly, "I will be your opponent." The 4th Mizukage, huh? Kuroto snorted and said, "Not a bad opponent. I hope you can entertain me to my heart's content." Yugura jumped down from the cliff and landed steadily on the ground. Then he slowly walked towards Hyojin. He was calm as if he was not affected by Hyojin's huge golden Susanoo at all. His indifferent expression was filled with inexplicable confidence. Seeing this, Kuroto secretly laughed and said, "Heh, it's quite like that. It seems that the previous rehearsals were not in vain." Under the influence of Yugura, the Mist Ninjas who were still panicking slightly calmed down. Mei even went to greet Yugura. "Mizuki-sama, why are you here?" Yugura replied lightly, "Hunting down Yugao is related to the safety of the entire Mist Village. Although I gave this task to you as a test, it is not just a test." Mei heard this, and her expression became gloomy. The meaning of Yugura's words was obvious. If Mei failed the test, then as the 4th Mizukage, he could only do it himself. But now that he took the initiative to appear, it undoubtedly meant that Mei failed the test, so he had to clean up the mess in front of him personally. Mei quickly put aside her personal honor and reported to Yugura, "Mizuki-sama, Amatsukumi's target is the 6 tails, we must stop them." "Got it." Yugura waved his hand and said, "You can leave now. This level of battle is not something you can interfere with." "Yes." Mei Ming bit her lips and nodded reluctantly. She understood very well that if the 4 generations Mizukage wanted to defeat the Homusubi of Amatsukumi, they must enter the tailed beast state. At that time it would be a battle between 2 monsters. If they didn't retreat far, even a jonin would be injured or killed. Moreover, if the Mist Ninjas stayed in the valley, it would distract the 4 generations Mizukage, and they would not be able to fight the Homusubi of Amatsukumi with all their strength. Mei didn't dare to hesitate and immediately ordered her subordinates, "Quick, let's get out of the valley." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After using the sealing technique to heal the companions who were burned by Suijin's golden flames, the members of the mist hunting unit used the body flicker technique and withdrew from the valley. Seeing that the Mist Ninjas left the valley, Hyojin grinned. "Let's begin." Yugura nodded. Outside the valley, the Mist Ninjas who hurriedly left the valley stopped outside the entrance. One of the Mist Ninjas panted and said, it should be fine now that we've retreated here, right? Maybe. Mei wasn't sure how fierce the battle between the 4 generations Mizukage and the Homasubi would be. Aojirai slightly calmed down and immediately used the Byakugan to observe the situation in the valley. However, as soon as he looked over, his face was full of shock. At this moment, in his vision of the Byakugan, the violent chakra reaction covered the entire valley. This was the first time he saw such a fierce chakra reaction after transplanting the Byakugan. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed in the valley, followed by a deafening explosion in the valley. Immediately afterward, a violent tremor spread out from the valley, causing the people of Hidden Mist Village standing at the entrance to stagger and almost fall to the ground. A young Umbu in the hunting team was shocked. What's going on? The leader of the sealing class, who had the experience of sealing tailed beasts, wiped the sweat on his forehead. It seems to be the Mizukage jade of the tailed beast. At this time, another Umbu in the Mist Ninja pointed to the sky. Look. Everyone followed the voice and saw a mushroom-shaped cloud of dust surging over the valley. Boom boom boom. The explosions continued, and the ground continued to tremble. The cliffs on both sides of the valley kept collapsing under the waves of tremors, and many places lost their original appearance. The steep cliffs collapsed into a gentle slope with rolling gravel. Mei Ming was shocked. Looking at the commotion, she couldn't imagine how intense the battle in the valley was. Swallowing her saliva, she turned her head with difficulty and asked Green next to her, "How's the situation?" Green murmured, Situation. At this time, in his vision of the Byakugan, 2 huge chakra reactions filled the entire valley. They were so dense that they seemed to have substance, completely covering the chakra reactions in the meridians of the 4 generations Mizukage and the fire demon. So, with the Byakugan, he could only see 2 huge chakra reactions intertwined, but couldn't see the specific situation of the battle. Mei Ming said anxiously, "How is it? Tell me." It seemed that Green couldn't find the right words to describe what he saw, so he repeated, "Monster, it's a monster." Mei Ming became more anxious. Who has the upper hand? Green shook his head, "I can't tell at the moment." Mei Ming hurriedly looked at the leader of the sealing class on the other side. The leader of the sealing class was not only good at all kinds of sealing techniques, but also good at perceptual ninjutsu. He could lock onto the target's chakra reaction from a very long distance. Seeing Mei Ming looking at him, the leader of the sealing class had a bitter expression. This is the first time I've seen this." Before the seal class leader's voice died away. Boom, another deafening explosion sounded in the ears of the Mist Ninjas. A jade-tail beast shot towards the entrance of the valley, leaving a deep mark on the ground along the way. Everything in its path was a mess, and it finally smashed into a broken wall at the entrance of the valley, completely collapsing the side of the entrance. Whoosh! 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 Countless broken stones flew like raindrops, whistling and splashing in all directions. Each of these rubble had sharp edges and corners, and the force of the impact was great. Their power was similar to a shuriken hidden weapon, exploding in an overwhelming manner, causing the Mist Ninjas standing at the entrance of the valley to suffer. For Mei, Aojirai, and the other jonin with rich experience, they easily avoided most of the rubble by relying on their body's instinct. Although there were occasional scratches, it wasn't life-threatening. However, the members of the SEAL class who rarely fought on the front line were unlucky. One of them was directly hit in the forehead by a rubble and instantly fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Aojirai shouted, "Retreat, it's not safe here." A trace of hesitation flashed on Mei's face. Although 4 generations Mizukage ordered them to retreat far away, this battle is about the survival of the Mist Village. If 4 generations Mizukage dies, then the reputation of the Mist Village as one of the 5 great shinobi villages will really fall into the mud. Seeing Mei's hesitation, Aojirai grabbed her and said, "If 4 generations Mizukage is defeated, then you will be the last hope of the Mist Village." Looking at the flashing flames in the distance and the rising smoke, Mei Ming's hesitation gradually disappeared and was replaced by determination and firmness. She took a deep breath and said to Aojirai, "You retreat, I want to stay here." Aojirai said in a deep voice, "In this situation, we are of no use, it's meaningless for you to stay here. If 4 generations Mizukage is defeated by Amatsukami's Homasubi, you won't even have the chance to escape." Mei said slowly, "If 4 generations Mizukage is defeated today, then the Mist Village is finished. no one in the village can resist Amatsukami and Akatsuki. Ching-chan let out a long sigh. Alright, I'll stay behind to accompany you. The Umbu members of the Mist Village also expressed their willingness to stay. At this time, they didn't consume much of chakra. Except for a few who were injured, the others didn't lose much of their combat power. Just now, it was mainly because the complete Susanoo was too fierce and destroyed their will to fight. Now that the Mizukage was fighting desperately in the valley, and the situation seemed to be in a stalemate, it didn't seem that he was obviously at a disadvantage, so their fighting spirit rose a little bit. Seeing this scene, Mei nodded with relief and ordered, "The wounded and the sealed team retreat, the rest of you get ready to enter the valley with me to support Mizukage-sama." In the valley, Hyojin and Yugura stood back to back, releasing chakra in all directions. In terms of destroying the terrain and releasing chakra, his human pillar strength was not inferior to anyone, and the two people in the valley were both human pillar forces. Yugura, who had entered the tailed beast state, shot the tailed beast. Jades like they were free. One after another, the rocks on both sides of the valley were smashed into pieces. And Hyojin also released the seal of the gourd artifact on his waist and released the dragon vein. The dragon vein can also release a kind of attack similar to the jade tail beasts, but it's not the real jade tail beasts, but a kind of dragon vein chakra bomb compressed to the extreme. In theory, the power of the Ryumyaku chakra bomb should be far inferior to that of the Bija jade, but because the Ryumyaku chakra contains a large proportion of nature's chakra, so the Ryumyaku chakra bomb may not be inferior to the Bija jade. Yugura, while shooting the jade tail beasts, asked Hyojin next to him, "Ching won't see any clues, right? He has a Byakugan on him." Hyojin smiled slightly, "Don't worry." As a member of the Hyuga clan, Hyojin is very clear about the characteristics of the Byakugan. If the chakra source's chakra is too large and in an explosive state, then the chakra source in the Byakugan's field of vision will be like a burning fire, and the chakra in the chakra source's meridians will be like a flame, merging into the raging fire, unable to distinguish carefully. Therefore, when the chakra of the three tails and dragon vein is in a violent explosive state, then the chakra reaction of Hyojin and Yugura will merge into it. In the case of vision being blocked and the distance being relatively far, even if Ching has a Byakugan, it will be difficult to see the situation in the valley through X-ray vision. As for the Byakugan on Ching's body, Hyojin did think about retrieving it before sneaking into the Mist Village. But now that he has mastered the 4 generations Mizukage Yugura through Koto Amigami, it is not convenient to retrieve the Byakugan, because once he attacks Ching and takes back the Byakugan, the Mist Village will analyze his purpose of seizing the Byakugan, and then think about whether the 4 generations Mizukage will be controlled by the Genjutsu again, and then suspect Yugura. After venting for a while, Hyojin said, "It should be fine." Yugura also took a deep breath, "Yeah." At this moment, the valley has been completely reduced to ruins. Acting to this point is enough, and Hyojin can't release the dragon vein for a long time, that will increase the probability of the dragon vein going berserk. After all, the shell of the dragon vein is made of purple clay, and its strength is limited. If the dragon vein chakra is in an explosive state for a long time, the shell of the purple clay is likely to collapse due to overload. Hyojin then said, "The organization can only help you this much, the rest is up to you." Yugura gently nodded. After this battle, the elders in the village should calm down a bit. Hyojin then said, "Capture the six-tailed Jinchuriki as soon as possible. He is likely to become a target of the Akatsuki organization. And if you can capture him yourself, it will be good for you to stabilize your position as the Mizukage." As soon as he heard the words Akatsuki organization, Yugura's face sank. "I will catch him as soon as possible, but how should I deal with him?" Hyojin pondered for a moment, recalling the battle between Yugao and the 4 generations of Kazekage. According to the conclusion of the intelligence team, the reason why the 4 generations of Kazekage lost an arm has nothing to do with the watermelon mountain pufferfish. It's all because after Yugao suddenly transformed into a tail beast, he used the unique secret technique leech space to break through the golden sand defense of the 4 generations of Kazekage using the corrosive chakra coat, and instantly tore off one of the arms of the 4 generations of Kazekage. Although this attack was a sneak attack, if Yugao tore off the head of the 4 generations of Kazekage, then the 4 generations of Kazekage would have died a long time ago. Therefore, although Yugao didn't have the perfect Jinchuriki, his combat power is still very high. In a desperate situation, even a Kage can be killed by him if they are not careful. After thinking for a moment, Hyojin said, keep him, maybe he will be useful in the future. Seal. After sealing the plump, ball-shaped purple dragon into the gourd magical artifact at his waist, Kuroto heaved a long sigh of relief. If he was controlling the main body, Hyojin wouldn't be too worried about the dragon vein going berserk, but he was controlling the fire clone, and his pupil power was greatly damaged, so he couldn't help but worry. Yugura stared at the fat dragon's vein that was slowly becoming smaller and finally disappearing into the gourd magic tool. Yugura's face revealed a serious expression as he muttered, this shape, could it be that it has some special use? Suejin's face darkened, he pretended not to hear Yugura's mutterings, then he took out a scroll from his ninja bag and threw it to Yugura. This is the list of materials that the organization needs, try to help me gather them as much as possible. Taking a look at the scroll, Yugura found a long list of instruments and materials, many of which he had never even heard of, and his face darkened. I'll try my best. Hyojin nodded. He didn't expect Yugura to help him purchase a full set of experimental instruments. After all, such a large-scale purchase, even Mai, who was relatively rich, would be very difficult. At this time, light footsteps could be heard from afar. Hyojin and Yugura looked at each other, then immediately retreated and confronted each other from a distance. At this time, not only had the terrain of the valley changed completely, the entire valley was also shrouded in a thick layer of dust, making it difficult to see beyond 3 to 5 meters. Therefore, after hearing that the rumbling in the valley had stopped, although Mei and the others decided to explore the valley, they did not directly barge into the valley. Instead, they carefully explored the valley bit by bit. Azure's Byakugan came in handy at this time. He looked at the center of the valley and said, for generations and Homasubi seem to be confronting each other. Mei asked in a low voice, what's the situation? Green shook his head and said, it's hard to tell. The chakra on both sides is very strong, and there's no sign of exhaustion. In comparison, for generations is obviously better in terms of chakra. Hearing this, Mei Ming no longer hesitated and immediately said, let's go. Swish swish swish, soon, Mei and the others landed beside Yugura. Seeing that the audience has arrived, Hyojin coldly said, as expected of the Mizukage, I will remember today's account. Yugura propped his hook on the ground. Susanoo is indeed extraordinary, but if it wasn't for a sneak attack, even the Manjikyu Sharingan wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Humph, don't get cocky. It's still hard to say who will get six-tailed. After a round of compliments, Hyojin did not stay any longer. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Seeing Hyojin take the initiative to retreat, Mei immediately chased after him. Yugura immediately said, don't chase. Mei Ming asked in confusion, Mizukage-sama, why don't you chase after her? It wasn't easy for you to defeat her, this is the best time to get rid of her completely. Our primary enemy is the Akatsuki. After a pause, Yugura continued, let's go and capture Yugao. After quickly escaping from the valley, Hyojin quickly met up with 3 generations Kazekage puppets who were responsible for picking him up. Then with the help of the flying ability of 3 generations Kazekage puppets, he quietly returned to the sky fortress not far from the coastline of the Land of Water. As soon as he returned to the sky fortress, he couldn't wait to go to the practice field. After 2 fierce battles with Obito and the Mist Village's hunting team, his fire-released doppelganger's compatibility with his soul was getting higher and higher, basically reaching the standard line. But this is not the reason why he rushed to the practice field. The reason why he rushed to the practice field is because he faintly found that his mastery of flame release has improved significantly. Especially during the battle in the valley, he used flame release to cover almost the entire valley with golden flames, but the consumption of pupil power and chakra was significantly less than he expected. And this change undoubtedly shows that his mastery of flame release has improved significantly. In just a few days, why is there such an obvious improvement? Standing in the practice field, Kuroto began to ponder secretly. The improvement of his mastery of flame release should be related to the battle with Obsidian. After all, the battle in the valley was more of a performance, it didn't involve life and death. Hyojin rubbed his chin, when I fought with Obsidian, did I do anything special? After recalling for a while, Hyojin found that when he fought with Obsidian, the special thing he did was to use 3 Manjikyu Sharingan Clash Jutsu, Susanoo, Amano Iwado, and Susanoo. But the use of these jutsu should not have much to do with the improvement of flame release. Suddenly, Hyojin's eyes narrowed, and thought to himself, is it because I overused my pupil jutsu? If we exclude the special of using 3 Manjikyu Sharingan class jutsu in a row, then the special of the battle between Hyojin and Obsidian is that he overused his pupil jutsu. Yes, at the last moment when I overused my pupil jutsu, I also used a large-scale flame release ninjutsu. Perhaps this is the reason why my mastery of flame release has improved significantly. This is not Hyojin's guess, but he thought of Sasuke. Because in the original story, Sasuke often fought with strong enemies, which led to the exhaustion of his pupil jutsu. It can be said that Sasuke is the one in the Uchiha clan who had the shortest time between awakening his Manjikyu Sharingan and the decline of his eyesight. It only took him a few battles to almost blind his newly obtained Manjikyu Sharingan. Perhaps it is for this reason that Sasuke mastered flame release in a very short time. And in the past practice of flame release, Hyojin will not let himself fall into the predicament of exhaustion of pupil jutsu. Often when the consumption of pupil jutsu reaches a certain level, he will take the initiative to rest, so he has never tried to practice flame release in the case of exhaustion of pupil jutsu. But the battle with Obsidian was a life and death battle. If there is a slight negligence, it is possible to completely lose the fire release clone with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Therefore, Hyojin did not hold back in that battle, even when his pupil jutsu was exhausted. In order to kill Obsidian for the second time, he resolutely overused his pupil jutsu and used a large-scale flame release ninjutsu. This situation is undoubtedly an accident with a small probability, but this accident pointed out a way for Hyojin to practice flame release. Anyway, I have consumed a lot of pupil jutsu, so I might as well take this opportunity to verify it. If this method works, then there will be no obstacle in practicing flame release. Huff, huff, lying on the ground, Hyojin's chest was like a bellows, moving up and down violently. Sweat had soaked his long hair and clothes, making him look like he had just been fished out of the water. Although he was drowned in exhaustion and powerlessness, there was a faint smile on his face. After trying it out just now, he found that his previous speculation was correct. In a situation where the ocular power was exhausted, if he forcefully used flame release, then the hidden potential in the body would be forcibly dug out, so that the body would actively adapt to the change of the fire attribute chakra and the thunder attribute chakra of the flame release, thus improving the control of flame release. In short, just like long-term training can obtain muscle memory, using flame release in an extreme state can also obtain a kind of body memory. Of course, the premise is that one must have the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, and must have the ocular power of the Manjikyu Sharingan level. And such a reckless method would naturally cause damage to the body. But compared to the effect, this degree of damage was completely acceptable. After all, the body's mastery of the change of the nature of chakra would only improve, not degenerate. So as long as the frequency of practice was controlled, and the body had enough time to recover from the damage caused by the practice, mastering flame release was only a matter of time. Sitting up slowly, Hyojin thought, the Uchiha clan is really interesting. For ordinary people, extreme personality or physical state were very dangerous, and should be avoided at all costs. But the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan was the opposite. Extreme personality or physical state could often trigger the power hidden in the bloodline, allowing them to easily obtain a terrifying power that ordinary people could not obtain in their lifetime. The more extreme, the stronger, and the stronger, the more extreme. With the in-depth development of the fire escape doppelganger, Hyojin also had a deeper understanding of the Uchiha clan. In fact, according to the proportion of the whole Uchiha clan, there aren't many crazy people who are so extreme that they can't be communicated with. It's just that the crazy people of the Uchiha clan are all top experts, and they can stir up trouble in the shinobi world at will. They always appear in the spotlight and in the eyes of the public. Obviously, there are only a few of them, but they have led people's perception of the Uchiha clan as a whole. But in fact, most of the people in the Uchiha clan are normal people. They are not ninjas, they have not awakened their Sharingan, they live an ordinary life like ordinary people. Perhaps it was because they were too normal, too ordinary. They had no strength and no right to speak, so they were reduced to the background and ignored by the public. But according to the proportion of the population, these ordinary Uchiha were the majority of the Uchiha clan. After a little sigh, Hyojin left the practice room and went to the laboratory, then he extracted the soul from the fire escape doppelganger and returned to his body. Placing the fire escape doppelganger on the test bench, Hyojin activated the Byakugan and carefully examined it. Soon, he found that the previous practice did cause a lot of damage to the meridians of the fire escape doppelganger, but these damage are not irreversible and permanent. According to his experience, if the fire escape doppelganger is soaked in the nutrient solution, it will completely recover in a week at most. After recalculating the various data of the fire escape doppelganger and recording them one by one, Hyojin immediately took off the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan from the eye sockets of the fire escape doppelganger and put it into a small storage tank that he carried with him. Then he put the fire escape doppelganger into a large nutrient tank and left the Sky Fortress. Half a day later, Hyojin met up with his subordinates of the 7th Squad on the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire. Seeing that Kuroto came back safe and sound, Kurenai and the other two heaved a long sigh of relief. For them, the past few days have been too torturous. After a few words of greeting, Kurenai immediately asked, "Kuroto, did you succeed?" Hyojin shook his head. Gale coughed twice and said, "Captain, the failure of this mission is our responsibility, it has nothing to do with you." Kurenai lowered her head and said, "Well, it was us who dragged you down." Kurenai also echoed, "Captain, don't worry, we will take the initiative to report to Naruto-sama." Hyojin smiled and said, "There are some changes in this mission, let's talk about it on the way." On the way back to the village, Hyojin briefly explained what happened in the Mist Village, but in the end, he concealed the fact that he secretly controlled the 4 generations Mizukage. After learning that the 4 generations Mizukage was controlled by the Akatsuki and became a puppet of the Akatsuki organization, the 3 members of the 7th Squad were shocked, just like Jishuei. After the shock, Kurenai said, "Naruto-sama ordered us to assassinate the 4 generations Mizukage who may have colluded with the Akatsuki organization. Now that it has been confirmed that the 4 generations Mizukage was only plotted against by the Akatsuki organization, and not colluding with the Akatsuki organization, can we cancel this mission?" Hyojin smiled and said, "Yes." For an Anbu ninja, failure in a mission will not only leave a disgraceful mark on their resume, but also depending on the consequences of the mission failure, they will also be punished to different degrees. If the route was controlled by the Danzo before, there is even a possibility of being executed after the mission failure. Therefore, except for Hyojin who didn't take the mission failure too seriously, the other members of the 7th Squad were actually a little anxious. A few days later, the 7th Squad returned to the village. As the captain of the 7th Squad, Hyojin immediately went to Naruto's office and reported to the 3 generations Naruto about what happened in the Mist Village. After listening to Hyojin's report, the 3 generations frowned and silently smoked the tobacco pipe without saying anything for a long time. Hyojin then reported, 4 generations Mizukage got rid of the Akatsuki organization's control this time, so they will definitely hate the Akatsuki organization, so I chose to give up the mission. Your decision is correct. After nodding, the 3 generations shinobi stared at Hyojin and asked, with the current situation of the Mist Village, do you think the 4 generations Mizukage can continue to be the Mizukage? Hyojin shook his head, this subordinate can't judge. The 3 generations shinobi said with some tiredness, you've worked hard, go back and rest. Hyojin no longer said anything and quietly left the Naruto's office. Walking out of the Naruto building, Hyojin pondered for a moment, then immediately went to the Uchiha clan. After arriving at Jishuei's house, Hyojin confirmed that no one was around and said to Jishuei, I still need a day or 2 to deal with the matters at hand and the transplant equipment, I can start the operation in 2 days. Jishuei took a deep breath, I have applied for a month's leave from Naruto-sama with the excuse of physical discomfort, so I can receive the transplant operation at any time during this month. Seeing Jishuei's perturbed face, Hyojin smiled and said, what's wrong, are you worried that the operation will fail? Jishuei nodded silently. It's a matter of life and death, it's normal to feel uneasy. Although Jishuei is ready to sacrifice himself for the village, the thought that he might die on the operating table instead of on the battlefield makes him feel a little uneasy. Hyojin comforted him, I have estimated that the possibility of you surviving the operation is very high, 40% to 50% probability is indeed not small. After a pause, Jishuei asked, if the operation is successful, to what extent can my pupillary powers recover? Recover to the peak, and even slightly strengthen. Hyojin is not making this up. Ji Shui, who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, already has a high level of Yin attribute chakra. If his body successfully fuses with the Hashirama cells and obtains the Yang attribute chakra, then the fusion of Yin release and Yang release will inevitably cause a qualitative change, which will increase his pupillary powers and physical strength to varying degrees. Take Obsidian as an example. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Obsidian, who only had one Manjikyu Sharingan, easily controlled the Nine Tails with a Jinjutsu even though he didn't specialize in Jinjutsu. One must know that the Nine Tails that had just been released from Kushina's body is the complete Nine Tails, not the weakened Nine Tails that was later sealed by 4 generations with half of chakra. Obsidian can easily control the complete Nine Tails with a single Manjikyu Sharingan, and without using any Manjikyu Sharingan level Jinjutsu. It shows how strong his pupillary powers are after fusing with the Hashirama cells. As for the strengthening of the body, there was no need to mention it. Obsidian didn't know how many Rasengan he had eaten. He even used his face to take a Rasengan from Naruto in the Nine Tails chakra mode. After that, nothing happened to him. He was still alive and kicking. His physical strength was comparable to that of Naruto, who had a fairy body. This is also the reason why when Hyojin fought with Obsidian before, he didn't use any ordinary ninjutsu or ninja tools, because ordinary means can't hit Obsidian. Even if they can hit Obsidian, they won't cause any substantial damage to Obsidian. Ji Shui didn't look too happy after hearing this. She just said in a low voice, "I don't have too many extravagant requests. It's fine as long as I can restore my eye power." Hyojin said, "Don't worry. As long as the operation is successful, your pupillary power will definitely recover." After hesitating for a while, Ji Shui continued, "Kuroto-san, if the operation fails, I hope that you can entrust my eyes to Itachi. You already have a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. My eyes that are about to go blind will be of no use to you, but they may be of some use to Itachi." Hyojin nodded. Hyojin knows very well that Ji Shui entrusted his Manjikyu Sharingan to Itachi. In fact, he entrusted his idea of protecting the family and Mai to Itachi. After coming out of Ji Shui's house, Hyojin immediately got busy. In the next 2 days, he needs to sell some of the high-quality swords he got from the Mist Village's collection in exchange for some money. Firstly, he wants to use them as a gift for Yu's apprenticeship with Tsunade. Secondly, he wants to buy some equipment needed for the transplant surgery. Originally, this kind of trivial matter can be solved by a trip to the black market. But due to the repeated sweeps of the black market due to the conflict between Amatsukami and Akatsuki, most of the underground network of the black market has been paralyzed, and many private transactions have come to a standstill. Therefore, Kuroto had to go to several places to collect the 75 million ryo he needs in the near future. Of the 75 million ryo, excluding the 35 million Hayashi provided, the remaining 40 million is all Hyojin's income from selling swords and swords. Among them, the double-bladed flounder, one of the Mist's 7 ninjutsu, was sold for a high price of nearly 30 million ryo. As for the other swords, although their sharpness is not inferior to the flounder, but because of the flounder's reputation, they only sold for 10 million ryo. Of course, this is also because Hyojin is in a hurry to sell them. If he waited for the highest price slowly, the income can increase by at least 10%. As for the double-bladed flounder, one of the Mist's 7 ninjutsu, Hyojin is not in a hurry to sell it, because this ninjutsu can not only provide a large amount of chakra for the owner, but also absorb the enemy's chakra when fighting with the enemy. It is a very versatile ninjutsu. In the northern part of the Fire Country, Pingliang City, the bald rich businessman stroked the flounder on the shelf and said with a smile, "Tsk, it's really a sharp weapon." The butler on the side said, "Master, do you really want to show this ninjutsu?" The bald rich businessman touched his big bald head and said, "Of course, I spent a lot of money to buy this, how can I not show it? Have the invitations been sent out? I want to let the whole Pingliang city know about this, let them know the financial resources of the Takeda family." The butler quickly said, "Master, don't worry, the invitations have been sent out." The bald rich businessman nodded with satisfaction, and his eyes moved again to the double-bladed flounder on the shelf. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came from outside the courtyard, and then the noise spread from outside the courtyard. The bald rich businessman frowned and asked fiercely, "What's going on?" The butler stood by the window and looked out, and said with some uncertainty, "It seems that someone is causing trouble." "Humph, how dare they come to my Takeda family to cause trouble?" With a cold snort, the bald rich businessman said angrily, "Let the samurai teach this troublemaker a lesson and break his legs." Before the bald rich businessman's voice died away, the noise had already reached the outside of the house. Bang, soon, the door was kicked open, and then a tall ninja with a fierce face like a shark walked in. The ninja looked at the double-bladed flounder on the display shelf and grinned. "I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect the flounder to really be here." After saying that, the ninja stepped forward and took the double-bladed flounder. At this moment, the bald rich businessman saw the samurai lying on the ground outside the door, and his heart instantly jumped to his throat. These samurai were all hired by him with a lot of money, and some of them were said to be high-level samurai learning in the Iron Nation, but he didn't expect them to be so weak in front of the shark-faced ninja. Just when the bald rich businessman thought that the ninja was going to kill him, the shark-faced ninja glanced at him and asked, "Where did you get this blade?" The bald rich businessman replied with a stutter, A merchant sold it to me." The shark-faced ninja who was carrying the flounder did not say anything else, and with a swoosh, disappeared into thin air. At this moment, the butler crawled over from the side, and with a sad face, he asked the bald rich businessman, "Master, this?" The bald rich businessman shouted, Quickly send someone to I want a reward of 10 million for my blade." Outside Pingliang City, Lotus was sitting on a big rock, holding a grass stem in his mouth, complaining, "What did that ghost mermaid do? How could he make me wait for so long?" Standing on the side, Dusk was looking around with his red eyes, completely ignoring Lotus's complaints. They were all ninjas from the same village, so Dusk was very clear about the character of the Kagaya clan. In the Kagaya clan, the deeper the power of the bloodline was dug, the more irritable they would be. There were only a few Kagaya clan members who could remain sane while developing their own Kagaya clan, and Lotus was obviously not one of them. Dang, 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 suddenly, from Pingliang City, not far away, came a hurried alarm bell. This alarm bell was usually sounded when a city was attacked by a large group of bandits, or when an important person in the city was attacked. It wouldn't be used easily for ordinary small disturbances. Dusk frowned, hurriedly looked over, and the red eyes in his eye sockets also flashed with a coquettish light. Lotus spat out the grass stem in his mouth, stood up, and muttered, "Damn it, that bastard ghost mermaid didn't kill the city lord, did he? This is the country of fire. If we are targeted by mice people, we will be in big trouble." A moment later, a figure flew over and landed in front of him. This figure was not a bystander, it was Dried Persimmon Ghost Mermaid, who just sneaked into Pingliang City and took the double-blade flounder from the bald rich merchant's house. Flounder. Seeing the double blades on Ghost Mermaid's shoulders, Dusk and Lotus were a little surprised. As elite jonin of the Mist Village, they naturally recognized one of the 7 ninjutsu of the Mist Village. Ghost Mermaid opened his shark-like mouth and laughed. Who would have thought that one of the 7 ninjutsu of the Mist Village, the flounder, would be in the possession of a merchant in the country of fire? Lotus curled his lips. Humph, it's just a broken ninjutsu. The Kagaya clan, who owned the Kagaya clan, didn't need weapons, because their own bones were the best and sharpest weapons, so Lotus wasn't interested in the flounder. Muzum quickly retracted his gaze. He is a pupillary Kekkei Genkai ninja, and he isn't used to using such large swords. Among the Mist's 7 ninjutsu, he prefers the sharp needles. However, in the Third Shinobi War, the 7 swordsmen were defeated by Dai. Of the 7 swordsmen, only Melon Mountain Kyujiman, Bipajuzo, and Thunder Fong managed to escape. The other 4 were killed by Dai, and because Dai used the forbidden technique Hashiman Tonku and opened the death gate, he died of exhaustion. Therefore, Flounder, Flying Foam, Sewing Needle, and Dukkha were lost on the battlefield. The Mist Village fell into chaos later on, so they only recovered Flounder. As for the other 3, their whereabouts were unknown. From afar, the alarm bells and shouts in Pingliang City grew louder and louder. Bai immediately said, "Let's go, we still have a mission to complete, it's best not to cause any trouble here." "Yes." Guayu nodded. He was in a good mood after snatching back a ninjato. Therefore, the 3 continued to gallop north, and soon crossed the border of the Land of Fire and came to the Land of Tian, where Orochimaru once appeared. After arriving in the land of Tian, the three came to a hidden forest. According to the arrangement of the Akatsuki, an official member of the Akatsuki will meet the three of them in this forest, and then they will form a regular team of 4 to fight against Orochimaru, the traitor of the Akatsuki organization. After waiting for a while, no one was seen, and the grumpy Lotus complained again, "Damn the Akatsuki organization, they are treating us like dogs." Guiyu was familiar with the flounder he had just snatched, and said sarcastically, "What do you think the life of a traitorous ninja is like? Since you chose to betray the village, you should be prepared." A twisted grin appeared on Lotus' face. "It seems that you are really tired of living." Guiyu stared at Lotus, who was full of killing intent, and said calmly, "You can't kill me. Instead of wasting your energy, it's better to take a good rest. Don't forget that the target this time is Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Maybe we will all die here." The one in charge of the investigation said, "Stop arguing, someone is coming." Swish, not long after, with a whistling sound, a figure suddenly fell in front of the three of them. The person who came was Bipajuzo, one of the 7 members of the Mist-Hidden Ninja Blade, wearing a red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization, with a beheading sword on his shoulder. Lotus chuckled, "Hey, I thought it was someone else, I didn't expect it to be you." Guiyu smiled and said, "Does the Akatsuki organization want us to have a meeting? According to the order of the leader, we will form a temporary team of 4 people, and I will be the captain for the time being. The team codename is Mist, and the mission is to kill Orochimaru." While looking at the three of them, Bipajuzo announced the decision of the Akatsuki organization with a helpless expression. Because Blood Mist Village adheres to the concept of respect for the strong, the concept of hierarchy among the Mist Ninjas is not as strict as that of other villages. Assassination, rebellion, coup d'état, and other taboos in other villages are almost commonplace for the Mist Ninjas. Therefore, Bipajuzo doesn't really like dealing with the 3 traitorous Mist Ninjas in front of him. In fact, there is another reason why the Akatsuki organization sent Bipajuzo here. Because in the previous battle, almost all of the members of the Akatsuki organization were injured, and Kakuzu, who lost 4 hearts in the battle, teamed up with the Jinchuriki Nibi, who was controlled by Obsidian Genjutsu, and left the secret base of the Akatsuki organization to carry out the heart-hunting mission. Although Kakuzu only has 1 heart left, and his combat power is greatly reduced, the strength of the Jinchuriki Nibi is unquestionable. Even if it's hunting a Jonin, it's not difficult, so the hunting mission was very smooth, and Kakuzu didn't spend much effort to collect 5 hearts. However, just when Kakuzu and Yujito Nibi were about to return to the secret base of the Akatsuki organization, the Genjutsu that Obsidian used to control Yujito Nibi suddenly disappeared, and Yujito Nibi also got rid of the Genjutsu without any warning. Kakuzu, who was defenseless, was naturally unlucky. The proud Yujito Nibi couldn't bear the shame of being controlled by the Genjutsu, so she didn't escape, but vented her anger on Kakuzu. Kakuzu was stunned on the spot, and the heart that he just obtained was lost again. When Shinichi and Konan heard the news and arrived, and joined forces to subdue Yujito Nibi again, Kakuzu's whole body was broken into pieces, and the scene was extremely miserable. Fortunately, Kakuzu's earth attribute heart was buried into the ground first, so he barely escaped death. After that, it took him a whole night to piece his body back together. Later, Akatsuki learned that the reason why Yujito Ni suddenly got rid of the Genjutsu was because something happened on Obsidian's side. But because of this incident, Akatsuki realized that the control of Genjutsu on Yujito Ni is not firm. Once the caster has a problem, Yujito Ni may get rid of the control of Genjutsu at any time. Therefore, when Obsidian used Genjutsu to control Yujito Ni again, Akatsuki arranged Shinichi, who also has the Manjikyu Sharingan, to be in a group with Yujito Ni. In this way, even if Yujito Ni gets rid of the control of Obsidian's Genjutsu again, Shinichi, as the monitor, has the ability to subdue her, and after this lesson, Akatsuki decided not to use Yujito Ni easily anymore. After Shinichi was transferred to the same group as Yujito Ni, Bipajuzo had no partner, so he was sent to the land of Tian by the Akatsuki organization to temporarily serve as the captain of the Mist team, responsible for supervising the 3 new members of the organization. In the original story, Akatsuki's monitoring of the members of the organization is not strict. Basically, everyone does their own thing, as long as they can complete the hard target of catching tailed beasts. Pain, as the leader of the organization, doesn't manage them at all. Even when hunting down the traitor Orochimaru, Akatsuki didn't pay much attention to it. For a long time only Sasori and Deidale were responsible for it. Because in that time and space, Akatsuki was arrogant, and their leader Nagato even claimed to be a god. They didn't put the 5 great shinobi villages in their eyes at all, so they didn't care too much about a little leak. But in this time and space, because of the existence of Hyojin's Amatsukami, Nagato almost died in the sneak attack of Amatsukami's leader, so under great pressure, Akatsuki was forced to make many changes. For example, this time Obsidian recruited the 3 ghost mermaid in the Mist Village. Because they were worried that their loyalty was not enough, and that they would defect like Orochimaru and Shino, causing the organization's secret to be leaked, Akatsuki didn't recruit them to the new secret base, but assigned them the troublesome task of hunting Orochimaru. After everyone was gathered, the Mist Squad didn't waste any time and went directly to the place where Orochimaru had appeared. This was a small, rundown village. Many of the houses in the village had traces of being burned, and most of them had collapsed. The entire village seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, with no signs of human habitation. Glancing around, the ghost shark asked confusedly, "What is Orochimaru doing in this place?" Bipajuzo was also puzzled and could only order everyone, "Split up and search, see if we can find any clues." At this time, Jouet, who had been scouting the surroundings, pointed to a place not far away and said, "Everyone be careful, someone is coming." After a while, a ninja team came to the front of the Mist team and asked, "Who are you and why are you here?" This ninja squad is also composed of 4 people. The leader is a 16 or 17-year-old boy, the rest are around 10 years old, still a group of children. Their clothing is obviously different from that of other shinobi villages, and the symbol on their forehead is a musical note pattern that no one has ever seen before. Jouet muttered, "Ninjas from the newly established Sound Village?" The ghost shark asked Bipajuzo, "How do we deal with them?" Before Bipajuzo answered, the grumpy Lotus shouted loudly, "It's just a team of cannon fodder from a small shinobi village, don't talk nonsense, just kill them." After saying that, Lotus's figure flashed and rushed toward the 4 shinobi from the Sound Village. In the eyes of the ninjas from the big shinobi villages, the ninjas from the small shinobi villages are not worth mentioning, not to mention that the shinobi in front of them are so young, they are obviously cannon fodder. Seeing Lotus attack, the other members of the Mist team no longer hesitated. After all, their mission this time is a hunting mission, they have to ensure that their whereabouts will not be exposed. Lotus's target is the 16 or 17-year-old shinobi team captain, but before he could rush in front of him, a white-haired boy from the opposite team intercepted him from the side. Bang, both sides exchanged blows, and after a muffled sound, both sides retreated. "Hey, you are Kimimaro?" After retreating, Lotus noticed that the white-haired boy who intercepted his attack turned out to be from the same clan as him. Kimimaro put one hand on his waist and said lightly, "Your opponent is me." "Humph, little brat." With a light snort, Renato looked at Kimimaro, who was only 10 years old and was only as tall as her chest, and said, "You should have escaped from the dungeon during the night of the extermination of your clan, but you actually ended up in such a small village as cannon fodder. You are really a disgrace to our Kagaya clan." As soon as Lotus's voice fell, a clear voice came from not far away. "Ice release, magic mirror ice crystal." In an instant, cold air filled the air, and a circle of ice mirrors appeared out of thin air, trapping Bipajuzo, the ghost shark, and Jouet. At the same time, wooden stakes suddenly rose from the ground, and like spirit snakes, they quickly wrapped around Bipajuzo and the others, who were trapped in the ice mirror crystal magic. Ice release. Looking at the circle of ice mirrors, Lotus was taken aback. They were all mist ninjas, so naturally, they weren't unfamiliar with ice release. The magic mirror ice crystal was a secret technique of ice release, and even in the Snow Clan, not everyone could use it. "A bunch of trash." After cursing, Lotus rushed toward the magic mirror ice crystal that trapped Bipajuzo and the others. As long as he attacked from the inside and outside, it wouldn't be difficult to break the magic mirror ice crystal. Whoosh, suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded in his ears, and Lotus's heart shivered, and he immediately stopped his body. As soon as he stopped his body, 2 small white shadows flew past the tip of his nose. That was close. Lotus was shocked, because he recognized the white shadow that flew past his nose. It was one of the secret techniques of the Kagaya clan, the 10-finger piercing bullet. If the 10-finger piercing bullet hit his face, even he would be seriously injured, and he might even die. Kimimaro said coldly, I told you, your opponent is me. Being looked down upon by a 10-year-old kid, Lotus was furious. Damn kid, I will crush your head with my own hands. At this time, a yellow-haired kid walked over and asked Kimimaro, do you need my help? Kimimaro shook his head. The yellow-haired kid immediately said, then, I will go kill those guys first, then I will come and help you. With that said, the body of the yellow-haired boy showed a strange change, a strange pattern crawled all over the surface of his skin, and at the same time, a violent chakra gushed out from his body. This? Lotus's expression froze, and he even thought that the yellow-haired kid in front of him had the jinchuriki of a tailed beast, because the chakra that burst out of his body was too fierce. Kimimaro didn't look around, and he didn't pay attention to the strange changes of his companions. He just said lightly, no, I will deal with him before you. Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Looking at the arrogant kid who didn't seem to put him in his eyes, Lotus couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, making a creepy grin. At the same time, sharp bone blades slowly extended from his palms, elbows, knees, and other joints. Seeing this, Kimimaro's expression didn't change. He slightly lowered his body, and sharp bone blades also extended from his palms, elbows, knees, and other joints. Lotus's expression froze. Extending the bone blades from the joints was one of the corpse bone sect's secret techniques, Dance of the Willow. Although it wasn't a special technique, Kimimaro being able to use it easily at his age surprised Lotus a bit. Soon, Lotus Flower hid the surprise on her face and said with high fighting spirit, little devil, today I will let you see what a real corpse bone vein is. Whoosh, after saying that, Lotus left a long afterimage as she rushed towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro didn't say a word and just greeted him with a cold expression. Clang clang clang, in an instant, the only two remaining members of the Kagaya clan in the shinobi world were engaged in a fierce battle, and the sharp bone blades collided with each other, producing a metallic clashing sound. There was no doubt that both of them were masters of taijutsu, but Lotus was older. Whether it was strength or experience, he was above Kimimaro, who was only 10 years old. But Kimimaro also had his own advantages. Because he followed Orochimaru, he had learned many different types of taijutsu, plus he had outstanding talent, so even though he was suppressed by the Lotus, the situation wasn't one-sided, and the battle was still in a stalemate. Having his attack blocked by a junior of his clan, the hot-tempered Lotus Flower gradually became anxious. In the midst of his monstrous killing intent, he suddenly urged the power of the bloodline in his body and once again strengthened the bone blade of Lu Jiwu. Clang. The bone blade on Kimimaro's elbow collided with the bone blade on Lotus's palm, making a deep sound. Kacha, then, with a crisp sound, cracks appeared on Kimimaro's bone blade. Kimimaro, who was aware of this, frowned and revealed a surprised expression. Lotus took the opportunity to increase her strength and smashed Kimimaro's bone blade. Then, she turned around and kicked Kimimaro away. Ha ha ha. After succeeding, Lotus laughed wildly, and then said arrogantly, do you see it clearly? This is the gap between you and me. Kimimaro, who was kicked to the ground, crawled up. There was no expression on his face as he said indifferently, seal, open. In an instant, black lines appeared on Kimimaro's skin. These lines quickly expanded, and in a short time, his white skin was dyed a dark gray. And at the same time his skin changed color, a violent chakra surged out of his body. What spell is this? The smile on Renato's face gradually froze. Although he wasn't a perception-type ninja, he could tell that the amount of chakra in Kimimaro's body had doubled at least by looking at the amount of chakra flowing out of his body. At this time, Kimimaro, who had grown a tail, slowly pulled out his spine from his back. He shook it, and it turned into a sharp bone sword. Lotus was shocked. Dance of the Iron Thread Flower. This is impossible. No one can master this technique at this age. Kimimaro's expression was still cold, and he said lightly, if these are your last words, then please go on your way. To be able to excavate the corpse bone vein to this extent at this age, your talent is beyond my imagination. If you were born 20 years earlier, maybe your family wouldn't have been destroyed. Looking at Kimimaro's cold and clear eyes, Lotus's expression couldn't help but become gloomy. Lotus sighed, not only because of Kimimara's extraordinary talent, but also because Kimimaro was able to excavate the corpse bone vein to this extent and still maintain his sanity. His mind and emotions didn't seem to be affected by the power of the bloodline. It should be known that the Kagaya clan had the corpse bone vein. The stronger they were, the more violent their temper was. Almost all of the Jonin clan members who reached the Jonin level were war maniacs. Compared to the lunatics of the Kagaya clan, Lotus was one of the few Kagaya clan members who could control their emotions. This was the main reason why he was able to survive and sneak into the Umbu division. But compared to Kimimaro, Kuroto found that Kimimaro was a peerless genius who could control his emotions and wasn't affected by the power of his bloodline. If Kimimaro had been born 20 years earlier, the Kagaya clan, as one of the most powerful clans in the shinobi world, might not have fallen to the point of extinction. Thinking of this, Lotus curled his lips and said, "Unfortunately, you won't live long." Kimimaro's face was calm. "I won't be the one to die today." Lotus shook his head. "Without the family's secret medicine and blood exchange ceremony, the deeper you excavate the power of the bloodline, the faster you will die. With your talent, I'm afraid you won't be able to live past 15 years old." Kimimaro's expression changed slightly. Recently, he had already faintly felt that his body was a little uncomfortable. At first, he thought that it was caused by the excessive use of his blood sequence, but after listening to Lotus's words, he realized that there might be more to it than met the eye. Lotus explained, "Ordinary clansmen do not need secret medicines and rituals, only the clansmen who dig the power of the bloodline too deeply need secret medicines and rituals to offset the infection of the power of the bloodline. This is a secret that my clan has spent thousands of years to explore. Even in my clan, only a few people know about it. Often, only those who reach the level of Jonin or even elite Jonin are qualified to come into contact with it." Lotus barely had the qualification to take the secret medicine when he was 17 years old, but according to his speculation, Kimimaro should have been able to take the secret medicine a year ago when he was 9 years old. Kimimaro quickly restrained the strange expression on his face, and said lightly, "I don't need it." Kimimaro had absolute trust in Orochimaru. He felt that Orochimaru would be able to solve the problem of his body. He didn't need the secret medicine and ritual mentioned by Lotus. Lotus said, "I didn't mean to save you, I just wanted to inform you that you are dead." The secret medicine and the ritual were all in the hands of the patriarch. Now that the clan was destroyed, even if Lotus wanted to help Kimimaro, he couldn't do anything. Moreover, the blood exchange ceremony required a member of the same clan to exchange their blood. Now that there were only Lotus and Kimimaro left in the Kagaya clan, Lotus naturally couldn't exchange her blood with Kimimaro. While Lotus was telling Kimimaro about the family's secret, a fierce battle was taking place in the magic mirror ice crystal not far away. "What the hell, this is would release." Bipajuzo and the other two didn't panic when they were trapped in the magic mirror ice crystal, but when they were entangled by the wooden stakes that came out of the ground, they panicked. The power of wood release didn't need to be explained, so after seeing it, the 3 members of the Mist Squad didn't hold back anymore. What was supposed to be a warm-up fight became a fight of life and death. Bipajuzo reacted the fastest. Before the wooden stakes could entangle his hands, he waved his hands and used the sharpness of the beheading sword to cut off the wooden stakes that came out of the ground. After he got out of the trap, Bipajuzo turned around and cut off the wooden stakes that were entangling him. At the same time, Ghost Shark also waved the double-bladed flounder in his hands and smashed the wooden stakes that were entangling him. He said, "These kids are not simple." Bipajuzo said, "Let's get out of here first." Ghost Shark didn't say anything else. He put the double-bladed flounder on the ground in front of him, raised his hands and quickly made a hand seal. He shouted, "Water release, explosive water shockwave." In an instant, a huge wave that was like an ocean swept over. Ghost Shark stood on top of the wave and used the impact of the huge wave to swing the double-bladed flounder he picked up. Under the infusion of Ghost Shark's chakra, a shadow of chakra appeared on the double-bladed flounder. The double-bladed flounder was like a huge hammer that fiercely smashed towards the ice mirror. Kacha, the solid ice mirror couldn't resist the attack of the flounder and broke. Ghost Shark jumped and rushed out of the magic mirror ice crystal along with the water wave. Bipajuzo and Hibiscus also followed him and used the water wave to escape from the magic mirror ice crystal. Both Haku and Yamato didn't expect that the three of them would not only be able to get rid of the control of the wood release, but also be able to use such a terrifying water release ninjutsu, so they were caught off guard. Bai, who was inexperienced, was washed away by the waves. He only managed to stop when he hit a big tree. On the other hand, Yamato used wooden spindle wall to barely block the huge wave and was not washed away by the wave. Ghost Mermaid and the others were all experienced mist ninjas. Seeing that they had gained the upper hand, they naturally wouldn't give up easily. Therefore, Ghost Mermaid waved the double-bladed flounder in his hand and fiercely smashed towards Yamato's wooden pillar wall. Boom! However, when the flounder held in the Ghost Mermaid's hand was about to smash on the wooden wall that was protecting Yamato, a yellow-haired monster rushed over from the side and blocked the flounder from the Ghost Mermaid's hand with his fist. Sensing the violent chakra power released from Jihao's body, Ghost Mermaid and Mermaid's look changed. They immediately drew back to be Pajuzo and Yu. At this time, Haku, who was washed far away by the waves, hurriedly rushed over. Yamato also put away his wooden ingot wall. 3 of the 4 ninjas of the sound and the 3 members of the mist team confronted each other from afar. Without a doubt, both sides had underestimated each other's strength. For a moment, they were in a difficult position. The mist team thought that the 4 ninjas of the sound were just the most common cannon fodder team in the shinobi village. They thought that they only needed to wave their swords to kill a large number of small fries. The 4 ninjas of the sound also thought that the mist team were just ordinary traitorous ninjas. But after fighting for a while, both sides suddenly discovered that the strength of the other side was far beyond their imagination. They were enemies that needed to be dealt with all their strength. As the captain of the 4 ninjas of the sound, Yamato said to Haku beside him, "These people are all Jonin-level experts. They must have some ulterior motive for coming here. We can't let them escape." Haku hesitated and asked, "Should we use that move?" Yamato nodded and immediately said, "Seal, open." Yamato was different from Kimimaro. He was lucky enough to receive the prime generation cells. Yamato had a special body, so the sigil in his body wasn't the same as Kimimaro's sigil of the earth. Instead, it was the stronger and more overbearing sigil of the sky. In just a moment, 2 huge fleshy wings extended from Yamato's back, and his chakra burst out in an instant. Looking at Yamato, Bipajuzo was speechless. This guy with dead fish eyes, is he really a monster? Haku, who had red eyes, said with a dignified expression, "The chakra's amount in his body has doubled, and it's still growing. I'm afraid we're in big trouble." Yamato, who had already activated the seal of the sky, said to Haku beside him, "Don't hesitate, if we don't use our full strength, we will all die here." Haku had no choice but to shout, "Seal, open." Soon, a pair of wings spread from Haku's back, and his chakra increased sharply. Among the hundreds of test subjects of Orochimaru, Yamato and Haku were the only 2 who survived after receiving the seal of the sky. Just like Yamato, Haku's physique is also very special. His self-fusion ability is very good. When Hyojin used Haku's cells for self-fusion, he obtained 2 clones in just 1 try, which made Hyojin mistakenly think that his self-fusion technique is very mature. It wasn't until he fused with Uchiha cells that Hyojin realized that it wasn't that his self-fusion technique was mature, but that Haku's cells were really useful. On a high cliff in the distance. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Orochimaru smiled and looked at the battle between the 4 ninjas and the Mist Squad. Bipajuzo can be regarded as an old acquaintance of Orochimaru, and the reputation of the Dry Persimmon Demon Mermaid is not small in the shinobi world. Although Musashi and Lotus don't have a great reputation in the shinobi world because of their Kekkei Genkai, but the strength of their Kekkei Genkai is obvious. Orochimaru was naturally very happy that the 4 shinobi that he trained were able to fight back and forth with the Mist Squad. Duji, who was standing on the side, smiled and said, "Orochimaru-sama, the 4 ninjas trained by you really don't disappoint." Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice, "They are still a bit immature." Although on the surface, the 4 ninjas aren't at a disadvantage, but Orochimaru is very clear that the 4 ninjas of the Mist Squad are seasoned ninjas, and as time passes, the 4 ninjas who lack experience will gradually fall into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, among the 4 ninjas, except for Yamato, the other ninjas are too young. They are only about 10 years old, they are still children, and they can't support a high-intensity battle for too long. Duji said, in a few years, they will be able to take charge of the shinobi world. Orochimaru shook his head slightly. Compared to Kuroto, they are still a bit worse. Duji's face stiffened, and a bit of jealousy surged in his heart. He knows that in the heart of Orochimaru, the one he most appreciates and values the most is Hyojin, who has completely broken away from Orochimaru's control, the guy who appears and disappears unpredictably. The Mist Squad and the Sound Ninja didn't notice Orochimaru on the cliff in the distance. Even Sui, who had the Red-Eye bloodline, was no exception. The pressure from both sides was simply too great. It was so great that no one dared to be distracted in the slightest. Hiding behind Pipa Juzong and Ghost Mermaid and Mermaid, Yu activated his red eyes to observe the enemies while saying in a low voice, judging by their looks, they must have cast some kind of secret magic. Any powerful secret magic must be a great burden to their bodies. With their age, they can't hold on for long. Pipa Juzo and Ghost Mermaid glanced at each other, and suddenly had an idea. Immediately, the two quickly made a hand seal, and shouted at the same time, mist concealment technique. Huff, as the two of them exhaled a thin mist at the same time, a thick mist instantly enveloped the surroundings. The density of the mist concealment technique could be adjusted according to the amount of chakra injected. The more chakra injected, the thicker the mist would be. But even the mist ninjas who were proficient in the mist concealment technique wouldn't use a mist that was too thick, because if the mist was too thick, it would also affect them. After all, most of the mist ninjas didn't have the pupil bloodline technique. But now, Pipa Juzo and Ghost Mermaid had joined hands to cast a thick mist that was so thick that they couldn't even see their own fingers, and the dilapidated village fell into darkness. Pupil technique, red phosphorus. At this time, Sui used the pupil technique of his red eye. Soon, a red phosphorescent chakra appeared on his body, and these chakras slowly gathered together, turning into a red shadow that looked like a human. Sui patted the shoulders of Pipa Juzo and Ghost Mermaid. Follow the shadows I created, they will guide you to the direction of the enemy. Red Eye, like Byakugan, also had the ability to see through things, so the thick mist didn't affect him. On the contrary, he could use the shadows created by his red eye to guide the direction of the enemy for Pipa Juzo and Ghost Mermaid. Under the guidance of the red eye shadow, Pipa Juzo and Ghost Mermaid wielded their ninja swords and rushed into the thick mist. Clang clang clang, boom boom boom, in an instant, the sound of metal clashing and ninjutsu roaring came from the thick fog. After activating the heavenly curse, Yamato and Haku's chakra, strength, and even dexterity had all experienced a qualitative improvement. In addition, the curse state was actually a type of sage mode, so both of their senses had greatly increased. Although the mist had obscured their vision, they could still sense malice and barely determine the enemy's location. For a time, various ninjutsu were intertwined in the thick fog. There were sharp needle-like ice swords, trees with twisted roots, and shark-like water-release ninjutsu. The roar of ninjutsu, the whistling of ninjutsu, and the warning between the companions, one after another in the thick fog. The intense battle lasted for about 7 or 8 minutes. With 2 muffled groans, Haku and Yugo were viciously sent flying and crashed onto the ground. The seals on their bodies slowly disappeared, and they returned to their original appearances. The thick fog gradually dissipated. Only the slightly older Yamato was still persisting. Now that he was in the form of a seal, the power of his wood release was far greater than before. However, just like Haku and Yugo, he lacked experience in fighting against powerful individuals, so he was greatly suppressed in this aspect. On the Mist Squad's side, Pipa Juzo and Ghost Mermaid were also in a difficult situation. Their clothes were torn in many places, and they were bleeding a lot. There were even many ice swords stuck in their bodies. Only Haku, who was responsible for observing and guiding them, was in a slightly better condition. Carrying his sword, Pipa Juzo spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "I almost died in the hands of these little brats, how unlucky." Ghost Mermaid glanced at Kimimaro, who was still fighting with Lotus, and sighed, "We are supposed to belong to the Mist Village, but none of us are fighting for the Mist Village, it's really ironic." Haku urged, "Don't talk nonsense, quickly get rid of them, these little brats are too strange, we can't let them live." Pipa Juzo and Ghost Mermaid also knew how powerful these little brats were. If they had another 5 or 6 years, they might not be able to win against these little brats. Moreover, there was a guy who could use wood release. Looking at Bipajuzo and Ghost Mermaid who were slowly approaching, Yamato's face darkened. Under the curse state, Yamato could use a high-level would-release ninjutsu called Woodman Technique, which was a powerful ninjutsu that could rival tailed beasts. However, this technique had a great burden on the body, and he couldn't completely control the curse state at the moment, so once he used this technique, his soul and body might be corroded by the curse state, turning him into a monster. But the situation was urgent. If he didn't use this double-edged sword, the 4 ninjas would probably be wiped out here. Looking at Haku and Yugo who were injured on the ground, Yamato thought, I have to let them escape, they are Orochimaru-sama's cherished subordinates, I can't let them die here, on the cliff far away. Orochimaru, who had been watching the battle, naturally noticed the danger of the 4 ninjas. He curled the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, this is the limit. Do was a little anxious, Orochimaru-sama, let's go and reinforce them quickly. Orochimaru smiled, we don't need to do it ourselves. Do wondered, did you arrange other people? The Sound Village was newly established, and there was insufficient manpower and funds. Except for him and Orochimaru, there was no one in the hands of the Tian Kingdom who could match the Mist Squad below, so Do was very curious. Orochimaru's face showed a wicked smile, don't you think it's a good time to test that technique? Do was shocked, you want to use that technique? Orochimaru began to slowly print, and immediately pressed on the ground, psychic technique, impure earth reincarnation. Boom, in a roar, 2 coffins with first and second written on the lid broke out of the ground. Then, the lid opened, revealing 2 figures with dark skin and dull expressions. Orochimaru slowly walked to the back of the 2 figures, and stabbed 2 kunai with talismans at the end into the back of the heads of the 2 figures. As the talismans pierced, a burst of steam appeared on the 2 figures, and their body temperature was restored. Their faces gradually regained their vitality, as if their souls were injected in an instant. At this time Orochimaru crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, let's see the heroism of the first generation of Naruto here. Do pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose with excitement. In the light laughter of Orochimaru, the 2 figures, like arrows leaving the bow, rushed down the high cliff and rushed toward the Mist Squad in the distance at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Musashi, who has red eyes, noticed the 2 approaching figures, and his expression immediately changed, everyone, be careful, there are more enemies approaching. Bipajuzo's face turned a bit ugly. At the moment, the Mist team hasn't even seen the face of their target, Orochimaru, but trouble has already come one after another, which really annoyed him. Ghost Shark carried the double-bladed flounder on his shoulder, looked at the 2 approaching figures, and said, there is something wrong with these 2 chakra. Musashi's face became more and more serious. As a Kekkei Genkai ninja, he naturally noticed the abnormality before Ghost Shark. In his eye sockets, his pair of red eyes flashed with an incomparably enchanting brilliance, as if he wanted to completely see through the 2 approaching figures. However, no matter how he activated his red eyes, all he saw was a strange and indescribable chakra. It was an incomparably huge and gloomy chakra, giving people a feeling of the netherworld. As the 2 figures got closer and closer, the members of the Mist team also saw the appearance of the other party. The other party was wearing armor with the style of the Warring States period, and on their foreheads were Mai's headguards. Although their expressions and actions were slightly sluggish, their aura was extraordinary. Although there were only 2 of them, when they rushed over, they gave people the feeling of thousands of soldiers and horses, causing people to unconsciously feel an inexplicable palpitation. Why do they look familiar? Bipajuzo and Ghost Shark had the same thought almost at the same time. If Kakuzu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the identity of these 2 people. After all, one of them was the target of his assassination. Musashi shouted, their chakra reaction is very strong, especially the one on the left wearing red armor. The chakra reaction in his body is close to 4 generation shinobis. The 4 generation shinobi in Musashi's mouth is undoubtedly Yagura, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki. A ninja's chakra reaction was on par with his Jinchuriki. Ignoring everything else, just this point alone was enough to make people feel shocked and fearful. At this moment, the 2 figures that had approached the Mist Squad suddenly stopped. The man in red armor formed a seal with both hands and immediately shouted, would escape secret technique, tree world descends. Boom boom boom, as the earth shook and the mountains shook, countless trees broke out from the ground and rushed toward the three members of the fog team. First generation Naruto? The expressions of the three members of the fog squad stiffened. Immediately, shock and confusion surged onto their faces at the same time. There was no doubt that the Sengoku-style armor, Mai's forehead protector, and the symbolic wood release were all concentrated on one person. The three members of the Mist team instantly guessed the identity of the ninja in red armor. At this time, the white-haired ninja in blue armor also put his hands together and shouted, "Ninjutsu, dark movement technique." The three members of the Mist team who were escaping from the sea of trees suddenly felt like they had fallen into an abyss. Not to mention that they couldn't see their fingers. Even if they put their fingers in front of their eyes, they wouldn't be able to see their fingers clearly. Second generation Naruto. After guessing the identity of the first generation Naruto, it wasn't difficult for the Mist team to guess the identity of the second generation Naruto. For a moment, their hearts fell to the bottom. Swoosh! After waving his sword to cut off the branches that entangled him, Bipajuzo shouted, "Run for your lives, good luck." Ghost Shark and Musashi didn't question him. In this situation, retreat was the only choice. The three of them were all experienced ninjas, and their ability to escape was first class. Before they were completely submerged by the sea of trees, they all rushed out of the sea of trees and the range of the dark walking technique and fled in a sorry state. Lotus, who was fighting with Kimimaro, also noticed the situation. Her heart shivered, and she directly left Kimimaro. Her body flashed, and she ran away from the battlefield. While running, she shouted, "If you want to keep your life, don't use the bone vein anymore. As long as you don't use the power of your bloodline, you can still live to 30 years old." Orochimaru-sama doesn't need trash, Kimimaro, who was standing still, muttered to himself and immediately exited the cursed state. Orochimaru needed him, and that was the only reason why he lived. If he couldn't use the bone vein anymore, then he would be useless to Orochimaru. If that was the case, he would rather die on the high cliff. Orochimaru didn't have the courage to fight as soon as the Mist Squad recognized the first Naruto and the second Naruto, and they immediately ran away. They didn't even have the courage to fight. Do sneered, "Orochimaru-sama, the Akatsuki organization underestimated you too much." Orochimaru shook his head, "Those guys aren't simple. I might not be able to deal with them with just this technique." Although the first Naruto and the second Naruto under the Impure Earth Tensei state fought with the Mist Squad for a short time, Orochimaru still saw some clues. Although the three members of the Mist Squad were in a panic, they didn't have to pay a big price to escape from the first generation's descent of the world of trees and the second generation's dark walking technique. This undoubtedly meant that the first and second generation under the Impure Earth Tensei state, whether it was the power of the technique or the control of the technique, they were very weak and stiff. If the first and second generation were still alive, the three members of the Mist Squad wouldn't have been able to escape. Hearing the regret in Orochimaru's words, Do smiled and said, "Your improvement on the Impure Earth Tensei is very effective." Orochimaru smiled proudly. The Impure Earth Tensei he used at this time was not the Impure Earth Tensei created by the second Naruto. He made a bold and decisive improvement on the foundation of the Impure Earth Tensei created by the second Naruto. Because of this, he dared to communicate with the second generation, the creator of the forbidden technique, Impure Earth Tensei. However, because the strength of the first and second generation was too strong, a little carelessness could cause them to escape from his control. Therefore, he had to put multiple restrictions on their Impure Earth form. This also caused the first and second generation to be a little stiff under the Impure Earth Tensei state. They didn't have the slightest spirituality of a living person, and their strength was also very different from when they were alive. Seeing that the Mist Squad had already escaped, Do said, "It seems that this time we can't test the limit of this technique." At this time, Orochimaru cancelled the Impure Earth Tensei and said, "It doesn't matter, there will be a chance soon." Do looked at Orochimaru, "You want to?" Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, "Yes, this time I will personally go to Mai to discuss the matter of the alliance." As soon as the Sound Village was established, it sent a request to Mai to form an alliance. Do asked again, "Do you need to inform the Danzo?" "Danzo." With a disdainful snort, Orochimaru said, "His roots have been disbanded by the old man, he is no longer qualified to cooperate with me." Sound Village. The four shinobi who had just fought a fierce battle stood in a neat row in front of Orochimaru like children who had done something wrong. Among them, Kimimara's face was red, and he was ashamed. Orochimaru's snake-like vertical pupils glanced at the four people without any expression on his face. Yamato braced himself and stood up. Orochimaru-sama, we have let you down. As soon as Yamato said that, the four sound ninjas lowered their heads. In their opinion, they couldn't even deal with four enemies, they were too incompetent. And such a performance will certainly not satisfy Orochimaru. Standing next to Orochimaru, Dooku habitually pushed the frame of the glasses on the bridge of his nose and showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. As a senior spy who has traveled between major countries, Do's vision and knowledge is unquestionable. Therefore, he is very clear that the four members of the Mist Squad are all elite Jonin level. If they join hands, they can easily kill some Kage-level powerhouses. They are a very difficult group of enemies to deal with. The fact that the inexperienced and young Sound Ninja were able to fight against the Mist team to such a degree was already out of his expectations. After a moment, Orochimaru waved his hand. Go and prepare, in a few days, we will go to Mai. Yes. The four Sound Ninjas responded in unison and then retreated. Kimimaro was originally going to tell Orochimaru about what Lotus told him, but because of his poor performance this time, he was ashamed and didn't want to disturb Orochimaru because of this trivial matter. After the four Sound Ninjas retreated, Do said with some worry, Orochimaru-sama, do you really want to go to Mai personally? About the alliance, you can arrange anyone to go. The spies that Orochimaru placed in Mai, except for Hyojin, were basically taken over by Do, so he is very clear that the current Mai is ready to face the revenge of the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, once Orochimaru's identity is exposed in Mai, the situation will be very dangerous. Orochimaru grinned and said, of course, I haven't seen the old man for a long time. Near a stream in the land of Tion. Lotus was drinking the stream water while cursing loudly, damn Akatsuki organization, damn Orochimaru. Bippa Juzo, who was sitting on the ground and resting, didn't say a word. Musashi asked, the intelligence didn't say that we will meet the first and second Naruto. Juzo, tell me honestly, is this a trap deliberately set by the Akatsuki organization for us? Once there is an accident in the mission, they will subconsciously think of being framed and betrayed. This has almost become a common problem of all Mist ninjas. Musashi is naturally no exception. Musashi's question immediately attracted the attention of Lotus and Ghost Mermaid, because the scene just now was too much like a trap. Bippa Juzo was speechless. A group of idiots, how could those two really be the first and second Naruto? They have been dead for decades. Musashi and Lotus were suddenly speechless. They calmed down and thought about it. The two just now really can't be the first and second Naruto. Ghost Mermaid frowned and said, have any of you been to the Valley of the End? Bippa Juzo said, I know what you want to say, the one in red armor just now does look very similar to the statue of the first Naruto in the Valley of the End, but he is definitely not the real first Naruto. Lotus suddenly said angrily, why are you so sure? Bippa Juzo curled his lips, because we are all still alive. My village, Hyojin's house. Looking at Bell who was busy, Hyojin smiled slightly and said, you are now the disciple of Tsunade-sama, don't waste time on cleaning my house. Bell said with a straight face, but you are not willing to clean it yourself. Hyojin shrugged, it doesn't matter if it is a little messy. Lazy. Hyojin smiled. Although it was only a matter of a few days that 70 million Ryu was raised as an apprenticeship gift, but in fact, when Kuroto went to the Mist Village for the mission, you had already officially become a disciple of Tsunade. At that time a small apprenticeship ceremony was held, and even the three generations Naruto, Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha, Fuyue, and other important people attended. What surprised Hyojin even more was that Bell was not the only one who became the apprentice. A girl named Uchiha Izumi also became the disciple of Tsunade. There is no doubt that this is a move to improve the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Naruto. After all, the pressure that the Akatsuki organization put on the village is too great, so the Uchiha clan and the village can only choose to cooperate. It's just that Kuroto doesn't know who took the initiative in this incident. He also can't judge what means the Uchiha clan used to persuade Tsunade, but there are only two ways. One is to put pressure on Tsunade through the village, the other is to give a gift that Tsunade can't refuse like him. In contrast, Suijin is more hopeful that the Uchiha clan didn't give a gift of apprenticeship. If that's the case, then with the Uchiha clan as a foil, Tsunade will definitely favor you who gave a large gift of apprenticeship. For Hyojin, money is not a problem, the key is to learn real skills. If Bell can learn Tsunade's Yin Seal and monstrous strength, then the 70 million yen will not be wasted. Pulling Bell to sit down, Hyojin said seriously, I'm serious, you don't have to do these chores in the future, I will arrange someone else to do it. Bell pouted and said, apart from me, who else will help you clean? Hyojin said with a smile, look down on me? My subordinates in the 7th squad are all free labor, they won't dare to complain if I let them clean the house. Bell sighed, even if you don't say it, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to come here often in the future. Tsunade-sama is very strict, and the techniques she teaches me are very esoteric, it's very difficult for me to learn. Medical ninjutsu is very difficult to practice, plus the medical ninjutsu that Tsunade taught Bell is the latest and most cutting-edge technology, not to mention directly using it, just understanding the principle is already a bit difficult for Bell. Hyojin comforted her, it's always like this at the beginning. Although Bell's talent is limited, Byakugan has an unparalleled advantage in medical ninjutsu. Hyojin believes that as long as Bell is willing to work hard, she will be able to learn some real skills from Tsunade. I hope so. After a pause, Bell said, Kuroto, if I can't satisfy Tsunade-sama, will she drive me away? Hyojin said decisively, no. Bell looked curious, why? Hyojin cursed in his heart, she can't afford the 70 million yen gift. Early the next morning, Hyojin quietly came to the original location of the secret laboratory in the Forest of Death. Ever since he moved his secret laboratory to the Sky Fortress, it had been empty. However, this place was still hidden, and no one had discovered it. Not long after, Jishui and Itachi arrived. Hyojin, who was leaning against a big tree with his arms crossed in front of his chest, saw the two arrived, and went forward to greet them, morning. Jishui asked, Senpai, why did you ask us to come here? We can't do the transplant in your house, can we? With a smile, Hyojin continued, this is the operating room that I specially arranged for you. Here. Jishui looked around, and her face was full of confusion. Itachi raised his eyebrows slightly, and he began to think. He still remembered that when he was in the ninja school, he once received a mission to hunt a ferocious wild boar nearby, and at that time, they happened to meet Hyojin. At that time, he did not think about it in detail. After all, it was not strange for my ninjas to appear in the Forest of Death. Many my ninjas would train in the Forest of Death. Now that he heard what Hyojin said, the smart and alert person immediately realized that it was not a coincidence that Hyojin appeared in the Forest of Death. There might be a secret base that was unknown to people here. Hyojin did not explain much, and directly ordered Itachi, this operation may take a whole day. During this time, you stay nearby, and don't let anyone interfere with the operation. Itachi immediately replied, I understand. Hyojin turned around and said to Jishui, follow me. As he spoke, Hyojin led Jishui to the tree hole, activated the secret mechanism in the tree hole, and then went all the way to the original location of the secret laboratory in the underground. Following behind Hyojin, Jishui looked around and couldn't help but sigh, I didn't expect you to have an operating room here, senpai. Although Jishui's eyesight has deteriorated severely, he still has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, and his insight is still very strong. But even so, he didn't notice it at all when he was on the ground. If Hyojin hadn't personally brought him in, even if he came outside the tree hole, he wouldn't have been able to find the hidden mechanism in the tree hole. After a while, Hyojin led Jishui to the operating room. This operating room has been rearranged by Kuroto, and there are many built-in instruments. The amount of money spent on this operating room in the past 2 days alone is more than 5 million ryo. Looking at the various instruments in the operating room, Jishui was also stunned, and asked, Senpai, why do you need so many instruments? Hyojin explained, the instruments in front of you are actually all monitoring your physical signs. The one on the left is monitoring your heartbeat and blood pressure, the one on the right is monitoring your cell activity, and some instruments are monitoring your body temperature, breathing, and other values. In short, they are all instruments to assist in the surgery. Jishui nodded, looking a little nervous. Hyojin knew very well that anyone in Jishui's situation would inevitably be a little nervous, so he smiled and said, "Well, let me introduce the procedure of the surgery to you first." Jishui nodded slightly, but his eyes were still fixed on the instruments around him, and he seemed to be a little distracted. Hyojin said, "First of all, I will remove the Manjikyu Sharingan in your eye socket and replace it with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." Jishui, who was a little distracted, nodded subconsciously at first, but soon realized that something was wrong, and he said in surprise, "What? You want to replace me with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan?" Kuroto explained, "Your Manjikyu Sharingan has consumed too much of your pupillary power, and recently you used Kotoa Mitsukami. I am worried that with your current pupillary power, you won't be able to suppress the cells of Hashirama. To be on the safe side, I decided to replace you with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan first, so that your probability of surviving the surgery will increase by about 15%. Jishui asked, "But, will Yen agree? After all, the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is already in her." Dong, before Jishui finished speaking, Hyojin had already placed the small storage jar containing the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan on the tool table beside the operating table. Looking at the pair of eyeballs in the small storage jar, Jishui opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Hyojin patted Jishui on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, as a partner of the same organization, Yen doesn't mind you using her eyes, she took it off voluntarily." Jishui said sincerely, "If I don't survive, please thank her for me, senpai. If you want to thank her, you should say it to her yourself." After a pause, Hyojin continued to introduce the steps of the surgery. After completing the first step and replacing the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the second step, I will inject the fusion fluid into your body. This fusion fluid is made of special drugs. You may feel some discomfort, but you must endure it, because it can help your body absorb the cells of the first generation. Jishui nodded silently. He knew that since Hyojin emphasized the discomfort brought by the injection of the fusion fluid to him, as a ninja, it meant that the discomfort must be very painful, so painful that he had to be mentally prepared in advance as a ninja. Hyojin continued to introduce, the third step is the transplant of the first generation cells, because you need to mobilize your pupillary power to resist the absorption of the first generation cells on your body, so I will not inject any anesthetic into you, so as not to affect your control of the pupillary power. But in this way, you may suffer some pain. Okay. Jishui was quite confident in his ability to endure pain. In order to make Jishui pay more attention to this part, Hyojin said in a deep voice, "The domineering nature of the first generation cells is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. I have obtained the experimental records of a small number of villages that have carried out the first generation cell transplant before from a special channel. Among them, many volunteers who had experienced the war and had strong willpower lost control of their bodies in an instant, drooling and urinating like dementia, and then they were completely swallowed by the first-generation cells, turning into a half-human, half-tree monster." Jishui heard this and looked at Hyojin blankly. "Ugh, is this the reason why you didn't let me eat breakfast?" Hyojin said, "Don't be careless, this is a battle of life and death." After understanding Hyojin's intention, Jishui immediately restrained all the fear and anxiety in his heart, as if he was rushing to the battlefield. His expression returned to calmness. Looking at Jishui lying quietly on the operating table, Hyojin took a deep breath. This time, he replaced the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, not only to improve the success rate of Jishui's transplant, but also to test the reaction of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan after fusing with the first-generation cells, and whether it would evolve into the Rinnegan. Apart from the Sage of the Six Paths, in the original time and space, there are only 1.5 pairs of Rinnegan in the shinobi world. And this pair and a half of Rinnegan, Sasuke's Rinnegan, evolved after the Sage of the Six Paths instilled him with the Yin power. It belongs to the gift of the Sage of the Six Paths. It has no reference value and is extremely difficult to replicate. Therefore, only Madara Uchiha's method of evolving Rinnegan is really worthy of Hyojin's research. Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan is the product of his successful transplantation of the first-generation cells after he had the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, completing the perfect combination of his own Yin release and Yang release. In other words, according to the example of Madara Uchiha, the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan representing Yin release and the first-generation cells representing Yang release are the prerequisites for the evolution of Rinnegan. But considering that Uchiha is also the reincarnation of Indra, and the first-generation Naruto is the reincarnation of Hashirama Azura. They have the chakra of Indra and Otsutsuki Azura, which is so strong that it can be reincarnated for thousands of years. So whether the evolution of a pair of Rinnegan requires Indra and Otsutsuki Azura's chakra becomes a crucial question for Hyojin to figure out. Hyojin's current attempt is to figure out this problem. He wants to understand the conditions for the evolution of Rinnegan through Jishui's transplant surgery, whether the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan perfectly fuses with the first-generation cells, or the chakra of Indra perfectly fuses with Otsutsuki Azura's chakra. This is the main reason why he made such a big scene and filled the operating room with all kinds of observation instruments. If the former was the prerequisite, then Hyojin was confident that he could cultivate a pair of reincarnation eyes. If the condition is the latter, then it involves the chakra of Indra and Azura of Otsutsuki who have been reincarnated for thousands of years, then Suijin has to be very careful. After all, the father of these two specters, the sage of the six paths, is still silently watching the entire shinobi world, and it is hard to say whether he will allow anyone to have any ideas about the chakra of his two sons, and whether he will allow the third pair of Rinnegan to appear. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that these two groups were both necessary conditions to evolve the Eye of Samsara, and neither was dispensable. After collecting his thoughts, Hyojin changed into a surgical gown and sterilized all the surgical instruments. Then, he calmly performed the eye transplant surgery on Jishui. After implanting the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into Jishui's eye socket, Hyojin asked, "How do you feel?" Jishui took a moment to adapt to the new eye socket, and immediately felt a little puzzled. "I don't know why, but this pair of eyes gives me a very familiar feeling. It's completely different from the first time I transplanted them." Hyojin smiled, "That's good. Uchiha Ryota's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has been developed by the fire clone, and it has been nourished by the fire clone's chakra for a long time, so it has a high degree of acceptance of the fire clone's chakra. And Hyojin's fire clone was formed by the fusion of Jishui's cell tissues, so Jishui's chakra is very similar to the fire clone's chakra, so naturally, it is very suitable for this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." After checking the instrument monitoring Jishui's physical signs, Hyojin said, "The cell activity in your body has slightly increased. It may be because of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan transplant. Try to use your pupil power to see if you can use it normally." Jishui closed her eyes, and then suddenly opened them. The original black pupils in her eye sockets have turned into triangular and diamond-shaped eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Hyojin nodded. The first step of the surgery has been successfully completed, and the next step is the injection of fusion solution. The nature of fusion solution is very unstable, and it can only last for an hour after the preparation. It can't be stored for a long time, so after completing the eye exchange, Hyojin began to prepare the fusion solution on the spot. Because all the materials and instruments are ready, coupled with Hyojin's Tenseigan, it didn't take much time to prepare the fusion solution. In less than 30 minutes, a bottle of fusion solution with high activity was successfully prepared by Hyojin. Coming to the operating table, Hyojin said, "Be careful, I'm going to inject the fusion solution." Jishui gently nodded, his expression was calm. Hyojin poured the fusion solution into the infusion instrument, and soon, the light green fusion solution entered Jishui's body along the infusion tube. In an instant, the meridians all over Jishui's body bulged, as if something fermented in his body, and a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. There is no doubt that Jishui is suffering severe pain at the moment, but he didn't say anything. At this time, Hyojin took the first-generation cell tissue that was ready to be implanted into Jishui's body from the tool table and said, "The effect of the fusion solution is time-limited. I must implant the first-generation cells for you immediately. Are you ready?" Jishui gritted his teeth and nodded. "Don't forget to use the power of the eyes, willpower alone can't resist the erosion of the first-generation cells." Hyojin finally warned, and then officially began the first-generation cell transplantation surgery. In Hyojin's view, whether it is Madara Uchiha, Obsidian, or Danzo, their transplantation is not perfect, because they all have obvious traces of transplantation, such as the first-generation face on Madara Uchiha's chest, the upper body of Obsidian, and Danzo's arm that does not belong to him at all. The real perfect transplantation should be at the genetic level, followed by the cell level, and finally the limb level. The transplantation of Uchiha and obsidian is between the cell level and the limb level, which is an imperfect cell level transplantation, and the transplantation of Danzo is obviously at the limb level. Hyojin's current transplant surgery on Jishui is the pursuit of a perfect cell level transplant. In short, after the completion of the surgery, Jishui's physical characteristics will not change, and all the changes in the body will be included at the cell level. In the entire ninja world, only Hyojin, Orochimaru, and Hirako can reach this level of technology. After the first generation cells were implanted, even a ninja like Jishui couldn't help but cry out in pain. Hold on. Hyojin did not stop and hesitate because of Jishui's pain. Since the transplant process has begun, there is no turning back, he can only bite the bullet and go all the way. As more and more first-generation cells were implanted, a lot of granulation emerged on Jishui's body, like a small sapling that was about to break out of the soil. Looking at the wriggling granulation under Jishui's skin, Hyojin's heart skipped a beat. The wriggling granulation was undoubtedly the mutation caused by the yang chakra in the primordial cells acting on Jishui's cells. At the same time, Hyojin understood that once these granulation broke through the skin, Jishui's body would immediately be devoured by the primordial cells and become nutrients for the crazily growing trees. What are you doing? Use your ocular power to suppress it. Hyojin shouted while injecting another bottle of fusion fluid into Jishui's body. This fusion fluid had a great burden on the body. 2 bottles was basically the limit of a normal person. This was also the reason why Hyojin only injected 1 bottle before the transplant. However, he obviously couldn't care so much at the moment. If Jishui couldn't suppress the primordial cells, he would die in the devouring of the primordial cells before the fusion fluid could devour him. Woo woo woo. At this time, on the operating table, Jishui's mouth was making a series of unknown sounds. At this moment, he seemed to be a little unconscious. The corner of his mouth was overflowing with saliva, and his eyes were a little slack. Although his eyes were still in the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan state, his body was gradually twitching more and more. How could this be? Hyojin's expression changed drastically. The current state of Jishui was completely a sign that he was about to lose control. He turned his head and glanced at the instruments around the operating table. These instruments were connected to Jishui's body and accurately displayed the current state of Jishui's body. Blood pressure, heartbeat, cell activity are all abnormal. Heart rate increased by 170%, cell activity increased by 17 times. The value displayed on the instrument screen even made Hyojin suspect that these instruments were malfunctioning. This was because this kind of abnormality in the value was far beyond his previous expectations. Could it be that I've messed up? In an instant, a bad premonition surged in Kuroto's heart. In his estimation, although the success rate of the surgery is only about 60%, but considering Jishui's unparalleled talent and the powerful pupil power of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he is still very optimistic about the success rate of the surgery. After all, Obsidian, who was seriously injured and only had 1 Sharingan left, was able to survive. And Jishui, who is in good condition and has a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, has no reason to fail in this aspect. All of a sudden, the flesh sprouts wriggling under Jishui's skin broke through the skin, turning into tender twigs at a speed visible to the naked eye and growing rapidly. In just a few breaths, these tender branches had grown into trees. With Jishui's body as the foundation, they quickly filled the entire operating room. On the ground, Itachi sat cross-legged on a big tree, anxiously observing his surroundings. The experiment of transplanting the first generation of cells was not a secret in the village. Many Jonin-level ninjas had heard of it. After all, when selecting volunteers, the village did not hide it. Because of this, Itachi knew very well how dangerous this surgery was. In addition, before Jishui came, she had solemnly entrusted him with the funeral affairs, which made him, who had always been calm and composed, feel a little nervous and anxious at this moment. Boom! At this moment, a violent tremor and a muffled sound came from the ground. Itachi suddenly got up and looked in the direction of the underground operating room in doubt. He thought to himself, what's going on? Did something happen during the surgery? Bang! After a few breaths, accompanied by the sound of breaking out of the ground, a thick tree was uprooted from the ground. Itachi's eyes narrowed, and all kinds of thoughts came into his mind. But he quickly suppressed the complicated thoughts, calmed his restless mind, quickly made a seal with both hands, and shouted at the big tree that broke out of the ground, "Fire release, grand fire annihilation." Unlike in the past, when he carefully controlled the chakra in the battle, this time he almost didn't hold back and let the chakra in his body leak out, so in an instant, the whole world was filled with fire. Not long after, a team of heavily armed Umbu rushed over. The leader of the Umbu squad looked around and asked Itachi, "Did you make the movement just now?" Itachi nodded while panting. If it was in the past, the movement in the underground operating room just now may not have alarmed the village, but now it's different. The village is now on high alert, always on guard against the revenge of the Akatsuki organization. The barrier team and the perception team are working overtime to monitor every corner of the village. So just now, Itachi judged in an instant that the movement in the underground operating room will definitely alarm the village, so he decisively used fire release ninjutsu, not only to burn the trees that broke out of the ground, but also to create the illusion that he was practicing ninjutsu here to cover the underground operating room. Looking at the eye-catching three-tomo Sharingan in Itachi's eye sockets, the Umbu squad leader did not have much doubt about Itachi's identity, but asked, "Why are you practicing ninjutsu here?" Itachi put on the usual arrogance of the Uchiha people, and said coldly, "I don't need your permission to practice anywhere." The Umbu squad leader seemed to have long been accustomed to Uchiha style of speech, and did not get angry, but just reminded, "It's not safe here, you'd better practice ninjutsu in the village's training ground." Swish, after that, the Umbu squad immediately used body flicker jutsu and disappeared. At this time, Itachi looked in the direction of the underground operating room again. He knew that something must have happened in the operating room, but he suppressed the impulse to rush over, because he knew that even if he rushed to the operating room, he would not be able to help. Instead of causing trouble there, it's better to stay above and prevent others from disturbing the operation. Kuroto-senpai will not fail. After saying that, Itachi jumped to the treetop again and observed the surroundings. In the underground operating room, Hyojin, who has entered the Tenseigan chakra mode, while infusing Jishui with Tenseigan chakra on the operating table, he scolded in his heart, "Damn, that idiot Obsidian can survive the transplantation of the first-generation cells, Madara must have used some other means." Jishui's loss of control made Hyojin immediately realize that he still underestimated the danger of the first-generation cells. The root cause of his underestimation of the danger of the first-generation cells was Obsidian. Because when Obsidian was transplanted with the first-generation cells, his own conditions were extremely poor, so Hyojin had the perception that Obsidian could survive, and Jishui did not care about failure. However, Hyojin ignored the fact that there was a Ghetto Golem beside Madara at that time. If the factor of Ghetto Golem is also taken into account, Obsidian can survive the transplantation of the first-generation cells. I am afraid that it is not only because of his luck and physique, there may be other unknown factors in it. At this moment, Jishui himself can no longer prevent the Hashirama cells from devouring his body. The trees that sprang out of his body are actually the manifestation of the Hashirama cells rampaging in his body. At this point, there is not much that Hyojin can do. He is now infusing the Tenseigan chakra into Jishui's body, but he is using his own chakra to replace Jishui's chakra for the Hashirama cells to devour. In this way, although the Hashirama cells in Jishui's body are still rampaging, it is Hyojin's Tenseigan chakra that is consumed by the Hashirama cells. The only reason why Hyojin did not give up is that he noticed that the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Jishui's eye sockets is still open at this time. Jishui is still persevering. Hyojin also calmed down at this time. While steadily infusing the Tenseigan chakra into Jishui's body, he is thinking about countermeasures. Now the Hashirama cells in Jishui's body are like an unfilled abyss. Even with the support of Ryumyaku chakra, Hyojin can't hold on for too long. This is still the case when Hyojin's Tenseigan chakra has a certain calming effect on the Hashirama cells. Otherwise, if it were someone else, I'm afraid that they would be swallowed by the Hashirama cells together with Jishui's body in a moment. The key is still the pupil power. Hyojin's face sank, and his eyes moved to Jishui's eye sockets. The only thing that can balance the yang chakra contained in the Hashirama cells is the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power, which represents the power of the mind and contains the yin chakra. Only the fusion of yin and yang can appease the rampaging Hashirama cells and contain the loss of control. It seems that I can't resist it, I have to actively fuse it. The Yin escape Jishui possessed was clearly weaker than the Yang escape that poured into his body through the first-generation cells. Using the weaker Yin escape to fight against the stronger Yang escape, the result was naturally self-evident. Realizing that resistance was not going to work, Hyojin immediately shouted at Jishui, who had already lost consciousness on the operating table, "Jishui, we were wrong before. You can't resist it. You have to take the initiative to fuse with it. Use your ocular power to fuse with the primary cells." On the operating table, Jishui did not respond. She was still unconscious and her eyes were unfocused. Hyojin wasn't sure if Jishui heard his words, but he could only choose to believe in Jishui. Walala, the trees that gushed out from Jishui's body continued to grow at a crazy rate. These wildly growing trees created a huge mess in the operating room. On the dome of the operating theater, a black truth-seeking ball was spinning continuously, smashing all the trees that were trying to extend out of the operating theater and rush to the ground. Soon, 5 to 6 minutes had passed. Supplying chakra to the raging first-generation cells while maintaining a truth-seeking ball to destroy the wildly growing trees. Even with the help of the dragon's vein, Hyojin felt dizzy. "I can't hold on for much longer," Hyojin understood because he had already noticed that the first-generation cells in Jishui's body were corroding his body through his right hand that had injected chakra into Jishui. If his own chakra was overdrawn, he might not be able to break free from the corrosion of the first-generation cells and end up in the same situation as Jishui. For minutes. After estimating his limit, Hyojin calmed down. Time passed by slowly. It was just a few minutes, but it gave Hyojin an inexplicable feeling of eternity. He stood by the operating table, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Just as Hyojin was about to give up and accept the failure of the surgery, the wildly growing trees suddenly withered and disappeared, turning into ashes. At the same time, the swollen meridians in Jishui's body gradually calmed down and returned to normal. Huh? Hyojin was shocked. This kind of change proved a fact, and that was that Shursui had subdued the first-generation cells in his body and restrained them from going berserk, suppressing the surprise in his heart. Hyojin quickly observed the equipment around the operating table. Due to the crazy growth of the trees earlier, many of the equipment were overturned. Only the equipment that Hyojin had specially protected to monitor the cell activity was still working normally. The cell activity is declining, and it is beginning to return to normal levels. The value displayed on the instrument also proves that Jishui has suppressed the first-generation cells, so Hyojin immediately stopped the chakra infusion in Jishui and put away the truth-seeking ball on the dome of the operating room. Then he fully activated his Tenseigan and observed the changes in the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Jishui's eye sockets. Not long after, he found that the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Jishui's eye sockets began to change slightly. The first change is the change in the lines. The originally straight triangle and diamond have slight distortions on the lines. Although it is not obvious, it can't escape the insight of Hyojin's Tenseigan. At the same time as the distortion of the lines, Hyojin also found that these lines seem to have become thicker, and there are signs of becoming thicker and thicker. Has it begun to evolve? Once the lines of the Manjikyu Sharingan are stabilized, there will basically be no more changes, and if there is a change, it means that it has entered the evolution process. This is the case when the 3-Tomo Sharingan evolves into Manjikyu Sharingan, and the same is true when the Manjikyu Sharingan evolves into Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Soon, Hyojin found that the chakra in Jishui's body involuntarily converged towards his brain, and with the convergence of chakra, the changes in the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets also became more and more obvious. The lines that were originally intertwined and clearly visible in his eyes overlapped with each other because of the gradual thickening of the lines, making it difficult to distinguish which are triangular lines and which are diamond-shaped lines. But for some reason, the distortion of the lines has become very slow, as if they are blocked by something, unable to break through. But Hyojin has a feeling that the thickening of the lines on the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan lines has no qualitative significance. The distortion of the lines is the key to the evolution of the Rinnegan. Senpai, did I succeed? At this time, on the operating table, Jishui asked weakly. Hyojin smiled and nodded. Yes, I succeeded. Jishui gasped tiredly. If it weren't for you, I would have almost given up. No, it's my mistake. After shaking his head, Hyojin said, fusion is the key, blindly resisting will only be futile. Suddenly, Jishui covered his eyes in pain, and said, "Senpai, my eyes." Hyojin hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Jishui said, "There seems to be something wrong with my eyes, the pupil power has increased a lot, but it feels a little strange to me." Strange? Looking at the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Jishui's eye sockets that had stopped evolving, Hyojin thought for a while, then said slowly, "You should take a good rest first. At present, your physical state is still unstable, and there is a possibility of accidents at any time." According to Hyojin's estimation, even if the transplant operation goes well, it will take 2 weeks to a month of recovery to eliminate all the hidden dangers and completely stabilize the state. Jishui was exhausted. After listening to Hyojin's words, he closed his eyes and rested directly on the operating table. This transplant operation is no less than a life and death battle for him, maybe even more tiring than a life and death battle, so at this moment, he really has no strength at all. Taking advantage of this gap, Kuroto cleaned up the mess in the operating room, rewrited the equipment that was lying all over the place, and then connected them to Shirsui's body. Then, while recording the data displayed on the various instruments, he began to think. There is no doubt that after Jishui suppressed the first-generation cells in his body and completed the fusion of Yin release and Yang release, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets did evolve. But this state of evolution did not last long, and the power of evolution did not seem to be enough. Hyojin secretly analyzed that there may be 3 reasons for the failure of the evolution. First, the lack of Otsutsuki Indra's chakra. The first-generation cells will inevitably leave Otsutsuki Azura's chakra, so the necessary condition for the evolution of the Rinnegan, if the chakra of Otsutsuki Azura and Otsutsuki Indra is really needed, then this evolution failed. I am afraid that part of Otsutsuki Indra's chakra is missing. Second, Jishui is not the original owner of this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The original owner of this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is Uchiha Ryota. Perhaps Uchiha Ryota's body must be used as a hotbed to evolve this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into Rinnegan. After all, Madara's Rinnegan evolved from his own Manjikyu Sharingan. Thirdly, there was a lack of sufficient chakra. This is not Hyojin's unfounded speculation. You know, Uchiha Madara's war with the first generation was when they were middle-aged. After the war, Madara used the forbidden technique Izanagi to deceive the first generation and the second generation. Then he successfully transplanted the cells of the first generation by biting a piece of the first generation's flesh in his mouth. However, Madara only opened the Rinnegan when he was old and dying, so he had no choice but to entrust his Rinnegan to Nagato, who has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. He hoped that Nagato could use the reincarnation natural technique to resurrect him and enter the shinobi world with the strongest posture. From this point, it can be seen that Madara did not evolve the Rinnegan immediately after the transplantation of the first generation's cells, but it evolved when he was dying. The interval in between was as long as decades. And Hyojin secretly speculated why Madara evolved the Rinnegan so long after the transplantation of the first generation's cells. First, because one of Madara's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has used the forbidden technique Izanagi, it has completely lost the pupil power. So although Madara has Indra's chakra and Manjikyu Sharingan, he only has the pupil power of one eye, and the strength of Yin release is not enough. Second, it may be that a huge amount of chakra is needed to evolve the Rinnegan. Madara is still dormant in the darkness after the death of the first generation, perhaps he is constantly accumulating chakra. Madara has mentioned to Obsidian many times that his life is maintained by the Outer Path Demon statue behind him, and the Outer Path Demon statue as the body of Jubi has been sealed on the moon. Even if Madara stole the Outer Path Demon statue from the moon, what he stole should only be an empty shell, and it is impossible to continuously supply him with chakra to maintain his life. So there is only one explanation, that is, after Madara stole the Outer Path Demon statue from the moon, he has been transmitting chakra to the Outer Path Demon statue for decades. By storing chakra in the Outer Path Demon statue, he accumulated the chakra needed to evolve the Rinnegan. It was not until he was dying in his old age that he collected enough chakra to evolve the Rinnegan successfully. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why Madara, who was already old and weak, could evolve the Rinnegan when his physical strength, pupil power, and chakra were all declining. This completely violates the laws of nature, unless there are other containers that store chakra that has been accumulated since his prime. It takes a strong man like Uchiha Madara to accumulate chakra for decades, just enough to evolve the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into the Rinnegan. Even taking into account the factor that Madara has only one eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it is not difficult for Hyojin to see the fact that a huge amount of chakra is needed to evolve the Rinnegan. After spitting out a turbid breath, Hyojin shook his head secretly. It's really not so simple to evolve the Rinnegan. Through Jishui's transplant surgery, he has been sure that if it is only the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and the first-generation cells, it will not be able to evolve the Rinnegan. As for which essential elements he lacked, he had a rough idea. It was just that it would be too difficult to gather them all, and the Eye of Samsara wasn't his primary goal. Therefore, he wouldn't delay his bloodline entanglement plan for such a dispensable thing. A few hours later, Hyojin and Jishui slowly walked out of the underground operating room. Itachi on the tree hurriedly greeted them. Seeing that Jishui was all right, he said happily, "I knew the operation would be successful." Jishui shook his head with a wry smile. This time, it was a narrow escape for him. Hyojin said to Itachi, "For a week or two, Jishui cannot use chakra. During this time, you stay by his side. It is best if you do not leave his side." Itachi quickly nodded, "Okay." Then, Hyojin said to Jishui, "During this period of recuperation, don't forget to record the changes in the state of the eyes. This data is very important to me." Jishui replied, "Don't worry, senior." After saying goodbye to Jishui and Itachi, Hyojin slowly returned home. Today has been a very tiring day, but fortunately, there was no danger. Jishui survived the operation safely. Compared to this result, a little tiredness is not worth mentioning. After eating some food casually, Hyojin lay on the bed and thought about the next clone. Although the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan on Jishui did not evolve into the Rinnegan this time, the power of the eyes has been strengthened a lot. In addition, Hyojin has figured out the method to cultivate the flame release, so it is basically a matter of time before the fire release clone completely masters the flame release blood limit. As a result, the most important thing in front of Hyojin is what attribute the next clone should choose and whose cell tissue should be used as a sample. With the growth of his vision and experience, as well as the gradual improvement of the data, Hyojin found that there is still room for further improvement in the water clone and fire clone. For example, the water clone can practice the water release secret technique of the hidden mist demon lantern clan to enhance its affinity with water attribute chakra. On the other hand, the fire clone can further develop the fire release Kekii limit with the help of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that has been greatly enhanced, thus enhancing the fire release Kekii limit's affinity with fire attribute chakra. But these are all painstaking work. As long as the plan is arranged well, success will come naturally. There is no need to worry too much. Hyojin supported his chin with one hand and muttered to himself, "Next, what attribute should I develop?" Currently, Kuroto still lacks the earth clone, wind clone, lightning clone, and yang clone corresponding to his yin release main body. These 4 clones are of different attributes. In the case that the self-fusion technology is not mature yet, the yang clone is not considered for the time being. Therefore, the only choices in front of Hyojin are the earth clone, wind clone, and thunder clone. Comparatively speaking, the earth attribute chakra is the most stable, so the difficulty of creating the earth clone should be less than the wind clone and thunder clone, but the Kekii limit related to the earth attribute chakra is not a good choice. In Hyojin's impression, the Kekii limit related to the earth attribute chakra are wood release, lava release, explosion release, and dust release, which is above the Kekii limit. In fact, wood release can also be regarded as a kind of Kekii limit, which requires a special physique to practice. Although lava release and explosion release are powerful, they are too simple in terms of functionality. They have their strengths, but their shortcomings are also obvious. After thinking for a long time, Hyojin still hasn't made up his mind. In fact, among the Kekii limit related to the earth attribute chakra, only the dust release Kekii limit arouses his interest, but if he develops the dust release Kekii limit, he is worried that the strength of the earth clone will surpass the previous water clone and fire clone, which will affect the balance between the clones. What's more, in the current shinobi world, only the 3rd Sechikijinoki has mastered the dust release Kekii Genkai, so it won't be easy to get the cells and the dust release from his hands. One must know that in the 4th Shinobi War, the old and weak Inoki is the dust release Kekii K limit. One can imagine how strong Inoki is right now. As his thoughts failed, as he was, Hyojin is as. A few days later, the village held a grand alliance ceremony. As the Umbu directly under Naruto, Hyojin 17-7 also participated in the security work of the alliance ceremony. Standing on a big tree, Kurenai looked at the ninjas coming and going on the street and frowned. Is it really good to let so many outsiders enter the village? Standing on the side, Hayate coughed twice and slowly replied, the purpose of this alliance ceremony is to deter the Akatsuki and Amatsukami. Of course, the grander the better, so it is inevitable that there will be more people. Kurenai also agreed, well, as long as the alliance ceremony is successfully completed, the northwest and southwest sides of the Land of Fire will be allies, and there will be no need to arrange a large number of sentries and patrols on the border. Kurenai curled her lips and said disapprovingly, humph, what use can these small shinobi villages be? Especially that Sound village, it is said that it was established not long ago. I am afraid there are only a few ninjas in the entire village. Hyojin didn't participate in the discussion of his subordinates, he just leaned on the trunk of a big tree and quietly observed the surrounding streets. This time, there are a total of 5 shinobi villages participating in the alliance ceremony. In addition to the host Mai, there are also Sand Crypsis village, Kusanagi village, Takaganagi village, and the newly established Sound village. Hyojin wasn't surprised by this. In the original story, during the Chunin exam of Naruto's batch, there were several shinobi from these shinobi villages, and those who came to Mai to participate in the Chunin exam are all allies of Mai. In other words, even if there is no threat from Akatsuki and Amatsukami, 3 generations Naruto will still win over these small shinobi villages around the Land of Fire. After all, the lesson of being besieged during the Third Shinobi War is too profound. If it weren't for the appearance of a character like Naruto of 4 generations who turned the tide for Mai, it is difficult to predict what would have happened to Mai. Suddenly, Hyojin's eyes narrowed. Because a group of familiar figures slowly entered his field of vision. The person in the lead was a young Sound ninja who looked to be in his 20s. He had a ponytail and a faint smile on his face. His facial features were clearly delicate, but he always gave people a faintly discernible sense of evil charm. Orochimaru came in person? How dare you? Such a disguise may be able to fool others, but it can't fool Hyojin. Hyojin recognized the leader of the Sound Ninja village at a glance. It is Mai's traitorous shinobi Orochimaru. Immediately, Hyojin's eyes swept behind Orochimaru and said in his heart, Yamato, Haku, Yugo, Kimimaro. The 4 Sound ninjas behind Orochimaru were all recognized by Hyojin one by one, which made him feel very surprised. He didn't expect Orochimaru to be so bold as to bring Yamato to the village. But after thinking about it, Kuroto felt relieved, because the Yamato of his childhood and the Yamato of his present age were completely different. When Yamato was a child, he had long hair, and although his eyes were dull, his facial features were delicate. At first glance, he looked like a girl. The more he grew up, the more conspicuous his dead fish eyes became, and his hair was cut short. Compared to when he was a child, whether it is appearance or temperament, it has changed dramatically. Even if the villagers have the information of Yamato when he was a child, they may not be able to recognize the Yamato in front of them. Then, Hyojin's eyes moved to Kimimaro, who was at the end of the line, and a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. After mastering the 4 generations of Mizukage Gokuyugura, Hyojin read many confidential documents in the Mist Village's archives, especially the Kagaya clan of the Corpse Bone bloodline. The confidential documents mentioned many times that the history of this clan is very long, dating back to the time when the Shinobi sect was founded. And according to Hyojin's previous life's impression, Otsutsuki Kagaya had a technique called murderous gray bones, which is very similar to the Corpse Bone bloodline, and with the Kagaya clan's name, Hyojin has reason to believe that the Kagaya clan of the Corpse Bone bloodline is very likely to be one of Otsutsuki Kagaya's bloodlines. As the eldest son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, sage of the 6 paths, Otsutsuki Yuki's bloodline is very clear, it is the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans. Among them, the Senju and Uzumaki clans are relatives, and they inherited Otsutsuki Yuki's sage body, while the Uchiha clan inherited Otsutsuki Yuki's sage eyes. Therefore, if the Kagaya clan is also the bloodline of Otsutsuki Kagaya, then it is very likely to be the same as the Hyuga clan, which originated from Otsutsuki Kagaya's second son, Otsutsuki Himura. More boldly, if the Hyuga clan inherited Otsutsuki Himura's sage eyes, then the Kagaya clan may have inherited Otsutsuki Himura's sage body. Kimimaro should be the last member of the Kagaya clan, right? Hyojin's eyes gradually locked on the white-haired child with 2 red dots between his eyebrows. Because the time Hyojin spent in the Mist Village was very short, and most of the time was spent browsing the secret techniques and documents in the Mist Village's archives, Hyojin didn't communicate much with Yugura. Naturally, he didn't know that the Kagaya clan had a traitorous ninja like Lotus Flower. But even if Hyojin knew about the existence of Lotus Flower, Kimimaro would still be the best candidate for him to collect the living cells of the Kagaya clan. In the original story, Kimimaro didn't have many battle achievements. Apart from the dubious battle with the Yondaime Kazakage, the one that proved Kimimaro's talent and strength the most was his battle with Era. At that time, even though he was seriously ill and on the verge of death, he first defeated Lee Jr. and then almost killed Gaara, who was about to become the 5th Kazakage. Although he had the advantage of being older, his talent and strength were still unquestionable. He belonged to the type of dazzling rising star who would definitely be able to smoothly enter the Kage rank as long as he grew up. Perhaps feeling Hyojin's gaze, the indifferent Kimimaro suddenly raised his head and looked at the tree that Hyojin was in. At this time, Orochimaru also looked at Hyojin's direction, and then the corner of his mouth slightly rose, revealing an expression that wasn't a smile. Hyojin secretly said, very sharp. Facing Orochimaru's gaze, Kurenai frowned, what a disgusting gaze. Xian subconsciously moved her hand to the handle of the short sword on her waist. She didn't know why, but her intuition told her that the sound ninja below was very dangerous. Hayashi whispered in Hyojin's ear, Captain, this sound ninja is very strong. Kurenai snorted lightly, and that white-haired kid, he's obviously just a ninja from a small shinobi village, but he's putting on a cold and arrogant expression, it's really annoying. Hyojin smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that Kimimaro was the kind of person who would only show emotions towards Orochimaru. At this time, the village personnel responsible for receiving the ninja of sound also arrived. Coincidentally, Red Bean was also one of the members responsible for receiving the sound ninjas. At this moment, she was bragging about Mai's strength to Orochimaru, who was disguised as a sound ninja. Obviously, as time went by, she had gradually walked out of the shadow of Orochimaru's betrayal. Orochimaru had a playful expression on his face as he listened to Red Bean's bragging with great interest. Looking at the sound ninjas gradually leaving, Hyojin remembered that he had read about the Kagaya clan's chakra attribute in the secret archives of the Mist Village. It mentioned that almost all of the Kagaya clan's chakra attribute was based on the wind attribute. Just like all of the Uchiha clan's chakra attribute was based on the fire attribute. This shows that the Kagaya clan, like the Uchiha clan, is a very strong and stable bloodline inheritance clan. This also shows that the Kagaya clan's bloodline power is very strong, and at the same time, it also shows that the Kagaya clan's bloodline power is very strong. If the Kagaya clan is really one of the descendants of Himura, then using Kimimaro cells to cultivate a wind release clone is not bad. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin secretly pondered. If his guess was right, then he would have used Kimimaro cells to cultivate a wind release clone. That would be equivalent to his own body having Otsutsuki Himura's eyes, and his wind release clone having Otsutsuki Himura's body. In addition, his fire release clone had the genes of the Uchiha clan, which was equivalent to having the power of Himura's immortal eyes. And the young release clone that he would develop in the future would inevitably be chosen from the Thousand Arms clan or the Vortex clan, so his young release clone would inevitably have the power of Himura's immortal body. In this way, he could use the Een escape body, the wind escape clone, the fire escape clone, and the yang escape clone to gather all the immortal bodies and immortal eyes of the Otsutsuki Yuro and the Otsutsuki Himura. Thinking of this, Hyojin couldn't help but laugh. If I can do this and complete the final fusion, wouldn't I be close to Kagaya clan's bloodline? In a hidden practice field in my village. Huff, huff, Kakashi was panting while wiping the sweat on his cheeks. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he was like this, where he cultivated without eating or sleeping. When he was a child, because of his talent, he didn't spend much effort to graduate from the ninja school. Then, at the age of 11 or 12, he became a Jonin and developed the A-level Thunder Release Ninjutsu Chidori. Even in Konoha village where there were many talented people, Kakashi was an extremely dazzling genius at that time. Compared with Kakashi, all the students in the ninja school were reduced to the background, becoming the existence of his talent. Hyojin and Obsidian were no exception. But after experiencing the tragedy of his father Hatake Shwomo, his companions Obsidian and Lin, and his master 4 generations Naruto Minato, he began to gradually sink. But even so, he was still one of the best among his peers, still an elite among the Jonin, still a genius in everyone's eyes. So he didn't have too much of a sense of urgency, and muddling through became his creed. Except for occasionally showing off when he was on a mission, most of the time he was more like an ordinary person. However, all of this was destroyed in the raid on the Hidden Rain village. After seeing the confrontation between the leaders of Akatsuki and Amatsukami, Kakashi realized his insignificance and powerlessness, and a long-lost sense of motivation surged in his heart. This was the reason why he resolutely joined the Special Tactics team. Putting away the ninja tools scattered on the ground, Kakashi slowly walked out of the practice field. Originally, he wanted to go home to rest, but somehow, as he walked, he came to the Soul Comfort Monument. Why did I come here again? Kakashi didn't care too much and just muttered softly. When he was on vacation, he would often walk to the Soul Comfort Monument, and he would stay there for the whole day, telling Obsidian and Lin's tombstones all kinds of things he had seen and heard. Slowly walking to Lin's tombstone, Kakashi habitually prepared to clean up the weeds around the tombstone, but when he squatted down, he found a bouquet of flowers in front of Lin's tombstone. The flowers were still very delicate, as if they had just bloomed. Kakashi looked around and asked curiously, who was here just now? In the forest not far away, a figure leaned against a tree trunk, silently watching Kakashi in front of the monument. The one who was silently watching Kakashi from the woods was Obsidian, who was wearing the single-eye vortex mask. He leaned against a big tree, shrinking his body in the shadow under the canopy, looking at Kakashi with a cold gaze, as if he was looking at a lifeless object. Suddenly, his ink-colored eyes turned scarlet, as if they were about to drip blood. This time was different from the past. He sneaked into the village not only to see Lin, but also to take back something that originally belonged to him, his left eye. He didn't care what state his left eye was in now, whether it was 2 tomo or 3 tomo, it didn't matter to him. Because Kuroto has already activated the Manjikyu Sharingan, he now has the special pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, so as long as he retrieves the left eye that is fused with his soul and bloodline, he can use his high-intensity Yin release to activate the Manjikyu Sharingan state in an instant, just like his right eye. In front of Lin's tombstone, Kakashi stood quietly, his expression was a little solemn. For some reason, he suddenly had a feeling of fear, as if he was being watched by something, and his left eye under the forehead protector was inexplicably restless. This kind of situation had only happened once before, and that was the moment when he killed Lin with his own hands. As an experienced ninja, Kakashi never ignored his own intuition. He calmly thought to himself, today seems to be the day of the village's alliance ceremony. Why do I feel like something is going to happen? At this moment, from the corner of his eyes, Kakashi found that his shadow on the ground suddenly grew longer. No. Kakashi suddenly realized that the extra shadow on the ground was not his, but someone had suddenly evaded his senses and suddenly appeared behind him. Although he is not a professional perceptual ninja, his perceptual ability is also outstanding among the Jonin of Konoha, and it is impossible for an ordinary person to sneak up behind him without him noticing. After realizing this, Kuroto didn't look back, but reached into the ninja bag at his waist. And almost at the same time that Kakashi put his hand into the ninja bag, he felt a sudden numbness on his left shoulder, as if time and space had been stripped away, causing him to be horrified. It's him. Kakashi did not panic. Instead, he calmed down. He joined the Special Tactics Squad and practiced Sensei 4 generations Naruto's peerless techniques. All of these are to deal with the powerful enemy in the Akatsuki organization who has mastered space-time ninjutsu. Therefore, in his mind, he had already simulated the scene of fighting with this powerful enemy of Akatsuki many times, so he didn't panic because of the sudden numbness. Swish, with a short shriek, Kakashi's body disappeared into thin air. The Obsidian, who thought that he had succeeded, froze in place and murmured, "Flying Thunder God technique. I didn't expect him to have learned this move as well." Immediately after, he chuckled softly, and his figure was drawn into the twisting vortex. In the practice field. Bang, with a muffled sound, Kakashi's body suddenly appeared and fell in the field. A special technique was engraved on the handle of the kunai that was stabbed into the ground. Suddenly turning over, Kakashi looked around vigilantly while taking out the warning flare from the ninja bag. He knew that he may not be the opponent, so he must send out the signal flare at the first moment to warn the village. In his opinion, the opponent's target can't be him, and the attack on him is likely to be the prelude of the Akatsuki organization's full-scale attack on Mai. Just as Kakashi raised the signal flare high and was about to shoot it out, his wrist was grabbed by someone and his entire hand was pulled off. Whoosh, boom, the signal flare that should have been shot into the sky suddenly shot to the ground because Kakashi's arm was pulled off. The shining signal flare bounced on the ground for a while and finally hit a big tree not far away, instantly igniting the tree. Oh no! Glancing at the tree that was ignited by the signal flare in the distance, Kakashi frowned. This was the secret practice field of the Special Tactics team, and it had been registered with the Perception class, so even if the Perception class sensed a strong chakra fluctuation here, or even found a fire here, they would not notify the Umbu to check if the intensity was not strong enough. Whoosh, once again using the Flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi flashed to another special kunai in the field. At this time, he looked at the strong enemy that had been appearing behind him, and asked, Akatsuki organization wants to destroy the alliance ceremony held by the village this time? Obsidian said with a hoarse voice, Humph, that kind of farce, we are not interested in destroying. Kakashi lifted the forehead protector that covered his left eye and said, then what is your purpose? Staring at the three-tomo Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye, Obsidian said indifferently, you don't need to know. Zizi, Kakashi's left hand flashed with dazzling lightning, and said, Mai is not a place where you can enter and leave at will. Give up, you are not my opponent. After a pause, Obsidian's tone gradually turned cold, I will let you die without pain, Kakashi. He knows me? Did he come specifically for me? Kakashi's heart trembled. Taking advantage of Kakashi's slight distraction, Obsidian suddenly put his hands together, and in an instant, trees rose from the ground and wrapped around Kakashi. These branches quickly wrapped around Kakashi and wrapped his hands, causing the special kunai in his left hand to fall to the ground, and the shining Chidori on his right hand also dissipated. After confirming that Kakashi's hands were under control, so that he could not make seals, Obsidian slowly walked towards Kakashi. Kakashi, who was completely bound by the trees, shouted, What the hell do you want to do? Why did you sneak into the village? Slowly reaching his hand towards Kakashi's left eye, Obsidian said lightly, Goodbye, Kakashi. But just as Obsidian's hand touched Kakashi's left eye, Kakashi, who was bound by the trees, turned into a bolt of lightning and suddenly exploded. Boom, at the same time, in a loud bang, Kakashi broke out of the ground, waving the Chidori in his hand and stabbing fiercely at Obsidian's back. However, Chidori did not hit anything solid. Kakashi, like the previous encounter, passed through Obsidian's body, as if passing through the air. Whoosh, the sneak attack failed, and Kakashi did not give Obsidian a chance to fight back. Without hesitation, he launched the Flying Thunder God technique again and flashed to a place not far away. Then, Kakashi panted lightly and asked, Your goal is my Sharingan. Obsidian didn't feel annoyed because he was deceived by Kakashi's thunder-release doppelganger. He turned around indifferently and looked at Kakashi, who was panting heavily, and said, One thunder-release doppelganger, several Flying Thunder God jutsu. Kakashi, how much chakra do you have left in your body? Kakashi's expression became gloomier and gloomier. In the previous practice, Kakashi has already consumed a lot of chakra, and just now, in order to trick Obsidian, he used the thunder-release doppelganger again. Right now, as Obsidian said, he doesn't have much chakra left in his body. At this time, Obsidian's eyes swept over the special kunai distributed all over the practice field. As one of the disciples of 4 generations Naruto, Obsidian is no stranger to Sensei's Flying Thunder God jutsu. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, he also fought against 4 generations. Although he was taught a lesson by Sensei on the spot, he still accumulated some actual combat experience with the Flying Thunder God jutsu. The Flying Thunder God jutsu developed by Sensei is different from Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan Spacetime Jutsu Kamui. Therefore, as long as all the coordinates are grasped in advance, even if the enemy can use the Flying Thunder God jutsu, they won't be able to escape. After writing down the location of all the special kunai in the practice field, Obsidian said, I didn't expect you to become a variable, but everything is over, you have nowhere to escape. Kakashi's face was full of bitterness. Due to the fact that he just started practicing Flying Thunder God Jutsu, although he has been working very hard, Flying Thunder God Jutsu is an extremely difficult spacetime ninjutsu, even with his talent, even if he put his heart and soul into it, so far he has only reached the beginner level. Therefore, he didn't have the time to be like the 4 generations Naruto, and seriously set up the specially made kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique. The specially made kunai that he could use to shuttle through were all in this training ground, and there was no space for him to deal with the enemy. Walala, Obsidian took out an iron chain and fastened it around his wrists. His body sank slightly. Kakashi stared at the obsidian and clenched the special kunai in his hand. Swish, with the sound of rushing wind, the two of them attacked at the same time. Obito went straight for Kakashi, but his figure was faintly discernible, as if he was just a projection. Obviously, he was in a state of illusory, so any attack would be ineffective against him. Seeing this scene, Kakashi didn't rush over, but threw 3 specially made kunai at Obsidian in a row. The 3 Tomo Sharingan in his left eye socket rotated rapidly, staring at the flight trajectory of the 3 specially made kunai, ready to use Flying Thunder God Jutsu to move his position and launch a sudden attack on Obsidian. At the same time, his right hand once again gathered the high-intensity thunder release chakra. Under the shining thunder light, a burst of sharp bird chirping resounded in the practice field. Obsidian, who was pouncing towards Kakashi, raised the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, as expected of master and disciple, they came up with the same restraining method. Obsidian, who had suffered once, could see through Kakashi's plan. However, he believed that the current Kakashi would definitely not be as skilled as the 4 generations Naruto, so he wasn't worried and continued to attack. The game between the two only lasted for a short moment. Obsidian quickly touched Kakashi, and the iron chain in his hand shook, dancing into a chain flower, flying and entangling towards Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes finally locked on the second specially made kunai that he had just thrown out, and he activated Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Swish, Kakashi, who had activated Flying Thunder God Jutsu, suddenly disappeared under Obsidian's attack, and then shuttled to a position about 1.5 meters behind Obsidian, and launched a counterattack against Obsidian. At this time, Kakashi had already realized that there was still a problem with his timing, but the current situation did not allow him to think too much. Listening to the chirping sound of Chidori behind him, the smile on Obsidian's face did not diminish. For generations Naruto's Flying Thunder God's second stage counterattack time was only a few tenths of a second, and Obsidian was indeed unable to handle it. However, Kakashi's counterattack time was close to 2 to 3 seconds, and he could dodge it even with his eyes closed. After quickly switching from the physical state to the virtual state, Obsidian smiled as he watched Kakashi pass through his body from behind with a face full of surprise, and staggered in front of him. "It's over," Obsidian secretly said, and immediately stretched out his right hand, and grabbed Kakashi's shoulder from behind. Kakashi, who had failed to counterattack, had completely lost his balance, and was pulled from behind by Obsidian, and his whole body tilted to the left, turning to face Obsidian. But because his chakra consumed too much energy, his mind was in a trance, and his legs were a little soft. At this time, let alone counterattack again, it was difficult for him to even stabilize his body. Obsidian did not hesitate, and immediately activated Kamui, and a twisted vortex appeared on Kakashi's shoulder. After the familiar and strange feeling of stripping came again, the ashen-faced Kakashi knew that he might not be able to survive today, so he made up his mind and activated the Manjikyu Sharingan in his left eye regardless of the consequences. In private, Kakashi had also tried to activate the Manjikyu Sharingan in his left eye many times, but without exception, every time he activated it, he would immediately be swallowed by the surging drowsiness and trance, and if it was light, he would feel dizzy, and if it was heavy, he would directly faint. Although with the increase of practice, this symptom was slowly alleviated, but the Manjikyu Sharingan in his left eye was far from being able to be used in actual combat. But now that it was a dead end, Kakashi no longer had any scruples, and the only thought in his mind was to kill this strong enemy in front of him, and eliminate the hidden danger for the village. Looking at the familiar shape of the Manjikyu Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye, Obsidian was taken aback. And at this moment, another twisted vortex appeared out of thin air and directly fell on Obsidian's chest, and feeling the familiar feeling of stripping from his chest, Obsidian only felt that it was extremely absurd, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kakashi was also taken aback. The moment he used Kamui, the information related to the Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu appeared in his mind, but this was not the reason why he was surprised. What really surprised him was that he found out that the jutsu in his left eye seemed to be the same as the jutsu of the Akatsuki in front of him. Swish, the two of them disappeared in two twisted vortexes, and then appeared in the Kamui space at the same time. At this time, the two of them still maintained the previous action. Obsidian grabbed Kakashi's shoulder, and Kakashi stared at Obsidian's chest fiercely. For a moment, the atmosphere was very strange. After a brief moment of surprise, Obsidian turned around and kicked Kakashi heavily. Kakashi, who fell to the ground, wanted to get up again, but at this time, the dizziness caused by Chakra's overdraft and the exhaustion of his pupil power fiercely attacked his body, and he immediately blacked out. Phew, Obsidian breathed a sigh of relief. The left eye that was transplanted into Kakashi's body also opened the Manjikyu Sharingan, and Kakashi could also use this Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique. This was really beyond his expectations. Walking in front of the fainted Kakashi, Obsidian muttered to himself, "No wonder my right eye always had this inexplicable feeling, so the problem is here." If an ordinary person was thrown into the space of Kamui, because of the time travel, their body and soul would suffer a great impact during the travel, so they would often fall into a temporary state of coma. This was also the reason why Obsidian could win in the past as long as he threw his target into the space of Kamui. Because in a fight between ninjas, a small mistake or inadvertent absent-mindedness could cost one's life, not to mention a temporary coma, falling into a state of being at the mercy of others. The reason why Kakashi didn't immediately fall into a coma after the time travel was because his body was protected by the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique, Kamui, just like Obsidian. Therefore, Obsidian also confirmed that his left eye's pupil technique and right eye's pupil technique were both Kamui. However, the left eye's Kamui didn't seem to need to touch the target with his body. As long as he stared at the target, he could directly strip the target out of this time and space and put them into the exclusive space of Kamui. At this time, Obsidian took off the one-eyed whirlpool mask on his face, revealing a face full of wrinkles and scars. Clang, throwing the mask on the ground, Obsidian lowered his body and reached for Kakashi's left eye. Without any hesitation, Obito cleanly plucked out Kakashi's left eye that originally belonged to him. He didn't even bother to wash off the bloodstains on it and directly pressed it into his own eye socket. After retrieving his left eye, Obsidian suddenly fell into a trance and staggered a few steps. After a while, he opened his eyes, and both of his scarlet eyes revealed his unique Manjikyu Sharingan's triple pinwheel hooks at the same time. Slowly raising his hand to cover his left eye, the Obsidian murmured, "I see. Although the Manjikyu Sharingan in his left and right eye are both Kamui, the focus is slightly different. The left eye focuses on attack. Without physical contact, it can tear apart, distort, or even throw the target into the Kamui space. The right eye focuses on defense. It can turn itself invisible, allowing the body to be in the narrow gap between this time and space and the Kamui space, immune to all damage. But if you want to throw the target into the Kamui space, there must be physical contact, and you need to take the risk to get close to the target. I didn't expect the attack part of Kamui to be on the left eye." After retrieving his left eye, Obsidian realized that he has been using the defensive right eye as a means to deal with the enemy's attack. He could not help but feel a burst of emotion. After achieving the goal of this trip, Obsidian immediately looked down and looked at the unconscious Kakashi on the ground. Swish, taking out a kunai from the ninja bag, Obsidian squatted down again. Pressing the cold kunai against Kakashi's throat, Obsidian said indifferently, "Kakashi, this time I win." After saying that, Obsidian was about to stab down, but the tip of the kunai just cut the skin of Kakashi's throat, and the momentum stopped. "You broke your promise to me, and did not protect Lin. Killing you like this is too easy for you, bastard." As Obsidian said that, he put away the kunai in his hand, and then threw Kakashi out of his Kamui space, back to the previous training ground. Then, he also came to the training ground, looked at the unconscious Kakashi, and said, "I want you to accept endless punishment in the midst of self-blame and decadence." In the village. As the alliance ceremony was about to officially begin, the villagers of Konoha took to the streets one after another, and the flow of people gathered in the streets and alleys, all slowly moving towards the square in front of the Hokage building. On the roof of the Naruto building, 3 generations, wearing Naruto robes, held a pipe in one hand, and the other hand behind his back, looking down at the bustling village in front of him with a smile on his face. In the plan of 3 generations, forming an alliance with the surrounding small ninja villages is a very important part of it. This can not only improve the tense situation around Mai, but also reduce the pressure on the border, retract the power of Mai, and strengthen the defense of various important areas in the Land of Fire. Standing behind 3 generations are the 2 advisory elders of Mai, Xianxia Chun and Mito Hamura. For an important diplomatic occasion such as the alliance ceremony, it is necessary for the advisory elders to attend, but the other advisory elder, Shimura Danzo, did not show up for some reason. On the square below, Sasuke followed his father and his clansmen with a face full of excitement, his big eyes constantly looking around, his face full of curiosity. Sasuke said, "Father, today is really lively." "Yeah." Fuyue, with a solemn face, just nodded slightly. His eyes did not fall on Sasuke, but on the front of the square, standing in front of the door of the Naruto building. Fuyue was looking at none other than one of the 3 Sannin of Mai, Tsunade, and several female disciples around Tsunade. Inspired by the Hyuga clan's disciple Tsunade, the Uchiha clan also promoted a person within the clan to worship Tsunade, taking the first step to reconcile with the Naruto faction. And the person promoted by the Uchiha clan is called Uchiha Izumi, Itachi's childhood sweetheart and also a very talented girl. Suddenly, Sasuke pulled Fuyue's cuff and said, "Father, look, the Hyuga clan is also here." Fuyue looked over and saw Hyuga Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, leading a large number of Hyuga clansmen to the square, including the eldest daughter of the clan, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Ningxi, who is only 1 year older than Sasuke but has the reputation of being a genius, are among them. Sasuke pointed and asked, "Father, that guy with long hair is Hyuga Ningxi, right?" "Yeah." Fuyue nodded lightly. When it comes to geniuses, the Uchiha clan is not afraid of any shinobi clan. Even at present, the Uchiha clan also has geniuses like Jishui who are well known in the shinobi world. What's more, Fuyue is very clear that his son Itachi is a genius not inferior to Jishui. Sasuke pursed his lips and said, "It's not that great." Although he was beaten up by Hyojin disguised as the leader of Amatsukami, and also kidnapped by Orochimaru disguised as a member of Akatsuki, but among his peers, Sasuke is undoubtedly the best. Among his peers, he has never suffered a loss. None of the peers he has met is his opponent, even if it's 1 against 2, 1 against 3, he can easily defeat the opponent and win. If it weren't for the fact that his brother Itachi Uchiha is too outstanding, to the point where anyone would feel ashamed of their own inferiority, he would have long been known as a genius and become famous in Mai. Therefore, Sasuke is very unhappy with the fact that Hyuga Ningxi is gradually becoming known as a genius. "Humph, I can beat him in 10 moves." Sasuke deliberately snorted heavily, hoping to attract his father's attention. Fuyue didn't point out Sasuke's intention to gain his father's attention and just casually glanced at the square. In fact, in addition to the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, almost all the other clans of Konoha have arrived at the square of the Shinigami clan. With just a slight glance, Fuyue saw several clans such as Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Abazuka, and without exception, all of these clans have led the next generation to focus on training. Fuyue crossed his arms and said to Sasuke in a flat tone, "See, those children will be your future opponents." Sasuke smiled confidently and said, "Father, just wait and see, I will never allow the dignity of the Uchiha clan to be trampled in my hands. In the future, I will definitely become the #1 and dominate the ninja school like my brother." Fuyue just smiled, but didn't say the words as expected of my son that often praised Itachi. The slightly disappointed Sasuke then asked, "Father, why didn't Big Brother come to the alliance ceremony today?" Withdrawing his smile, Fuyue resumed his serious expression. "Itachi is taking care of Jishui." Fuyue had been secretly paying attention to Jishui's physical condition. After all, Jishui was the strongest person in Uchiha, and Fuyue was very satisfied with the close relationship between Itachi and Jishui. If there were no accidents, as the eldest son of the clan leader, Itachi would become the next clan leader of Uchiha. Therefore, Itachi's close relationship with the clan's #1 expert, Jishui, could not only maintain the stability of the clan, but also secure Itachi's position as the future clan leader. At this moment, Sasuke pointed to a group of shinobi who were walking towards the square in the distance and asked, "Father, which village are those people from? The symbol on their forehead, why haven't I seen it before?" Fuyue looked over and replied, "They are ninjas from the shinobi village, a small village that was established not long ago." "Oh." Sasuke nodded and looked at the group of shinobi. As if feeling Sasuke's gaze, Kimimaro raised his head slightly and looked over. After seeing the eye-catching Uchiha clan emblem on Sasuke's clothes, Kimimaro's brows slightly raised, and his face couldn't help but show an eager expression. Kimimaro knew that Orochimaru has always been obsessed with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, but he couldn't succeed, so he especially hated Uchiha, hated the Sharingan, when the shinobi team under the leadership of Red Bean passed through the square and approached the Uchiha clan. Kimimaro suddenly stood up in front of everyone and said to Sasuke, "Are you Uchiha?" Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Sasuke immediately straightened his back and said proudly, "Yes, my name is Uchiha Sasuke." Kimimaro said coldly, "I want to challenge you." Sasuke froze for a moment. He didn't expect that an unfamiliar shinobi from the shinobi village would suddenly challenge him. But then he felt ecstatic, because he found that this was a good opportunity to show his strength in front of everyone, in front of his father. Sasuke suppressed his excitement and said, "Humph, a trivial shinobi dares to challenge my Uchiha clan? Fine, I'll let you see what a real noble clan is." Red Bean, who was in charge of receiving the shinobi team, suddenly shouted, "You two brats, behave yourselves, the alliance ceremony is about to begin." Kimimaro stared at Sasuke and said lightly, "Don't worry, it won't take too long." Sasuke also put his hands on his waist and said, "Yes, I can take care of you in 3 moves." Red Bean was speechless. What a troublesome brat. At this time Orochimaru stood up and said with a smile, "Let the 2 children compete. I have long heard of the prestige of the Uchiha clan, today I also want to see it." Red Bean didn't expect that the leader of the shinobi village would be so unreliable. When she was about to step forward and persuade him, Fuyue said, "Since the allies of the shinobi village want to see the skills of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, don't let them down. Yes, let the shinobi village see the power of our my ninja. The Uchiha clan is a noble clan, today there will be a good show to watch." The crowd around also followed at this time. In such a lively occasion, the competition between the 2 children was regarded by everyone as an after-show before the ceremony. Soon, the crowd consciously dispersed, leaving an area for the 2 children, while the Uchiha clan and the shinobi team stood on both sides, paying attention to the 2 children in the field. Red Bean was the most helpless, she had to temporarily act as the referee of the competition. She stood in the middle of the field and said to Sasuke and Kimimaro, "Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu can be used, but no detonation can be used. If one side is knocked down, they lose, understand?" Although ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu could all be used in a spar, Anko didn't think that these 2 kids could master any high-level ninjutsu. At most, it would be a contest between taijutsu and simple 3-body techniques. The corner of Sasuke's mouth slanted as he urged, "You can start now." "Rude little brat." Red Bean muttered and immediately waved her hand, "The competition begins." As soon as Red Bean's voice fell, Sasuke suddenly took a step back and started to make hand seals with his hands. "See. Wei. Shen. Hi." Staring at the hand seals in Sasuke's hands, Red Bean's face darkened, and she said in surprise, "Oh no, this Uchiha kid has mastered such a level of ninjutsu." Outside the ring, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, so Sasuke has mastered this level of ninjutsu at such a young age. On the other side, Fuyue, who had his hands crossed in front of his chest, smiled slightly. He had already felt the fluctuation of the fire element chakra. Opposite of Sasuke, Kimimaro still had a calm face, as if he didn't care about Sasuke, who was making hand seals and preparing to use ninjutsu. Sasuke, who was about to finish the last hand seal, secretly laughed. Had they been scared out of their wits? The ninjas of a small village are really weak. "Father, just wait and see everyone cheering for me." Fire release, great fireball jutsu. With the activation of the ninjutsu, a scorching fireball gushed out of Sasuke's bulging mouth and fiercely rushed towards Kimimaro. "This is bad." Red Bean, who was acting as the temporary referee, suddenly had a dark expression on her face, and her heart was hanging in her throat. In her opinion, Kimimaro, who was about 10 years old, couldn't resist Sasuke's fire release ninjutsu. Even if she was 10 years old, she wouldn't be able to do so. When the surrounding villagers saw the blazing fireball, they all opened their mouths, revealing a dumbfounded expression. No one expected that Sasuke, who was only 7 years old, could display such a powerful sea-level fire release ninjutsu, which has touched the level of a chunin. After casting the grand fireball technique, Sasuke raised his eyebrows and showed an expression that said, "Everyone, come and praise me." In the Hyuga clan, Patriarch Hyuga Hayashi frowned slightly. Compared to Sasuke, who can use sea-level fire release ninjutsu at such a young age, his daughter, who can't even use basic soft punch, is even more mediocre. On the side, Xianxia activated the Byakugan, and a dignified expression appeared on his young face. Richa said, "This child of the Uchiha family may be a strong opponent in your ninja school." Xianxia nodded seriously. "Well, he is very strong. The use of ninjutsu not only requires sufficient chakra, but also a superb control of chakra, which is extremely difficult for children to do. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's chakra is naturally abundant. The reason why he was at the bottom of the ninja school was because he couldn't accurately control the chakra in his body. Not only the Hyuga clan, but also the ninjas of Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and other famous clans were more or less taken aback when they saw Sasuke's great fireball jutsu. Outside the square, on the edge of a tall building, the 4 members of Hyojin Umbu's 7th squad were lined up, either sitting or standing, watching the competition that was going on in the center of the square. After seeing Sasuke's great fireball jutsu, Kurenai curled her lips. "This kid is not worse than us at that time." Hayate also said with emotion, "As expected of the Uchiha clan, that child of the Sound Village is going to suffer." Hyojin smiled. Ordinary children are indeed no match for Sasuke, but unfortunately, Kimimaro is not ordinary. Not to mention, Kimimaro is 3 years older than Sasuke, and he was trained by that perverted Orochimaru for a long time. At this age, Kimimaro should be more than enough to beat Sasuke. Whoosh, accompanied by a whistling sound, the scorching fireball quickly crossed the ground, roasting a string of black marks on the ground, then went straight to the area where Kimimaro was. Everyone's eyes were focused on Kimimaro at this time. Everyone was very curious about how this white-haired kid would deal with the crisis in front of him. Several Mai ninjas on the sidelines were also ready to rescue him. After all, Kimimaro was a Sound Village ninja who came to form an alliance with Mai. If he lost his life in the alliance ceremony, then it would be very embarrassing for Mai. However, in everyone's eyes, Kimimaro didn't try to hide, he was calm and unperturbed. Why isn't he dodging? For a moment, such a question appeared in everyone's mind. Whoosh, just as Sasuke's fireball was about to hit Kimimaro, Kimimaro suddenly disappeared. Body flicker technique. Unlike most of the villagers who were at a loss, most of the ninjas recognized the ninjutsu used by Kimimaro, but only a few of them were able to instantly lock the position where Kimimaro used the body flicker technique. Seeing everyone looking at him, the corner of Sasuke's mouth slightly raised, revealing an expression of victory. Because his vision was blocked by the flames of the great fireball technique, he didn't see the body flicker technique that Kimimaro used at the last moment, so he thought that Kimimaro was hit by his own fireball. Just as Sasuke was waiting for everyone to cheer and congratulate him, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. "What are you doing? Who is it?" The shocked Sasuke was about to turn around, but a burning sensation came from his back. Before he could taste it, his whole body was sent flying. At this time, Kimimaro slowly retracted his foot and said indifferently, "Hey, are you really Uchiha?" Sasuke quickly got up from the ground. "What happened? You were clearly..." Whoosh. Before Sasuke could finish his words, Kimimaro used the body flicker technique again and appeared in front of Sasuke, punching Sasuke's face. Suddenly, Sasuke spun like a spinning top and was sent flying. As Sasuke was knocked to the ground again, exclamations spread around the square like waves. All the ninjas present, whether they were from the noble families of Mai, or the ninjas from the Sand Crypsis village, Kusanagi village, and Takanaji village, all locked their eyes on the 10-year-old Kimimaro. Kimimaro used the body flicker technique twice in a row, which not only stunned the confident Sasuke, but also shocked the temporary referee Red Bean. She was surprised to find that even as a Tokubetsu Jonin, she couldn't use the body flicker technique that fast and agile. On the side of the square, Fuyue crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At this time, he could see that the 10-year-old white-haired kid from the Sound Ninja village was very strong. He was not inferior to a Chunin or even a Tokubetsu Jonin. Although he knew that it was normal for Sasuke to lose to this alien, when he thought about the Uchiha clan being humiliated in public, he couldn't help but feel disappointed in Sasuke. The 3 generations on the roof of the Naruto building also noticed the competition in the square. Seeing that Sasuke couldn't fight back, he calmly asked the Shadow Guard captain next to him, "Who is that kid?" The Shadow Guard captain looked at the information and said, "He is a ninja from the Sound Ninja village. His name is Kimimaro. According to the information, he seems to have the blood of the Kagaya clan in the Mist village." The 3 generations silently said, "Kimimaro." Sasuke climbed up from the ground again, and his handsome face was twisted. He angrily shouted, "You damn bastard, I'm going to kill you." After saying that, Sasuke angrily rushed over and punched Kimimaro. Kimimaro leaned to the side and leisurely dodged Sasuke's fist. Then he raised his leg and hit Sasuke's abdomen with his knee. Ugh, with his abdomen injured, Sasuke vomited and knelt on the ground. At this time, on the roof of a tall building in the distance, a yellow-haired kid with 3 pairs of beards jumped into the sky and shouted, "Sasuke, quickly fight back." Listening to Naruto's shout, Sasuke, who was kneeling on the ground, clenched his fists and thought, "Damn, do you think I don't want to fight back? It's just that this guy's movements are too fast." This was the first time he felt despair from someone his age. His opponent's speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't resist at all. He thought that his taijutsu wasn't bad. When he fought with his brother, he could fight back and forth. But facing Kimimaro's fast taijutsu, he couldn't use it at all. Kimimaro silently looked at Sasuke for a while before walking towards the Sound Ninjas. He was indeed jealous of the Uchiha clan, but he didn't want to humiliate Sasuke, who was younger than him. When he found out that Sasuke was weaker than he expected, he wasn't even as strong as Haku, the weakest of the 4 Sound Ninjas. He had no interest in tangling with Sasuke anymore. "Stop right there." Sasuke gritted his teeth and stood up. Compared to the humiliation and provocation, he couldn't stand Kimimaro's indifferent attitude towards him. He couldn't stand Kimimaro's calm expression either. Kimimaro looked back at Sasuke and said, "You've already lost." "No." Sasuke waved his hand and shouted, "I haven't lost yet." Kimimaro turned around with an annoyed expression on his face. Looking at the impatient Kimimaro and listening to the whispers of the villagers, Sasuke felt a burning sensation on his face. This burning sensation wasn't only because of the swelling caused by Kimimaro's attack, but also because of the humiliation he had never felt before. Sasuke couldn't help but tremble in shame and anger at the thought of his shameful performance being witnessed by all the villagers, even by the ninjas from other villages such as Sunagakure, Kusanagi, and Takegunin. In fact, ordinary Mai villagers might laugh at Sasuke, but the ninjas wouldn't, whether they were from Mai or other villages. On the contrary, the more powerful a ninja was, the less they would laugh at Sasuke. This was because Kimimaro's strength was in everyone's eyes. Many of the older ninjas thought that if they were in Sasuke's position, they might not be Kimimaro's opponent. The young Sasuke naturally couldn't understand this. At this time, he was shrouded in endless shame and anger. His eyes were only focused on the white-haired and indifferent Kimimaro. In this intense shame and anger, Sasuke entered an inexplicable state. Suddenly, he felt that his vision became a lot clearer, as if a window had opened in his heart. At the same time, he felt that the chakra in his body had increased a lot. Huh? Kimimaro's eyes narrowed as he looked at Sasuke's scarlet eyes. The people on the sidelines were also surprised. Even Fuyue, who had a serious face, couldn't help but murmur, "Sharingan." In the Uchiha clan, those who could awaken their Sharingan at the age of 10, as long as they didn't die prematurely, they would eventually become famous in the shinobi world. But Sasuke actually awakened his Sharingan at the age of 7, which was really beyond Fuyue's expectation. One must know that his eldest son, Itachi, only awakened his Sharingan at the age of 7.5. In the group of shinobi, a greedy light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He stared at Sasuke like a beast staring at its prey and grinned, "Another Uchiha genius." At this moment, after Uchiha Jishue, Itachi Uchiha, and Uchiha Yen, the name Uchiha Sasuke was added to Orochimaru's hunting list. On the Hyuga clan's side, looking at the eye-catching single Magatama Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets, and then thinking of his daughter Hinata with mediocre aptitude, Hyuga Hayashi felt a burst of bitterness. Although the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are known as the two great pupil bloodline clans in the village, but in private, Hayashi is very clear that the Hyuga clan is obviously inferior to the Uchiha clan in terms of reputation and status. In addition to the fact that the Hyuga clan is used to hiding their strength and biding their time, the more important reason is that the Hyuga clan doesn't have an endless number of geniuses like the Uchiha clan, and there is no Uchiha Jishui who can deter the shinobi world. Thinking of this, Hayashi looked at Ningxi on the side, looking at Ningxi's immature and serious face, and thought to himself, the future of the Hyuga clan may depend on Ningxi. On the edge of the building in the distance, Hyojin was also taken aback, and thought to himself, no way, the Sharingan has been opened just like this? TSK, the reincarnation of Indra is really amazing. At this time, Sasuke also noticed the changes in his eyes, and said in surprise, my Sharingan has been opened. I also have the Sharingan. Kimimaro opened his mouth and asked, is this the Sharingan? With the opening of the Sharingan, Sasuke regained his confidence, and said with high fighting spirit, yes, this is the pupil bloodline inheritance of our Uchiha clan. Under my Sharingan, none of your movements can escape my insight. I will return the humiliation you gave me just now tenfold. Kimimaro waved at Sasuke and said lightly, then come. I can see everything about you. Although he wasn't used to using the Sharingan, Sasuke was full of confidence, and he rushed towards Kimimaro with the determination to avenge his humiliation, and the Sharingan in his eye sockets began to slowly spin. In his vision, the flow of chakra on Kimimaro's body was faintly visible, and although it wasn't very clear, it didn't prevent him from making a judgment. At this time, he remembered what Itachi said to him during practice, the flow of the enemy's chakra is the prelude to the enemy's action. Suddenly, he found that Kimimaro's chakra was gathering towards his legs, but before he could think of a countermeasure, Kimimaro's figure disappeared from his vision. Sasuke was shocked, how is this possible? Bang, with a muffled sound, Sasuke was swept to the ground by Kimimaro's leg, and even one of his teeth was knocked out. Sasuke climbed up unwillingly and shouted, how could this be? How could you escape my Sharingan's detection? Bang, Kimimaro's reply to Sasuke was a straight punch from Kimimaro. This punch directly hit Sasuke's chest, and although he only used 40 to 50% of his strength, it still sent Sasuke flying. The pain from his chest made Sasuke curl up into a ball like a shrimp. In a brief moment of absent-mindedness, he couldn't help but salivate and drip on the ground. Looking at Sasuke who was in pain on the ground, Kimimaro was a little surprised, and he asked, is the Sharingan only at this level? Sasuke who was curled up on the ground was in extreme pain, he struggled to stand up again, but his young body couldn't get up as he wished. At this time, Kimimaro's whisper reached his ears, making him feel like he was struck by lightning. It's not like this, the Sharingan shouldn't be like this. With strong unwillingness and anger, Sasuke burst out with a powerful chakra, he suppressed the discomfort of his body and climbed up from the ground again. Kimimaro's tone was cold, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Sasuke shouted, even if I die, I will never allow you to trample on the glory of Uchiha. After shouting, Sasuke gathered his chakra and raised his hand to make hand seals again. Perhaps it is because of the activation of the Sharingan, this time the speed of his hand seals is obviously much faster than before, and in just a few breaths, he has completed all the hand seals. Fire release, Grand Fireball Jutsu. In an instant, a blazing fireball that was obviously bigger and faster than before came out of Sasuke's mouth. The huge heat wave generated by the fire release ninjutsu forced the villagers in the outer circle to cover their faces and move away again, causing a lot of commotion in the square. As the temporary referee, Red Bean couldn't help but complain, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have agreed to let them compete, these two kids are simply monsters. In the Hyuga clan, looking at the grand fireball jutsu that illuminated the square, Richa couldn't help but sigh, what a terrifying potential. Ningxi also slightly opened his mouth, if Sasuke's performance before, he didn't care about it, then Sasuke's performance at this time was beyond his expectations. He even suspected that he might not be Sasuke's opponent right now. On the other side of the building, Hyojin activated Byakugan. Although he knew that the Great Fireball technique couldn't do anything to Kimimaro, Sasuke's Great Fireball technique wasn't inferior to many Chunins. Whether it was the speed of the hand seals or the application of chakra, they were all remarkable, almost reaching the limits of a 7-year-old child. Hyojin himself would never have been able to do this when he was 7 years old. Even Red, who was very arrogant on the side, couldn't help but sigh when she saw Sasuke's move. Uchiha's kid is really good. He gives me the same feeling as when I saw Kakashi in the past. In the eyes of all the students of the same year, Kakashi in the ninja school was so impressive. In front of the main entrance of the Naruto building, Tsunade also looked at the competition on the square. Unlike the praises of the others, she told the disciples around her while watching the competition, remember, in the face of absolute speed and strength, 1 or 2 ninjutsu won't be able to change the outcome of the battle, so don't slack off in your daily physical training. Yes. Mute, Kuroto, Uchiha, and Izumi nodded again and again. Among them, Uchiha and Izumi looked worried. She knew that Sensei's words wouldn't come out of nowhere, so she was secretly worried about Sasuke. Soon, Tsunade's words were confirmed. Kimimaro once again easily avoided the fierce Great Fireball technique, then his figure flashed and slid under Sasuke's body, and from the bottom up, he kicked fiercely. This kick hit Sasuke's chin, and his whole body was kicked into the air, then he fell heavily on the ground. After this, Sasuke was thrown into a daze, and his whole body was in a daze. In the end, he glanced at Sasuke, who was dizzy and couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. Kimimaro slowly returned to the group of ninjas and returned to Orochimaru's side. His expression didn't change much from beginning to end, and he didn't feel any excitement from defeating the genius Uchiha, who opened his eyes at the age of 7. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Orochimaru smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Kimimaro bowed respectfully to Orochimaru, unexpectedly weak. "Is that so?" The smile on Orochimaru's face deepened, and he asked casually, "Do you really think he's weak?" Kimimaro firmly believed that every word Orochimaru said had a deep meaning, so he carefully recalled the fight just now, trying to find Sasuke's strong points. However, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find any good points, so he carefully said, "Sir, his taijutsu and ninjutsu are all a mess. He's really weak." Orochimaru smiled and didn't say anything. Kimimaro was one of his most satisfying creations, and he was also one of his spare bodies. So, he knew Kimimaro's talent better than anyone else. Kimimaro was a pure genius. Also, Kimimaro had the bone vein, so his bloodline wasn't inferior to the Uchiha clan, so Kimimaro was perfect in every aspect. However, the Uchiha clan's potential couldn't be underestimated. After all, Kimimaro was older than Sasuke by 3 years. If both of them grew up, it would be hard to predict who would win. At this time, Sasuke climbed up again, and he roared, wanting to rush at Kimimaro again. "Enough!" On the sidelines, Fugaku suddenly called out to Sasuke. Sasuke looked back at Fuyue and shouted, "Father, I can win." Fuyue's tone softened, and he said gently, "Come back, a momentary victory or defeat doesn't mean anything." With Fuyue's eyesight, it wasn't difficult to see that Kimimaro's strength had already surpassed the level of a Chunin. When he fought with Sasuke, he didn't use his full strength. So, Fuyue didn't want the talented Sasuke to suffer another setback. Listening to his father's words, Sasuke's tears suddenly filled his eyes. Fuyue's face immediately sank. Sasuke wiped his tears and turned to Kimimaro, who was in the Sound Ninja group, and shouted, "Today, I lost. I will remember this debt, and I will get it back with my own hands in the future." Kimimaro didn't even look at Sasuke, as if he didn't hear Sasuke's declaration. Sasuke immediately became anxious and shouted, "3 years. I will find you after 3 years and win back the honor that belongs to me." Kimimaro still didn't respond, and his expression was indifferent. Returning to the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's face was full of grievances. The pain that he had suppressed because of his emotions had exploded, and he couldn't stand up straight. Fuyue said, "Stand up straight." Sasuke immediately straightened his back. Fugaku then said, "Although you lost, your performance today was very good. You are indeed my son." Listening to his father's praise, Sasuke felt the pain in his body disappear. Then, he asked, "Father, why can't my great fireball technique hit anyone? Fuyue's face froze. It was very difficult for Fuyue to explain to his 7-year-old son that not all ninjutsu were aimed at killing the enemy. For example, the Great Fire Release ninjutsu, which has a large area of effect, most people hope that the flames of the Great Fireball technique can block the enemy's vision, and the high temperature can interfere with the enemy's perception, in order to cover their next move. But for the Uchiha clan who had the Sharingan, the Great Fireball jutsu was more of a test. Or to test the enemy's strength, or to force the enemy to move, or to take the opportunity to retreat. In short, very few people hoped that the Great Fireball jutsu would be able to kill the enemy. Thinking of this, Fuyue found that even if he used the Great Fireball jutsu, he rarely hit the enemy. He felt a little embarrassed, so he said to Sasuke, "You will know when you grow up." Oh. Sasuke nodded. After all, the contest between the two children was just a small interlude before today's alliance ceremony. The square quickly returned to its noisy state. Everyone was talking and laughing again. However, people who paid attention to the ceremony would find that whether it was the host, Mai, or the ninjas from the Sand Crypsis, Kusanagi, and Taki villages, they would look at Kimimaro from time to time. Before this, including Mai, everyone thought that there wouldn't be any experts in the newly established Sound Village. They thought that coming to my village to participate in the alliance ceremony was just to make up the numbers. However, Kimimaro's performance surprised everyone. The Sound Village, which had just been established not long ago, had also become mysterious. Everyone looked at the Sound Ninjas with a casual gaze, but now it was filled with curiosity. On the edge of the building in the distance, Hyojin's eyes flashed. After watching the competition, he realized that he seemed to have underestimated Kimimaro's talent. So he made up his mind. Even if it was just a test, he would collect some of Kimimaro's blood and cells. It would be a pity to miss such a good seedling. Soon, the alliance ceremony officially began. On the long table in front of the Naruto building, there is an exquisitely crafted alliance contract. 3 generations of Naruto are standing in front of the contract, waiting for the representatives of each village. At this time, the representatives of each village walked to the front of the Naruto building. The representative of the Sand Crypsis village was the Sand Crypsis's consulting elder, Chiyo. Because she was poisoned by the scorpion, Chiyo had been receiving treatment from Tsunade and Mai, so the Sand Crypsis conveniently let her be the representative of the alliance. The representative of the Grass Village was the elite Jonin Tetsuya, who followed closely behind Chiyo of the Sand Crypsis. The representative of the Takanobi Village was a strong ninja with bandages all over his body. His name is Saimuji. It is said that he has a high status in the Takanobi Village. He is the ninja responsible for guarding the holy tree. The representative of the Sound Village was Orochimaru, who went by the pseudonym Sound. He walked directly in front of the 3 generations and didn't seem to be worried about being recognized by his teacher. After the 3 generations read the contents of the contract to everyone in the square through the loudspeaker equipment, they were the first to press their fingerprint on the contract. Then, Chiyo, Tetsuya, Saimuji, and Orochimaru respectively pressed their fingerprints on the contract on behalf of their respective villages. At this time, fireworks sounded, as the representatives of all parties pressed their fingerprints on the alliance contract. The alliance led by Mai was officially established. Various celebrations also began in the square. For a time, the entire square became a sea of joy, filled with the laughter of adults and the playful sound of children. Sasuke, who had just suffered a setback, couldn't stand this happy atmosphere and left the square alone. Suddenly, the yellow-haired Naruto squeezed out of the crowd and approached Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, why didn't you fight back just now? You're so lame." Sasuke, whose scar was exposed, suddenly became furious. "Idiot, what do you know? That guy is a real expert." Naruto is a little curious, is that white-haired guy really so powerful? Since the night they were kidnapped by Orochimaru and Obsidian and met outside the village, these 2 little guys became friends. Of course, most of the time, it's Naruto who takes the initiative to pester Sasuke. After all, Sasuke, who has the whole family to look after him, doesn't lack friends, but Naruto, who is alone, is different. As soon as he thought of Kimimaro, Sasuke's face was still full of hatred. He said, "Our Uchiha clan's #1 expert Uchiha Jishue, you should have heard of him, right? Naruto shook his head with a blank face. He was less than 7 years old, his mind was full of ramen and games, he didn't care about these names at all, even if he occasionally heard others mention it, he would forget it in a blink of an eye. Ignorant idiot. Sasuke cursed, his face immediately became gloomy. Even if I fight with brother Jishue who has the name Blink, I won't be defenseless. But that guy's speed is so fast that he can escape my Sharingan's detection, it's simply unheard of, don't you think he's powerful? Naruto asked, did you awaken your Sharingan? What does the Sharingan look like? Let me take a look. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan and said arrogantly, this is the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Staring at Sasuke's scarlet eyes, Naruto said, it's really special. Today, I awakened my Sharingan, my strength is stronger than usual, but even so, I still can't catch that guy's figure, don't you think he's powerful? Naruto nodded again and again, it sounds like he's really powerful. Sasuke said very seriously, he is the enemy of our Uchiha clan. Naruto put his arm on Sasuke's shoulder and said, okay, let's go eat ramen. You've been beaten up hard, you should be hungry. Sasuke immediately shook off Naruto's arm and said coldly, don't flirt with me, I'm an emotionless avenger now, Naruto asked, you're not going to eat ramen? Don't mention ramen to me. Glaring at Naruto, Sasuke said, the heavy responsibility of defeating that guy must be borne by me, this is the family's mission. If you're not going, I'm going. Holding the back of his head with both hands, Naruto swaggered toward the ramen restaurant and said, maybe your brother Jishue is just letting you win, I don't believe that the #1 expert of the Uchiha clan can't beat that white-haired guy, Sasuke shouted, how is that possible, we've been practicing very seriously. In the evening, the ceremony ended without a hitch, and the crowd on the street gradually thinned out. During the entire alliance ceremony, other than the small interlude between Kimimaro and Sasuke, nothing else happened. It went so smoothly that even Hyojin was a little surprised. Kuroto thought that Orochimaru would take the opportunity to do something. One must know that when the alliance contract was officially signed, there was a sea of people in the square. If Orochimaru made some trouble at that time, even if he detonated a few detonation talismans, the number of casualties could easily reach 4 digits. But Kuroto didn't expect that Orochimaru would take the opportunity to do something. After a day of duty, Hyojin returned home. Knock knock, not long after, there was a knock on the door of the outer courtyard. Hyojin opened the door and saw Ningxi standing outside with a box of bento. Bowing to Hyojin, Ningxi held up the bento box in his hands and said, teacher, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'm here to bring you a bento. Although they hadn't officially acknowledged each other as their teacher, Richa had already talked to Hyojin, so Ningxi had already changed the way he addressed Hyojin as teacher. Taking the bento box, Hyojin thought to himself, why does it sound so weird? After leading Ningxi into the house, Hyojin casually opened the bento box. Suddenly, the aroma of food filled the air, and he couldn't help but feel hungry. Niji, on the other hand, was kneeling in front of Suijin with a serious expression on his young face. Hyojin ate while asking, what's wrong? Did you not have fun today? Ningxi didn't seem to expect Hyojin to ask this. He was stunned for a moment and then said, I had a lot of fun. Hyojin smiled and said, don't always stay at home. You have to interact with people your age. Naruto and Sasuke were the saviors of the world appointed by the six-path deity. If Ningxi established a friendship with them from a young age, it would be infinitely beneficial to Ningxi's future. Ningxi nodded and then asked, teacher, did you know about the competition in the square today? Hyojin glanced at Ningxi and said, so that's why you came. Ningxi bit his lips and said, teacher, the competition in the square today touched me a lot. Whether it was the ninja of sound or the Uchiha clan, they both showed talent beyond my imagination. Hyojin waved his hand and interrupted Ningxi. When it comes to talent, you're not bad either, but their situation is a bit special. Ningxi eagerly asked, teacher, do you think I'm not as good as them? Hyojin didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, that ninja of sound is much stronger than you. It will be difficult for you to catch up with him in 3 to 5 years. After Uchiha and Sasuke opened their eyes today, their strength will also increase by leaps and bounds. It will be very difficult for you to fight against him before you completely master the soft fist Bagua empty palm. Kimimaro is a simple-minded person. All he wants is to be useful to Orochimaru. Because of this purity, he doesn't have any distractions. Therefore, he won't be lazy and playful like ordinary children. Orochimaru has never regarded him as a child and has given him the harshest ninja education. Moreover, Kimimaro's bloodline and talent are the best in the ninja world. Therefore, among his peers, he should be one of the strongest. The only one who can compete with him is probably Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon. Ningxi lowered his head and whispered, I understand. Hyojin comforted him, don't be discouraged. It's not impossible for you to catch up with them. Keep working hard. Ningxi said, I know. I just don't want to see my father's disappointed look. Hyojin shook his head silently. He could imagine the disappointment of Hayashi and Richa after watching the match between Kimimaro and Sasuke. Hinata hasn't shown any talent in soft fist. Although Ningxi has the name of a genius in the clan, it's only compared to the children of the clan. If compared to Kimimaro, he is far inferior. Even compared to Sasuke, he is slightly inferior. After hesitating for a long time, Ningxi gathered his courage and asked, Sensei, is our Hyuga clan really not as good as the Uchiha clan? Is the Byakugan really not as good as the Sharingan? Hyojin said casually, this is not something you need to consider right now. Ningxi pouted, then, when can I consider this problem? Defeat me. Hyojin smiled and said, when you defeat me and become the strongest person of the Hyuga clan, then you can consider whether the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan is stronger. You haven't even touched the peak of the Hyuga clan yet. What basis do you have to judge which clan is stronger? Ningxi was keenly aware of the hidden elements in Hyojin's words and was surprised, Sensei, are you the strongest person of the Hyuga clan? Although he always knew that Hyojin was strong, Ningxi, like other Hyuga clansmen, still subconsciously felt that the strongest person of the Hyuga clan should be Hyuga Hayashi, so after listening to Hyojin's words, he was very surprised. Hyojin didn't deny it and nodded while eating his lunch. He didn't dare to say that he is the strongest in the shinobi world, because the last time he attacked Nagato, Nagato was restrained by others, and it ended in a draw, which shows that his current strength is slightly inferior to Nagato. But there is no doubt that Hyuga clan is the strongest. After all, those guys on the moon all have the surname Otsutsuki, and it has nothing to do with Hyuga clan. Ningxi quickly sat up straight and asked with a look of expectation, Sensei, can I train with you now? Hyojin shook his head and said, don't worry, at your age, it is the time to lay the foundation. In this respect, I may not be as good as your father, so wait until you graduate from the ninja school, and then follow me to train. Oh. Ningxi lowered his head with some disappointment. Kuroto said with a straight face, not just anyone can become my disciple. If you can't get the first place in the ninja school, then even if you graduate, I won't recognize you as my disciple. Kuroto said with a straight face. Ningxi bowed to Hyojin and said, please rest assured, I will not let you down. Swish, at this moment, a figure fell directly in Hyojin's yard, then rushed into the house and shouted, Kuroto, something big happened, Kakashi was attacked. Looking at Guy who rushed into the house with an anxious face, Hyojin frowned and said, tell me slowly, what happened? Ningxi stood up obediently and moved aside. Guy sat down and said with a gloomy face, in the evening, the Umbu found Kakashi in the secret training ground, unconscious. Hyojin asked quickly, is he okay? Guy replied, at present, it seems that he is just exhausted, and his life is not in danger, but his Sharingan was taken away. After Kakashi joined the Special Tactics Squad, his level of confidentiality exceeded that of the ordinary Black Division. Therefore, the training ground where he practiced the Flying Thunder God was also a very secretive training ground. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it. Because of this, it was not until the evening that the Umbu in charge of patrolling found Kakashi unconscious in the training ground. Then, Kakashi was secretly sent to my hospital by the Umbu and received treatment from Tsunade and woke up. Guy briefly told Kuroto what he knew about the situation. After listening, Hyojin held his chin with one hand, his expression was very serious. In the village, there were not many enemies who could subdue Kakashi before he could even send out a signal flare. Even in the entire shinobi world, there were not many enemies who could subdue Kakashi without taking his life, but just taking away the Sharingan. Hyojin thought about it and could only think of one person, and that was the original owner of Kakashi's Sharingan, Obsidian. How is that possible? Why would Obsidian do something to Kakashi? Aren't they good? Kuroto was really shocked when he heard the news. He was completely caught off guard. In the original time and space, Obsidian had no intention of taking back the left eye he gave to Kakashi until the Fourth Shinobi World War, so Hyojin was completely unprepared in this aspect. At this time, Guy urged, as soon as Kakashi woke up, he asked me to call you and Jishui, saying that he has questions to ask you too. Let's go find Jishui now. Hyojin did not think too much and nodded. Ningxi said tactfully, Sensei, I will leave first. After sending Ningxi away, Hyojin and Guy went straight to the Uchiha clan. In Jishui's home. While Jishui and Itachi were exchanging their experiences in using the Manjikyu Sharingan, suddenly, Sasuke, who had been playing with Naruto all afternoon, rushed in and asked the two of them, Brother, Jishui-san, when you two usually practice with me, don't you always give in to me? Naruto's careless words during the day had caused Sasuke to take it to heart until now. Itachi noticed the redness and swelling on Sasuke's face and asked curiously, what happened to your face? Sasuke pouted. Today, I competed with someone and lost to them. Jishui was also curious. Who did he lose to? When Jishui and Itachi usually practice with Sasuke, they naturally give in to him. Otherwise, with the gap in strength between them, there is no way to talk about practice. But even so, Jishui is still very clear about Sasuke's strength. Among his peers, he is definitely one of the best. Sasuke said hatefully, he is a ninja from the Sound Shinobi village, called Kimimaro. I awakened my Sharingan today, but I still can't beat him. I have lost face for our Uchiha clan. You awakened your Sharingan? Jishui and Itachi were both taken aback. Sasuke immediately showed his single Magatama Sharingan and said, I awakened it during the competition, but I don't understand why my Sharingan can't capture his figure. This is completely different from our usual practice. He is much faster than the two of you. Jishui stared at Sasuke's Sharingan and said with emotion, sure enough, Sasuke is only 7 years old, right? Itachi nodded, his eyes also focused on Sasuke's Sharingan. Sasuke shouted unhappily, Brother Jishui, did you hear what I said? At this time, Hyojin and Guy came together and told Jishui about Kakashi's attack. After listening to this, Jishui's face also changed. He knows very well that Kakashi's left eye is not an ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan, but a Manjikyu Sharingan. This secret is only known to the 4 original members of Class 11, and even 3 generations, Kakashi didn't report it to them. Because the Manjikyu Sharingan is too sensitive, once the Uchiha clan learns that Kakashi's left eye is a Manjikyu Sharingan, even if Fuyue is magnanimous, he won't be able to remain indifferent. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Jishui didn't dare to delay and said, let's go, and see Kakashi. On the side, Itachi asked Hyojin, Senpai, do you need me? After pondering for a while, Hyojin said, you come with me. Soon, the group of 4 left the Uchiha clan's territory. Looking at the few people who left in a hurry, Sasuke pouted, Humph, my brothers really still treat me as a child, but I have obviously grown up, and I have awakened my Sharingan. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the My Hospital. When they were about to reach Kakashi's ward, they happened to meet the 3 generations who had just come out, so they stood by the door and saluted the 3 generations. 3 generations glanced at them, and their eyes stopped on Itachi for a moment, then said, you can go in. 3 generations knew that except for Itachi, all of them were Kakashi's original Class 11 teammates, so it was reasonable for them to come together to visit Kakashi. After saying that, 3 generations left with a heavy heart. After entering the ward, they finally saw Kakashi lying on the hospital bed, looking very dispirited. Everyone is here. Kakashi greeted them weakly. Hyojin didn't wait for the others to speak and asked, who is the attacker? Kakashi glanced at Itachi at the end of the line. Don't worry, Itachi can be trusted. After a slight pause, Hyojin asked again, did you see the enemy who attacked you? Kakashi lowered his eyes and asked faintly, can 2 different pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan have the same jutsu? Hyojin understood as soon as he heard this, the attacker was definitely an Obsidian. Jishui and the others were a little puzzled, why do you ask? The one who attacked me is a member of the Akatsuki organization who is proficient in both spacetime ninjutsu and would release Kekiai limit, and his spacetime ninjutsu is actually a Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu called Kamui. Kakashi said slowly, his expression was gloomy and uncertain. Kamui? Jishui and Itachi looked at each other, both of them were at a loss. Kamui is a Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu, both of them have never heard of it, even in the records of the Uchiha clan regarding jutsu and forbidden jutsu, there is no mention of such a jutsu. Jishui immediately said, in addition to Shinichi, there is another Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu in the Akatsuki organization. Hyojin has long mentioned to Jishui that the person behind the Nine Tails Rebellion is likely to be an Uchiha clansman who possesses a Manjikyu Sharingan. Moreover, the attack on Shinichi and the murder of his girlfriend Uchiha Kurumi are all controlled by this person. Guy asked curiously, Kakashi, how do you know so much? Is he like me, shouting the name of the jutsu when he attacks? I know the name of his pupil technique because my Sharingan's pupil technique is also called Kamui. Kakashi lowered his eyes and answered Guy's doubts weakly. Itachi didn't know that Kakashi's left eye is a Manjikyu Sharingan, so he was more surprised than the others and blurted out, that Sharingan of yours is a Manjikyu Sharingan? Kakashi nodded silently. Itachi was even more surprised. I heard that you transplanted a 2 Magatama Sharingan at that time. Did you use your own pupil technique to open the Manjikyu Sharingan? Actually, I'm not very clear about this. How did he awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan in his left eye, and when did he awaken it? Kakashi is actually still confused. Itachi sighed, a non-Uchiha clansman can actually awaken a 2 Magatama Sharingan to the level of Manjikyu Sharingan with his own strength. This is simply incredible. In Itachi's view, even among the experts of his clan, there are only a few who can achieve this, but a one-eyed outsider did it. This is really hard for him to accept. At this time, Hyojin asked, during the fight, did you use Kamui? Kakashi nodded and said, that's right. At that time, the situation was extremely dangerous. I was already prepared to perish together with him, but I didn't expect that we would actually use Shinwei at the same time and travel to an unfamiliar space. A strange space. Jishui was startled for a moment, and then said, could it be that he used Kamui to travel to different spaces to avoid external attacks? My guess is the same as yours, that strange space connected by Kamui should be the key to his ability to turn himself invisible and avoid external attacks. After a pause, Kakashi asked again, Jishui, there are 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in your Uchiha clan, but they have the same pupil technique? The reason why Kakashi is entangled in this question is because the more he recalls the previous battle, the more he feels that something is wrong. The Akatsuki member wearing the one-eyed vortex mask that attacked him happened to reveal his right eye opposite to his left eye, and it happened to be a Manjikyu Sharingan, and the pupil technique it contains is also Kamui. One coincidence may not explain anything, but 3 consecutive coincidences make him feel uneasy. Jishui and Itachi looked at each other and shook their heads. When Uchiha Madara left, he took away a large number of precious ancient scrolls of the Uchiha clan, so there aren't many records about the Manjikyu Sharingan in the current Uchiha clan, and even fewer records about pupil techniques. Therefore, even if both of them are Uchiha Manjikyu Sharingan, they still can't answer Kakashi's question. Hyojin pondered for a while, but didn't say anything. He naturally knows that Itachi and Sasuke in the original world both possess the Manjikyu Sharingan technique, Amaterasu, but it involves the transcription seal. Itachi first sealed his Amaterasu into Sasuke's Sharingan, and then Sasuke awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan. Secondly, Itachi and Sasuke are brothers, so it's not surprising that they both have the same Manjikyu Sharingan technique. Thirdly, Amaterasu is relatively ordinary compared to Kamui, which is an extremely rare spacetime technique. In the original world, when second-generation Naruto saw Sasuke using Earth Life to control Amaterasu, he mentioned that he had seen the same technique before, but its power wasn't as great as Sasuke's. It can be seen that Amaterasu has been obtained by some of the Uchiha Sharingan in the past, but no one has heard of Kamui, which is a spacetime ninjutsu. Even the knowledgeable 3 generations couldn't do anything about it. Seeing Jishui and Itachi shaking their heads, Kakashi said faintly, is that so? There is no doubt that Kakashi already has a guess in his heart, but this guess is too ridiculous in his opinion, so he can't be sure for a while. Jishui asked at this time, your Manjikyu Sharingan, besides us, does anyone else know about it? None. Kakashi himself doesn't have many friends, and he isn't a talkative person, so everyone who knows that he has a Manjikyu Sharingan in his left eye is in this ward. Jishui glanced at Hyojin and Guy again. Hyojin shook his head and said, I haven't mentioned it to anyone. Guy replied, me neither. Jishui was puzzled, if we didn't leak the news, then how did the Akatsuki organization know about it? The Akatsuki organization must have known that Kakashi-senpai has a Manjikyu Sharingan, that's why they attacked him. Otherwise, if the Akatsuki organization wanted to steal the Sharingan, they shouldn't have targeted Kakashi-senpai who only has one Sharingan. Kuroto Itachi, who has regained his calm, suddenly asked, Kakashi-san, I remember that the one who gave you that Sharingan was Obsidian-san, right? Kakashi said bitterly, he sacrificed himself, I saw it with my own eyes. Itachi said calmly, it's the same pupil technique, you have the left eye, and he has the right eye. Even if he isn't Obsidian-san, his right eye is likely to be Obsidian-san's. Jishui suddenly understood, so he wanted to take away Kakashi-san's left eye and make a pair? Dai leaned in front of Kakashi and asked in a low voice, Kakashi-san, is Obsidian-san still alive? Kakashi said in a rare stern tone, I already said that Obsidian-san has sacrificed himself, that bastard from the Akatsuki organization can't be Obsidian-san, he must have accidentally obtained Obsidian-san's left eye and awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. There's nothing strange about this, didn't I also awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan in my left eye? Kakashi's inference is still somewhat convincing, because even he, who is not an Uchiha-san, has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. If the other party has the bloodline of Uchiha-san, then the probability of him awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is even higher. Dai muttered in a low voice, then why didn't he kill you? Dai's words exposed the doubts hidden in the bottom of Kakashi's heart, leaving Kakashi speechless. If the other party isn't Obsidian-san, then why would a vicious member of the Akatsuki-san risk leaking his own information and show mercy to a person who has completely lost the ability to resist? This is the question that Kakashi doesn't want to face the most, because he can't answer it. Hyojin has long been convinced that the one who attacked Kakashi-san is Obsidian-san, but he didn't point it out. Because Obsidian-san has long been a bachelor, he has no relatives in the village, and even the last bond with Kakashi-san has been cut off by him. At this time, even if Hyojin points out his identity, it will only give the other great ninja villages an excuse to attack Mai. The other great ninja villages will think that the one who caused trouble in the Akatsuki organization is either Jiraiya's disciple or Mai's traitorous ninja, and if you think about it carefully, it's all Mai's fault. As if thinking of some possibility, Kakashi's spirit became more and more absent-minded. Upon seeing this, Hyojin said, well, let's go back first and let Kakashi have a good rest. Dai and Jishui also nodded. Anyone can see that Kakashi's spirit is extremely weak at this moment, and now is indeed not the time to investigate the identity of the attacker. Soon, they left the ward. After saying goodbye to Guy at the gate of the hospital, Hyojin secretly pondered about Obsidian's attack on Kakashi. Why would Obsidian do this? Logically speaking, Obsidian wouldn't do anything to Kakashi, no one knows this better than Hyojin, so he still feels that this matter is a bit strange. Is it because of the last battle in the Mist's treasury? After discarding the inherent ideas, Hyojin gradually came up with a train of thought. In the original story, the reason why Obsidian didn't take back his left eye is because after the death of 4 generations Naruto, there is no one in the shinobi world that can really threaten him. Until the start of the 4th Shinobi World War, he was only threatened by Duru once, and that was because Duru inexplicably found the body of Madara Uchiha and used the forbidden technique Edo Tensei to resurrect Uchiha Madara in the state of the undead. Therefore, in the original story, Obsidian didn't take back his left eye, not only because of the bond between him and Kakashi, but also because there is not much need for it. After all, with the power of Kamui, his right eye alone is enough for him to stir up a storm in the shinobi world. But in the original story, the appearance of Amatsukami caught Obsidian by surprise. When Obsidian found out that the leader of Amatsukami has a terrifying strength that is comparable to the Rinnegan, he was very shocked and uneasy, and the calmness he had when he plotted against Akatsuki and 4 generations disappeared. But what really made Obsidian make up his mind was the battle in the Mist's treasury. If he lost to the leader of Amatsukami, he could barely accept it, but in the Mist's treasury, he was one step behind and lost to Homosubi of Amatsukami, which was unacceptable to him. Without strength as a guarantee, the Eye of the Moon plan can't be discussed, and compared to the Eye of the Moon plan, the bond between him and Kakashi is nothing. Preconceived notions can kill people. If I knew this would happen, I would have snatched Kakashi's eye first. At most, I would have given him another eye. Thinking of this, Hyojin secretly sighed. Obsidian with only one right eye is still within the scope of being able to deal with, because if Obsidian wants to attack, he must get close and materialize, and once he gets close and materialize, his flaws will be exposed. But with both eyes, not to mention the Super Susanoo that can use Kamui, just the Kamui's long-range attack alone is impossible to guard against. Just think about it, a person hiding in a dark corner a few hundred meters away only needs to stare at you, and you are finished. Who can withstand this? Just as Hyojin was secretly distressed, Itachi on the side asked in a low voice, Kuroto-san, if the person in the Akatsuki organization really had Brother Obsidian's right eye before, and now he has seized Brother Obsidian's left eye, then can he use Susanoo? Jishui added with a solemn face, and he can also use would-release ninjutsu. It is very likely that he has transplanted Hashirama's cell tissue like me. Hyojin rubbed his temples and didn't speak, thinking about this matter really gives him a headache. Itachi then asked, Kuroto-san, how should we deal with this? In terms of the ownership of the Sharingan, Itachi doesn't have the prejudice of superiority like ordinary Uchiha people. In his eyes, as long as one is a Mai ninja, as long as they are in the proper path, anyone can have Sharingan. But the enemy outside the village is different, so he is very eager to recover Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan. Jishui also looked at Hyojin at this time. Nowadays, whenever he encounters a problem that he can't solve, he will subconsciously listen to Hyojin's arrangement. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin said, I need to consult the various ancient books collected by your Uchiha clan. Itachi replied, the scrolls that record secret techniques and forbidden techniques are all hidden in the secret room of the mansion. There are many sealing techniques placed outside the secret room, even I can't enter. Most of the ancient books that record the history of the clan are stored in the underground secret room of the Naka Shrine. If you want to consult them, I can take you there. Hyojin nodded and said, well, let's go tonight. At this moment, a group of people came from the opposite direction. This group of people was none other than Orochimaru and the Sound Ninjas headed by Orochimaru and Mitarai Enko, who was responsible for receiving the Sound Ninjas. After seeing Hyojin, Red Bean greeted him from a distance. Hyojin, why are you still shopping so late? Hyojin glanced at Orochimaru and immediately smiled at Red Bean and said, aren't you the same? Red Bean leaned in front of Hyojin and whispered, don't mention it, these Sound Ninjas are so troublesome. It's so late, but they still refuse to stay in the inn and insist on going to the Mai's night market. I was almost annoyed to death by them today. Although she slightly lowered her voice, Red Bean's words still reached the ears of everyone present. Jishui and Itachi were embarrassed and moved their eyes to the side. Hyojin smiled. He knew that Red Bean did this on purpose. Since this guy came out of the shadow of Orochimaru, he returned to his carefree personality. At this time, Kimimaro recognized Hyojin. His indifferent expression suddenly changed. He immediately looked at Hyojin with hostility. In his simple understanding, Hyojin betrayed Orochimaru and was an enemy that he must eradicate. Haku, who was at the end of the line, also recognized Hyojin. He timidly lowered his head as if he felt a little guilty for leaving without saying goodbye last time. Orochimaru's eyes passed Hyojin and fell on Jishui and Itachi behind Hyojin. These two Uchiha's bodies were what he had coveted for a long time. Then, Orochimaru gave Yamato a look, asking him to send Red Bean away. Yamato understood and coughed lightly. Ahem, Red Bean senpai, is there a toilet nearby? Red Bean frowned and looked at Yamato. Didn't you just go there before? Yamato awkwardly paused and said, I suddenly want to go there again. Come with me, I'll take you there. After that, Red Bean led Yamato to the nearby toilet while muttering, he's so young, but his kidney is already broken. How pitiful. In front of everyone's strange eyes, Yamato blushed and followed behind Red Bean and left. Hyojin naturally saw that Yamato was deliberately sending away Red Bean, so he also told Jishui and Itachi beside him, you go first, I will be there in a while. Jishui and Itachi nodded and left first. Huh. Orochimaru's eyes turned cold at this time, and a trace of doubt flashed on the handsome and evil face under the disguise. With his keen senses, he just captured a small inconspicuous detail. That is, the attitude of Jishui and Itachi towards Hyojin is not that of friends, but the attitude between colleagues, or rather, not just friends, but also the attitude between colleagues. There seems to be a trace of respect between superiors and subordinates. But this point is very strange. According to the information sent back by the spy lurking in Mai, Orochimaru can be very sure that in Maizanbu, Hyojin and Jishui are not in a superior and subordinate relationship. Itachi is the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, and they are not even considered as colleagues. There is no reason for the two arrogant Uchiha like Jishui and Itachi to be so respectful to Hyojin, the captain of the Umbu squad. It must be known that in the current shinobi world, besides Hyojin and Jishui, Orochimaru is the only person who knows that Itachi has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Because Itachi awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan when he beat him, so he is very clear that the two Uchiha Sharingan, Jishui and Itachi are the highest combat power in the Uchiha clan, and this is the main reason why he does not dare to act recklessly in the village. After watching Jishui and Itachi leave, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and asked with a look of curiosity, "Kuroto, I am very curious, what method did you use to win over the two of them?" Hyojin wanted to say a few perfunctory words, but his eyes swept over Kimimaro who was behind Orochimaru, and found that Kimimaro's eyes were full of hostility. He suddenly changed his mind, and said arrogantly, "As long as I am stronger than them, they will naturally listen to me." Is that so? Orochimaru didn't believe this kind of nonsense. In his eyes, apart from the leaders of Akatsuki and Amatsukami, there shouldn't be anyone in the shinobi world who can defeat Shisui and Itachi. Hyojin then asked in a frivolous tone, "Orochimaru-sama, why are you still playing this childish game? What's the point of bringing a few burdens with you?" Without waiting for Orochimaru to reply, Kimimaru's body suddenly erupted with a chilling killing intent. It was as if the air around him had become colder by a few degrees. Hyojin secretly smiled. The best way to provoke Kimimaro is to mock Orochimaru. Orochimaru stretched out his hand to stop Kimimaro, and then said with a smile, "Kuroto, have you forgotten, didn't you grow up with me like this? But I'm different from them." After a pause, Hyojin deliberately showed a trace of impatience and said, "I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Hyojin didn't wait for Orochimaru to answer and directly walked past Orochimaru's group. Although he looked indifferent on the surface, he was secretly observing the reactions of Orochimaru and the others. Orochimaru's mood was the same as usual. Obviously, Hyojin's words couldn't affect his mood. Kimimaro's anger was even more intense, but because of Orochimaru's obstruction, he had to temporarily suppress his killing intent, but something in his eyes became firmer. Haku kept his head down and didn't seem to care too much about what Orochimaru and Suijin were talking about, and although Yugo was angry, he restrained himself very well. It seems that he has begun to learn to suppress his extreme emotions to avoid falling into a violent state due to excessive emotional fluctuations. After Hyojin walked far away, Kimimaro asked Orochimaru with a puzzled expression, "Sir, he dared to be rude to you, why didn't you let me teach him a lesson?" Looking at Hyojin's back, Orochimaru thought for a while and then said with a smile, "Although I don't know the reason, I can see that he deliberately wanted to provoke me. This kid's actions are getting more and more mysterious." Outside the Naka shrine. "Kenji, how's your side?" "Everything is normal." "What about your side?" "Same." Two Uchiha clansmen who had just finished their patrol gathered in front of the torii. The Uchiha clansman named Kenji leaned against the torii and looked around while saying, "Wah, don't you think the clan is making a big fuss out of nothing?" The other Uchiha clansman named Wah said in a deep voice, "It's normal to be careful." Uchiha Kenji curled his lips and said, "Humph, who dares to come to our Uchiha shrine to cause trouble?" The patriarch clearly arranged for us to be on night watch, but he still let Uncle Chani guard the inner hall. Isn't he looking down on us? As soon as he said this, Uchiha Kenji's expression suddenly froze, as if he was possessed. Realizing that something was wrong, Kazuchiha turned around abruptly, but before he could see the figure of the enemy clearly, his eyes also lost their luster, and just like Kenji, he froze in place. Then, under the torii outside the Naka shrine, three figures appeared. They are Hyojin, Jishui, and Itachi. Looking at Kenji and Wa, who were easily subdued by Itachi's genjutsu, Jishui shook his head. Although Kenji and his 2 Magatama Sharingan are no match for Itachi's genjutsu with Manjikyu Sharingan, their vigilance is still a bit lacking. At this time, Itachi said, "Senpai, the clan has also arranged for a San Magatama to be stationed in the inner hall." Hyojin said lightly, "Go and deal with him." "Yes." After responding, Itachi vanished on the spot. Hyojin and Jishui didn't stay in front of the torii, and directly walked towards the shrine hall. After a while, Hyojin came to the most secret underground secret room in the Naka shrine of Uchiha without any obstruction, as if he was strolling in his own back garden. The space of this secret room is not too big. In the innermost core area, there is a stone tablet that is half the height of a person, and the tablet is engraved with many twisted characters. Looking at the stone tablet, Hyojin asked, "Is this the stone tablet left behind by the legendary Sage of Six Paths?" This stone tablet that has been tampered with by Black Zetsu can be said to be the beginning of the tragedy of the Uchiha clan. Itachi nodded, "Yes, the content on the stone tablet requires Sharingan to recognize. The higher the level of Sharingan, the more content it can recognize." "Senpai, do you need me to translate it for you?" Hyojin shook his head, "No need." With that said, the pure white eyes in Hyojin's eyes suddenly became as bright as stars. End of chapter 428. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.